Konoha, the forest of death. In the afternoon, the sunlight cascades through the trees, casting a dappled glow upon the forest floor. This is the forbidden area of Konoha, seldom visited by anyone. Suddenly, a squirrel, in search of fruit, abruptly lifts its head. Its whiskers twitch in sync with its nose, as if sensing a disquieting presence in the air. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoes from a distance. Linlan gazes at the shattered stones, obliterated by his ninjutsu, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Damn, the artillery release is truly impressive. Without the need for hand seals or chakra, he can wield this power. This is not a bloodline limit, but rather system. 3 years ago, Lin Lan traversed into the world of ninjas, becoming a part of Konoha Village. With his expertise in foot care, he found his niche. Simultaneously, he activated the standard feature of a traveler, the foot care system. Each time he tended to someone's feet, he was rewarded. The artillery release was a prize he earned. However, after 3 years of foot care, he only acquired the artillery release, heart-piercing shell. This detail is indeed intriguing. Later, he discerned a pattern: the more beautiful the client, the more sumptuous the reward. From that moment, he established a rule. He would only serve female ninjas. Another round. Taking advantage of his solitude, Lin Lan continued to practice. Possessing a godlike perspective, he understood that the current timeline was set after the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, just before the offensive led by the Akatsuki. This practice was not for the sake of Konoha, nor was it to defeat adversaries and achieve fame. It was solely for self-preservation. The ninja world is exceedingly complex. Focusing on foot care and accumulating wealth is the true path. Lin Lan firmly believes in one principle. What is the most crucial aspect of life? Naturally, it is survival. If one's life is lost, what is left to discuss? To endure is not shameful. Moreover, he had only just barely graduated from the Ninja Academy this year due to an inability to gather chakra. He naturally could not learn ninjutsu. As for taijutsu, he was merely average. Fortunately, he possessed a sharp intellect, achieving full marks in theoretical classes. Phew, my back hurts. It seems I can no longer indulge. Clutching his waist, Lin Lan was drenched in sweat. One last shot. Raising his left hand, Lin Lan fixed his gaze upon a nearby tree trunk. This towering tree boasted a circumference of 5 meters. Heart-piercing shell. A golden halo materialized above Linlan's left shoulder. Whoosh! A shell surged forth with vigor. Alas, he failed to control the accuracy, perhaps due to declining physical condition. The shell grazed the tree trunk and soared into the distance. Oh no! Lin Lan felt a surge of concern. Even though this area is rarely frequented, it does not mean it is entirely deserted. That if he were to inadvertently injure someone, it would be a grave matter. The ninja world is perilous if necessary. Retreat. In a swift turn, he fled without a hint of hesitation. Rumbling, accompanied by the distant roar, he embarked on his journey back to the village. The sun shone brightly today, and the air was thick with unease and heat. Few villagers meandered about the streets. Ninjas gathered in small groups, seeking refuge in the shade. Linlan's foot care pavilion was situated in the southeast corner of the village. Upon reaching the entrance, he looked up at the blazing sun. Unable to contain himself, he uttered a curse. It's unbearably hot. Lin Lan, thought a gentle call echoed, prompting Lin Lan to turn around, and he was instantly captivated. Before him stood a woman clad in a floral long dress, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Tea was none other than Hinata Hyuga, the esteemed wife of the Hokage and the aunt of his teammate, Neji Hyuga. Oh, Lady Hinata, what brings you here? Hinata chuckled softly, her demeanor still retaining a hint of modesty despite being married for quite some time. I've heard you possess remarkable skills in foot care. My right foot has been bothering me, she remarked. Oh, please do come in. Lin Lan couldn't suppress his delight as he stood behind Hinata. Having read the original work, he was well aware of her exceptional qualities. He had long desired to indulge in the beauty of her delicate feet, yet that ambition had remained unfulfilled until now. With this opportunity presented before him, he intended to relish every moment. The establishment was modest in size, but exceptionally tidy. With a faint aroma of sandalwood wafting through the air, Hinata gradually relaxed. retrieving a white handkerchief to dab at the perspiration on her forehead. She adjusted her skirt and seated herself, inquiring with a smile. "What should I do?" The word "do" sent Lin Lan's thoughts racing. "Please wait a moment while I prepare the foot bath for you." As he turned to enter the preparation room, Lin Lan felt his heart flutter. He had just observed Hinata's feet closely. Encased within her silver-strap high-heeled sandals were a pair of flawless Roman feet. The nails impeccably groomed, clearly indicative of her diligent self-care. Hinata glanced around the room, inadvertently drawn to a notice on the wall. "Female clients only." How peculiar. "Madam, please indulge in the foot bath." Lin Lan's invitation interrupted Hinata's musings, gently slipping off her high heels and gazing at the rose petals floating in the water. Hinata remarked, "You certainly understand a woman's thoughts." "Hee, the customer is always right." Grabbing a small stool, Lin Lan positioned himself opposite Hinata to wash her feet. Hinata found herself quite unaccustomed to this treatment, especially as Lin Lan softly kneaded and caressed her petite feet, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Though she wished to protest against his advances, the words faltered on her lips. The weather was already sweltering, and she was now drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the task was soon completed. Lin Lan had already discerned Hinata's discomfort, feigning ignorance. He mused to himself that Hinata was indeed fair and delicate, akin to her Byakugan, pure and unblemished. As he laid her back on the bed, Lin Lan lifted her right foot for closer inspection. It appeared that a hardened callus on the sole was the culprit. "Madam, this is a minor issue. It's a remnant of your ninja training. When practicing the Bagua Zhang, you likely favored your right foot for support," he explained. "This has caused the callus, and after your marriage, your practice has waned, resulting in the discomfort." Hinata nodded appreciatively at Lin Lan's explanation, giving him a thumbs up. "No wonder the ninjas who have come under your care speak so highly of you. It truly is, as you say." With a soft click, Lin Lan opened a box revealing 8 foot care tools. Crafted from fine steel, a blade, a small knife, a scraping knife, a narrow blade, a wide blade, a gouging knife, an angled knife, and a triangular knife, all arranged neatly and glistening with silver sheen. He picked up the narrow blade and gently tested it against the callus. Hinata furrowed her brow slightly. Lin Lan understood that he must not show weakness at this moment. He applied a measured amount of pressure. Swish! The hardened calluses that had tormented Hinata for years finally fell away, revealing tender, crimson flesh. "Is it comfortable?" Hinata's voice was slightly muffled. After resolving the issue, Lin Lan no longer felt rushed. He took his time observing her delicate little feet. They were perfectly sized and elegantly slender. Leaning in closer, he detected no unpleasant odor, only a faint scent of roses. A tinge of disappointment washed over Lin Lan. Had he known this would be the result, he wouldn't have used so many petals to obscure the original fragrance. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy towards Naruto, who could embrace such exquisite feet every night. "Oh!" Hinata sensed something amiss, feeling a hard object prodding at the sole of her foot. Furrowing her brow, she looked down to see Lin Lan's face flushed, his eyes glazed, his caressing movements growing languid. What was he doing? Why was he placing her foot there? Hinata felt an overwhelming awkwardness, yet did not voice any opposition. Perhaps this was merely Lin Lan's habit. She could only console herself with this thought. Ding! Foot Care Jade Feet System activated. Task completed. Rewards are as follows. Artillery Release. Grenade Barrage. 32 yen. 2 Ichiraku Ramen Discount Coupons. Grenade Barrage. Lin Lan was overjoyed. Hinata truly was a lucky charm, managing to unlock a skill that on ordinary days he would earn only a small amount of yen today. However, his fortune had exploded. What brings you such joy? Hinata found it curious, as Lin Lan's smile nearly stretched from ear to ear. Unable to share the secret, he evasively replied, "I am happy to serve you, my lady. You're quite the charmer." Since their marriage, Hinata had become more open, smiling as she produced 10 yen. "By the way, I heard you just graduated. You must keep up the good work." After tucking the money away, Lin Lan feigned a frown, saying, "I can hardly gather chakra. Fortunately, I barely passed the written exam. I would have received the title of Perpetual Underachiever from the Hokage. They exchanged pleasantries. A sudden cacophony erupted outside the door. The sound of many ninjas soaring through the air filled the air. It seemed something had gone awry. The two walked curiously to the door. Swish! Two figures appeared. The boy was adorably naive, sporting a mushroom haircut, clean cut, and wielding a long sword. The girl, however, was breathtakingly beautiful, with bright eyes and a frosty demeanor. Her figure was striking, and her eyes revealed her prestigious heritage. Indeed, she possessed the Byakugan, a powerful bloodline limit. They were Lin Lan's teammates. The exceptionally intelligent young prodigy Longcheng, the most beautiful girl in Konoha and Meiza. "Aunt, what brings you here?" Meiza was somewhat surprised. "I have a footache. I came to find Lin Lan. Has something happened in the village? We just received a notification from the Hokage, saying that a ninja was ambushed in the Forest of Death." Throughout their exchange, Meiza had not cast a single glance at Lin Lan. The disdain was palpable. Longcheng stepped forward, sorrowfully stating, "I've heard that the one ambushed is the grandson of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Konohamaru." "What?" Lin Lan and Hinata were left in stunned silence. "Konohamaru, the grandson of the late Third Hokage, is the rightful heir of the Will of Fire. The Sarutobi clan is renowned within the ninja world, and anyone contemplating an attack on him must tread carefully. The ninjas of Konoha are in a state of agitation, hastening towards the scene of the incident, with numerous villagers following suit." Lin Lan feels a twinge of concern. Could it be that his explosive action resulted in Konohamaru's demise? Upon arriving at the Forest of Death, the area is already under strict security. Various ninjas are conducting a meticulous search, while many uninvolved individuals are being kept at bay. Whispers and speculations abound among the crowd. Hinata Hyuga, of noble lineage, is granted passage by the Umbu. In a bid to provide her niece, Meiza, with some experience, Hinata brings her along. Lin Lan and Reunited are also permitted to enter the inner perimeter. Before they even approach, a heavy metallic scent of blood assaults their senses. Naruto, along with several high-ranking members of the village, appears to be in serious discussion, with Shikamaru among them, all bearing grave expressions. "Hinata, why have you brought them along?" Naruto inquires, surprised, as he believes Lin Lan and the others are unfit for such a scene, fearing the gruesomeness of it might leave them psychologically scarred. "As ninjas, we must endure everything," Hinata resolutely replies. Naruto understands his wife's intentions, especially after the tragic loss of the genius Neji, which has led to the decline of the Hyuga clan. Someone must carry the banner forward. Lin Lan is extremely anxious, his mind racing with thoughts. If Konohamaru has indeed perished in the explosion, the manner of his death must be horrific. Even if he was killed by the shockwave, it would not be a pretty sight. Peering through the crowd, he steals a glance and is nearly rendered speechless. What on earth? There lie three individuals on the ground, 2 men and 1 woman. The one adorned with a plain scarf must be Konohamaru. All three are sprawled out, their bodies mangled beyond recognition. The commonality among them is that their heads are missing. Blood pours from their necks, converging into a gruesome pool. Ugh! Meiza has never witnessed such a scene and, unable to contain herself, runs away, covering her mouth. Lin Lan and Reunited are not faring much better either. They struggle to hold back their nausea and greet Naruto. "Lord Hokage, have you discovered who is responsible?" It resembled paint spilled upon it. What could this be? Naruto dared not move, bringing it close to his nose to catch an indescribable scent. "Don't touch anything." A crisp voice rang out. A girl with shoulder-length pink hair and a red dot on her forehead appeared. It was Sakura, now in charge of managing the Konoha medical system. Still as impulsive as ever, did she not fear poisoning? With a reproachful glance at Naruto, Sakura produced a transparent bag and carefully placed the leaves inside. Seeing their methodical actions, Lin Lan exchanged a knowing glance with Longcheng, signaling him to leave swiftly. The two approached Meiza, who looked pale and somewhat unwell. Lin Lan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. "Don't touch me." As he instinctively reached out to assist her, Meiza quietly rebuked him. She bid farewell to Hinata and Naruto before turning away. Lin Lan understood that Meiza had always looked down upon him, and his heart swelled with resentment. She believed Lin Lan lacked ninjutsu skills and had mediocre taijutsu. Why then had they been grouped together? Perhaps this was destiny. Lin Lan felt a measure of happiness. One was an unparalleled beauty, and the other a prodigious youth. As for himself, he merely needed to endure. Just as they crossed the boundary of caution, someone rushed over. It was their teacher, Yamato. Arriving late, he found all 3 disciples present, and without much inclination for conversation, he instructed, You all should head home and refrain from wandering about. With that, Yamato hurried into the scene. Since the end of the war, he had been rescued. But his physical condition had remained poor. His mind seemed to falter as well, often forgetting things. The group parted ways at the village entrance. Longcheng kindly reminded the two to be cautious. The village was currently unsafe, and they should avoid roaming at night. Meiza maintained a relatively amiable demeanor toward Longcheng, after all. His father, Longcheng, was the founder and head of the Black Technology and Ninjutsu Development Department, and his mother, Sarutobi Yueying, was the principal of the Ninja Academy. Longcheng was a top-tier wealthy heir in the ninja world, a stark contrast to the outsider Lin Lan, whose profession was deemed inferior. Among so many careers, he had chosen one that seemed trivial. Lin Lan, accustomed to Meiza's indifference, brushed it off. Longcheng patted his shoulder, cautioning, "Be careful. If I'm not mistaken, the Hokage will soon seal the village. We will meet again in some time." This lad was indeed perceptive. Lin Lan smiled faintly and returned to his shop, pondering idly about who could be behind these events. Could it be the emergence of a malevolent force akin to the Akatsuki? After much contemplation, Lin Lan remained perplexed, ultimately concluding that the ninja world was on the verge of a significant upheaval. "Hey!" A sudden shout broke Lin Lan's train of thought, startling him into a reflexive rise. Clutching his heart, he grumbled, "Do you wish to scare me to death, you little brat? Look at you, trembling. You hardly resemble a ninja." The girl, with a slight curl in her bangs, was unyielding. She was Shuang Yamashita, Lin Lan's classmate. Aware of her lively spirit and penchant for mischief, Lin Lan resignedly asked, "Young lady, what brings you here?" As he spoke, his gaze flitted over Shuang. "Today." The young girl donned a pure and innocent ensemble, a grass-green short-sleeved top paired with a white pleated skirt, her feet adorned with flat, lace-up sandals. Her rounded toes were particularly alluring. "Have you heard about the incident involving Mai?" Lin Lan was on the verge of boasting about her visit to the scene when she suddenly recalled Hinata's instructions and her own instinct for self-preservation, prompting her to hastily shake her head. "I have heard, but I am unaware of the specifics." Shushin on the mountainside revealed a look of disappointment, sighing, "Alas, one cannot ascertain who the culprits are." Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Lin Lan deliberately shifted the topic. "You came to find me because you missed me, right?" Shushin shot Lin Lan an exasperated glance. "What are you thinking? My feet are uncomfortable. I'm here for some pampering." "Oh, I'm at your service. But I must clarify. I have no money to offer you." "That's all right." "What?" Lin Lan was taken aback. "You want service without payment? Do you take me for a charitable organization? Is that not acceptable?" Shushin retorted with a cheerful smile. In that moment, Lin Lan felt as though she were being playfully teased, her heart fluttering. To make matters worse, Shushin's previously crossed legs slightly parted, revealing a hint of pink through the gap. Lin Lan felt a dryness in her throat. To refuse would be foolish. "Of course I agree," she thought to herself, determined to close the distance today. Just as she prepared a foot soak, the blaring sirens of the village police echoed through the air. "Quick, we must leave. Something has happened." Shushin hurriedly slipped on her shoes, and Lin Lan, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. The two rushed out the door, already hearing whispers of yet another tragedy. The gathering point was beneath the Hokage building, where the seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, stood tall, his cloak billowing dramatically, exuding an air of charisma. The crowd below, filled with confusion, gathered in the plaza. Among them, Lin Lan recognized many familiar faces: Kakashi, Guy, Lee, and Tenten. Yet her own teammates were nowhere to be found. With a gentle nudge, Shushin voiced her annoyance. "What are you staring at? Looking for a beauty?" Not at all." This remark hit home. Lin Lan had no intention of sacrificing an entire forest for a single tree. As the two jested, Naruto cleared his throat and regretfully announced, "Everyone, much has transpired today. Our comrade, the representative of the villagers from Sanhao, Meimaru, sacrificed himself in the fight against our enemies." The crowd, fully aware of the implications, murmured in sorrow. Immediately following, Naruto continued, "I have just received news that my friend and a prominent figure among the Leaf Ninjas, Akimichi Choji, was slain by the enemy on his way back." The villagers erupted in an uproar. The village's ninjas were being systematically targeted. Even a fool could discern that the enemy was intent on destruction. Lin Lan was left in shock. What madness was this? The audacity of these villains was staggering. They dared to kill even Choji. The individual's ninjutsu is far from simple, surpassing that of Konohamaru by a considerable margin. A singular technique, the meat tank, has captivated the ninja world. "Lord Hokage, who is responsible for this?" A voice rang out from the crowd, echoing the collective outrage of the onlookers. This matter is still under investigation, therefore. I hereby declare that Konohamaru is now in a state of emergency. Without my explicit permission, no one is allowed to enter or exit freely. Should anyone venture out at night, they must be accompanied by a jonin. No one is permitted to act alone. Naruto issued the decree. Dingji. A wail pierced the air, prompting the crowd to turn their gazes. The sound emanated from Ino, who, along with Dingji and Shikamaru, formed the formidable trio known as the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi alliance. Having persevered through the Fourth Great Ninja War, they found themselves victimized in a time of peace. Ino struggled to bear the weight of the tragedy. Had it not been for her husband Sai and her teammate Shikamaru supporting her, she would have crumpled to the ground. Linlan felt a stirring in his heart, not due to Dingji's demise, but rather from witnessing Ino weep, her tears reminiscent of a blooming pear blossom, which stirred his protective instincts. After issuing the commands, Naruto instructed everyone to disperse. As for the resolution, he would confer with the higher-ups before making any decisions. The villagers scattered, and Shuaing, now devoid of interest in her foot care, returned home. Linlan too found himself with a rare moment of leisure. Yet he understood that business would not thrive in the current climate. The villagers, gripped by fear, would not dare to venture out for leisure. Alas, their already modest means would be further diminished. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The commonality among the victims, including Konohamaru, was that their heads had been taken. He pondered whether Dingji shared the same fate. If so, it would indicate a singular perpetrator. Damn, what does that have to do with me? Linlan, unwilling to dwell on it, forced the thoughts from his mind. His only concern was survival. For several days, the streets of Konohamaru appeared to be suspended in time. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Even the birds had lost their vitality, lacking the will to sing, their spirits dampened. Knock, knock. Before Linlan could rise from his slumber, he heard a knock at the door and, with reluctance, inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me." "Open the door quickly." It was Ryuching, struggling to sit up. He hastily shoved the book he had been engrossed in, Intimate Paradise, beneath the bed, while kicking a few crumpled papers aside. Throwing on a jacket, he yawned and opened the door. Ryuching entered, clutching a carton of milk. "I figured you hadn't gotten up. I've got good news." Accepting the milk, Linlan took several gulps, feeling revitalized. "What good news? Are you getting married?" "What? No. I heard that we were included in a mission to track down the enemy's whereabouts." Pfft. Linlan sputtered, nearly spraying Ryuching with milk. "Even in moments of joy, must you be so excessive? I'm not happy for you." Linlan cursed inwardly. "Where did you hear this? Shouldn't such matters be handled by Jonin? We just graduated 2 months ago." Ryuching chuckled as he explained. "It is said that the Hokage met with the higher-ups and initially intended to assign this to the Jonin. However, Hinata suggested that with the Chunin exams approaching, it would be prudent to give the Genin an opportunity for training, thus including us in the mission, in a manner of rejuvenation through experience. Each team is led by several seasoned ninjas." After hearing this, Lin Lan did not feel elated. Regardless of the notion of revitalizing the old, should peril arise, it is ultimately one's own life that is at stake. Nevertheless, she understood that Hinata's intentions were likely for the sake of Meiza. Alas, in her quest to restore her clan, she need not go to such extremes. Furthermore, this is an A-rank mission. Longcheng was quite exhilarated. The inclusion of more significant rated tasks would undoubtedly embellish his personal resume, providing advantages in the future competition for the Hokage position. Lin Lan, however, felt indifferent. As she already had a plan in mind, 2 words, slack off. In preparation for the upcoming mission, Yamato specifically convened a pre-battle mobilization meeting. When Lin Lan and Longcheng arrived at Yamato's residence, Meiza had already been there, assisting Yamato in preparing lunch. Under the warm sunlight, her radiant smile was utterly enchanting. Lin Lan's gaze inadvertently drifted downward. Today, Meiza donned a pair of white knee-high socks paired with a plaid skirt, complemented by a sleeveless tank top that accentuated her flawless figure. He swallowed hard, reflecting on how this young lady could be utterly captivating. The rather oblivious Longcheng seemed unperturbed. Together, they all collaborated, and the delectable dishes soon filled the table. Yamato took out his prized sake, pouring generous amounts for his apprentices. "Congratulations on your first A-rank mission," he proclaimed. "Cheers." They all raised their glasses in unison. Even the typically aloof Meiza revealed a smile. Lin Lan had long recognized that she only displayed such warmth towards him. It was perplexing to him what had caused her displeasure. Setting down his cup, Yamato sighed, regrettably. "I cannot accompany you this time. The leaders for this mission are Sai and Inuzuka Kiba." "Teacher, why are you not joining us?" Longcheng inquired, bewildered. Lin Lan and Meiza exchanged glances. It was evident that this lad, despite his high intelligence, was rather straightforward. Yamato offered an awkward smile and pointed to his head. Perhaps the Hokage has other considerations. But enough of this. You must all do your best. Otherwise, you will bring shame upon Team 7. Do you understand what Team 7 represents? Lin Lan interjected eagerly. I know. Team 7, also known as the Steel 7, is a legendary squad. The Hokage and predecessors Sakura and Sasuke originated from here. They are hailed as the new Sannin, the ones who ended the Ninja World War. Yamato nodded in satisfaction. And do you know who their teacher was? As he brought up the topic, Yamato leaned back, exuding an air of an international superstar. Kakashi-sensei? Longcheng ventured. No. It was Yamato-sensei. Lin Lan hastily interjected to clarify. Yamato retracted his 40-meter-long sword in response. Hinata Meza stifled a laugh beside them. The meal was a delightful affair, filled with joy. During the banquet, Lin Lan even sang a local folk tune, 18. Touch. Meiza's face turned crimson. Seizing the moment of merriment, Yamato declared, Today, I shall exceptionally impart a secret technique to you. He winked mysteriously. This is a forbidden secret of Team 7. He motioned for Longcheng to stand with his back turned. In the somewhat bewildering Dragon City, thoughts were not deeply pondered. Laughter echoed as Day was urged to lighten up. Lin Lan and Meiza, with hazy eyes, awaited the unfolding events. Day cleared his throat, commencing his hand seals. Yu, Zi, Cho, Wu, Wei, the profound essence of body techniques, 1,000 years of killing. Oh dear. In an instant, Dragon City took flight. Meiza, momentarily stunned, then erupted into laughter, while Lin Lan wore a face of exasperation. The Steel 7 team, indeed, was rather a rowdy bunch. As dawn broke, Lin Lan donned a green tactical vest and retrieved his Konoha headband from the drawer. Under the sunlight, it shimmered with silver, reflecting his bright, clear eyes. Instead of placing it on his forehead, he gently secured it around his left arm, adjusting it to the perfect fit. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Lin Lan prepared for departure. Today marked a joint operation to the Death Forest in search of enemy whereabouts. As for which Jonin he would be teamed with, it remained uncertain. Naturally, Lin Lan hoped for a skilled partner, someone capable of ensuring a safe retreat should they encounter foes. Bang! As he opened the door, a figure abruptly rushed in. Nearly colliding with him, Lin Lan immediately recognized the clumsy intruder by her fragrance. Clad in a blue and white gradient skirt and wearing thick-heeled linen sandals. Her nails were adorned with a pearly polish mixed with glitter. Under the sunlight, they sparkled dazzlingly. Truly, she was Konoha's trendsetter. Shushin, visibly irritated, exclaimed, What's the deal? Are you taking advantage of me? Are you kidding? You bumped into me first. Why are you looking for me so early? Is there something on your mind? Oh, Shushin hesitated, noticing Lin Lan was all geared up. Are you participating in a mission too? Lin Lan replied with a hint of annoyance. Did you really not know? The Hokage has made an exception for us genin to join the search mission. Taken aback by her bewildered expression, Lin Lan was momentarily stunned. You truly don't know? Shushin quickly retorted, Of course I didn't know. Didn't we agree to have my nails done today? Had she not mentioned it, Lin Lan might have forgotten their arrangement. However, this was puzzling. They were all genin. How could she be unaware of the mission? Even if she hadn't received the news, her teammates, Uchiha Suki and Narashuka, should have been informed. As he briefly explained the situation, Shushin became increasingly confused. Could it be some underground news? Lin Lan sighed in frustration. Gesturing at his vest, I'm all set for battle. How could this be a false alarm? Before he could elaborate further, Shushin hurriedly departed, her expression notably sour. He knew she would undoubtedly seek clarification from her teammates. Watching her skirt flutter as she left, Lin Lan couldn't help but chuckle wryly, slightly tilting his head to bid her farewell. Shushin, dressed in white today, arrived at the Hokage building's war conference room. The esteemed figures had already gathered. Kakashi Gai, Shino, Orochimaru, renowned Konoha elites were assembled. Gazing from the doorway, Lin Lan was astonished to find that not a single genin was present, nor even a chunin. The meeting commenced solely with Jonin, making his appearance rather conspicuous. Unexpectedly, the crowd seemed indifferent to his presence, continuing their idle chatter. Their conversation revolved around the demise of Konohamaru's team and Akimichi Choji. Lin Lan. Hearing someone call his name, Lin Lan turned to find it was Longcheng. He hurried over and inquired, What's going on? Was this supposed to be a Chunin training mission? He now understood why Shanxia Shuang was unaware. This mission had not been communicated to the lower-ranked ninjas at all. They had only been afforded this opportunity because of Hinata. Through Longcheng, Lin Lan confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, Hinata had intentionally arranged for Naruto to give them this chance, or perhaps more accurately, solely for the sake of Hyuga Meiza. I only found out this morning. Who told you? Longcheng lowered his voice and uttered a name, Hyuga Meiza. It turned out she had known all along, but chose not to disclose it. That girl. Lin Lan noticed she was engrossed in a lively conversation with the former Hokage, Kakashi, not sparing him a glance. Lin Lan felt a twinge of discomfort, after all. They were comrades. Meiza was dressed in her combat attire today, a pouch of ninja tools strapped to her left thigh. Her hair styled in a high ponytail with her forehead protector serving as a headband, giving her a striking appearance. Hokage-sama, came a respectful greeting that interrupted Lin Lan's thoughts. The seventh Hokage, Naruto, accompanied by his wife Hinata, made their entrance. They were all familiar with one another, foregoing pleasantries. Naruto gestured for everyone to take their seats. Lin Lan and his companions settled in the back row, stealing glances at Hyuga Meiza. He observed her sitting upright, chest out, and head held high, resembling a beautiful portrait. She was incredibly stunning. Hey, Longcheng, seated between them, nudged Lin Lan with his elbow, urging him to compose himself, thinking, your gaze is burning me alive. On stage, Naruto spoke at length, delivering a pre-battle mobilization and reminding everyone to remain vigilant. In truth, Lin Lan was speculating. According to the original narrative, they were currently in the aftermath of the Fourth Great Ninja War, prior to the attack of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. The ninja world was in a state of peace. Each ninja village was recuperating, having set aside past grievances under Naruto's influence, fostering close relationships among the nations. Anyone daring to cause trouble would surely be met with collective resistance. Thus, the occurrence of this incident was indeed peculiar. If one sought to uncover the enemy, it would not be overly difficult. The private relations among the Kage were quite amicable and should provide assistance. Longcheng, Hyuga Meiza, Lin Lan. I'll leave these three lower-ranked ninjas to you, Kiba. Lin Lan was taken aback. The one leading them was none other than Inuzuka Kiba. What qualifications did he possess? He was perhaps the only ninja in the entire ninja world who relied on his canine companions. Is this a joke? If danger arises, can he protect himself? I fear he lacks that capability. However, the team leader, Longcheng, was quite eager, swiftly rising to express their gratitude. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for this opportunity. We'll rely on you, Kiba. Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba exchanged approving glances at Longcheng, feeling reassured by the younger generation. Hyuga Meiza had no objections either. Exchanging glances with Hinata, as she understood the weight of family reputation resting on this mission. Only Lin Lan wore a frown of worry. Subsequently, the tactical master Kakashi unfurled the map of the Forest of Death and allocated search areas for everyone. This mission would span 7 days, regardless of any discoveries made. All must return after the 7-day period. Should they encounter an enemy, engagement was strictly prohibited. An immediate signal must be sent. In the event of a life-threatening situation necessitating a counterattack, the utmost priority was to ensure personal safety and retreat. Upon receiving their orders, the group departed one after another. Inuzuka Kiba approached Lin Lan and the others with a mischievous smile. Don't be nervous, rookies. With me and Akimichi around, consider it a leisurely trip. Let us set off. His words seemed carefree, but Lin Lan harbored doubts within. If trouble arose, could he truly handle it? Despite her inner turmoil, Lin Lan maintained a calm exterior as she ventured into the Forest of Death, bearing the weight of foreboding. Their designated area lay to the northwest, with their destination being the watchtower. Kiba took the lead, guiding the white dog Akimichi ahead. Akimichi, go! Hinata and Lin Lan fell into step beside him, while Longcheng brought up the rear. The air in the woods was fresh, and unknown birds sang melodiously, welcoming the visitors in their own way. After walking for a while, Kiba suddenly halted, leaving Lin Lan and the others puzzled. He turned and said, Naruto entrusted the mission to me. Do you know what that means? Lin Lan shook her head in confusion. Longcheng and Hinata also looked bewildered. 200 ryo each. Huh? Question marks appeared above the heads of the three. Kiba, growing impatient, remarked, Don't you understand the rules? For newcomers on their first mission, a protection fee is required. I've even given you a discount out of consideration for Hinata. What the hell? When did such a rule emerge in the ninja world? Did he think I hadn't read the original work? Lin Lan was furious. Longcheng and Hinata shared her indignation. Before they could voice their outrage, Lin Lan stepped forward, unable to contain herself. Kiba, here is my 200 ryo. Please accept it. Lin Lan understood that failing to pay would inevitably incite conflict. When it came to ninjutsu, they were no match for Inuzuka Kiba, Or rather, not a match for Akimichi. Witnessing her companion in peril, Lin Lan could not remain indifferent. Should she resort to using her explosive techniques, the secret would be compromised, jeopardizing her low-profile existence. After weighing her options, Lin Lan gritted her teeth and willingly paid the fee. However, just then, Hinata Meza, ever fearless, blocked Lin Lan's path and coldly declared, "Senior Kiba, your actions are hardly in accordance with the rules. Ever since we entered the village of Konoha, the ninjas have upheld mutual support and love, always adhering to the principle of the old guiding the new. Our forebears did the same. Are you collecting protection fees without the approval of Lord Hokage?" Misa's arguments were compelling, unwavering in her stance. After a moment of silence, Longcheng chimed in. "Meza is right." Kiba let out a derisive chuckle. "I am the captain now. The rules are set by me. Even if Naruto were here, I would still collect. We are known as the Konoha 12. Our bond is exceptional. Do you think he would object? If you wish to navigate the ninja world, you must pay the price. Only when you grow stronger will you be entitled to bargain with me. Now pay up." Akimichi began to growl, sensing his owner's intent. Misa's face flushed with indignation. She had never faced such humiliation, and now no one was there to speak on her behalf. Longcheng, though honest and the captain, hesitated in the face of this significant matter. "Kiba, please don't be angry. I'll cover their share." Lin Lan finally stepped forward to mediate. Fortunately, she had brought some money, originally set aside for emergencies, which now proved useful. Regrettably, Meza refused to accept it. "Don't give it to him." Lin Lan, undeterred, sought to maintain peace. She produced 1,000 ryo and handed it over to Kiba. "Here, please accept this, and use the rest to buy dog food for Akimichi." "Ah, splendid," Kiba said, patting Lin Lan on the shoulder as he pocketed the money, continuing on his way with Akimichi. The white dog looked back and growled, seemingly displeased with them. Lin Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead, only to find the expressions of the two odd. Meza shot her a glare and walked ahead. "Lin Lan, you needn't have paid. It only fosters this kind of behavior. Hey, let us not forget, we are on a mission, not engaging in infighting." Lin Lan replied dismissively. Longcheng sighed deeply, feeling quite awkward. He patted Lin Lan's shoulder and reassured her, "Can you truly defeat him? If this escalates to Lord Hokage, will they believe our words?" Reluctant to discuss further, Lin Lan resumed her journey. After standing in contemplation, Longcheng began to see the validity in Lin Lan's words. He had grander aspirations and could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture. "Lin Lan, wait. I will give you the money." Because of this incident, Misa's disdain for Lin Lan intensified, unable to forget the humiliation of her offering the money. Such a repulsive demeanor. Clearly, there was no intention of returning the money. As the afternoon wore on, Inuzuka Kiba finally chose a spot by the gentle flow of a small river. The group decided to take a respite, enjoying some provisions before continuing their journey. Hinata Meza deliberately positioned himself at a distance, washing his handkerchief by the stream. Wiping off sweat, Lin Lan and Longcheng sat together, observing Kiba munching on a bun. They took out their own rations, engaging in casual conversation. Though they refrained from approaching Meza, well aware of her stubborn temperament and fearing a rebuff, Kiba fed a piece of his bun to Akimichi, declaring, "Tomorrow we need to increase our pace. Be prepared." Lin Lan hurriedly flattered him, "Senior, please take it easy. We cannot keep up with you." This was a clever remark, subtly complimenting Kiba's exceptional physical prowess. Indeed, he appeared quite pleased, lifting his chin slightly to bask in the praise. Longcheng, uninterested in such flattery, approached Meza, seemingly attempting to discuss something with her. "Senior, can't we alter our route or find a place to wait until we return in 7 days? Why must we go to the watchtower?" "You fool." Lin Lan exchanged amused glances with Kiba. "Absolutely not." Kiba adamantly refused. "You think it's that simple? If we skip the check-in, Naruto will undoubtedly notice." There was some truth to that. Naruto was indeed quite cautious, having devised strategies to prevent any ninja from slacking off. Lin Lan felt utterly helpless. After a while, Hinata Meza finally returned with Longcheng. Her expression noticeably softened after whatever he had said. "Girl, I know you hail from the Hyuga clan, and I have a good relationship with Meza. I am merely offering you a lesson," Kiba scoffed. Before Lin Lan could come to Niji's defense, Akimichi, who had been resting on the ground, suddenly sprang up. His white fur bristled, alertly gazing towards the right side thicket. As if sensing something amiss, the group's instincts were immediately triggered by his behavior. Being ninjas, their reactions were swift. Kiba wasted no time. Whoosh! In an instant, he drew a shuriken. Those who had participated in the Shinobi World War were indeed formidable. Level 1 alert. Lin Lan hastily retrieved his ninja tools, but he was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. Lin Lan was not wielding a shuriken, but rather a short knife. What on earth are you doing with a pedicure knife? Kiba scolded in a low, irritated voice. No. Wait. Hold on. Lin Lan, flustered, rummaged through his belongings and was shocked to discover that he had forgotten to bring shurikens or any similar ninja tools. His ninja pouch contained 8 pedicure knives instead. How unfortunate. He had grabbed the wrong pouch. It turned out he had 2 ninja tool pouches, one of which was a portable pedicure kit. And their similar appearance had led to the mix-up. Truly a case of reaping what one sows. Even the aloof Hinata Niji was nearly thrown off by Lin Lan's comical blunder. Shoo. Kiba signaled for silence. He had sensed an enemy lurking in the woods, otherwise Akamaru would not be so anxious. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In a hushed yet furious tone, Akamaru growled, his steps gradually advancing. Longcheng could not help but inquire. Could it be a wild hare? Impossible. Akamaru, as a ninja hound, possessed a remarkable sensitivity to unfamiliar ninja chakra. Moreover, we can communicate. Are you a dog speaker? Longcheng suddenly expressed interest. Silence. Inuzuka Kiba reprimanded without turning back. Lin Lan cast a stern glance at Longcheng, signaling him to refrain from speaking recklessly. Who goes there? Step forward. Inuzuka Kiba demanded, gesturing for several individuals to disperse and gradually approach the front, rather than remain passive. It would be more prudent to take the initiative. Lin Lan intentionally moved closer to Hinata Meza, not out of a desire to protect her, but because she believed Meiza's ninjutsu surpassed Longcheng's. In the face of danger, she could defend herself. I see you. Step out. Inuzuka Kiba continued to shout, yet the forest remained silent. The wind rustled through the trees. Akamaru sniffed vigorously, suddenly barking furiously. It was certain the enemy was near. Whoosh. Several shurikens shot forth in an instant. Damn it. Lin Lan thought little of it, and quickly dropped to the ground, playing dead. Scatter. Inuzuka Kiba commanded decisively, disregarding Lin Lan and the others, who had already taken cover. The shurikens fell around them like soft snowflakes. Lin Lan suddenly noticed that Hinata Meza had activated her Byakugan. Could it be? Indeed, she rose, her face cold, emanating chakra from her chakra points. Reversal. Pivoting on her right foot, her body spun. A surge of blue chakra erupted, instantly deflecting all shurikens and shuriken-like projectiles. Clink, clink, clink they scattered across the ground. Lin Lan silently praised her prowess. Yet the assault was not over. At the moment reversal ceased, seizing the momentum, Meiza leaped forward. One shoe soared into the air. Though this technique was formidable, it was rather wasteful of footwear, particularly when the quality was subpar. Wait. Longcheng urgently called out to stop her. The enemy remained hidden while they were exposed. A reckless attack could lead to disaster. Unfortunately, Meiza excelled in taijutsu and had already plunged into the forest. Inuzuka Kiba glanced at Akamaru, gritted his teeth, and commanded, charge. As a Jainin, he could not allow Meiza to claim all the glory. Lin Lan, we must join. Longcheng gripped his shuriken, trailing behind Inuzuka Kiba. These fools truly were impulsive. Cursing inwardly, Lin Lan had no choice but to advance, brandishing a foot file, her heart racing. At that moment, Meiza's fierce shout echoed, seemingly engaging the enemy. Upon entering the thicket, Lin Lan discovered the adversaries lying incapacitated. Meiza stood on one leg, her expression proud. Longcheng noticed that several individuals lacked identification, leaving him uncertain of their village affiliation. Bang! Inuzuka Kiba stomped on one of the assailants' chests. Who are you? Please spare us. We are Ronin. It turned out that since the conclusion of the Great Ninja War, some villages had been affected. Faced with poverty and hunger, they ultimately turned to a life of crime. Ronin? This is the death forest of Konoha, and you dare commit evil here. Inuzuka Kiba expressed his skepticism. After all, this place was exceptionally perilous. Not to mention them, even the elite ninjas of Konohamaru would not dare to venture here recklessly. The forest was thick with thorns and dense foliage, making it easy to lose one's way. Lin Lan displayed little interest in the identities of the group. Instead, her attention was fixated on the right foot of Mizaru, which was delicately revealed. This perfect little foot was exceedingly charming. The arch was slightly raised, and the tenderly pink sole was tantalizing. Moreover, the instep bore no visible veins. Having seen countless feet, Lin Lan had never encountered such an exquisite pair. Even Hinata seemed somewhat inferior by comparison. Forgive us, We are merely villagers from the land of waves, here to gather pine cones. Hence familiar with the paths, one man spoke the truth. Kiba believed him to some extent and gradually released his grip on the foot, sensing they were not the enemies he sought, for how could they so easily be defeated by Mizuru? Just as the group intended to rise, Kiba barked in anger. Crouch down and cover your heads. Longcheng coughed. Kiba-senpai, since they are not foes, why not let them be? No way, they must die. Lin Lan was equally taken aback by his order. This man was indeed ruthless. They were merely unarmed villagers, yet he wished to take their lives. Please, spare us, we will not dare to return. The group, terrified, knelt on the ground, pleading repeatedly. Hinata Mizuru frowned, finding it excessive, since they recognized their mistakes. It would be better to let them go. With a cold huff, Kiba turned away. This fellow was truly unpredictable. Akimichi barked at the group and then followed suit. Departing as well. Lin Lan exchanged glances with the others. Shall we leave as well? Longcheng suggested. What about them? Lin Lan inquired. Aware they were rogues and might engage in further wrongdoing. Let fate decide. Longcheng's response was simple and direct. They had their own mission and could not capture them to return to Konoha for judgment. Besides, those who continued to do evil would ultimately face retribution, requiring no intervention from them. Mizuru glanced at her feet, somewhat troubled. With several days' journey ahead, walking barefoot was not feasible. Lin Lan stifled a laugh, though her expression remained composed. Why not wear my shoes, Mizuru? Humph. Mizuru ignored Lin Lan, placing her right foot on the ground. Despite her firm demeanor, a flicker of displeasure passed over her. Longcheng pondered momentarily and gently suggested, Mizuru, perhaps choose a pair of shoes from them. Being barefoot could hinder our progress. After a moment's contemplation, Mizuru begrudgingly replied, Give me your shoes. Under Lin Lan's envious gaze, Longcheng removed his shoes for Mizuru, while he took one from the foot of another rogue. Mizuru, now donning Longcheng's shoes, appeared somewhat comical. Lin Lan felt a twinge of regret. Had it been his own shoes, he would have never washed them, and perhaps would have even embraced her in slumber. The group continued their journey. After the commotion, their relationships remained somewhat distant. Kiba-senpai, could you perhaps slow down? Mizuru's shoes do not fit well. That is out of the question. We must reach the tiger's lair today. Lin Lan's suggestion was swiftly dismissed. Initially, he paid it little heed, yet it provoked Meiza's ire. The audacious girl, completely ungrateful, left him with a parting remark. Mind your own business. Damn it. If it weren't for your pretty feet, I wouldn't even bother with you. After a series of setbacks, Lin Lan's mood soured considerably. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at a hilltop where a wooden communication station stood. Each month, someone would come to record the inspection logs. Creak. He pushed open the wooden door, revealing a dimly lit interior. The furnishings, however, were neatly arranged. Inuzuka Kiba noted, there are still 5 days until the inspection. With no one here now, we shall spend the night. Lin Lan, utterly fatigued, promptly sank into a chair. After their long journey, his legs felt unresponsive. Longcheng and Meiza were not faring much better. It was their first mission, and their stamina had not been properly allocated. Hey, who gave you permission to rest? Hurry and gather some firewood to warm ourselves. This guy. He seems to think he is the Hokage. Even Naruto would not be this demanding. Meiza's expression soured. Lin Lan suspected her shoes were uncomfortable. Delicate feet could hardly endure such hardship. She might already have blisters. Were it anyone else, they would have cried out long ago. But she was no wilting flower. You all rest. I shall go, declared the team leader Longcheng, shouldering the responsibility. Lin Lan truly wished to remain idle. More importantly, visibility was low. Encountering enemies now would be disastrous. Inuzuka Kiba did not object to acting alone. Meiza, seated across from Lin Lan, fixed him with a fiery glare. Understanding her intent, Lin Lan chose to ignore her, leaning against the wall to rest. Look. Regardless, I'm not going. What if something unexpected occurs? Wouldn't she be left a widow? Unfortunately, Lin Lan found his resolve waning. They were teammates, part of the legendary 7th Squad. Sigh. Meiza, fuming, stormed out. No need for words. It was clear she intended to assist Longcheng. Casting a glance at Inuzuka Kiba, who was resting on the wooden bed, Lin Lan had no choice but to follow her. Wait for me, he called out, catching up to Meiza. Don't rush off so fast. Why not search for someone nearby? He refrained from mentioning Longcheng, urging her to ignore him. Hyuga Meiza shoved him away. Get lost. Wait. Lin Lan hastily called after her. The sun was setting, and darkness was imminent. Recklessly entering the woods could spell danger. My affairs are none of your concern. Hissing. Meiza rebuked Lin Lan, but just as she was about to leave, her expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a sudden pain. Lin Lan quickly inquired, "Is your foot all right?" Typically strong-willed, Meiza gave no indication of distress. She turned and walked away without hesitation. "Don't go. Longcheng can take care of himself. Are you a ninja? Are you a member of the 7th Squad? I truly feel ashamed to be associated with you." Lin Lan stood frozen in place, unable to respond to her two questions, as if pierced by a double-edged sword. In pursuit of safety, he chose to remain behind. What is wrong with that? One must prioritize oneself, lest the heavens and earth conspire against them. While still affirming his own choices, Meiza had already ventured into the forest without a backward glance. That troublesome girl. Within the dense woods, darkness enveloped everything. Sunlight filtered down, causing a sharp drop in temperature. This is one of the reasons the Forest of Death is notorious. The uncertain journey and unpredictable weather cast a shadow over the path ahead. A clear morning could swiftly turn into an afternoon deluge. Lin Lan and Meiza searched high and low, yet Dragon City was nowhere to be found. "Dragon City, where are you?" Lin Lan called out in frustration. The prolonged silence led to the grim conclusion that Dragon City must be in peril. "Dragon City," he shouted again, but still received no reply. Meiza wished to hasten her pace, yet her feet would not comply. Each step was an arduous task. Aware of her burden, Meiza leaned against a tree. Raising her right foot, "You go ahead, I'll search around here." Despite knowing the dangers lurking in this place, with venomous insects and fierce beasts concealed in the shadows, Lin Lan could not leave the exquisite Meiza to fend for herself. "No, we must stay together." "Stop it, my foot hurts. It will delay us. You should hurry on." Inheriting the noble bloodline of the Hinata clan, Meiza understood the essence of a ninja. For the sake of their mission, one must grasp the art of sacrifice. One cannot allow the plight of an individual to result in failure. This is the awakening that a ninja must embrace. Unfortunately, in Lin Lan's presence, such wisdom seemed utterly worthless. "Enough of this, let me see," Lin Lan said, already squatting down before Meiza could react. He grasped her ankle with his right hand, gently lifting it to examine her foot. As soon as his fingers brushed against her skin, Meiza felt a jolt of electricity course through her, instinctively raising her foot in compliance, completely disregarding the fact that the person before her was intensely irritating. "What are you doing?" Realizing what was happening, she quickly tried to withdraw, but Lin Lan held on firmly. "Don't move. Trust me, I am a foot specialist." This was not mere bravado. Lin Lan's expertise in foot care was renowned throughout the ninja world. His skills were unrivaled, capable of resolving even the most intricate issues with ease. Utilizing the faint light, Lin Lan scrutinized Meiza's foot. To his dismay, it was still a tender pink, but now tinged with a metallic scent of blood. Several blisters had burst, using a mixture of red and yellow pus. The scene was grim. Yet Lin Lan remained unfazed. He continued to inspect the toe area. He noticed a hard callus beneath her little toe. This led him to hastily feel the outer side of her heel. Indeed, the skin was rough, though not yet hardened. It would soon reach that state, likely due to the rigorous training in ninjutsu. No wonder her shoes were in such disarray. The techniques Meiza employed were far more demanding than those of her Hinata peers, wielding greater power. "Hey, are you done looking yet?" Meiza snapped, her tone a mixture of irritation and a hint of playful sulkiness. Lin Lan coughed awkwardly. "Rest assured, it's a minor issue. Sit tight. I'll give it a quick treatment to ensure you can endure until we return." To avoid delaying their progress, Meiza, for the first time, chose to heed Lin Lan's instructions. Sitting obediently upon the tree trunk, she elegantly crossed her legs, with the right leg elevated. Lin Lan knelt opposite her, producing a slender knife. This blade was short and thin-edged. Following this, he retrieved some alcohol wipes, meticulously cleaning and disinfecting. Observing his scrupulous attention to detail, Meiza felt a surge of confidence. Finally, she lifted her foot. Obediently, Meiza raised her toes, revealing the long-desired sight before Lin Lan. Fortunately, it was dusk, and visibility was poor. Otherwise, Lin Lan would have felt quite awkward. He made an effort to conceal the small tent, adjusting his squatting position uncomfortably. Meiza thought he must be weary. With trembling hands, he grasped her heel, holding the knife in his left hand, gently piercing the blister. Instantly, a trickle of blood flowed forth. Lin Lan looked at Meiza with concern, while she appeared relatively calm. Feeling an initial sting, Meiza found that once Lin Lan's blade entered and the blood was released, an indescribable sense of relief washed over her. No wonder everyone praised his skill. Even Hinata was a frequent visitor. This young man was indeed captivating. Alas, how could I indulge in such thoughts? He is so timid and lecherous, always stealing glances at me with those wolfish eyes. If he possessed remarkable ninjutsu, perhaps I could overlook it, but alas, he is devoid of such talent. While Meiza continued to ponder, waves of intense pleasure surged through her. Lin Lan was now using a scraping tool to address the dead skin on the outer side of her heel. The blade danced up and down with great speed, and the dead skin fell away in response. Ah, how impressive he is. Meiza knew well that during her regular foot baths, that dead skin was quite bothersome, yet it remained stubbornly intact. Sometimes, after using a pumice stone, it would reappear within days. Lin Lan's ability to deliver such precise relief was truly remarkable. Watching him work with such diligence, she found him inexplicably charming. What am I thinking? Meiza hastily shook her head. Are you uncomfortable? Lin Lan, sensing her unusual expression, shook his head in confusion. No, not at all. Wait, by answering this way, am I not affirming him? Meiza quickly regained her composure. How much longer? Soon. He resolved the blister and dead skin, also addressing the hardened callus nestled within her little toe. Finally, he retrieved some medicinal powder, gently applying it to Meiza's delicate foot, wrapping it with gauze and tying it with a bow. All done. Foot care, jade foot, system activated, objective completed, accounting as follows. Reward, 100 yen. Is that all? Lin Lan felt profoundly disappointed. He had expected to receive a skill. It seemed the rewards were unrelated to appearance. Truly, the system was quite juvenile. Lin Lan, supporting his already numb legs, stood up. The wind brushed against his pants, bringing a chill. Meiza also stood, attempting to test her foot, pleasantly surprised to find that indeed the pain was gone. Thank you. Shall we go? Her gratitude was lacking in sincerity, but Lin Lan chose not to take offense, returning her a smile. In his heart, he had already calculated, girl, this time you have fallen into my grasp. Without experience, one certainly cannot comprehend the joy of foot care. After this encounter, should you refrain from seeking me out, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. The reason is quite simple. Lin Lan has skillfully treated her skin, rendering it exceptionally delicate, which naturally brings her great comfort. Alas, this state of bliss is but temporary. As a ninja, she practices physical techniques daily, and calluses will inevitably form. The pain she will endure then shall be far more intense than before. How can such tender skin withstand it? Lin Lan is well aware of this and wears a joyful expression. Let us proceed swiftly. Meiza's demeanor has evidently softened. Excellent. Lin Lan happily follows her side, feeling a warm glow within. Even if the path ahead is fraught with peril, she would gladly accompany Meiza upon a mere utterance. Help! A sudden cry for aid echoes from ahead, unmistakably from Long City. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed through the woods, startling the two. Without a moment's hesitation, Meiza dashed forward. Wait for me. Lin Lan, unable to keep pace with Meiza's full-speed advance, urged him on. Hurry. In his eagerness, Meiza grasped Lin Lan's hand, propelling him forward. Perhaps unbeknownst to himself, Lin Lan remained silent, his awareness seemingly drifting into a daze. His body felt weightless, as if he were floating among the clouds. Everything around him felt so surreal. The most beautiful woman in Konoha was actually holding his hand. Soon, the two encountered Longcheng, who was tightly gripping a shuriken, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Yet, they could not discern where the enemy lay. Releasing Lin Lan, Meiza swiftly leaped closer. Upon seeing his companions, Longcheng relaxed slightly, only to become tense again as he said, "There's an enemy presence. Very strong. What is the situation?" Lin Lan joined the two. I was just about to head back when suddenly, someone launched an attack on me. It was a hidden weapon. Longcheng pointed towards a tree trunk on the left, where a dart was embedded. However, it did not resemble a weapon typically used by ninjas. This object gleamed with a silvery sheen, its shape reminiscent of a plum blossom, akin to the hidden weapons of traditional martial arts. Impossible. This is the ninja realm. Lin Lan immediately dismissed such thoughts. Moreover, he has been lurking in the shadows. I couldn't locate him, yet I could hear a low growl. A growl? Meiza furrowed his brows. Like that of a beast, Longcheng added. This statement seemed both useful and futile. A ninja resembling a beast was truly beyond Lin Lan's comprehension. Even having read the original work, he could not fathom the identity. Not to mention Meiza and Longcheng. More terrifying was the fact that the enemy could employ an invisibility technique, making the weapons appear while their figure remained unseen. Ah, yes. Two curved blades. Longcheng finally pinpointed the crux of the matter. Lin Lan complained. Can you please focus on the main point instead of rambling? Nonsense, I was just scared. All right, enough bickering. Meiza interrupted their verbal sparring. Triangle formation. The three instantly positioned themselves back to back, concealing their most vulnerable points. Listen well. What we can ascertain is that the enemy possesses invisibility capabilities and can utilize darts as hidden weapons, confirming they are ninjas. In my understanding, mist ninjas excel in stealth techniques, such as Momochi Zabuza. Meiza calmly analyzed. The two could not help but give him a thumbs up. To think of so much within a limited time frame, especially under such tense circumstances. However, Longcheng pointed out that the invisibility technique of the mist ninja also had prerequisites. It invariably required the use of the mist concealment technique, which would necessitate the presence of dense fog. On this point, Meiza could not provide an answer. Lin Lan, however, suggested, Damn, regardless of who it is, we should retreat. The ninja realm is perilous. Retreating is the path to survival. As the captain, Longcheng had to consider the lives of his team members. After contemplating, he issued the command to retreat. Meiza showed slight reluctance. It is possible that he is the perpetrator behind the murders of Senior Konohamaru and Senior Choji. To abandon this thought feels rather misguided. If it is indeed him, we would stand no chance. Before he can launch another assault, we must retreat swiftly. Ryujo is in a state of urgency. Without hesitation, he grabs the arms of both individuals and begins to withdraw slowly. Despite her reluctance, Meiza does not voice any opposition. We must inform Inuzuka Kiba before making any decisions. The group hurriedly retreats, racing back to the communication station. However, upon their return, they discover the wooden door shattered and shards of glass scattered across the floor. Kiba-senpai, Ryujo calls out anxiously. Before he can rush in, Lin Lan immediately restrains him. Silence. Let us assess the situation. The three of them hide in the forest, observing for a considerable time, yet they detect no signs of the enemy. The scene is eerily silent. Perhaps the assailants have already departed. After exchanging glances, they finally begin to approach with caution. The closer they draw to the cabin, the more tense their emotions become, as if a ferocious beast lurks within. Lin Lan gestures toward the window, and the trio gradually closes the distance. With a gentle sweep of his foot, he clears the glass shards aside. Lin Lan and Ryujo peer inside first. Huh? Ugh. Ryujo instinctively bends over to vomit. Lin Lan, though startled by the sight, manages to maintain his composure. Exhibiting greater fortitude than Ryujo, he quickly shields Meiza from the view. Prepare yourself. Observing the expressions of the two, Meiza realizes that the scene within surpasses all imagination. Nodding cautiously, Lin Lan steps aside to allow her a view. Even with preparation, Meiza cannot suppress her nausea. The interior is a scene of utter chaos. The body of Inuzuka Kiba lies intertwined with that of Akimichi, both headless. Various unspeakable substances are mingled together, gritting their teeth against the revulsion. The three enter to search the area. The modus operandi mirrors that of the earlier murders of Senior Konohamaru and the others, heads severed cleanly. This fiend even spared no canine. Although Meiza is somewhat steadied, her body continues to tremble uncontrollably. Lin Lan, unwilling to see her endure this, urges, You should wait outside for us. Yet, Meiza refuses to comply. The remains of Akimichi are gruesomely dismembered, its spine extracted along with its head. As for Inuzuka Kiba, he bears minimal wounds, yet the fatal injury is a pair of deep crimson punctures in his chest. Given the color and flow of the blood, it seems he has only recently perished. The enemy launched a sudden attack, taking his life in an instant. As for Akimichi, the fatal injury is located in the lower abdomen, 2 lacerations. Ryujo suddenly falls silent. 2 lacerations, 2 curved blades. Indeed, the attack on me must have been executed by the same individual. This realization astonishes the trio. Lin Lan, perplexed, interjects, Isn't that rather implausible? After attacking you, how could he have arrived here in such a short span to eliminate Kiba? It seems impossible. Are you truly more formidable than Kiba? This argument holds merit. If he could slay Inuzuka Kiba, eliminating Ryujo would be a trivial task. Why then did he forsake him to turn his attention to Kiba? Furthermore, they would have encountered Lin Lan and Meiza along the way. Why spare them as well? The undeniable principle in battle is to strike down the enemy one by one. Could it be that the adversary is not a solitary figure? The three of them simultaneously grasped this realization, drawing in a sharp breath. This place is not suitable for prolonged stay. We must retreat. Lin Lan sensed that their opponent was formidable. Longcheng and Meiza came to the same conclusion. The trio reached an unprecedented consensus, preparing to return to Konoha to inform Naruto to collect the fallen. Just as they stepped out the door, Meiza abruptly halted. What is happening? Lin Lan and Longcheng exchanged puzzled glances, only to see Meiza raise her right hand, revealing 3 crimson orbs in her palm. Following her movements, they wondered, what is this? Before Longcheng could voice his curiosity, Lin Lan swiftly embraced the two, tumbling to the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens flew out from the shadows. Quick, dodge, Lin Lan shouted. The 3 continued to roll. Where they had just been lying, more weapons fell, identical to those that had been aimed at Longcheng. It's him. Steel 7 Squad, counterattack. The trio sprang to their feet simultaneously. Longcheng quickly found a place to take cover, while Meiza leapt to the left, positioning herself behind Lin Lan. At this moment, Lin Lan was at the forefront, initiating the attack. This was the strategy devised by Yamato, tailored to their individual strengths. Today, its efficacy would finally be displayed. Invisibility, curved blades, infrared targeting. These elements felt eerily familiar to Lin Lan. Yet, there was no time to ponder the enemy's true identity. Can you discern my steps? Lin Lan advanced in an S shape using taijutsu. Indeed, the enemy's infrared targeting had locked onto him, but could not ascertain his exact location. Water release, water dragon bullet. Meiza, a Hyuga skilled in water techniques, launched her assault. Boom. A pool of clear water erupted from the ground not far in front of her. Utilizing chakra, it transformed into a roaring water dragon, unleashing several water projectiles. Bang, bang, bang. They surged towards the distant forest. Lin Lan noticed the red dot vanish. Realizing the enemy had been struck, he had no time to worry about himself. Byakugan, activate. Meiza concentrated her chakra, and her bloodline limit manifested instantly. Her gaze pierced through the darkness and trees, seeking the deepest recesses. Huh? No sign of the enemy. Despite employing Byakugan, she could not locate her foe. Shin. You. See. Jean. Meiza continued to weave hand seals. Water release. Great waterfall. Crash. The pool of water suddenly widened, surging forward in an overwhelming torrent. Anyone witnessing this would marvel at Meiza's incredible chakra reserves. A mere genin could wield such expansive ninjutsu. Lin Lan and Longcheng were equally astonished. When did this girl acquire such prowess? The sound of rushing water was incessant. Crack. The faint sound of breaking branches echoed. Lin Lan, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by Meiza's Byakugan. Come out. With a flick of her hand, several shuriken shot towards the target. Bang. The enemy was quick. And although they did not see a figure, they confirmed he had landed on the ground. Now that his position was detected, it was Longcheng's turn to shine. Would release. Twin vines entanglement. Whoosh. The ground shattered as 2 tendrils emerged, racing towards their target with remarkable speed. This ninjutsu was executed with astonishing swiftness, adorned with numerous delicate vines. Humph. No matter where you hide, I shall locate you, for the vines can sense the descent of chakra. Longcheng brimmed with confidence. Lin Lan, concealed nearby, attentively observed the unfolding battle. Their coordinated assault had been meticulously planned, teach her to believe that Lin Lan lacked proficiency in ninjutsu and could only manage basic taijutsu. Thus, the strategy was for Lin Lan to initiate the attack, bewildering the enemy, followed by Meiza's advance. Longcheng, wielding would release, was tasked with orchestrating the entire operation, preventing enemy escape while safeguarding his comrades and shielding their offensive maneuvers. This tactical approach had been rehearsed extensively by the trio, and today, they executed it with effortless finesse. However, the situation was unexpectedly different. Longcheng was deeply perplexed. His aim was usually precise. Why had he failed to detect the enemy's descent? He could not possibly be devoid of chakra. Longcheng surmised that even if the foe managed to evade, they could not stray far from the attack range. Yet now, the twin vines remained unresponsive. Quickly evade, Lin Lan shouted urgently, spotting 3 beams of light aimed squarely at Longcheng's brow. Whoosh. Instinctively, Longcheng crouched down, narrowly avoiding several short arrows that embedded themselves into the wooden wall behind him. He cast a wary glance back, shaken by the near miss. Bang. Before he could regain his composure, the enemy pivoted and attacked Meiza. Caught off guard, Meiza was instantly propelled away. Meiza! Lin Lan cried out. Roar. The adversary emitted a thunderous roar, echoing like a beast unleashed. Yet, their true visage remained obscured. Supporting her injured waist, Meiza rose, grateful that the enemy had not employed their weaponry. Otherwise, she would have surely perished. Meiza, are you alright? Linlan disregarded the peril and rushed to her side. Even in the face of danger, he could not stand by while his companion was assaulted. I'm fine. Hinata Meiza's expression reflected discomfort. Acutely aware of her fractured ribs, breathing was a painful endeavor. Longcheng cautiously approached as well, the two men forming a protective barrier around Meiza. They remained unaware of the enemy's location. To encounter such peril on their inaugural mission was indeed a stroke of good fortune. You all should leave. I can't move any longer, Meiza stated calmly. Linlan vehemently objected. Don't say such things. We are comrades. Longcheng echoed her sentiment. We leave together. The typically timid Linlan now showed no signs of hesitation. A rare smile graced Meiza's lips. Yet, before the smile could fully form, calamity struck. Bang! As if seized by the collar, Longcheng's legs lifted off the ground. Linlan and Meiza hastily retreated, distancing themselves from him. Longcheng, release him, they shouted in unison. Longcheng also began to execute a self-rescue maneuver, rummaging through his pack. He retrieved a modest flashlight. Alas, what a blunder. While Linlan lamented, Longcheng already pushed the flashlight backward. Bang! A large net erupted forth. What initially appeared to be a flashlight was, in fact, a concealed weapon capable of emitting a hunting net. Such an ingenious concept. The sudden assault caught the enemy off guard, resulting in a perfect strike that allowed Longcheng to escape. With a splashing sound, he scrambled away. Linlan and Meiza hurried to assist him. Suddenly, a chilling metallic sound echoed. Through the mesh of the net, two curved blades emerged. With a crack, the hunting net proved futile against the onslaught and was swiftly torn apart. The enemy gradually rose, revealing their true identity. Starting from their feet, they began to unveil their form. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, before the full figure was disclosed, the impatient Longcheng hurled several smoke bombs. A purple haze enveloped the area. What are you waiting for? Run! Longcheng urged as he and his companions fled at high speed. Yet Lin Lan remained still, having recognized the foe. If his instincts were correct, it could only be the Yautja. These beings, born of cinematic lore, had inexplicably materialized within the ninja realm. Upon reflection, it was not so surprising. If he could traverse dimensions, the emergence of the Yautja was quite plausible. Linlan, hurry. Longcheng, supporting Meiza, pressed him to flee. Don't bother running. It's futile. What do you mean by that? Linlan mused, sensing a grim possibility of mutual destruction. With a wry smile, he remarked, We cannot escape. The sound of footsteps drew nearer as the enemy penetrated the smoke. A towering figure, standing at least 2 meters tall, clad in silver and black armor, advanced. The most striking feature was the iconic dreadlocks atop its head. Whether they were in tinny or hair remained uncertain. Its pale yellow mask exuded a weighty seriousness. A tracking device at its ear emitted 3 beams of light, locking onto the trio. The interstellar hunter, a warrior race, Yautja, had finally arrived. That was. Longcheng pointed to the creature's waist. The 3 focused their gaze, recognizing the severed heads of Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akimichi. The Yautja raised its arms, brandishing 2 curved blades, poised for battle. Good heavens, was it a ninja? Even the typically composed Meiza seemed rattled. Could it truly be a ninja? Linlan signaled for his companions to retreat, inwardly lamenting the arrival of this menacing presence. The ninja realm was indeed bustling. Who had provoked such a perilous adversary? This was truly infuriating. Brother, we are good people. We're weak. Killing us would serve no purpose, lacking any sense of honor. Linlan, having seen the films, understood the Yautja's strong code of honor. They would never slay the weak, deeming it dishonorable. Brother, how about a foot massage? Surely this isn't necessary. Meiza and Longcheng were perplexed by Lin Lan's submissive stance. They were ninjas from Konoha. They would rather perish than yield. Slowly, Lin Lan began to unfasten his tactical pack and discarded it on the ground. He raised both hands and softly urged, Quickly, follow my lead. No, we are ninjas. Oh no, that stubborn girl was at it again. As expected, Meiza refused to comply. He is the enemy, the one responsible for the death of our mentor. How could we possibly surrender? Roar. This act has provoked the Iron Blood Hunter, who lets out a fearsome growl. Hurry, throw down your weapons. Longcheng quickly discards his gear, urging Meiza to prioritize their survival and inform Lord Hokage of the situation. Reluctantly, Meiza concedes to this course of action. The 3 of them cast their weapons to the ground and raise their hands in surrender. Linlan gazes at the Iron Blood Hunter and pleads, Brother, we have surrendered. Please spare us. There is no response. The opponent silently fixes his gaze on Linlan, seemingly intrigued. Damn, while I may be handsome, There's no need to look at me like that. Could it be that my charm has incited danger? Brother, we bear no ill will towards you. Considering our inferior abilities, why must you treat us as equals? Linlan continues to chatter away. The Iron Blood warrior, utilizing his helmet, has already scanned the group. Fully aware of their meager capabilities, realizing they pose no threat. Can he not comprehend our words? Meiza cautiously communicates with Longcheng. Perhaps he might be mute. Judging by his voice, he seems to belong to a beastly kind. Linlan whispers urgently, "Be quiet." He is. He hesitates, almost uttering an extraterrestrial. But can the two of them truly believe him? Moreover, how could he explain how he knows this? He risks exposing his own identity. What if he were to be captured by the scientific madman Orochimaru from the ninja realm for experimentation? That would spell disaster. Even Longcheng's father is a scientist driven by obsession. You are such a damn mute. The Iron Blood warrior actually spoke. In films, he never uttered a word. Now, he possesses the ability to communicate. Perhaps they always had the capability but chose not to reveal it. Yet, upon speaking, he resorts to insults. One wonders who taught him such language. Oh dear, brother, you can talk. That's wonderful. We, your humble little brothers, meant no offense. We apologize. Seizing the opportunity, Linlan showers him with flattery. The Iron Blood warrior raises his chin, displaying an air of disdain. He has little patience for such sycophantic behavior. You shall perish. Who would have imagined that Meiza would snatch up a shuriken from the ground and charge forward in an instant? She brushes past Linlan, allowing him to catch a whiff of her unique fragrance. No. Stop. Time seems to slow. Meiza rushes into the wind. Crack. The leaves fall. The wind ceases. The Iron Blood warrior catches Meiza's shuriken with his hand. Humph. Meiza is taken aback by his astonishing reflexes, leaving her no opportunity to attack. Snap. Another crisp sound is heard as the shuriken breaks. Without hesitation, Meiza swiftly retreats, forming hand signs. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Whoosh. Without a moment's pause, the Iron Blood warrior vanishes from sight. Bang, bang, bang. The water bullets strike in rapid succession, yet all miss their target. Frustrated by the loss of the enemy, Meiza feels a surge of anxiety. Linlan cannot help but lament. This girl truly brings trouble upon herself. Wood release. Multiple wall. Longcheng also employs wood release, conjuring a defensive jutsu. The art of wood release can be harnessed to create formidable defensive formations, rendering adversaries incapable of breaching them. However, before the wood release could rise majestically from the earth, the fearsome predator prepared to assault its target, Meiza. Realizing the imminent danger, he waved his hands, commanding the wooden barrier to envelop the predator in a semicircular prison. A thunderous crash echoed as the predator effortlessly broke free, leaping forth with an exhilarating roar, aiming directly at him. Just as it drew near, Meiza unleashed the water dragon jutsu once more. Perhaps apprehensive of being struck, the seemingly assured predator vanished once again. Cloaked in invisibility, due to insufficient chakra to maintain the water dragon's control for an extended period, Meiza's stance wavered, and eventually, the jutsu dissipated into the air. I possess weapons, Meiza thought, recalling the numerous advanced armaments Dragon City had prepared for this mission. Suddenly, he remembered the tactical pouch he had carelessly discarded on the ground. Before he could retrieve it, a resounding crash propelled him backward, blood trickling from his forehead. Dragon City. Both Lin Lan and Meiza cried out in unison, their hearts heavy with concern. With Dragon City's fate uncertain, there was no response. Blaming Meiza's impulsiveness now seemed futile against such a formidable opponent. Lin Lan and Meiza retreated a few steps, both acutely aware of the predator's overwhelming power. A low growl resonated from the predator, its focus clearly fixated on Meiza. As Lin Lan had yet to make a move, failing to attract the beast's attention. Meiza, I will hold him off. Lin Lan swallowed hard. Anxiety etched on her face as she stared at the predator. Hurry. We cannot abandon one another. We are comrades, the 7th squad of heroes. Meiza's voice quivered with emotion. Yet her feet remained steadfast, refusing to retreat. What a courageous girl. Lin Lan understood that only one technique could guarantee success now, the cannon release. Unfettered by chakra constraints or physical limitations, it was a skill unique to him, one he could not afford to reveal before Meiza, lest his secret be exposed and his life forfeit. In the future, all critical missions would rest upon his shoulders alone. Listen to me, I can hold him back. Meiza, of course, interpreted Lin Lan's words as mere consolation. Before she could respond, the predator lunged forward with astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning. Bam! Meiza was instantly hurled aside as the predator took its place beside Lin Lan. In a flurry, Lin Lan turned to see Meiza collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Ignoring Lin Lan, the predator advanced towards Meiza. "Stop right there," Lin Lan commanded, her anger surging forth. The predator turned, its dreadlocks dancing in the wind, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Touch my woman," Lin Lan roared, engulfed in fury. He had long harbored feelings for Meiza, and he would not allow her to be harmed. Despite her disdain for him, it was not for an outsider to inflict injury upon her. "Meiza, only I can teach her a lesson." With a calm expression, Lin Lan declared, "Cannon release." Heart-shattering shell. The predator, taken aback, could hardly fathom that such an unassuming individual would dare to resist. Initially, it was of no concern. Yet to my astonishment, two luminous halos unexpectedly appeared on either side of his shoulders. "This cannot be." Whoosh. Two 36mm grenades were instantaneously launched. The Iron Blood warrior hastily leaped aside, his hand brandishing a long spear. The Spear of Hades. This retractable iron spear was his unique armament. Facing the assault once more, the Iron Blood warrior did not evade. Instead, he assumed a stance, awaiting the impending projectiles. Could it be? Lin Lan was taken aback. No matter how formidable, one cannot possibly withstand grenades. Bang, bang, bang. Remarkably, he wielded the long spear, deflecting the grenades to either side as if playing baseball. The cacophony of explosions reverberated. The resultant shockwave nearly overpowered Lin Lan. Through the dust, he discerned electrical sparks dancing upon the surface of the Spear of Hades. The Iron Blood warrior shifted his stance, lightly tossing the spear before catching it single-handedly, preparing for a throw. "Ninja, perish!" Whoosh. The Spear of Hades sliced through the smoke, aimed directly at Lin Lan's heart. Boom. Smoke without injury. Lin Lan coughed twice, relieved by his quick reflexes. Otherwise, his heart would have been pierced. The Spear of Hades launched itself into the ground, creating a fissure. "You have forced my hand," recalling the new skill acquired after tending to Hinata's feet, which he had yet to employ, today would finally showcase its prowess. "I shall use you as my target." Art of Cannon. Simultaneous grenade strike. This was Lin Lan's first attempt at this technique, uncertain of its potency. He noticed 6 golden halos manifesting behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Grenades were consecutively launched. Thus, it was an area of effect attack. The Iron Blood warrior stood frozen, astonished that the most unassuming individual could exhibit such ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession. Lin Lan observed him attempting to evade, seemingly seeking escape. With a cold chuckle, he thought, seeking to flee? Alongside the acquisition of cannon art, he also possessed a passive skill, Void Target Lock. Like homing projectiles, the grenades pursued the Iron Blood warrior relentlessly. No matter his prowess, even with invisibility, he could not obstruct them. The ultimate outcome was inevitable. He would be blown away. Boom. Crack. The armor shattered instantly, the mask flying off. The Iron Blood warrior lay distant, seizing the opportunity. Lin Lan understood the adage well, strike while the iron is hot. He picked up a shuriken and rushed forward, yet dared not approach too closely. This foe was resilient, exceedingly difficult to vanquish. His gaze fell upon the ground, scattered with green blood. A deep cavity had been blasted into his chest. He should not survive this. Summoning his courage, Lin Lan cautiously stepped closer. Like a scene from a film, the grotesque visage emerged. For tusks quivered, seemingly scornful of death. Damn. Is he still alive? Reluctant to deliver the final blow, Lin Lan hesitated. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he could not bring himself to strike. "I do not know your purpose here, but I must inform you. This is Earth. Those who offend Earth shall face retribution, regardless of distance." Click. Having just completed an impressive display, Lin Lan was startled by his own actions and hastily recoiled. To his astonishment, the formidable warrior was still able to lift his right arm. Could it be that every iron-blooded warrior is equipped with a miniature computer in their right arm? Not only does it offer an array of advanced technology, but more crucially, it initiates a self-destruction protocol upon mission failure, leading to a mutual demise with the enemy, akin to Daidar's explosive techniques. These beings are relentless, even unto death. In a swift motion, Lin Lan released a shuriken, which found its mark, piercing the warrior's throat with deadly precision. Lacking armor protection, it was akin to stabbing through soft tofu, remarkably effortless. With a thud, the arm fell limp. Lin Lan let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a treacherous fate. Suddenly, a beam of light cascaded from the sky. Lin Lan looked up to see that the illumination emanated from an interstellar battleship. A blue radiance enveloped the lifeless iron-blooded warrior, who then began to ascend. In a burst of acceleration, the debris, including the Pluto spear and scattered armor fragments, was summoned back to the ship. Lin Lan realized that the battleship was undoubtedly manned. The iron-blooded warriors would not leave behind corpses to prevent the leakage of weapon secrets. With a whoosh, the hatch at the bottom of the ship closed, and it suddenly entered stealth mode, vanishing without a trace. The battle had concluded. Lin Lan remained motionless for a prolonged period. The abruptness of the end left him in a daze. Turning to observe the various craters left by artillery, they seemed to narrate the ferocity of the recent combat, serving as a stark reminder that it was no mere illusion. Recalling his two companions, Lin Lan rushed over to check on them. Fortunately, Longcheng was not dead, merely unconscious. The same was true for Hinata Meza. As he contemplated waking her, an impish thought crossed his mind. It was rare to be so close to her in everyday life. At that moment, Meiza lay quietly on the ground, her hair and face dusted with dirt, yet failing to obscure her exquisite beauty. After a moment's reflection, Lin Lan reached out to gently brush the dirt away. Meiza, do you realize how beautiful you are? Lin Lan felt a parching thirst and his heart raced, electricity coursing through his body, inducing a delightful shiver. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Slowly extending his hand, he yearned to feel her presence. Just as he was about to draw near, he slapped himself sharply. What are you doing? She's the one you cherish above all. You must show her respect. An ancient saying goes, within every wolf companion's heart lies a cherished moonlight. One must not act recklessly, though a kiss is permissible. Lin Lan was not a novice in matters of affection, firmly believing that Meiza was certainly a maiden of integrity. Such a proud girl would not easily yield her heart. He leaned down, captivated by her long eyelashes, her straight nose, and her delicate lips. Unable to resist the urge, he bestowed upon her a fleeting kiss, just a gentle touch, sealing his claim upon her. If Meiza were to discover the truth, she might even feel despair. Initially intending to awaken Longcheng and Meiza to report back to Naruto, Lin Lan realized that the pressing concern was how to conceal his identity. His abilities must remain undisclosed. His only desire was to survive. If the two awakened and gaze upon the crater, how might one explain it? After much contemplation, Lin Lan found himself at a loss. He paced back and forth, unable to make a decision, and ultimately chose to adopt a nonchalant attitude. If questioned, he would feign ignorance, dismissing it all with a carefree spirit. Lin Lan then reclined, shamelessly leaning against Meiza. As he stared at the azure sky, he couldn't help but glance at Meiza's profile, marveling at her exquisite beauty, reflecting on their recent kiss. A blissful smile graced Lin Lan's face. How he longed to tell Meiza that since the day they met, he had already envisioned names for their future children. Lost in such daydreams, he surprisingly drifted off to sleep. Hey, wake up. Lin Lan, wake up. It was Meiza and Longcheng who roused him from his slumber. Groggily, he looked at the two. Rubbing the corners of his eyes, he murmured, "Oh, you're awake. Wait, what's wrong with me?" He almost slipped up. Lin Lan feigned a look of urgency, hastily rising to his feet, realizing he was still near the communication station. Seeing him awake, Meiza inquired, "Where are the enemies?" Longcheng was also keen to know. Lin Lan pondered why Meiza showed no reaction. Did she not mind waking up to find herself resting on his leg? Moreover, that kiss lingered in his thoughts. "Speak up. Where are the enemies?" Meiza asked impatiently. I don't know either. I intended to confront them, but suddenly a barrage of projectiles came flying in, and I was overturned by the shockwave. Everything went dark. And then I lost consciousness. The evidence of the crater was undeniable. Furthermore, Lin Lan lacked the skills to perform such advanced techniques. He couldn't even master the basics, let alone execute wide-range ninjutsu. We should search for traces, Longcheng suggested thoughtfully. The two had no objections. Centered around the communication station, they split into 3 directions to investigate. Lin Lan kept stealing glances at Meiza, recalling the kiss that stirred his emotions and left him with a tinge of regret. Had he been bolder, how delightful that would have been. Yet even now, it provided ample material for his dreams. Since they found nothing, Longcheng resolved to carry the bodies of Inuzuka, Kiba, and Akimichi back to the village. They retraced their steps, with Lin Lan tasked with carrying Akimichi, while Longcheng bore Kiba's corpse. Meiza led the way ahead. "This guy is really heavy," Lin Lan muttered as he walked. Longcheng was not in the mood for conversation, thinking to himself that Lin Lan was both fortunate and ungrateful. Meiza slowed down. Hinata Meza turned to Lin Lan, her expression unchanged, still that of a proud warrior. "Don't call me so affectionately. Use my full name. What's with the arrogance? You were the one who lost your first kiss to me," Lin Lan retorted, somewhat annoyed. Nevertheless, Meiza did indeed slow her pace. 3 days later, Konoha erupted with excitement upon their return. Villagers and ninjas alike gathered around. The Inuzuka clan members wept openly. Upon hearing the news, Naruto and Hinata hurried to the scene. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Lan wondered, what is happening? Naruto found himself perplexed as to why only a few had encountered the enemy. The team leader, Longcheng, briefed the others on the situation, admitting his ignorance regarding the enemy's identity. After conversing with Lin Lan and Meiza, he realized that Lin Lan had deliberately concealed the truth, leaving him uninformed. Longcheng remarked, this is how it unfolded. Had it not been for someone's assistance, we might never have returned. Nearby, Yamato sighed, it's a relief we made it back. Naruto, you should quickly lay Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi to rest. For the third time in a month, Konoha held a funeral. Based on the descriptions provided by Lin Lan and the others, the artist Sai crafted a simulated portrait of the enemy. However, Lin Lan did not disclose the visage hidden beneath the mask. Before long, an ugly and sinister image emerged. Meiza exclaimed, yes, that's it. Sai, deep in thought, remarked, it resembles a toy. Having faced the enemy, they were often summoned by Naruto to recount the details of the battle. All that was known was that the adversary could turn invisible, wielded cold weapons, possessed armor resistant to physical assaults, and emitted bestial sounds. Beyond that, little was understood. Lin Lan also struggled to provide further insights. He comprehended that the Predator had set its sights on the ninja world. Otherwise, the appearance of an interstellar battleship would be unfathomable. The fallen Predator's comrades would undoubtedly seek vengeance, dispatching others to commence the hunt. Ideally, their targets would be other ninja villages. Of course, this was merely an optimistic wish. Setting aside his worries, Lin Lan felt a surge of joy lately. The return of Inuzuka Kiba and Akimichi's bodies had greatly enhanced their reputation, resulting in a flourishing business for his foot care salon. Women flocked to him daily for pedicures, keeping Lin Lan exceedingly busy. He even contemplated hiring an assistant. Yet this job was unique, and few were willing to take it on. Furthermore, the inherent dangers were considerable. A careless mistake could lead to injuring a client's foot and consequently shutting down the business. Hence, he was reluctant to easily seek out an apprentice. Oh, how splendidly you've done. The calluses that have tormented my feet for years have finally vanished, a portly woman exclaimed, lavishing praise upon Lin Lan. She generously withdrew a bundle of cash from her purse and pressed it into his hands. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Lin Lan accepted it with a smile. It was not her appearance that repulsed him, but rather the odor emanating from her feet, reminiscent of a foul mixture of stinky tofu and durian. The scent lingered in his lungs and mind, becoming unforgettable. Even after using copious amounts of rose petals and deodorizing solutions, the stench remained unmasked. After bidding farewell to the customer, Lin Lan promptly closed the shop to air it out. He feared he might faint within its confines. Venturing into the streets, Lin Lan meandered until he eventually knocked on Longcheng's door. After all, he had few true friends. What are you up to, dressed like a doctor? Longcheng inquired, adjusting his lab coat. After our last setback, I've been developing some new weaponry to catch the enemy off guard next time, he replied with a smile. Lin Lan, unceremoniously plopping onto the sofa, jested, you'd be better off inventing a defensive weapon. I always lead the charge, and it's perilous. Noted, Longcheng said. Familiar with Lin Lan's banter, before returning to his workbench to continue his research. Do not rush, take a moment to unwind. Allow me the pleasure of treating you to a delightful outing. Originally, Longcheng was reluctant to acquiesce. Yet Lin Lan's incessant pestering left him with little choice but to don his attire and accompany him for a day of shopping. They indulged in a plethora of culinary delights, procured various household necessities, and even ventured into karaoke. What perplexed Longcheng most was not Lin Lan's extravagant nature, but rather the sheer volume of discount vouchers and coupons he seemed to conjure at the checkout, akin to a magician performing a trick. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Lan had recently been preoccupied with work, earning numerous rewards from the system, yet he had not acquired any new skills. This left Lin Lan in a state of frustration. Given that these rewards had expiration dates, he felt compelled to indulge. After all, joy is best shared with a confidant. Regrettably, he could not locate Meiza. It was said that upon her return, she secluded herself at home, diligently honing her ninjutsu, a rather ambitious ninja. Initially, Lin Lan harbored concerns regarding the potential threat of the Iron Blood Warrior, yet communication had ceased. Perhaps they were too fearful to venture into the Hidden Leaf Village. Overthinking such matters would only serve to distress oneself. After all, Naruto was present. Why doesn't Meiza harbor any feelings for me? Lin Lan suddenly inquired, his mouth full of pastries. It's simply because you lack proficiency in ninjutsu. Honestly, why can't you gather chakra? Concerning this dilemma, Lin Lan found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps he simply lacked talent. Come on, Seniorly has yet to master it either, yet he is still quite impressive. Lin Lan protested vehemently. Longcheng chuckled softly, attempting to console him. Meiza may appear aloof, but she genuinely cares for us. Before returning home, Lin Lan made a point to purchase an abundance of cosmetics and snacks, enlisting Longcheng to deliver them to Meiza. Are you, perchance, harboring feelings for Meiza? You too? Lin Lan was taken aback. He had no desire to compete with Longcheng. Nonsense. My feelings for Meiza are purely platonic. TSK. Lin Lan clearly doubted his words. With such a stunning beauty by your side, how can you not feel a spark? Is your vision impaired? I assure you, I have no romantic inclinations. Believe it or not, I must advise you not to waste your efforts. Meiza will never reciprocate your feelings. Longcheng doused Lin Lan's hopes with cold reality. It's not a question of character. Rather, it's a matter of capability. Meiza is drawn to the strength displayed by the Hokage. Among our new generation, Uchiha Qianluo is the prime choice. What? Lin Lan erupted in fury. That guy is merely a pretty boy. He possesses a pair of Sharingan and has completed a few A-rank missions. What makes him so exceptional? The mere mention of Uchiha Qianluo irritated Lin Lan. The two seemed to be inherently opposed. One was a favored child of destiny, while the other was deemed the weakest newcomer. On par with Naruto, their appearances differed vastly, and their familial backgrounds were worlds apart. In any case, the Uchiha clan certainly did not engage in menial tasks. Moreover, they possessed the invaluable power of the Sharingan. Lin Lan mused that they would make a perfect match with Meiza. If they were to wed, it would surely result in offspring capable of awakening the Rinnegan. And enough. Lin Lan abruptly interrupted Longcheng's daydreaming. Haha, I knew it. You are secretly in love with Meiza. Longcheng, having successfully unraveled his secret, burst into laughter. Lin Lan finally understood that he had said it deliberately. Who could possibly like her with such a foul temper? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the air. Lin Lan and Longcheng hastily turned around to find Meiza standing silently behind them. Ah, Meiza, that is not what I meant. Lin Lan stammered in a flustered attempt to clarify. The adorably naive Longcheng blinked, remaining silent, while the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Here, this is for you. Lin Lan said hurriedly, snatching the gift from Longcheng's hands and presenting it to Meiza, who showed no inclination to accept it. Oh no, had she overheard everything? Longcheng chuckled. Meiza, don't be shy. This is Lin Lan's heartfelt gesture. Yet, Meiza remained unresponsive, her deep-set eyes fixed on Lin Lan, leaving him bewildered. The streets bustled with passers-by, while the three youths stood in silence, each lost in their thoughts. A gentle breeze rustled through Meiza's blue chiffon dress, carrying a sweet floral fragrance. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting a golden hue over the scene. Meiza, a voice shattered the silence. From around the corner appeared a sprite-like figure, a girl of similar age to Meiza, dressed in a short JK skirt paired with a cotton t-shirt and white sneakers. The striking half-knee black stockings accentuated her long, slender legs, devoid of any excess flesh. Her attention-grabbing attire was complemented by a resemblance to Meiza, though her eyes were larger. She introduced herself as Pundi from the Uchiha clan. The two had grown up together, sharing a close bond as best friends and classmates. Initially, they hoped to be grouped together upon graduation, but fate had other plans. Pundi had an older brother, Uchiha Qianluo, who was quite different from her. While he was reserved, Pundi's greatest passion lay in savoring culinary delights, aspiring to traverse the ninja world to experience every exquisite dish. What are you doing? Let us go, she queried, approaching Lin Lan and Longcheng with a friendly greeting. Lin Lan felt a surge of anxiety. This girl truly had a way of draining one's energy. Longcheng maintained his composure. I'm off to dinner with Qianluo, Meiza suddenly declared, seemingly for Lin Lan's benefit. With that, she took Pundi's hand, and they departed together. Take care, Longcheng called out with a smile. When Lin Lan turned to look at Longcheng, he noticed his friend's expression darkening, resembling a storm cloud. Wow, seriously? Why such a huge reaction? Clutching the gift tightly, Lin Lan's heart felt like it was being torn apart. It felt as though he had been publicly betrayed, seeing her dine with that pretty boy. Uchiha Qianluo was polite to everyone, yet Lin Lan deemed him a hypocrite. The more flawless a person appeared, the more unsavory their true nature often was. Alas, without any proof, he could not dismantle Qianluo's faade. Hey, where are you going? Ignoring Longcheng's attempts to keep him back, Lin Lan stormed home, indifferent to the street's lively atmosphere. His heart was heavy with despair. He had never felt such deep affection for anyone before. He couldn't help but reminisce about their time in the Death Forest. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. No, love is about respect. Amidst a cacophony of complaints and cherished sentiments, Lin Lan felt on the verge of collapse. With a dazed demeanor, he trudged home, only to be greeted by the faint remnants of an overpowering odor that had dissipated. He quietly settled on the threshold, resembling a forlorn dog awaiting its master's affection. What was so remarkable about that boy? Was it merely his handsome appearance? His adeptness in ninjutsu, or his wealth? He could not possibly possess the thoughtfulness I do. After all, I also know how to tend to feet. Does he? Fortunately, no one seemed to notice Lin Lan's demeanor. Otherwise, they might have deemed him mentally unstable. His soliloquy was indeed a source of pity. The bright moon gradually ascended into the night sky, adorning the evening with an air of romance. Alas, if he were to escort Meiza home, seizing the opportunity for a confession, followed by a kiss, his hands would undoubtedly misbehave. If the two were to find mutual affection, they might head directly to a couple's hotel. For reasons unknown, Lin Lan frequently envisioned their tender moments together. No way. Meiza is a well-behaved girl. Moreover, with Pang Di around, Qian Luo could not allow such a scenario to unfold. Hey! A crisp voice interrupted Lin Lan's tumultuous thoughts. Following the sound, his gaze fell upon a pair of alluring black thigh-high stockings. The owner was none other than Uchiha Pang Di. What was she doing here? Instinctively rising, Lin Lan was puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? I've heard your foot massage skills are quite impressive. I came to experience them, by the way. You're not closed yet, are you? Closing now would be foolish. Lin Lan had longed to indulge in her delicate feet, yet he refrained. Please, come in. Wait. Where is Meiza? Lin Lan inquired cautiously. Oh, she is dining with my brother. During our meal, I mentioned my recent sleeplessness, and Meiza specifically recommended you, praising your exceptional skills and stimulating acupressure points to aid sleep. So that was it. Meiza had strategically diverted Pang Di to create an opportunity for her and Qian Luo to go on a date. Where are you headed? Pang Di noticed his intense gaze and took a few steps forward, sensing something amiss. Lin Lan, if you're busy, I can come another day. It would be a shame to pass up such beauty. Lin Lan regarded her innocent countenance and suddenly had other thoughts. All right, since you are Uchiha Qian Luo's sister, you must not be a simpleton. I shall attend to you properly. No, please come in. Seeing Lin Lan smile, Pang Di did not dwell on it further. You mentioned your insomnia. It could be due to excessive tension. I can help you with that. Please, have a seat. Lin Lan warmly invited her to sit by the massage table. Please remove your socks. I'll prepare a foot soak for you. Pang Di considered this and did not object, treating him as a physician. As she turned to enter the workspace, Lin Lan stole a glance at her. Aware that the combination of black stockings and athletic shoes might carry an unpleasant scent, he added extra fragrant herbs to the water. When he looked again, he noticed Pang Di slowly peeling off her stockings, inch by inch, at a leisurely pace. Hidden beneath the socks, her milky skin finally breathes freely. Upon reaching her ankles, Pang Di is particularly cautious. A scrape from her nails might unravel the delicate fabric. Supporting herself on her toes, she successfully removes her socks, and the other foot follows suit. The sound of water splashing captures Lin Lan's attention. He has filled the basin to the brim. Oh dear, that is scalding, he exclaims, though fortunately, the water temperature is not too hot. He hastily tidies up and rushes back to his seat. Noticing Lin Lan's slight struggle as he walks, Pang Di chuckles. You've had quite the ordeal. Lin Lan quickly shakes his head, well aware that the true hardship lies with his brother, Shunlu. Settling down on a stool opposite Pang Di, he encourages her to immerse her feet in the water. The moonlit, sparsely populated street outside contrasts with the dim, amber glow of the foot spa, which casts a serene ambience. The sound of flowing water cannot overshadow Pang Di's cheerful laughter. It is her first experience of having someone wash her feet, and she finds it rather ticklish. Observing her delightful demeanor and genuine smile, Lin Lan cannot help but smile in return, easing his concerns about Meiza. All right, time to dry your feet. As he gazes at the puddles on the floor, Lin Lan remarks with a hint of exasperation. It's all your fault for splashing water everywhere. Pang Di retorts playfully, nonsense, I'm not a water sprite. Their banner brings them closer, as they were not particularly close during their school days. However, this newfound interaction reveals the admirable qualities in each other. Lie back, Lin Lan suggests, and as Pang Di reclines, he sneaks a glance. His observation is successful, black lace and safety shorts. Outside the Kimura barbecue restaurant, a young man and woman stand together. The girl, strikingly beautiful in a blue gauze dress that accentuates her perfect figure, wears thick-soled sandals adorned with delicate white flowers. Hinata Meza, bathed in moonlight, resembles a painting. Opposite her stands Uchiha Chieluo, a gentleman in a simple t-shirt paired with jeans, exuding a sunny disposition. Meiza, shall we go to the movies? He proposes. Next time. It's too late now, she replies with a smile, declining the invitation. Though Chieluo feels a pang of reluctance, he refrains from pressing the matter. Very well. I'll escort you home, he offers. As they walk home, a person's distance separates them. Each time Chieluo attempts to draw closer, Meiza sidesteps, deliberately maintaining her distance, resulting in a silent, slightly awkward atmosphere. At last, Chieluo broaches the subject. You mentioned Lin Lan from your team earlier. Does he often bully you? It turns out that the gossipy Pandai, in an effort to lighten the mood, had mentioned their chance encounter on the street. When Lin Lan's name comes up, Meiza's expression darkens slightly, choosing not to elaborate on the events that transpired. Chieluo senses something amiss. Typically, Meiza is quite lively. Yet today, she appears burdened with thoughts. If he bothers you, let me know, and I will deal with him, he assures. No, they are all quite nice to me. Meiza replies with a smile. Chieluo nods, oblivious to the subtle shift in her demeanor. Little does he know, Meiza's thoughts are consumed by Lin Lan's presence. That infuriating boy in her heart, the troublesome boy, is presently filled with joy. Pandora, your big toe is indeed a rarity. Upon hearing Lin Lan's astonishment, Pandora, reclining on the massage table, inquired with curiosity, why? It is uncommon for someone to possess such a plump and rounded toe. Oh please, you are the one who is plump. Pandora couldn't help but chuckle at his teasing. Lin Lan's words were not unfounded. Pandora's big toe was indeed larger than the average. Initially, she thought that wearing sports shoes might cause an odor, yet there was no trace of any unpleasant smell. Moreover, there were no calluses or dead skin to be found, indicating she truly was a little princess without worries. She seldom practiced any martial arts, and aside from slightly long nails, there were no other issues. After a few swift adjustments, Lin Lan expertly enveloped her left foot with a warm towel. Commencing the massage on her right foot, he retrieved a fragrant lotion, warming it in his palms before applying it to Pandora's exquisite foot. Oh, it smells delightful. He had intentionally included clover that grows in the cloud thundergorge, a flower of unparalleled fragrance that he had procured at a high cost. Lin Lan wore a proud expression as he began his work. With gentle pressure, he grasped Pandora's right foot, moving it up and down. Her small foot gradually warmed and reddened in his hands. Each time he touched her sole, Pandora let out a soft giggle. This girl has an exceptionally low threshold for laughter, Lin Lan remarked with a smile. Can you hold it together? Of course not. How could you endure if someone tickled your soul? Lin Lan shook his head in exasperation, applying the lotion with a change in technique as he began to focus on her toes. He spread his palm and inserted his fingers between Pandora's toes, moving them back and forth like a saw. That feels rather nice. Pandora was visibly tense, her body slightly taut. Relax, don't be afraid, just enjoy. Lin Lan thought to himself, knowing that this was merely the beginning and that there was much more to come. The soles of the feet contained numerous pressure points. Any discomfort in the body would be reflected there, precisely as described in reflexology. Though Lin Lan lacked deeper knowledge in this area, he was still aware of several key points, particularly regarding health. While massaging, he couldn't help but steal glances. According to standard procedure, he was supposed to provide a blanket for clients in short skirts, but tonight he intentionally refrained, wishing to tease Pandora. This girl, being innocent, felt discomfort but didn't mind it much. She trusted Lin Lan to a degree, and besides, wearing safety shorts meant there was nothing to worry about being seen. Indeed, the situation unfolded as anticipated. It felt like scratching an itch through a barrier, leaving Lin Lan feeling somewhat disheartened, akin to a dog scratching metal. Suddenly, Pandora sensed something was amiss. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen, radiating throughout her body. Her hands, feet, and face began to feel slightly flushed. As she raised herself slightly, she discovered Lin Lan was diligently massaging her soles, his expression serious and devoid of any impropriety. All she could do was lie quietly on the bed, experiencing this unusual storm. Lin Lan chuckled inwardly. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer, and now the main course had arrived. A young girl's budding feelings were most evident at the heart-softening point on the soul, which even the most reserved individual would respond to, especially now, as Lin Lan was entirely focused on stimulating that area. Pang Di seemed to be immersed in the warmth of the pool water, enveloped in a cozy embrace. Yet, her heart felt hollow and devoid of substance. She yearned for a surge of strength, a force to empower her. The sensation was rather unsettling. Lin Lan fixed a fierce gaze upon Pang Di, inwardly musing, Qian Luo. You dare to vie with me for a woman? I shall wreak havoc upon your sister, and that shall balance the scales. With a deep breath, Lin Lan entered a contemplative state. Meanwhile, Pang Di on the bed tossed and turned restlessly, akin to a catfish writhing in its struggle, as an intense sensation surged forth. Just when it seemed she could no longer contain it, it abruptly vanished. Perhaps due to her excessive relaxation, she had an accident. Oh no. Pang Di disregarded her dignity, swiftly rolling off the bed. After a few hurried steps, she bent down to grab her shoes and fled in a flurry of panic, disappearing without a trace. Lin Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing something was amiss. It should not have unfolded this way. He hadn't even unleashed his ultimate move yet. Moreover, the foot massage had gone uncompleted, and the system had not rewarded him. What a loss. Glancing at the disarray on the bed, he finally comprehended what had transpired. Haha, how adorable. Once he tidied up, Lin Lan noticed that Pang Di had dashed off without her socks. She likely wouldn't return for them, which inadvertently benefited Lin Lan. He picked them up, bringing them to his nose for a gentle sniff, detecting a faint leather scent mingled with a subtle foot odor. Surprisingly, it was not unpleasant. Just as he tucked them into his pocket, a figure suddenly appeared under the lamplight at the door. Lin Lan was taken aback. What was Meiza doing here at such a late hour? Hey, I came to collect my gifts. What? The gifts? Suddenly recalling the skincare products and snacks he had purchased for her, Lin Lan sprang into action. Retrieving them from the table, he rushed to Meiza, hurriedly presenting them to her. Meiza accepted with grace, her delicate hands embracing the offerings. Glancing at the contents, she smiled and remarked, How did you know I liked preserved plums? Scratching his head, Lin Lan explained, I guessed. I thought all girls must like them. Thank you, Meiza said, turning to leave with her gifts. This scene felt almost dreamlike. Lin Lan hurriedly pursued her, summoning all his courage, ready to call out. Can you give me a chance? Alas, at the critical moment, his bravery faltered, and his voice fell silent. I am so useless. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Lan watched as Meiza's figure grew ever more distant, approaching the corner ahead. Sighing, he prepared to return home. Hey, are you really going to let me walk home alone? It's quite heavy. Ugh. Lin Lan realized he was being foolish. Meiza, I'm coming. The two walked in tandem, Lin Lan admiring Meiza's swaying figure, her fair ankles illuminated by the moonlight, dazzling to behold. He held a plethora of unspoken words within him, pondering their connection and whether he could take a step further with her. Yet, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. As they passed a dim alley, Meiza halted, turning to ask, Do you like me? What does that mean? He was taken aback by her unexpected inquiry. Lin Lan felt utterly bewildered, her mind a flurry of questions. I. After a prolonged silence, Lin Lan could not find her words. Did she truly deserve to like him? At a crucial moment, she faltered. Her hesitance elicited a soft chuckle from Meiza. Why was she afraid to express her feelings? I seem to like. Before she could finish her thought, a sudden pain struck her at the back of her head. Bang! Lin Lan, reeling from the blow, found herself unprepared. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground, followed by a torrent of relentless attacks. What audacity to compete with me for Meiza. Do you think you are worthy? Blood slowly trickled down Lin Lan's forehead, her consciousness slipping into a haze. In her daze, she saw Meiza approaching, pushing away her assailant. Kid, let me warn you. If you dare to provoke Meiza again, I will take your life. I am Uchiha Qianluo. Hearing the name, Lin Lan could no longer hold on and succumbed to unconsciousness. The physical pain paled in comparison to the emotional turmoil. To her astonishment, Meiza had actually set her up. When Lin Lan opened her eyes once more, she found herself beneath a white ceiling. Just as she attempted to move, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Ouch! You're awake. A voice chimed. It was Longcheng. Lin Lan, are you alright? I'm fine. Lin Lan felt a soreness throughout her body, her head wrapped in bandages. Who did this? Longcheng was unaware of the situation. Lin Lan scanned the quiet hospital room, noting only their presence, but Meiza was absent. Are you dazed from the beating? I'm asking you, who did this? Where is Meiza? After much contemplation, Lin Lan finally spoke. That kid is truly reckless. Longcheng replied curtly, how would I know? It turned out Qianluo had learned of the situation only after being notified by the Konoha hospital, discovering that a tea house owner had brought Lin Lan to the hospital. He was entirely oblivious to any further details. Lin Lan lay on the bed, despondent, fully aware of the circumstances. It was indeed Meiza who had sought out Uchiha Qianluo to ambush her. Even if she harbored dislike, such actions were undeniably excessive. Longcheng, am I really that unlikable? Don't be absurd. You are kind-hearted and loyal. You are my best friend. Tears streamed down her face as Lin Lan, unable to contain her feelings, finally wept. Qianluo felt distressed as well, seemingly understanding something. Was this Meiza's doing? No, it couldn't be. Wiping her tears, Lin Lan forced herself to sit upright. It has nothing to do with her. Longcheng's innocent appearance belied his intelligence. Otherwise, why had Meiza not yet appeared? Creak. The door swung open, revealing a beautiful woman. Dressed in a pure white dress, she exuded an air of innocence. Her high-heeled sandals, with straps, were at least 10 centimeters tall. It was Uchiha Pundi. Lin Lan, are you all right? Pundi placed a gift on the table and hurried over to inquire. Lin Lan, her eyes reddened, asked, how did you know? Huh, have you been crying? I have not. Fat D laughed, saying, I cannot predict the future. It's just that my friend is hospitalized. And I happened to see your name on the patient list. Initially, Lin Lan felt a rush of emotion, but upon realizing she was the sister of Qianluo, her spirits plummeted. Yet, almost instantaneously, they lifted again. Longcheng observed this fluctuation with confusion, pondering the capricious nature of the young man. Fat D. Thank you for visiting me. Lin Lan warmly invited her to take a seat across from him. Perhaps recalling the events of the previous night, Fat D's cheeks flushed with color. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Longcheng announced his intention to fetch Lin Lan some warm water, seizing the opportunity to leave, not wishing to be a third wheel. Here, Lin Lan recalled something and retrieved the stockings she had accidentally left behind. She had previously been quite reticent about the events of the prior evening, and this felt akin to reopening old wounds. Fat D quickly snatched them from his hands, as she had no bag to place them in, instead crumpling them tightly in her fist. Bowing her head, she dared not meet his gaze, her blush deepening. The atmosphere was laden with unspoken tension. Summoning her courage, Lin Lan inquired, do you have a boyfriend? No, not at all. Why do you ask? Fat D replied, her eyes still cast downwards. Now you do. From this moment forward, I shall be your boyfriend, and I will protect you. Whether she acknowledged this or not remained unclear, for Fat D kept her head bowed, speechless. Her gaze fixated on the pristine bed sheets, as if searching for flowers among them. Fat D, Lin Lan boldly extended his hand to envelop Fat D's tightly clenched fist holding the stockings. She attempted to pull away, but Lin Lan, with an air of dominance, would not allow it. I understand now. You admire heroes, and I am not one. Lin Lan feigned disappointment as he withdrew his hand. Slap. To his surprise, Fat D boldly grasped his hand in return, causing the stockings to fall onto the bed. Throughout her life, she had always been a little princess, admired by many boys, yet lacking the confidence to allow anyone to approach her, relegating them to mere spectators. The absence of romantic connections led to jealousy among girls, who often spoke ill of her behind her back, compelling Fat D to feign strength. Beneath her seemingly eccentric exterior lay a fragile heart, untouched by the trials of love. She had no intention of letting go of Lin Lan, the first to express his feelings for her. She yearned to discover the essence of love. Creak. The door swung open unexpectedly once more. Anticipating it to be Longcheng, she was taken aback to find Meiza entering, her hands laden with 2 bags of snacks. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her expression turned peculiar, especially upon spotting the stockings on the bed, as if she had come to an understanding. I'm sorry, she said, placing the snacks on the floor and turning to leave. Meiza, please don't misunderstand. Fat D hurriedly rose to her feet. Don't go. Just as she attempted to chase after her, Lin Lan restrained her. He stared intently at the door, feeling a pang of anguish. Fat D, too, found the situation perplexing, slowly resuming her seat. After a prolonged silence, she finally asked, do you like Meiza? Once, Lin Lan replied candidly, before I met you, I indeed had a crush on her, but upon encountering you, I realized you are my true soulmate. Fat D's previously despondent expression brightened instantly. At least you have good taste. As the two individuals basked in their affectionate exchange, Longcheng finally returned. Wow, why have you been gone for so long? There were so many people. Longcheng set down his water jug, observing the pair. unsure of how to initiate a conversation. It was Lin Lan who took the initiative to announce, Pang Di will be my girlfriend from now on. With this public declaration of their relationship, Longcheng did not feel particularly elated, yet he offered his blessings nonetheless. You truly are something. Nursing a wound, yet gaining a girlfriend in the process. What a bargain. Lin Lan managed a forced smile. Turning her gaze towards the window, she found no picturesque scenery, but rather the earlier scene replaying in her mind incessantly. The glass resembled a screen, her beautiful silhouette persistently manifesting. Her expressions, breaths, and movements were all vividly clear. It turned out that Lin Lan has recently been living quite comfortably, meeting with Uchiha Pundi daily. The only downside is the rather poor environment. The hospital is bustling with people, and Lin Lan wishes to avoid drawing attention. After 7 days, he finally discharged from the hospital. Today, the sun shines brightly, and the sky is devoid of clouds. Lin Lan feels uncomfortably warm, not due to the weather, but because of Pundi's attire. She wears extremely short shorts paired with a white tank top, subtly revealing some silicone products. The lace sandals she sports complement her outfit perfectly. Drawing particular attention to her big toe, Lin Lan feels a sudden flush of heat coursing through him. If not for the public setting, he would be tempted to indulge in the moment. You little rascal, your gaze is quite lecherous. Pundi remarks, dissatisfied. Lin Lan bursts into laughter, seeing it as a compliment. The two leave the hospital, chatting merrily. Upon reaching the entrance, they spot 2 familiar figures. It is expected for Longcheng to come and pick him up. However, he did not anticipate the appearance of Hinata Meza. As usual, her expression is indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the events of that night. Why didn't you wait for us? Longcheng inquires cheerfully as he takes the package from Linlan's hands. Pundi has already enthusiastically taken Meiza's hand, oblivious to the subtle change in her friend's demeanor. Meiza, your hand feels a bit cold. Oh, I've been feeling unwell lately. Meiza replies. Pundi and Meiza chat amiably as they walk ahead, while Lin Lan observes them without any further reaction. To celebrate his discharge, the group heads to the Mukamura barbecue restaurant. Lin Lan, have you remembered who attacked you? Longcheng brings up the topic during the meal. Lin Lan naturally shakes his head, his gaze drifting towards Meiza. She appears noticeably uncomfortable and deliberately avoids eye contact. Humph. Don't worry, I will find that person, Pundi exclaims, visibly furious, seemingly treating Lin Lan as her boyfriend. Initially, Lin Lan intended to intentionally make Meiza uncomfortable by flaunting his affection in front of her. Ultimately, he chooses to refrain, feeling it unnecessary and more so, unwilling to cause her pain. The meal turns out to be rather bland. After it concludes, as if escaping, Lin Lan bids farewell to the others. He finds himself unable to appreciate Pundi's daring outfit due to his preoccupation. The others sense that something is amiss with him. Meiza, too, is disinclined to linger, exchanging pleasantries before turning to head home. Seated in the restaurant, Lin Lan stares intently at the door, fiddling with a pedicure knife. His thoughts a tangled mess. Meiza's figure drifts in and out of his mind. Unexpectedly, Pundi does not appear. He realizes that being with Pundi merely serves as a means to seek revenge against Uchiha Chialuo. Yet, is this choice truly the right one? Unintentionally, he has hurt an innocent girl. Contemplating this, Lin Lan finds himself at a loss. Just as he considers stepping out for a walk, an uninvited guest arrives at the restaurant. Kid, you haven't forgotten the lesson I gave you last time, have you? The voice precedes the figure. Shiny leather shoes make their entrance first, followed by a crisply ironed shirt. A slicked-back hairstyle complements an arrogant demeanor. It is indeed Chialuo. This brat returns to provoke him. Truly infuriating. Gripping the pedicure knife tightly, Lin Lan wishes he could eliminate him in a single blow. What qualifications do you possess to even compare yourself to me? How dare you entertain the notion of associating with Meiza? Truly, your audacity is astounding. Fear not, I will not lay a finger on you. I have come merely to issue a warning. I will be watching you closely. Qianluo crossed her arms, her pride evident in her demeanor. Lin Lan had yet to speak. His cold gaze fixed upon him. Do you understand, boy? If you do, then speak up. They have already encroached upon our territory, and such insolence cannot be tolerated. It felt as if a storm of suppressed frustration brewed within his chest, yearning for release. Finally, Lin Lan broke the silence. Meiza and I are teammates. We are not in a romantic relationship. He had anticipated a fiery retort, yet instead, he was met with an explanation. Qianluo felt triumphant, believing Lin Lan had been cowed into submission. That's all I need to hear. Should you dare to defy this, you will face dire consequences. As Lin Lan observed him turning away, he felt no anger, Instead, a cruel smile graced his lips. This is your coercion. The Uchiha clan is not merely elite. They are of high society, and I shall shatter your myths. Recently, Konoha Village has been remarkably tranquil. The enemy remains unaware, and Naruto's decree has yet to be lifted, forbidding anyone from leaving the village at will. The ninjas dispatched for missions have all been recalled. Following Shikamaru's strategy, they opted for a strategy of stillness to counteract movement. For the enemy possesses stealth techniques that make their detection a formidable challenge. It would be wise to adopt a strategy of patience, waiting for the enemy to reveal themselves. Unbeknownst to them, a month has slipped by without any sign of the enemy. Lin Lan has also recovered from his injuries and rejoined his comrades. He toils diligently each day. Although he has not acquired any new skills, he has amassed considerable wealth and vouchers. The ramen shop owner, Uncle Ichiraku, is infuriated, his teeth grinding in frustration at the sheer number of coupons this fellow possesses. Moreover, he shares a delightful rapport with Pandai, often attending to her foot care and providing massages. Even without progressing further, Lin Lan remains unperturbed, for he understands that haste does not yield fruitful results. Through their interactions, he has discerned that she, much like Meiza, possesses a seemingly cold exterior but a warm heart beneath. In the presence of familiar faces, she exhibits a wild exuberance and often defies conventions, occasionally displaying the temperament of a spoiled heiress. In pursuit of a greater objective, Lin Lan has chosen to endure. For had it been otherwise, discord would have arisen long ago. As for Meiza, their encounters have become infrequent due to the absence of missions. The last time he saw her was on the day Naruto announced their rewards. As per their agreement, they were assigned an A-rank mission within their trio. Longcheng has also secluded himself at home, engrossed in weapon research. This morning, Lin Lan rose early, taking care to style his hair attractively. For he had made plans with Pandai to go out and enjoy themselves. Their relationship remains undiscovered by Qianluo, largely due to Lin Lan's deliberate humility. Feeling unworthy of Pandy's affection, he hopes she will refrain from informing her family, as he wishes to hone his skills and achieve remarkable feats. Having secured Pandy's consent, his sole concern lies with Meiza, fearing she may divulge their secret. As it turns out, his worries were somewhat unfounded. He learned that Meiza had not met with Qianluo for some inexplicable reason. "Brother, today I shall indulge," he quipped with a mischievous smile. Alas, Pandai failed to keep their appointment. Send a child to inform Lin Lan that her brother insists she practice ninjutsu and is forbidding her from going out. Lin Lan is utterly disheartened. With a volcanic eruption imminent, she feels confined and suffocated. The discomfort is quite unbearable. Throughout the day, she feels a sense of grievance. That troublesome girl, how could she break her promise? The more she contemplates, the more irritable she becomes, which in turn distracts her from her work. She has turned away numerous customers, among whom were undeniably alluring beauties. There had been plans to stroll with Pundy outside the village, which would naturally lead to a spirited duel in the woods. Alas, Lin Lan paces restlessly, her pent-up frustration with no outlet. "Damn it, Qianluo. Can't you practice at night? You are hindering my important affairs." A dismal day finally comes to an end. As night falls, Lin Lan prepares to close her shop early. Why close so soon? As if a celestial hymn has begun, Lin Lan's instincts are awakened. "Goodness, you have finally arrived. Pundy, where have you been today?" Lin Lan swiftly pulls her into the shop, leaning in for a passionate embrace. "My dear, I have missed you terribly." Lin Lan embraced Pang Di with fervent passion, his movements frantic and unrestrained. "Oh, no, my clothes are wrinkled." Pang Di managed to push Lin Lan away, her breath coming in rapid bursts. "I missed you too, and sneaked out just to see you." She had unexpectedly displayed such boldness just to meet him. Regaining his composure, Lin Lan stepped back, wiping away the lipstick marks he had left on her lips. Pang Di, with a smile, reciprocated by removing the traces of her lipstick from his face. They both burst into laughter, a shared moment of joy. "Silly girl, aren't you afraid of your family scolding?" "I've grown accustomed to it." Once more, she nestled into Lin Lan's arms, reluctant to let go. With such beauty in his embrace, Lin Lan found his heart racing uncontrollably. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his heart pounding in excitement. Soon, his hands began to wander lower. Slap. Pang Di reacted swiftly, shooting him an annoyed glance. "You're insufferable, always taking liberties with me. You said you missed me. It seems to me you desire something more." Lin Lan chuckled. "With your beauty, how could I possibly resist?" Pang Di couldn't help but laugh at his shameless demeanor. Clad in shorts and a t-shirt, She had only swapped her shoes for a pair of yellow cartoon slippers, clearly indicating her eagerness to be out. Lin Lan, I have to go back. No way. He quickly interjected, unwilling to let her leave so soon after their reunion. Pang Di felt the same reluctance. Okay, I'll accompany you tomorrow. I came out specifically to see you because I didn't want you to feel let down. Once again, he held her tightly, lost in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. His feelings for her were complex. Even in her presence, memories of Meiza and Qian Luo would surface. Particularly the thought of Qian Luo evoking a sense of vindictive pleasure within him. He reminded himself that Pang Di was merely a means to an end. He must not let his heart get entangled, for then there would be no guilt in their parting. Yet, Lin Lan, don't be like this. Let us be together for just 1 hour, okay? All right. Lin Lan gradually released Pang Di, observing the encroaching twilight as he guided her to a chair. He stood before her, admiring her beauty, catching his own reflection in her clear, shimmering eyes. Shall we take a stroll outside the village? I'm worried about the time. Pang Di hesitated. Just a little while, Lin Lan pouted, attempting to charm her. Give me 10 minutes, and I can offer you 10 months. I must accomplish something today. After some coaxing, Pang Di reluctantly agreed. Lin Lan was elated, not wishing to squander any time. He hurriedly tidied up the shop in preparation for their departure. Oh no, that was close. Pang Di looked at him quizzically as he rummaged through a drawer, pulling out a sealed bag. It's chilly at night. You should wear this. What is this? Pang Di took it suspiciously, examining it closely, and instantly her cheeks flushed. Even her ears turned a delightful shade of pink. You scoundrel, why do you still have my socks? It was indeed the black stockings that Pang Di had worn last time. They were returned to her during her previous visit to the hospital. But she had forgotten to take them back. Lin Lan, of course, would not let them go to waste. He meticulously placed them in a sealed bag to preserve their essence. I was merely concerned about the chill, which is why I suggested you wear them. Since they were over-the-knee stockings, Pang Di pondered for a moment and eventually acquiesced, aware that Lin Lan delighted in seeing her adorned in such attire. Yet, she deliberately withheld the opportunity, teasing him with her allure. Slowly, she began to unfurl the stockings, her delicate white feet gradually slipping in. Every movement was etched in Lin Lan's mind as if he had awakened a heightened perception, missing not a single detail, including the subtle tremor of Pang Di's toes. Finally, as Lin Lan reached the brink of overwhelming desire, Pang Di hastily donned the stockings. Let us go? Wait, I need to change my pants. Get lost. Pang Di's cheeks flushed as she playfully nudged him. Even without prior experience, she understood the implication of his words. The two of them playfully exited the shop, hand in hand, unencumbered by the sparse crowd on the street, running freely. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Lan suddenly yearned to hold Pang Di's hand in the sunlight, to bask in the warm smiles and blessings of passers-by, unwilling to conceal their happiness beneath the veil of night, where only they were aware of it. It seemed rather unfair to Pang Di, yet fortunately, she seemed unconcerned. They raced to the village entrance, only to discover a multitude of watchful ninjas. The pair quietly took a detour, remaining undetected, as the alert level was not at its peak. They successfully made their way outside the village, arriving beside a gentle stream that flowed year-round. The surrounding pebbles glimmered softly under the moonlight. Not far off lay a small grove, a favored rendezvous spot for young couples from Konoha. On ordinary nights, a mere shout towards the woods could easily startle 5 or 6 couples. It was indeed a highly sought-after location. Now, due to the enemy's incursion, it was a rare moment of tranquility. Lin Lan and Pang Di chose the spot where the moonlight shone the brightest. Sitting on a stone, they gazed at the shimmering surface of the water. Pang Di sweetly rested her head on Lin Lan's shoulder, letting the gentle breeze weave through her hair. The fragrance of her hair uplifted Lin Lan's spirit. Xiao Di, do you feel wronged? Why should I feel wronged? Do you not think I am inept for not daring to express our situation to your family? Lin Lan broached the subject. Pang Di sat up, gazing earnestly into his eyes. I believe you will not disappoint me. As a ninja, the most vital aspect is not merely ninjutsu, but Pang Di extended a delicate finger, pointing towards Lin Lan's heart. Without ambition, even a genius can become a failure. I admire your dedication. Not only do you practice ninjutsu, but you also work to support yourself. Lin Lan grasped her hand, deeply moved. My dear, you truly are my confidant. He leaned in gently, kissing Pang Di. Under the moonlight, the two resembled statues, reluctant to part from each other's embrace. Wait, someone is coming. Who could it be? Lin Lan firmly pushed aside the hand that Pang Di had placed defensively in front of him. No. Please, don't speak. Just savor this moment. Lin Lan gently guided Pang Di, leaning forward with exertion, compelling her to recline backwards. Their lips remained intertwined. Oh. As Pang Di's back made contact with the ground, it was abruptly jostled by a pebble. Lin Lan, feeling a pang of sympathy, enveloped her in his embrace. Let South retreat to the grove. No. Despite Pang Di's protest, Lin Lan hoisted her up without hesitation, resolutely heading towards their destination, burying her face in Lin Lan's chest. Pang Di ceased her struggle in opposition, instead feeling a flicker of anticipation. In the woods, Lin Lan shed all pretense and hastened his actions. Just as he approached the final moment, he noticed 2 streams of tears gliding down Pang Di's cheeks. My dear, what troubles you? I had envisioned our wedding night as a sweet affair, yet this is not the place I imagined. Pang Di lamented the chasm between her dreams and reality. Am I unable to provide the life she desires, while simultaneously shattering her dreams? Lin Lan suddenly lost interest, reclining beside Pang Di. They lay quietly on the ground, gazing up at the pure, luminous moon. Under the moonlight, the 2 youths remained silent. Lin Lan took hold of Pang Di's hand, and she did not resist. The world around them was serene, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The sound of insects filled the air, not a source of annoyance, but rather a melody for the 2 lost in love. Xiaodi, Xiaodi, where are you? The series of shouts shattered their sweet reverie. Instinctively rising, Pang Di thought, oh no, we must return, my family is searching for me. The clamor intensified. Lin Lan felt a rush of anxiety. Oh no, this could escalate. If discovered, my life would be forfeit. Hastily, they donned their garments. Oh no, look. Pang Di, who had already risen, realized that her stockings had been torn by Lin Lan and quickly sat down to remove them, tossing them aside. Lin Lan, unable to resist, eagerly picked them up, treasuring the find. Such small gestures did not escape Pang Di's keen observation. Yet, she had no time for grievances as they hurriedly traversed the grove, intent on returning to the village. As they moved, they suddenly heard a disturbance ahead. Both were attuned like ninjas, their senses heightened. Lin Lan swiftly gestured for silence, and Pang Di complied. The sound, not far off, was intermittent, a woman's voice, seemingly in pain, crying out as if she had been struck. Lin Lan's expression morphed into a mischievous grin as he grasped the situation. Pang Di, still oblivious, whispered, it sounds like someone is in trouble. Let us investigate. This girl. Perhaps this would serve as a lesson for her. Lin Lan and Pang Di cautiously advanced. As they drew nearer, the sounds grew clearer, accompanied by a rhythmic noise, rapid claps. Something felt amiss. Pang Di seemed to sense it too. Lower your voice. Let us observe first. Lin Lan took her hand. His curiosity piqued. They arrived behind a tree, peering out to see what lay ahead. Suddenly, a scene that was far from pleasant unfolded before them. The stout Di nearly gasped in horror, but fortunately, Lin Lan quickly covered her mouth. What alarmed her was not the spectacle itself, but rather the fact that the main characters were all too familiar. It was Yamato and Tsunade. One was the leading instructor, while the other was the 5th Hokage. How could they possibly be together? It was rather perplexing. Since the death of her first love, Tsunade had lost her heart. Although she had shared some ambiguous moments with Jiraiya, she had never confessed her feelings. Now, witnessing such a scandalous turn of events was simply unbelievable. Yamato was quite the rogue, having used wood release to fashion a chair that restrained Tsunade's limbs while he stood there, squeezing Di's palm. Lin Lan signaled for them to leave. The 2 hurried back to the village at the swiftest pace possible, fortunate not to encounter any members of the Uchiha clan who were searching for Di. They remained silent, as the previous scene was too shocking to process. Di, you must not let this matter slip. It could cost you dearly. I know, rest assured, Di replied, planting a hasty kiss on Lin Lan's cheek before scampering home. Sighing, Lin Lan touched his face, remaining silent. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. On his way home, Lin Lan felt a sudden chill. How could a summer night be so cold? He began to doubt his surroundings, unconsciously slowing his pace and standing still to survey the area. The streets were eerily quiet. Perhaps I am overthinking this. Lin Lan. Wow. Hearing someone call his name from behind, Lin Lan jumped back in fright, startling the other person as well. It turned out to be Kurenai Yuhi. Still shaken, Lin Lan managed to collect himself. Kurenai, with a disapproving look, remarked, look at you. Where is the demeanor of a ninja? Why are you wondering about at this hour? Lin Lan touched his heart, responding, teacher, one can frighten a person to death. He was well acquainted with Kurenai, since she had returned to the ninja academy after raising Asuma's child. having accepted an invitation from Dragon City's mother, Principal Uzumaki Yujin. She had become Lin Lan's teacher. Understanding his peculiar nature, Kurenai could only smile. If there's nothing pressing, you should head home. Teacher, why are you out so late? Is there something amiss? Kurenai replied, we have been assigned by the Hokage to patrol each night in teams. You should hurry back. After ruffling Lin Lan's hair, she departed. Ah, truly remarkable. Lin Lan's exclamation was not unfounded. Even without the comforts of a husband, Kurenai, with her stunning beauty, remained among the top ranks of Konoha's most alluring women. Her enduring charm naturally attracted many suitors, predominantly younger men. It seemed that everyone shared a similar taste, favoring the gentle and caring older sister type. Kurenai's red and black striped figure-hugging dress was indeed eye-catching, as Lin Lan watched her stride rhythmically ahead. He couldn't help but swallow hard, especially those exquisite legs, long and fair, without an ounce of excess flesh. However, the Hokage sandals were rather unappealing. Just as Lin Lan was about to leave, he suddenly froze. He noticed footprints near a puddle not far behind Kurenai, splashing water, yet revealing no discernible figure. Could it be? Upon this realization, Lin Lan hastily pursued, intent on alerting Tsukihime of the impending danger. Yet, in an instant, he regained his composure. To issue a warning would likely expose his own presence. The iron-blooded warriors were formidable adversaries. He feared that he would have to resort to devastating techniques. Should he unleash such power within the village, it would undoubtedly result in widespread destruction. What to do? Lin Lan resolved to remain calm and assess the situation further. He had faith that Tsukihime was no ordinary individual. Even if she were not a match for the foes, she could certainly retreat unscathed. Tsukihime traversed her usual patrol route, her demeanor remarkably serene. Occasionally, she would greet the nocturnal wanderers, earning their respect. After all, her late husband, Asuma, was a hero. Perhaps the saying holds true, there are no coincidences in life. Suddenly, raucous footsteps echoed ahead. Tsukihime was taken aback. Upon recognizing the figures, her astonishment deepened. It was the Uchiha clan. Teacher, have you seen my sister, Pundi? The speaker was Chiharu, leading a group of clan members who had searched both the village and its outskirts without success and were preparing to return home. They fortuitously encountered Tsukihime. Is something wrong with Pundi? I haven't seen her. The girl sneaked out tonight and hasn't returned yet. Our father is worried and sent me to look for her. Do not fret. I will assist in your search. Tsukihime, aware of Pundi's sheltered upbringing and independent spirit, offered them some consolation before deciding to search the village once more. Chiharu, without further thought, hurried back home, promising to signal Tsukihime should they discover anything. In the shadows, Lin Lan lamented the unfolding events. This was dire. If Tsukihime remained within the village, the iron-blooded warriors would not strike so easily. Their intellect was exceptional, preferring assassination tactics that avoided exposure. Now, with Tsukihime venturing outside the village, they had been presented with a hunting opportunity. Lin Lan could not intervene in time. Tsukihime had already leapt towards the village's outskirts. He felt compelled to follow closely, unwilling to witness any misfortune befall her. Reluctantly, he knew he must act to provide aid. At the village entrance, he briefed the guards. They did not impede his passage, and the eager ninjas were halted by Tsukihime, who instructed them to maintain their posts. The cold wind swept through, a portent of impending change. As soon as Tsukihime departed, two guarding ninjas felt a chill pass by them, involuntarily shivering. Pat, pat, pat. Tsukihime ran alone along the path outside the village. Before long, she found herself at a fork in the road. Where could that girl have gone? Contemplating her options, left led to the forest of death, while right connected to the sand ninja territory, she deduced Pundi would not dare be so reckless. Suddenly, a fierce wind gusted from behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 short arrows were shot forth in an attempt to ambush Tsukihime, a futile endeavor against a leaf jonin. The arrows embedded themselves in the earth, but Tsukihime had already distanced herself, drawing forth her shuriken. The breeze tousled her shoulder-length hair, and her expression turned grave. Show yourself. The roar echoed from afar, gradually fading as if it were a figment of her imagination. As the crimson sun dipped low, its bearer, Zyrhong, swiftly raised her hand, launching several darts at the source of the sound with remarkable speed. The sharp clinks of metal resonated in the air, heralding the gradual emergence of her adversary. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Lan watched in admiration. In her previous encounter with the fearsome predator, even the combined strength of 3 had failed to pinpoint its location. Yet, Zyrhong had displayed an astonishing accuracy. Perhaps victory was truly within her grasp. Upon sighting the predator, Hong's brow furrowed in apprehension. She had never before encountered such a creature. Clad in black armor and adorned with an imposing mask. Could it be the very foe responsible for the demise of Inuzuka Kiba and Konohamaru? Kiba had once been her cherished disciple, their bond profound. She had long yearned for vengeance, and tonight fate had finally brought her face to face with her enemy. A low growl emanated from the predator as its helmet scanned Hong's form, displaying an array of data on its screen. The conclusion read, not a match. Hong refrained from initiating an attack. Her extensive combat experience dictated caution in the presence of an unknown foe. If the enemy remains still, so shall I. Yet, the predator seemed disinclined to engage, turning to depart. Lin Lan was equally perplexed. Could it be that the creature perceived Hong as no threat? Yet that seemed implausible, as she had already launched an assault upon it. Wait, who are you? Hong pondered, resolute not to squander this opportunity to unveil her adversary's identity. Even if this being had not slain Inuzuka Kiba, for the sake of Konoha, she would choose to fight. She was, after all, the inheritor of the will of fire. The predator remained stationary, not turning back, but instead gazing at a miniature computer on its right arm. A series of beeps echoed, and after a brief manipulation, it produced a short staff from its back. With a sharp crack, a glint of cold steel revealed itself to be a double-edged spear. With a fierce roar, it initiated its attack. Hong's pupils dilated in shock. This creature was indeed elusive. The clang of metal resounded as she deflected the spear's advance with a shuriken. Demonstrating her agility, she leaped high into the air, hurling several more darts. The predator, unwilling to concede, skillfully maneuvered its spear into a defensive stance, neutralizing all incoming projectiles, which scattered across the ground. In her quest to discern the enemy's capabilities, Hong refrained from utilizing ninjutsu, eager to observe what tricks this foe might possess. Perhaps aware of the challenge she posed, the predator held its spear in its right hand while reaching for its waist with the left. Hong, keenly attuned to its intentions, braced herself for the impending assault. In the very moment she landed, the predator produced a long, tubular device. With a resounding blast, a vast net erupted forth. Hong, unable to counter with her shuriken, found herself with no option for evasion. The enemy's timing was impeccable, leaving her no chance for escape. Lin Lan nearly gasped in disbelief. This could spell disaster. Instantaneously ensnared, Hong felt the net constrict around her. Just as she prepared to resist, electric currents surged through the mesh. Hissing in pain, Hong, a seasoned jonin, showcased her resilience against the onslaught. The iron-blooded warrior advanced swiftly, raising his weapon to strike. Boom. A burst of flames erupted. Fire release. Iron Tree Silver Flower, a technique imparted to her by her late husband Asuma, blossomed once more. The searing flames surged through the gaps in the net, racing towards the iron-blooded warrior. Whoosh. The warrior vanished, evading the assault. Lin Lan observed keenly. This adversary was indeed formidable. The high temperature gradually melted the net, allowing Sunset Red to escape. Whoosh. Crack. Illuminated by the flames, she continued to scout the enemy's position. Suddenly, a firework ascended in the northern night sky, only to vanish shortly after. It was the signal from the Uchiha clan, confirming that Pundi was safe. Only then did Sunset Red feel a sense of relief, as she had feared Pundi might perish at the hands of this foe. What was this? A three-dot crimson mark appeared in the center of Sunset Red's chest. Lin Lan's heart sank. The iron-blooded warrior had pinpointed her location. Fortunately, Sunset Red reacted with remarkable speed, executing a roll to evade. At her previous position, several arrows had taken aim. With his cloaking ability, physical attacks were rendered ineffective. Various advanced weapons, indeed, it was him. Sunset Red synthesized the intelligence brought back by Lin Lan and the others, concluding without a doubt that he was the enemy. In that case, why show mercy to such a nefarious villain? Swish, swish, swish. Sunset Red swiftly formed hand seals. The earlier attack had merely been a probe. Now, the true battle commenced. Her greatest strength lay not in ninjutsu, but in genjutsu. Lin Lan observed her forming seals, yet noticed nothing amiss. Suddenly, the iron-blooded warrior appeared behind her, two curved blades emerging from his left arm. Roar. He believed this strike would surely succeed. However, he halted his attack abruptly. Just 2 steps more, and the blades could pierce Sunset Red's body, for she had transformed into a tree. Lin Lan perceived this clearly. The tree was an illusion. Sunset Red was maneuvering behind him. He was astonished at how he could see through the genjutsu. Inside the iron-blooded warrior's helmet, chaos ensued, emitting a beep, beep sound. Before he could react, branches suddenly lashed out, swiftly ensnaring his limbs. No matter how strong the iron-blooded warrior was, he could not escape. Bang! He was bound tightly to the trunk by the vines. Success. Sunset Red pressed a shuakin against the iron-blooded warrior's throat. Genjutsu, tree-binding technique, achieved. Die. Thud. Sunset Red stared in disbelief at her abdomen. The iron-blooded warrior had managed to escape. Just as she was about to deliver the final blow, a short dagger appeared in the warrior's right hand and plunged viciously into her body. Impossible. Blood trickled from the corner of Sunset Red's mouth as she staggered back. She was astonished at the identity of her opponent. Which village do you hail from, ninja? Warrior. Tianhu, the iron-blooded warrior mumbled. Tianhu discarded the short dagger, and two curved blades emerged from his right arm as well. Sunset Red, enduring the pain, channeled her chakra and formed hand seals with one hand. Sensing that something was amiss, Tianhu chose to vanish instead of attack. Is it possible that he fears ninjutsu? Lin Lan also noticed this point. He is now in a dilemma. If he does not go out to assist, Yujito Ni may truly perish. However, if he ventures out, he will expose himself. What to do? Yujito Ni is a jonin and undoubtedly possesses other genjutsu. Even if she cannot defeat her adversary, she can still escape. Lin Lan resolved to remain a spectator while also preparing for battle. If he does not reveal himself, he can still launch a few projectiles. Genjutsu, Mirage, enduring excruciating pain. Yujito Ni initiated her escape from the illusion. As she stepped back, an identical clone of her appeared ahead. This technique differs from the shadow clone. It is an illusion. And if the enemy attacks, they will find themselves ensnared. The maneuver succeeded, and Yujito Ni fled at lightning speed. Boom! An explosion erupted ahead. Oh no! The shockwave knocked her to the ground. Yujito Ni found herself covered in dirt. The forehead protector of Konohagakure also fell from her. How painful! Upon touching her face, she discovered a bloodstain on her right cheek. He did not fall for it, that despicable foe. Yujito Ni understood that the enemy was deliberately pursuing her instead of attacking the illusion. The iron-blooded warrior, Tianhu, appeared not far away. Bang, bang, bang. He launched a ferocious assault. Yujito Ni was already too weakened to resist. Although she still had chakra, excessive blood loss left her powerless. Her lips turned pale as she watched the enemy advance. Boom. Another explosion occurred. This time, the target was the iron-blooded warrior. Tianhu, in the midst of his charge, failed to react in time and was also sent flying to the ground. Thanks to his armored protection, he quickly rose from the ground. Both he and Yujito Ni were puzzled. Could it be that there is another powerful presence? She sat on the ground, not seeing any reinforcements appear. Tianhu also surveyed the surroundings, using the thermal detection of his helmet. In all directions, there were no living beings to be found. After launching the projectiles, Lin Lan had already concealed himself beneath a dirt slope, utilizing the elevation to remain undetected by the iron-blooded warrior. Roar. Not detecting any enemies, Tianhu let out a bellow. Perhaps his comrades were slain by this very tactic. It confirmed that the enemy was indeed present, yet he could not ascertain their location. Truly a match of wits. Yujito Ni winced at the sound of his roar, feeling the intensity of his anger. Shaking his dreadlocked hair, Tianhu turned his head towards Yujito Ni. Who is she? Speak, and I may spare your life. His grasp of the earth language was not proficient, yet he understood the meaning clearly. Yujito Ni let out a bitter laugh. Even if I knew, I would not divulge it to you. Alas, I cannot avenge my disciple. Unwilling to engage her further, the iron-blooded warrior's left arm made a clattering sound. With a swift motion, a spiked iron chain shot forth, piercing through Yujito Ni's chest. With a powerful tug, the chain was retracted, bringing forth a heart that had yet to cease beating. Thud! It was discarded on the ground as Tianhu crushed it beneath his foot. Lin Lan remained unaware of the situation, cautiously maneuvering without daring to reveal himself. It took him half an hour to re-emerge, crawling along the ground and becoming covered in dust. Fortunately, he was aware of the predator's capabilities. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to evade capture. Upon returning to the battlefield, he beheld the serene figure of Sunset Red, bathed in the moonlight. No way. Lin Lan rushed over, and the scene before him was unbearable. The stench of blood and the gruesome sight were difficult to confront. Teacher. A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Lan. Not even the shell could save her life. Gazing at the hollow in her chest, Lin Lan felt a void within himself. His heart was filled with regret. If only he had been braver at that moment, perhaps he could have saved Sunset Red. Alas. Teacher, do not blame me. I was truly powerless. With great power comes great responsibility. I longed for a life of obscurity, earning a living through foot massages. while mingling with the lovely ladies, such was my desire. I am sorry. Before departing, Lin Lan respectfully bowed to Sunset Red's lifeless body. Yet, he could not resist stealing a glance at the hem of her skirt. He knew it was unethical. Perhaps only in this way could he forge a memory of Sunset Red. That shade of aquamarine would forever be etched in Lin Lan's mind. A sleepless night ensued. Neil. Fat D was also being punished by his family. His father, Uchiha Chri, had a good temperament but was incensed by Fat D's antics. This girl was becoming increasingly audacious. If this continued, it would not end well. Plop. Fat D obediently knelt, but felt no fear, continuing to make faces at her brother. Qianluo. Qianluo was truly at a loss with this sister. Chri shouted, impudent. It is my indulgence that has led you to such reckless behavior. How dare you shirk your ninjutsu training to frolic about? Watch how I discipline you. He grasped a rattan stick but then set it down, his gaze searching for another weapon. The clan members struggled to stifle their laughter, aware that Chri could not bear to strike her. Qianluo stepped in, pleading, Father, spare her this time. Humph. You wretched girl. Out of consideration for your brother, I will let you off this time, but should you dare do this again, I shall break your legs. Uttering the harshest words while performing the gentlest actions, Fat D immediately sprang up, stuck out her tongue at her father, and hurried back to her room. Sigh. My mother perished during childbirth. How could I not love her? You brat, why didn't you stop me sooner? Uchiha Chri rapped his son on the head. Qianluo cried out in protest. Before they could disperse, two masked Umbu suddenly appeared atop the wall. The fox-masked figure said, Lord Chri, we have discovered the body of Jonin Sunset Red outside the village. The Hokage requests your presence to discuss the matter. Huh. Qianluo took a few steps back, immediately recounting what he had just seen regarding Sunset Red. So, she was killed while searching for Fat D. You must accompany me. Chri, with Qianluo in tow, hurried toward the Hokage building. Turning over, Lin Lan finally opened his eyes. The morning light flooded his bedroom, and he slowly sat up. Looking into the mirror, he saw his dry hair, pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and a generally disheveled appearance. Just as he finished tidying up, Dragon City burst through the door. Something has happened. Something has happened. What now? Teacher Hong has passed away. What? Lin Lan feigned astonishment. Unable to suppress his tears, Longcheng recounted the events in a fragmented manner. Last night, the Dark Division discovered the body of Sunset Hong outside the village. It was rumored that her heart had been extracted and cruelly crushed. Lin Lan sighed and patted his shoulder. Please accept my condolences. Let us depart. Since waking, he had donned a black t-shirt. In the square, a multitude had gathered. Villagers and ninjas once again convened to bid farewell to the beautiful ninja, Sunset Hong. At the forefront of the crowd, Sunset Hong and Asuma's daughter, Sarutobi Mirai, was weeping profusely in Shikamaru's embrace. As her mentor, Shikamaru was naturally heartbroken. With her parents lost, how would she navigate her future? Naruto presided over the memorial service. It was also confirmed that the perpetrator responsible for Sunset Hong's death was the same individual. Lin Lan was preoccupied with thoughts of searching for Meiza and Pundi. Meiza, adorned with a white headband, appeared deeply sorrowful. She gently placed a bouquet of lilies before Sunset Hong's coffin, unable to contain her tears. Even in her weariness, Meiza retained her beauty. Lin Lan's observations diverged from those of others. More importantly, the plan in the Death Forest had succeeded. Her gait was slightly altered from her usual manner, especially as she practiced the technique of reversal, seemingly hesitant to exert herself. It was undoubtedly the accumulation of calluses that caused her discomfort. Lin Lan chuckled to himself, thinking, don't mention it. If I hadn't smoothed your feet, perhaps it wouldn't hurt so much. This time, I still won't be easily swayed. Lin Lan. After the funeral concluded, just as Lin Lan intended to leave, he suddenly heard Pundi calling out to him. Recalling the events of the previous night ignited a flame of passion within him. Across the sea of people, Pundi waved at him instead of approaching. Lin Lan offered a faint smile. Longcheng nudged him with his elbow, remarking on how quickly things were progressing. Stop laughing at me. I still don't know how to broach the topic with her family. Sighing, he added, the Uchiha clan is indeed difficult to handle. Longcheng empathized with Lin Lan's predicament. The Uchiha were a prestigious clan, not only renowned in Konoha but also famous throughout the ninja world, especially with Sasuke, who upheld their honor as the only wielder of the Rinnegan. As the two engaged in conversation, Hinata Meza approached them. Her eyes were slightly reddened, as if she had yet to emerge from her sorrow. We are the only ones who faced the enemy and managed to escape safely. We must find a way to capture him. What? This girl has quite the audacity. Lin Lan felt troubled, and Longcheng's expression mirrored his concern. Meiza, we are merely genin. It would be better to leave this to the genin, Longcheng proposed. Lin Lan remained silent, sensing a barrier between himself and Meiza. This was the first time they had faced each other since the attack. This time, Meiza did not shy away. Her gaze was particularly resolute, regaining her former frosty pride. Lin Lan, however, was different. Despite reminding himself that he was already with Pundi, who was indeed his girlfriend, he could not help but feel his resolve wavering. As his eyes betrayed him, one cannot bear to confront Meiza directly, fearing the ensnaring allure of her pure, monochromatic gaze. Even with vengeful thoughts, one finds oneself unable to act upon them. What are your thoughts? Longcheng hastily reminded Lin Lan, who was fixated on the ground, that Meiza was inquiring about his opinion. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that Meiza would seek his counsel. Instantly, Lin Lan raised his head, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. To refuse her would undoubtedly lead to her discontent, for Meiza had never faced rejection. Yet to acquiesce would render him seemingly superficial. His mind was ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. In the past, Meiza would not have exhibited such patience. Today, however, was distinctly different. With her gaze fixed upon Lin Lan, she awaited his input. While I believe Meiza's suggestion is sound, we should indeed take action. After all, we are ninjas. Longcheng understood that their captain had little decision-making authority. It was Meiza, the one ruling from behind a curtain, who truly held the reins. This afternoon, we shall proceed to the training grounds to practice our joint ninjutsu. After uttering her command, Meiza departed, her demeanor remaining as aloof as ever. Lin Lan had initially intended to decline, as he still needed to tend to his foot care business. Yet, as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, they failed to escape his lips. He still harbored reservations towards her. Sigh, I shall see you in the afternoon. Reluctantly, Longcheng bid farewell and left, leaving Lin Lan alone in that spot. Just as he was about to depart, he unexpectedly encountered teacher Yamato, who exchanged a few pleasantries with Shikamaru before walking towards Tsunade. Not far away, the two appeared strangely unfamiliar with one another. They offered a brief nod and then parted ways, devoid of any warmth or intimacy. Lin Lan felt bewildered. Last night, their connection had sparked like a lightning bolt, yet today they were frigidly distant. Could it be that they were merely friends with benefits? Tsunade, of noble status, would never condescend to be with someone like Yamato. He was older and lacked wealth. Apart from his fair complexion, he possessed little else of merit. After much contemplation, Lin Lan could arrive at no conclusion. He could not help but speculate that Tsunade might be feigning seriousness. Perhaps he could win her affection, if he could capture her heart. His efforts in the future would be unnecessary. It was common knowledge that Tsunade was affluent. Upon returning to the entrance of his shop, he noticed several customers waiting, both young and old. A group of women, engaged in animated chatter, hurried over to greet Lin Lan upon his arrival. Some even expressed their grievances, urging him to return to work promptly after the funeral. Aware of the upcoming ninjutsu practice in the afternoon, Lin Lan needed to conserve his energy. So he quickly addressed everyone. I sincerely apologize for the delay, but we shall be closing for today. Instantly, the fashion-conscious female ninjas, accustomed to high heels, erupted in lamentations. Those who could come here were undoubtedly experiencing discomfort in their feet. Lin Lan was like a beacon amidst a sea of troubles. Please do not be upset. We shall resume normal operations tomorrow. To soothe their spirits, Lin Lan generously distributed numerous discount vouchers among the crowd. He truly was a business prodigy, managing to delight every customer. Just as they left, satisfied, Lin Lan was about to open the door when a sudden gust of wind swept in, and before he could react, he felt a punch land on his cheek. Caught completely off guard, Lin Lan was sent sprawling backward, crashing forcefully against the door. The passing villagers were taken aback. A group of youths began to assault Lin Lan. Amidst the flurry of punches and kicks, one elegantly dressed youth shouted, "Hit him hard." Lin Lan curled up like a shrimp, his hands shielding his head, caught in a state of bewilderment. The voice sounded eerily familiar. Peering out from the corner of his eye, he confirmed it was indeed him, Uchiha Qianluo. He refrained from joining the fray himself, instead directing his clan members to pummel Lin Lan. Some villagers, unable to bear the sight, contemplated intervening, but were reminded that the family crest of the fan on the youth's robe signified his lineage. The Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. Their original sense of justice was swiftly quelled. At last, Qianluo commanded the cessation of the beating. He kicked Lin Lan over, leaving him sprawled on the ground. You audacious brat! How dare you pursue my sister? Lin Lan then understood the reason for the brutal assault. It was revealed by Pundi that they were connected. Qianluo's immediate reaction was to assume Lin Lan harbored ill intentions. After all, he had recently been on the receiving end of a beating from him, and surely bore a grudge, deliberately getting close to Pundi. I warned you, if you do not provoke me, I will leave you be. But now, you have crossed my line. With a swift motion, Qianluo revealed a shuriken from his sleeve. His companions, witnessing the escalation, were taken aback. Fighting was acceptable, but taking a life was beyond the pale. Longshao, stop. Don't act impulsively. They hurriedly tried to restrain him. Let me go? I will kill him. Qianluo's eyes glowed crimson, resembling a ravenous wolf. Lin Lan, beaten and unable to rise, observed Qianluo's frenzied demeanor with a smile. Lin Lan, you will pay for this. With that, the shuriken was hurled. Yet, due to the interference from the crowd, it went awry, embedding itself in the door of Lin Lan's home. Amidst the clamor of persuasion and comfort from the onlookers, Qianluo was eventually led away. After some time, when the delinquent youths departed, the villagers approached to help Lin Lan to his feet. When questioned, Lin Lan shook his head, indicating he was unharmed. Once inside and having closed the door, he could no longer hold himself upright and slowly collapsed onto the floor, his ribs aching painfully. With each breath, it felt as though knives were slicing through him. Those ruffians struck with great malice. To find some comfort, he lay still on the ground, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, yet his heart brimmed with joy. The angrier Qianluo became, the more successful his plan appeared to be. This was the outcome he desired. He could defeat him, confine Pundi, yet could not cage their hearts. He sought to keep Qianluo in a perpetual state of unease. However, Lin Lan's smile suddenly faded as he thought of someone. Pundi. What was I supposed to say? We are merely ordinary friends, merely developing feelings for each other. Uchiha Pundi, faced with her brother Qianluo's inquiries, felt a tinge of annoyance. She turned to sit at the table, picking up a strawberry and savoring it with delight. Qianluo, smiling as he sat across from her, replied, Sister, I am not opposed. I just feel he is not suitable. He loathed his brother and father's obsession with bloodlines. Fat D expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I understand your intentions. You wish for me to marry someone from the Hinata or Sarutobi clans, hoping to produce offspring with the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. But that is your desire, not mine. Why impose it upon me? Knowing her sister's headstrong nature, Qianluo could only offer gentle persuasion. You may choose whomever you wish, but not Qianluo. Why? Who in the village doesn't know he is a hopeless case, like mud that cannot be molded, unworthy of the main table? He lacks ninjutsu, and his taijutsu is merely average. Enough. Without allowing Qianluo to finish, Fat D swiftly interrupted, unwilling to hear any disparagement of her beloved. I simply enjoy being with him. What of it? She shot Qianluo a glare before turning to leave the house. Qianluo did not attempt to stop her, but instead smiled, a smile that hinted at malice. Knock, knock, knock. Fat D found it peculiar that Lin Lan's door was tightly shut. After knocking for a while without a response, she wondered where he had gone. Yet she did not leave, instead sitting patiently on the steps, waiting for Lin Lan's return. The midday sun blazed intensely, and despite wearing shorts, Fat D was drenched in sweat, unable to suppress her complaints about Lin Lan. Little did she know, they were merely a door apart. Lin Lan lay on the floor, fighting against his impulses. He was not avoiding Fat D due to his physical wounds, but rather the turmoil within. If they were to meet, he might lose control of his emotions and act upon his desires. Glancing at the clock, he noted that their afternoon practice was approaching. With great effort, he quietly rose, changed his clothes, and crawled out through the back window, donning a hat to conceal the bruises on his face. Earlier, while checking his reflection, he had discovered a dark circle forming around his right eye, nearly resembling a panda's. Dragging his battered body, he made his way to the training ground, where Meiza had been waiting for some time. Today, she had chosen a black sports tank top paired with black joggers and comfortable sneakers for ease of movement. Longcheng approached with 3 bottles of water in hand, and the trio was finally reunited. Let us hydrate, and then we can commence our training, Lin Lan said, taking the bottle but not drinking. Meiza generously twisted off the cap and elegantly drank a couple of gulps, sweat glistening on her neck as it trickled down, disappearing into the slight plunge of her neckline. Let us stick to our usual rhythm. Lin Lan, you lead the charge, Longcheng said with a grin, eager to showcase the new ninja tools he had developed. By the way, why are you wearing a hat? We can hardly see your face. Lin Lan replied, it's hot. Meiza furrowed her brow as though sensing something amiss. Take it off. We aren't wearing any. Longcheng reached out to remove it, but Lin Lan dodged. Don't mess around. In a flash, Meiza acted with remarkable speed, swiftly snatching Lin Lan's hat away. Both she and Longcheng were momentarily stunned, gazing at Lin Lan's bruised visage, uncertain of what to say. Who did this to you? After a brief silence, Longcheng erupted in fury. Having already considered Lin Lan a brother, it felt as though the blows had been directed at him. Tell me, who did this? Faced with his pressing inquiries, Lin Lan felt a surge of emotion, yet refrained from disclosing the circumstances. It's nothing. Let us practice, he suggested. As he attempted to depart, Longcheng hastily grasped his arm, demanding, what on earth is happening? You were just assaulted a few days ago, and now this? If you consider me a brother, you must tell me, who did this to you? A bittersweet smile graced Lin Lan's lips as his gaze drifted towards Meiza. Longcheng noticed the distress etched on Meiza's face, a mixture of hesitation and restraint. Meiza, do you know? He prodded. I. Meiza hesitated, uncertain. Lin Lan interjected, willing to shoulder the burden alone, unwilling to entangle Meiza in the turmoil. Longcheng was poised to speak further, but Meiza suddenly interjected. Longcheng, could you step away for a moment? I wish to speak with Lin Lan privately. Although reluctant, Longcheng succumbed to Lin Lan's resolute gaze. He had sensed a story brewing between the two and begrudgingly withdrew, settling onto a nearby stone bench, observing as their conversation grew increasingly animated. Longcheng yearned to intervene but ultimately remained still, comprehending that Meiza must surely know the reason behind it all. So, I was struck again. Are you satisfied now? Your man is quite formidable. I am in awe. Is that enough? Lin Lan poured forth his grievances, directing scorn towards Meiza. This was in response to her earlier inquiry about whether Uchiha Qianluo was responsible. That single question ignited Lin Lan's ire, leading him to think. Isn't this a case of asking the obvious? Who else could it be? He had not forgotten when they had conspired against him last time, and he could no longer tolerate it. Do not speak nonsense. We are merely acquaintances, Meiza replied, her urgency palpable as she sought to clarify their relationship. However, Lin Lan remained unconvinced. Avoiding further entanglement in that topic, Meiza exhaled deeply and said gently, I knew that being with Pang Di would eventually lead to trouble. You are well aware that you cannot rival Qianluo. Why provoke his sister? What? I cannot rival Longcheng. The words struck Lin Lan like a dagger, akin to a girl pointing accusatorily at him, unmistakably declaring his inadequacy. What man could endure such a slight? Overwhelmed, Lin Lan retorted coldly. What business is it of yours who I associate with? It is my prerogative. That night when you asked if I liked you, I had intended to say no but was interrupted by Longcheng. Now I declare unequivocally that I not only do not like you but harbor a strong disdain for you. I detest your feigned superiority and your aloofness. You are merely a decorative vase of the Hyuga family. And do you truly believe Qianluo to be a good person? He is nothing more than a complete hypocrite, solely interested in seducing you. With that, Meiza, unable to contain her emotions any longer, raised her hand and struck Lin Lan across the face. Having never endured such indignity, she turned and fled, tears cascading down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Longcheng, taken aback, attempted to intervene but was forcefully pushed aside. Heavens! This is the first time I have seen Meiza cry. How could you have made her weep? This was no exaggeration. During their last training session, she had inadvertently nicked half of her nail. If it were any other girl, she would have already burst into tears. However, Meiza remained composed, tending to her wounds and continuing her practice. It's nothing. I'm leaving, muttered Lin Lan, agitated as she turned to head home. Longcheng felt a deep sense of sorrow for his role as captain. His only two teammates were far from dependable. Hey, Lin Lan, wait for me. He decided to mend his relationship with her first. If news of discord within Team Steel 7 leaked, it would surely become a laughingstock in the ninja world. Indeed. There is a saying that rings true. It is difficult to nurture both women and scoundrels. After a few cups of clear wine, Lin Lan's cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. She grasped Longcheng's arm and chattered incessantly. What began as an attempt to comfort her soon transformed into a session of listening to her grievances. Longcheng patiently absorbed her words, which included tales from before their time in this realm. Lin Lan, having graduated from university, ended up as a pedicurist due to a lack of experience. And she recounted how she had been bullied upon arriving in the ninja world. Fortunately, her subconscious had locked away the system's secrets, preventing her from revealing too much. Longcheng grew increasingly bewildered. Could this young woman possibly hail from the future? They continued drinking late into the night. Finally emerging from the barbecue restaurant with arms slung over each other's shoulders. Overcome by the effects of too much alcohol, Lin Lan could no longer contain her nausea. Her stomach churned violently, and she began to vomit, as if trying to expel her very bile. Passers-by quickly covered their noses and hurried away. Longcheng sighed. You really have poor drinking habits. He clumsily supported her, eager to get her home. As the night breeze brushed against them, Lin Lan felt more alert. Longcheng, you don't need to see me home. I can manage, she insisted, gradually extricating herself from his hold and walking alone. Longcheng, concerned for her safety, insisted on accompanying her, but she firmly declined. Unable to persuade her otherwise, he cautioned her to be careful and then made his way home. Strolling along the desolate street, Lin Lan yearned to shout and release her pent-up frustrations. As she walked, the asphalt beneath her feet sparkled with scattered stars. Meiza, do you know that I like you? She murmured unsteadily, arriving at the alleyway leading to her residence. Beneath the streetlight, a figure squatted at her doorstep, head buried between her knees. Meiza? She wondered, but it wasn't. As Lin Lan approached with blurred vision, she realized it was Pang Di. Slowly lifting her head, Pang Di met Lin Lan's gaze, which reeked of alcohol. She quickly stood up, exclaiming, Where have you been? Who were you drinking with? What happened to the injury on your face? Lin Lan remained silent, a smile gracing her lips as he gently pulled her into an embrace, resembling a helpless child seeking the warmth of a mother's arms. Pang Di felt Lin Lan's back rise and fall, her shoulders dampened by his tears. Lin Lan. She softly patted his back, choosing not to say anything more. They held each other tightly for a long while. Finally, Lin Lan opened the door. But as Pang Di attempted to follow him inside, he blocked her path. It's too late. You should go back. No, I want to stay with you, she insisted. With unwavering determination in her eyes, Pang Di genuinely wished to accompany Lin Lan, not wanting her tears to accompany him through the night. However, Lin Lan, against his own wishes, declined. His heart ached, fully aware that Pang Di had waited for a long time. This affection would remain etched in his heart forever. Yet, at this moment, he knew he could not draw too close to her. What are you doing? Don't you want me? Pang Di blinked her large eyes, shimmering with a silvery glow under the night light. So enticing, she was impossible to resist. Her fiery red lips were tantalizingly close, just a step away. Lin Lan gazed skyward, suppressing his impulses. I'm tired. Let us meet another day. Then tell me, who hurt you so badly? Was it my brother? Pang Di asked seriously, her expression stern. No, Lin Lan replied without a hint of doubt. To seek vengeance through a woman would be the utmost disgrace. A man, if he desires retribution, must wield not only his fists but also possess true courage. Hearing that it was not her brother's doing, Pang Di finally felt reassured. Just let me keep you company. The young girl was truly relentless, immediately grasping Lin Lan's arm and beginning to act coy. I know you fought with someone. Tell me, and I'll help you teach him a lesson. Don't worry, who would dare disrespect our Uchiha family? It was better not to mention this. What of the Uchiha family? The Leaf Village was founded by us in the Senju clan. Although the founder, Uchiha Madara, committed heinous acts, he too faced his due punishment. The one who ended the war was none other than Lord Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke. Our family certainly has reason to take pride. Pang Di continued her animated chatter, oblivious to Lin Lan's darkening expression. Heh, is that so? Why are you so disdainful? Pang Di chuckled. Don't you know the power of our Sharingan? Just wait until I unlock it. Before she could finish, Lin Lan had pulled her into his home, pressing her against the wall and beginning to kiss her fervently. I knew you wanted me. Pang Di closed her eyes, ambiguously savoring the affection. Little did she know, Lin Lan's eyes were filled with rage. What of the Uchiha? Tonight, I shall ravage you. Let you be arrogant. Your brother's mistakes shall be paid for by you. With a thud, Pang Di was thrown onto the bed. Under the moonlight, the beauty was extraordinarily tempting. Perhaps realizing she would become a woman tonight, Pang Di's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. Help me with my slippers. As Lin Lan approached, his hand barely grazed Pang Di's foot. For some inexplicable reason, the fiery turmoil within him suddenly dissipated. What did her pride have to do with Longcheng's mistakes? She had every right to be proud. The Uchiha family was indeed powerful. This was common knowledge. One must embrace their youth with exuberance. Pang Di remained with her eyes closed, waiting for her lover's affection, yet a long silence ensued. Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Lan standing like a statue at the foot of the bed, staring at her feet, lost in thought. What are you staring at? Is my foot more beautiful than I? Lin Lan looked up with a smile and said, Get up, let us go home. Pang Di doubted her hearing. No more fussing. I will take you home, Lin Lan said, taking hold of Pang Di's arm. Her mind was in a daze, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. In the final moments, why did Lin Lan relent? Was it because she felt she lacked allure? As Lin Lan guided Pang Di towards the door, she suddenly heard the girl softly sobbing. You foolish girl, why are you crying? Is it because I am inadequate, and you do not favor me? Pang Di felt a sense of injustice. The sight of her tears left Lin Lan momentarily entranced, as though he were gazing upon a familiar shadow. No. Do not think that way. Did you not say you wished to save it for our wedding night? I must treat you with respect. Really? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Instantly, Pang Di's tears turned to laughter. The little girl was indeed innocent. After escorting her home, Lin Lan wished to slap himself. Why did he always soften at the last moment? Alas, how lamentable. Not long after, a shadow obstructed their path. Shouty really came looking for you. Another adversary. Qian Luo. Lin Lan felt a headache coming on. What do you want now? Clearly, you have not taken my words to heart. Qian Luo brandished a shuriken from behind. No one can save you now. The streets were deserted, particularly in this alley. The patrolling ninjas had yet to arrive. Lin Lan found himself in a desperate struggle. Yet he felt no anxiety, knowing the time for vengeance had arrived. Old grievances and new ones would be settled together. He would let them taste his explosive technique. Qian Luo, I have been enduring you. You have forced my hand. Enough of your nonsense. Prepare to die. Before Qian Luo could strike, Lin Lan took the initiative. This scoundrel turned to flee, shouting, Murder! Murder! Stop right there. Qian Luo seethed with rage. This coward had not even attempted to fight back and merely ran away. Lin Lan understood full well that his explosive technique inflicted area of effect damage. Even a single target attack would inevitably harm the innocent, revealing his identity. Thus, he decided to retreat. Weighing his options, his cries for help were now in vain. He had to escape quickly. Where had the trained ninjas of the Umbu gone? Lin Lan felt a sense of urgency. Whoosh! Qian Luo, possessing superior skills, suddenly stood atop a nearby telephone pole. Let us see how you escape. You'll learn of my prowess. Sharingan, activate. The crimson double tomo pupils finally opened. Is this a joke? You would use the Sharingan against me? Lin Lan realized that if he did not exhibit his true abilities, he would likely not escape today. Fire style, great fireball technique. Qian Luo was indeed intent on killing. The fireball erupted forth, infused with a murderous intent, charging towards Lin Lan. What the? Fortunately, his physical skills were commendable, allowing him to narrowly evade the attack. Amidst the flying sparks, he tumbled into the grass. You will not escape. Shuriken, the secret technique of the triple windmill. Just as Qian Luo intended to unleash his ninjutsu once more, an unfamiliar sound reached his ears, prompting him to halt his assault. Lin Lan distinctly heard a piercing scream shatter the tranquil night, the pitch far too recognizable. It emanated from the Uchiha clan's stronghold, and it was indeed Pundi's voice. Without a moment's hesitation, Qian Luo dashed frantically towards home, with Lin Lan trailing closely behind, her concern for Pundi's safety palpable. The initial thought that crossed their minds was whether the fearsome predator had launched an attack. The two swiftly returned to Qian Luo's residence. Upon pushing open the grand door, Qian Luo was struck dumb by the sight before him. Two clan members lay lifeless in a pool of blood, his father and sister. In a frenzy, he plunged into the inner chamber, oblivious to Lin Lan's presence behind him. As it was Lin Lan's first visit to this place, she felt disoriented but remained steadfastly at Qian Luo's heels. With a forceful kick, Qian Luo burst through his father's door, only to find it empty. He hurriedly sought out Pundi, only to encounter numerous fallen clan members along the way. Though they all bore the Uchiha name, they were mere subordinates. Why were they so vulnerable? Pundi, brother. Pundi emerged from her room, panic-stricken as she reunited with Qian Luo. The siblings embraced tightly, relief washing over them upon confirming her safety. Lin Lan, Pundi exclaimed as she rushed towards her beloved. In that moment, Qian Luo made no effort to intervene, but instead inquired, Where is father? He is not home, she replied, with the assurance of his father's safety. Qian Luo's demeanor shifted drastically. Release my sister. Lin Lan awkwardly raised his hands in surrender, while Pundi recoiled as if shocked, realizing her indiscretion. What transpired? She inquired. I was resting when I suddenly heard commotion outside. Upon investigating, I saw a figure clad in black, ruthlessly taking lives. The events of the earlier chaos still haunted Pundi, though she was fortunate that her whereabouts had gone unnoticed, likely due to their timely arrival. Qian Luo nodded in acknowledgement. As they deliberated, a cadre of patrolling ninjas arrived at the scene. The penetrating quality of Pundi's voice was indeed remarkable. Upon witnessing the carnage, the newcomers were rendered speechless. Uchiha Changlong, fortunately attending a meeting with Naruto at the Hokage building that night, was absent. Upon receiving the news, he rushed to the side alongside Naruto, both profoundly astonished. The Uchiha clan held significant influence within the ninja world. Who dared to instigate such chaos was a question that begged an answer. Changlong clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Such audacity! This is a blatant provocation. Hokage-sama, I request that you inform the most formidable among us." His reference was unmistakably to Uchiha Sasuke. However, Naruto hastily interjected, "No. Sasuke is occupied with gathering intel on the Tsutsuki remnants. This matter takes precedence." The impetuous Qianluo interjected, "Isn't the assault on my home a matter of great significance?" Changlong shot his son a reproachful glance before addressing Naruto, whose expression had grown tense. "Hokage-sama, my son is naive. Please do not take offense." With that, Naruto softened his expression and subsequently sought out Sakura to ascertain any findings from the medical team she led. After his departure, Changlong angrily remarked, "You insolent boy. Could you perhaps engage your brain while speaking?" "Father, I believe Lord Hokage is intentionally suppressing us." Silence. Just as Changlong was about to reprimand his son further, he noticed Pundi casually conversing with a young boy. "Who is he?" "Oh, he's a friend of Xiaodi, named Lin Lan." Repeating Lin Lan's name several times, Changlong pondered. Could it be the boy from the dojo? "Indeed, that's him," Qianluo confirmed. "That lad, utterly unlearned, how could Xiaodi associate with such a person? This girl is truly reckless." Changlong's expression was steeped in arrogance, looking down upon Lin Lan from the depths of his being. He refrained from inquiring about their relationship, trusting that his daughter would not have such poor judgment. Even if she chose a rotund practitioner of the ball path, she would never select the worthless Lin Lan. After all, he was engaged in a rather lowly profession. "Come, allow me to introduce you to my father." Seizing the opportunity, Pundi aimed to take Lin Lan to meet her family. Yet, Lin Lan harbored doubts. What was the matter with this family? Why were they not grieving for their deceased kin? Were they truly so cold-hearted? "Given the events of this evening, your father must be quite busy. I shall pay my respects another day." Lin Lan prepared to excuse himself, but Pundi pouted, insisting, "I still need to thank you for rescuing me. It's nothing. There won't be any overwhelming busyness. If a servant dies, we simply replace them." "Huh, replace them? What an audacious claim." Perhaps realizing her words were somewhat inappropriate, Pundi clarified, "What I mean is, they are all servants. Their duty is to protect and serve us." Lin Lan, perplexed, questioned, "Why are they considered servants if they are all from the Uchiha clan?" "Because they are weak and cannot awaken the Sharingan," Pundi replied with a smile. This was a notion Lin Lan had never contemplated before. Were there truly Uchihas who could not awaken the Sharingan? How peculiar. While Pundi and the others remained remarkably composed, the other ninjas were bustling about. Even Meiza and Longcheng had arrived. To avoid an encounter with Meiza, Lin Lan smiled and said, "Xiaodi, didn't you wish to introduce your father to me? Let us go?" Pundi found this somewhat odd but thought little of it. "Father, brother, allow me to introduce my new friend." Lin Lan adjusted his clothing, attempting to conceal the mud stains from dodging the fireball, along with the scars on his face. Qianluo remained silent, while Changlong extended his hand for a gentle shake with Lin Lan. "Not bad, quite a handsome young man." "Huh, this old fellow is quite the actor," Lin Lan thought, feeling a wave of hypocrisy wash over him. Fortunately, Qianluo did not expose the relationship with Pundi. Perhaps he wished to handle things on his own. Having long heard of Changlong's illustrious reputation, seeing him today confirmed his extraordinary nature. "Haha, you young lad. You certainly possess a silver tongue," Changlong responded, while Lin Lan donned a fade of flattery. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Meiza gazing at him. The long day had finally come to an end. Lying in bed, Lin Lan tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His body ached subtly, but that was of little concern. The true issue was the identity of the assailant targeting the Uchiha clan, especially when it was connected to Pundi's family. If it were the predator, there would be no survivors. This individual is exceedingly brutal. Alas, it has been quite troublesome lately. The desire for a peaceful existence seems unattainable. As the sun began to rise, Lin Lan finally succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself embracing both Meiza and Pundi, reveling in immense joy, eager to stage a splendid performance akin to a dragon with two winds. Awaken! Lin Lan sensed someone calling his name, accompanied by a gentle shaking of his arm. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he discovered it was Longcheng. "What do you want?" Lin Lan rolled over onto the bed, yearning to continue his dream. Longcheng, in haste, exclaimed, "There has been an incident." "What now? Have you come to deliver bad news again? Who has perished this time? Are you serious?" Meiza's father has been captured. It is said that the assailant who attacked the Uchiha clan last night was none other than him. What? Lin Lan was instantly alert. After a brief moment of contemplation, he sprang from his bed. What on earth is happening? Now it was Longcheng's turn to be astonished. This lad appeared to be invigorated beyond reason. It turned out that through Haruno Sakura's examination of the deceased Uchiha clan members, they discovered multiple fractures on their bodies. The fatal injuries were concentrated around the heart, leading to preliminary suspicions that they had fallen victim to a Bagua palm attack. The chakra was expelled from the palm and infused into the heart of the deceased, resulting in cardiac arrest. Moreover, Pundi had witnessed the assailant's swift movements and agile attacks. It was tentatively concluded that the Hyuga clan was involved. Only Hyuga Chuan possesses such strength within the Hyuga family to deliver a lethal blow with a single strike. And he is indeed Meiza's father. Consequently, he has been taken by the Umbu for questioning. Lin Lan pondered. In that case, it is indeed plausible. Why? Longcheng inquired. Understanding that the long-standing enmity between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans made such actions conceivable. Longcheng, aware of the myriad rumors surrounding the two prominent families, acknowledged that despite the years, no actual conflict had transpired, merely whispers and conjectures among the populace. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We must hasten to see Meiza, Longcheng urged, pulling the disheveled Lin Lan along as they rushed outside. As they approached Meiza's home, they were met with a throng of people, predominantly Uchiha clan members, accompanied by numerous villagers eager to witness the unfolding drama. Someone come out and explain this to us. Keichuan must have accomplices. The crowd clamored, each voice adding to the cacophony, collectively condemning Keichuan as the true perpetrator. Lin Lan, however, noticed the absence of Qian Luo and Pundi, the protagonists in this saga, who were conspicuously missing. It appeared to be an impromptu uprising. Follow me, Longcheng beckoned, leading Lin Lan to the rear wall. We can jump over from here. Lin Lan was taken aback. This usually timid boy was demonstrating an unexpected audacity. Do you dare to scale Meiza's wall? Are you seeking death? She is our ally. What is there to fear? Longcheng declared, taking action without hesitation as he began to climb the wall. Lin Lan cautiously surveyed the surroundings and, upon realizing no one was approaching, hurriedly joined him in climbing. At this moment, the previous conflict between the two seemed to fade from memory. Hey, give me a pull. With a splash, the two of them leaped into Meiza's home. The courtyard, though modest in size, was adorned with lush greenery, creating a pleasant atmosphere. However, they had no time to admire the scenery and quickly made their way to the main hall. Passing through an arched doorway, they beheld a mother and daughter seated on the steps, lost in thought as they gazed at the entrance. Meiza's mother was named Zitong, a fact Lin Lan only recently discovered. No wonder Jiachuan's health was poor. Meiza's exquisite beauty was evidently inherited from Zitong, who possessed both stunning looks and grace. A gentle aura surrounded her, unable to conceal her remarkable appearance. Even as the passage of time etched its mark upon her eyes, it did not diminish her beauty. Much like an aged fine wine, her allure deepened with time, becoming ever more fragrant. Meiza, Auntie, Longcheng quickly approached to offer his greetings. The mother and daughter were startled, but upon recognizing them, they regained their composure. Meiza naturally flashed a look of surprise and excitement. Yet it quickly vanished upon seeing Lin Lan. Zitong, ever warm-hearted, had long wished to invite them to her home, urging them to take a seat without delay. Longcheng, pulling Lin Lan forward, expressed his gratitude to Zitong. Lin Lan, too shy to meet her gaze, caught Zitong's attention. She poured them both a cup of oolong tea and fetched some medicinal ointment, inquiring how Lin Lan had sustained such injuries and how he had been treated. With a hint of reproach, Zitong prepared to apply the ointment for Lin Lan. She treated them as if they were her own children, devoid of any awkwardness. Lin Lan, taken aback by her kindness, hastily rose to express his thanks. Auntie, I can manage on my own, though I am not a ninja. I understand that you are part of the same team, entrusting your backs to one another, thus you are all my children. The back. The most vulnerable part of a ninja is where no one has eyes to see. Entrusting it to a companion equates to placing one's life in their hands. This statement struck a profound chord within Lin Lan. Accepting the ointment, he silently began to apply it, avoiding their gaze. Meiza appeared somewhat embarrassed as well. Longcheng, fully aware of the situation, took the initiative to speak. Meiza, Auntie, both Lin Lan and I believe Uncle is innocent. Is there any way we can assist you? Zitong shook her head with a smile, saying, I trust that Lord Hokage is not a fool and will uncover the truth. Meiza, feeling indignant, exclaimed, It's entirely the Uchiha family, trying to exploit this matter to instigate conflict between our two clans. Meiza. Zitong's expression hardened, forbidding her daughter from speaking so recklessly. Angered, Meiza rose and stormed back into the house. Longcheng found himself in an awkward position, unsure of how to respond. Lin Lan, who had been observing Zitong's feet, marveled at her beauty. Even her feet were elegant. Despite the presence of some veins due to age, they did not detract from her grace. Her toenails were neatly manicured, and her toes were pleasantly plump. Observing her arches, one could see little dead skin, a testament to her diligent self-care. Perhaps she was quite concerned with her appearance. For the sake of perfection, even the parts that most would overlook, she exerted great effort to maintain their beauty. Her feet delicately arched as she spoke. It felt as though a tiny hand incessantly stirred the depths of Lin Lan's heart. One could only wonder what it would feel like to hold such a thing. Eat up. It's made by Mother, Meiza said as she emerged from the kitchen with a cherry blossom cake crafted from wisteria. Noticing Lin Lan's silence, she deliberately extended it to him. He hurriedly accepted it, murmuring a soft, "Thank you." Lin Lan, what is your perspective on this matter? Lin Lan had absorbed none of the conversation between Longcheng and Zitong moments ago. Longcheng rolled his eyes, perplexed by the boy's demeanor. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted from the front door. Bang! The Uchiha clan could no longer bear the weight. Someone had violently breached Meiza's door. They surged into the house. Lin Lan and the others swiftly stood up, shielding Zitong behind them. The agitated Uchiha clan members disregarded their status, ruthlessly shattering the entrance of Meiza's home. Lin Lan felt a surge of anxiety. The leader was Uchiha Shochong, Sasuke's uncle, who had leveraged Sasuke's name to become the clan leader of this generation of Uchihas. What do you intend to do? Longcheng demanded loudly. Shochong did not even spare him a glance, declaring, "Sister-in-law, at this point, Ichikawa is a suspect. One might say it is certain that he is responsible for this." After a brief pause, Shochong continued, "He has entered, and regarding compensation, shouldn't you take responsibility? How dare he slander her father?" Meiza's fury ignited. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I will, Meiza." Zitong interjected, stepping in front of her daughter, brushing aside the bangs that fell across her forehead. Signaling for the others to retreat, she approached the assembly with a gentle smile and addressed everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen. Whether my husband is the culprit remains unconfirmed by the Hokage. Your hasty judgment may lack fairness." Instantly, the atmosphere began to cool. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Lin Lan couldn't help but admire the frail woman. Her calm demeanor quelled the rising tempers, and her gentle disposition rendered others unable to act rashly. Yet, Shochong was not to be deterred. He chuckled dryly. If it were not him, then who else could it be? The medical team has already reported that the victims suffered severe cardiac trauma, infused with chakra without inflicting bone damage. Aside from your Hyuga clan, no one in Konoha is capable of such a feat. What use is your denial? We will not make things difficult for you. 9 lives have been lost. And a compensation of 1 million yen per person is hardly excessive, is it? This man was audaciously demanding. Lin Lan recognized that the deceased were mere servants. Their worth far beneath such a sum. According to the regulations enacted by Konoha 2 years prior, the compensation for ninjas who perished in the line of duty was only 500,000 yen. Zitong, however, merely smiled faintly, revealing 2 delicate dimples. Reasonable. Quite reasonable indeed. Should my husband be responsible, I am willing to compensate. However, her expression shifted, becoming grave. Everything must adhere to the Hokage's directives, without a conclusion. I implore you to leave. Shochong's demeanor instantly transformed, his seriousness palpable. Well then, if you wish to quibble, I shall only press for the deceased to be vindicated. Remove anything of value. Shochong stated resolutely. Lin Lan found himself caught in a dilemma. This fellow appears to be akin to a bandit, and those behind him are certainly restless. Naturally, some individuals feel guilty, acknowledging the validity of Zitong's words. The esteemed Hokage has yet to reach a conclusion, and their actions seem to contravene established protocols. Moreover, it is shameful to bully a mother and daughter duo. I dare you to make a move. Meiza brandished her shuriken, positioning it before them. Lin Lan signaled to Longcheng, and the two gradually drew their shuriken as well. Oh, are we about to engage in combat? Shochong observed the unfolding situation with great interest. The atmosphere had reached a stalemate. None dared to strike first. Lin Lan recognized that should a fight ensue, they would be outmatched. The opposing side not only outnumbered them, but consisted entirely of Uchiha clan members, all possessing the Sharingan, even with a few additional allies. The outcome would remain unchanged. For heaven's sake, everyone, calm down. He fervently urged himself in silence. Shochong felt the same, refraining from issuing the command to engage. fully aware that an internal conflict would be a grave transgression. Oh dear, what a lively scene. Insurrection. Laughter echoed from the entrance as everyone parted ways. At this critical moment, Yamato made his appearance. Shochon, you've really riled yourself up. The two clearly had a contentious rapport. Uchiha Shochon retorted with irritation. What does it have to do with you? He dismissed him, and Yamato approached Meiza. Upon seeing her eyes light up with joy, his lips curled into a slight smile, and he cast an admiring glance towards Lin Lan and Longcheng. Then, he addressed Zitong, saying, Sister-in-law, with me here, no one dares to act recklessly. Zitong quickly expressed her gratitude. While others were oblivious, Lin Lan noticed clearly that when Zitong bowed in thanks, Yamato's gaze nearly fell into her neckline. Yamato, you're meddling too much. This is a matter for our two families. So what? Meiza is my disciple. If you bully her, I shall confront you. Yamato's stance was remarkably firm, exuding an aura of protectiveness. Lin Lan nearly found himself captivated by his bravado. Never had he realized how courageous he could be. A ninja, having been rescued after defeat, dares to boast. He should reflect on his own standing, Uchiha Shochon remarked, prompting laughter from the crowd. Yamato's face flushed with indignation. Strike not the face, insult not the mother, Lin Lan calmly interjected. Uncle Shochon, you are being rather excessive. Before Shochon could retort, a shadow descended from the heavens. Boom. A gust of wind surged forth. My status may not suffice, but does yours? Everyone turned to gaze, gasping in astonishment. Clad in a green short robe and adorned with a large character for gamble on his back, complemented by a golden ponytail and a charming mark on her forehead. It was none other than the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Shochon, aren't you being a bit excessive? Knowing he would gain nothing from the situation, Uchiha Shochon's gaze shifted. Lady Tsunade, please don't misunderstand. I am here to inquire about the situation, since my sister-in-law claims it was not the doing of Brother Jichuan. I shall take my leave now. The crowd regarded him with disdain. Lin Lan recalled Uchiha Qianluo and Longcheng, realizing they were indeed of the same lineage, birds of a feather. United by their foul stench, Tsunade, not wishing to escalate the situation, allowed them to flee without interference. As the imminent danger dissipated, Tsunade turned to the group with a warm smile, inquiring if everyone was unharmed. Grateful for her timely arrival, they expressed their thanks. This was Lin Lan's first close encounter with Tsunade, and the magnificent sight was beyond words. Her proportions were strikingly exaggerated. Having only seen such beauty in films, Lin Lan was finally witnessing it in reality. Wisteria, do not fret. If he returns, just inform me, Tsunade said, confidently patting Wisteria on the shoulder. Since the conclusion of the Ninja World War, she had kept a low profile. You must be Lin Lan? Tsunade's sudden question caught Lin Lan off guard. Still lost in memories of that night. I've heard your pedicure skills are quite impressive. I shall have to experience them one day. After a brief chat with Yamato and the others, Tsunade took her leave. Lin Lan speculated whether she would retreat to the woods again. With the crisis averted, Lin Lan and Longcheng prepared to depart. To show her gratitude, Wisteria had prepared 2 portions of sakura cake for Meiza to bring along. Longcheng appeared quite pleased. These are from your mother, Meiza said politely, presenting the pastries to Lin Lan. Gazing at the gift in Meiza's averted gaze, Lin Lan felt a pang of discomfort. Fortunately, her tone remained courteous, perhaps providing herself an avenue for escape. Thank you. As Lin Lan accepted the offering, she took the opportunity to gently touch Meiza's delicate hand, which was indeed soft. Before leaving, Lin Lan finally mustered the courage to say, Meiza, if your feet are in pain, seek me out. I can assist you. Upon returning to the shop, Lin Lan felt a heavy heart. Speaking with Meiza suggested a reconciliation was nearing, yet thoughts of Pandai plunged her spirits into despair. Why did Pandai fail to evoke any excitement within her? While lost in thought, the sunlight was suddenly obscured. Sitting in a chair, Lin Lan looked up, her heart swelling with joy. Oh, fifth Hokage, welcome. She had anticipated Tsunade's actual visit, believing it was merely a polite gesture. Surveying the surroundings, Tsunade laughed. I expected a foul odor, yet it is remarkably clean. With genuine warmth, Lin Lan enthusiastically invited her inside, her gaze unwaveringly fixated on Tsunade, as one might imagine. She nearly drooled, thinking to herself that she must make a good impression today. If she could cultivate a favorable relationship, perhaps Tsunade would take a liking to her, allowing her to soar to new heights. Sister, I seek your patronage. Lin Lan eagerly inquired, fifth Hokage, do you prefer pedicures or massages? Tsunade replied with a charming smile. What is there to say about massages? The soles of the feet possess numerous acupressure points. With my techniques, I can alleviate both body and mind. And my services are free of charge. No need for that. I shall opt for a massage. Should your skills prove satisfactory, you shall be generously rewarded. With the order given, Lin Lan hastily prepared the foot-soaking water, having long coveted Tsunade's exquisite feet. She was eager to discover if they were as tender as those of a young maiden. Fifth generation, please soak your feet. Do not address me so formally. Simply call me Sister Tsunade. She is quite flirtatious. Lin Lan secretly rejoiced. Indeed, sister. In a bid to foster intimacy, he relinquished the formality of names. He moved a stool and invited Tsunade to sit upon the massage table. Above Lin Lan's head loomed two prominent peaks. Tsunade, having removed her blue ninja sandals, dipped her bare feet into the warm water. Is it hot? No, it is quite suitable. Lin Lan smiled as he gently washed her feet. The sensation of contact was rather delightful. He caressed from heel to toe. When his fingers brushed the soles of her feet, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. Oh. Do not touch there. It tickles. Lin Lan was already lost in his thoughts. With little desire to prolong the wait, he proceeded with the massage, for it required no meticulous skill. Soon enough, he had her recline comfortably. From below, Lin Lan marveled. He could hardly see Tsunade's face. This was advantageous, for she remained unaware of his actions. With great delight, Lin Lan opened the massage cream. As he warmed it in his palms, he took the opportunity to observe. Tsunade's feet were indeed as tender as those of a young maiden. After the warm water's embrace, they exuded an enticing cherry-red hue, making one yearn to taste them. At last, he placed his hands upon Tsunade's feet. They are quite warm, Tsunade remarked involuntarily. This is aromatic massage cream. Through friction, it generates warmth and releases a soothing fragrance, Lin Lan explained as he commenced his work. As his motions intensified, his nose was merely a few centimeters away from the tips of Tsunade's toes. Each time, he inhaled deeply. Rising, he revealed an expression of pure enjoyment. However, the two prominent peaks obscured his view of her expression. Lin Lan could not ascertain Tsunade's satisfaction. Sister, is the pressure sufficient? Yes. Apply a bit more force. Understood. Lin Lan gradually increased the pressure, noticing the thick calluses on her heels. Sister, have you been practicing your superhuman strength lately? Tsunade chuckled, of course. Although I am no longer Hokage, I am still a ninja. No wonder. This left Tsunade somewhat puzzled. What is it? I observed that your heels have an excess of calluses, likely a result of your training in the superhuman strength technique. Allow me to assist you in addressing this. Lin Lan explained. Tsunade, having never experienced such foot care, was taken aback. She thought to herself that this fellow possessed some skill, despite her daily foot-washing routine. The bothersome calluses were never thoroughly cleaned. Before arriving, she had taken special care to wash her feet, fearing any unpleasant odor. Yet, the calluses on her heels were indeed unavoidable. She had assumed Lin Lan would not notice, but to her surprise, he detected it immediately. With a soft sound, Tsunade slightly rose to observe. It turned out Lin Lan had opened a box containing 8 finely crafted steel blades. He selected a wide blade. With his left hand, he lifted Tsunade's right foot, and with his right hand holding the blade, he focused intently on removing the thick calluses from top to bottom. Sister, relax. I assure you it will not hurt. Lin Lan offered gentle words of comfort to Tsunade before resuming his work. During this task, he dared not let his attention waver. Even a moment's lapse could result in injury to a client, a situation best avoided to maintain the establishment's reputation. As he ran his hand over the area, he noted that the thickened skin had become smooth. He then switched to a scraper, specifically designed for the removal of dead skin. The blade glided softly, producing a rhythmic sound. Tsunade lay on the massage table, teetering on the edge of slumber, never having anticipated that a pedicure could be so indulgent. Lin Lan's touch was remarkably gentle, allowing her to relinquish all worries as her feet rested in his capable hands. After completing the removal of dead skin and addressing several overly long nails, he finally transitioned into the formal massage. Stealing a glance at Tsunade, Lin Lan couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Just wait, the main event is yet to come. With a shift in technique, he directed his focus towards the reflexology point located just beneath the arch of her foot, which correlated to her lower back. Continuous stimulation of this area would gradually ease her tension. As anticipated, Tsunade's eyes fluttered open, feeling inexplicably light, reflecting on a recent night spent in a bent posture. Her back had been troubling her for days, and this sudden relief was exhilarating. Lin Lan, you're remarkable. Emboldened by her praise, Lin Lan intensified his efforts. Don't rush. Sister, the best part is still ahead. His intentions, however, were anything but pure. Just as he had with the plump D, he targeted Tsunade's vulnerable areas. The sensation surged forth like a dam giving way, overwhelming her senses. Tsunade felt an indescribable feeling wash over her breathing growing heavier. Such reactions did not escape Lin Lan's observant gaze. "Sister, if it becomes unbearable, you may let it out." "No, it's not pain. It's ticklish." The admission sent a thrill through Lin Lan. The opportunity had truly arrived. He showed no signs of easing up, continuing his fervent assault. "No, Tsunade gasped, struggling to find her words. Lin Lan laughed. "Sister, just surrender to me." Suddenly, an alert chimed in his mind. Pedicure system activated. Objective completed. Calculations as follows. Reward: cannon escape mortar bear fire, 50 yen. Wait, a skill reward? Without a second thought, Lin Lan's consciousness swept to the side. With beauty before him, he found it impossible to be swayed from his goal. His hands began to inch upward, slowly climbing towards Tsunade's left ankle, mirroring the movement with his right hand. "Hold on, this isn't appropriate." Tsunade reacted, offering a gentle protest, though not with great conviction. Lin Lan, caught up in the moment, stood abruptly and approached her directly. "Sister, you're stunning. You are so mischievous." Tsunade blushed, turning her face away, yet allowing him to take the lead. Just as Lin Lan was about to act, someone burst through the door. The two froze, as if caught in the act, exchanging startled glances. It was Pundi, who looked at the two flushed individuals with a hint of confusion. "Lady Tsunade, are you here for a pedicure as well?" "Ah, indeed." Lin Lan reacted swiftly, acknowledging that the session was far from over. Next was a full-body massage. Tsunade felt immensely awkward, hesitant to rise, quietly lying on the bed. "Yes, I have been feeling unwell recently, which prompted me to seek out Lin Lan. Fatty, if you have no business here, you may leave. I will join you later," Lin Lan hurriedly interjected, attempting to send Fatty away. However, Fatty, intrigued, retorted, "Oh, I didn't know you were skilled in full-body massages. I promise not to disturb you, just let me observe." Lin Lan found himself in a difficult position. He was unaware of Tsunade's predicament and felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This girl truly knows how to be a handful. "Lin Lan, hurry and send her off," Tsunade silently urged, though her pleas went unheard. "All right then. You may sit quietly to the side," Lin Lan conceded, feeling powerless before the girl. Fatty's face brightened, resembling a student eager to learn, as she sat beside him. Her gaze filled with affection. "Indeed, he is my man. Every movement he makes is so charming. Sister, Lady Tsunade, please turn over. Let us begin with your back." In the presence of Fatty, he dared not speak too intimately. However, Tsunade remained still, aware that she obstructed Fatty's view and seized the opportunity to communicate with Lin Lan through her eyes, her expression deeply pained. Initially, Lin Lan was somewhat confused, but suddenly recalled Fatty's behavior from that night. Could it be that Tsunade was also? What to do now? Fatty appeared surprised, not knowing what was amiss, remaining motionless for a prolonged moment. Fortunately, an idea struck Lin Lan, and he swiftly grabbed a small blanket from the side. "Lady Tsunade, to spare you any embarrassment, allow me to cover you with this blanket to avoid any contact." "Thank you. That would be helpful," Tsunade sighed in relief. Fatty glanced outside, noting the temperature was a sweltering 30 degrees Celsius today. Beneath the blanket, Tsunade hastily repositioned herself. In truth, Lin Lan had no knowledge of massage techniques. He merely sought to take advantage of the situation. After all, Fatty was oblivious, so he commenced his actions, suppressing any extraneous thoughts. Moreover, with the blanket as a barrier, the sensation was entirely lost. Even the most exquisite physique seemed wasted. After massaging Tsunade's shoulders for a while, Lin Lan was preparing to continue when footsteps echoed from outside once more. This time, it was an ordinary villager, Aunt Yamaguchi, who ran an izakaya on the street. Lin Lan, lacking the mood to entertain her, said, "Aunt Yamaguchi, I sincerely apologize. We have customers waiting. Please come back this evening." Yamaguchi glanced at Fatty and the prone Tsunade, unaware of her identity due to her position. "Lin Lan, what new massage service do you have? I must try it tonight." Lin Lan thought to himself, "Forget it. Your feet are not beautiful enough for this." Yet, outwardly he replied, "All right, see you tonight." In a short while, Lin Lan turned away numerous customers. Unable to contain herself, Fatty inquired, "Aren't you losing money? Why are you sending everyone away? I'm nearly dying of heat, and I want to accompany you." Listening to the conversation between the two, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young man truly had a way with words. The naive and inexperienced Pundy was quite taken with his charm. Indeed, she was moved, believing that she held greater significance in Lin Lan's heart than mere wealth. It is often said that one cannot capture the wolf without first parting with the child. Money can be earned anew. Yet opportunities for such advantages do not present themselves frequently. Lin Lan was acutely aware of this. Now, drenched in sweat after having just massaged Tsunade's back, he was preparing to attend to her legs. However, as his gaze wandered, he found himself contemplating another matter. To forego this moment would be a pity. If he were to proceed, he wondered if Tsunade might become irate. In the earlier atmosphere, she would certainly not have opposed it, perhaps even encouraging him. However, in this moment of calm, any rash action might provoke her anger, which would lead to dire consequences. After much deliberation, Lin Lan refrained from making a move, though he felt reluctant. Seizing a moment when Pundy was distracted, he allowed his hand to glide gently past. Naturally, Tsunade exhibited no reaction, for Lin Lan did not dare apply any pressure. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance once more. Expecting another guest, Lin Lan was taken aback. The fragrance carried by the breeze was immensely pleasing. Even in the foulest of places, he would recognize it. It was the scent of Meiza. Indeed, Meiza appeared, clad in a stylish little black dress and matching black leather sandals, exuding an air of sophistication. Her long black hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, adding an element of grace. "Meiza, what brings you here?" Lin Lan exclaimed, taking a few eager steps forward. Seeing his excitement, Meiza felt a flicker of joy, having anticipated he might feign indifference. Pundy also rose to greet her, arriving before Lin Lan to take her hand. Tsunade seized this opportunity to hastily conclude the massage. Covering the dampness with a blanket, she exchanged hurried pleasantries with the young men before departing in haste. Meiza, sensing her arrival might have interrupted Tsunade's enjoyment, felt a twinge of guilt. "Did you need something from me?" Lin Lan inquired gently. My feet hurt." Finally succumbing to the discomfort, Meiza voiced her concern. Before Lin Lan could revel in the success of his plan, she continued, "I wish to quickly regain my composure and uncover the true culprit behind the massacre of the Uchiha clan to clear my father's name." It turned out she was referring to her father. Pundy's expression also dimmed. Fully aware of this morning's attack on Meiza's family, she sought Lin Lan's assistance. Wishing to avoid facing Meiza directly, hoping he might discreetly convey that she bore no responsibility in this matter. To her surprise, she found herself in Meiza's company. Noticing Pundy's downcast demeanor, burdened by her thoughts, Meiza exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Lan, understanding that the girl harbored no ill intentions. "Little D, you are my dearest sister. I have never held anything against you," Meiza said, taking Pundy's hand in hers. Their eyes shared a silent understanding. "Rest assured, I will persuade my father and the clan not to wrongfully accuse Uncle Jikawa." Pundy immediately sprang to her feet, determined to return and seek out her father. If Hinata Keisuke is not released, she will undoubtedly create a scene. This has always been her way, with a mere pout and a bit of stubbornness. Both her father and brother are rendered powerless, acquiescing to her every whim. "Do not act impulsively," Lin Lan urgently interjected. "In my opinion, it would be wise to refrain from causing trouble at this juncture. Indeed, this matter requires careful deliberation." Meiza concurred with Lin Lan's assessment. However, Pang Di appeared notably confident, assuring, "Rest assured, I will succeed." Before their departure, a swift motion revealed Yamato and Shaoli at the doorway. Shaoli now served as the instructor for Pang Di's team. The sudden appearance of the two left everyone puzzled, but they quickly noted the gravity etched on their faces. "Yamato-sensei, Shaoli-sensei, is something amiss?" Lin Lan inquired hastily. "An urgent mission. Assemble in the Hokage's office in 10 minutes, Yamato commanded." Shaoli added, "The Sand Ninja have requested assistance, and the Hokage has determined that teams 3 and 7 will undertake a medical escort mission." In the Hokage building, the afternoon sun bathed the windows, casting a kaleidoscopic glow upon the Jiraiya figurine. Within the modest office stood several individuals. Uzumaki Naruto surveyed the scene, shaking his head in resignation. Lin Lan, Meiza, and Longcheng stood behind Yamato, accompanied by Shaoli's Team 3, which included Uchiha Pang Di, Kamijima Ichiro, and Tokugawa Yu. A palpable silence enveloped the room, no one daring to utter a sound. With a sudden clap of his hands, Naruto erupted, pointing at the assembled group. "Look at you all. Does this resemble the demeanor of a ninja?" His critique was indeed justified. Meiza donned a petite black dress, while Pang Di sported hot pants paired with a t-shirt. Lin Lan and the other boys also opted for casual attire. "I have previously stated that we are in a state of war. One must always be prepared for battle." Should an emergency arise, can you even step onto the battlefield without your headbands? Naruto's ire intensified, lamenting the decline of Konoha. The quality of the new generation was alarmingly poor, a stark contrast to his own time. All present lowered their heads in shame. Lin Lan, however, remained unperturbed. He had no desire to engage in combat, and felt quite at ease. Perhaps due to Yamato's presence, Naruto's anger gradually subsided. The Wind Ninja Gaara has requested our aid. They are under attack from enemies. The intelligence gathered from their encounters aligns closely with our own. It is certain that the adversaries faced by Team 7 are indeed the same. Lin Lan was taken aback. Meiza and Longcheng shared his astonishment, while Pang Di and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Why had the Iron Blood Warriors targeted the Sand Ninja? Was it possible that they were engaging in indiscriminate attacks? Initially, it seemed their appearance in Konoha was coincidental, but upon reflection, it appeared otherwise. Lin Lan discreetly analyzed the situation. Perhaps the true objective of the Iron Blood Warriors was the extermination of all ninjas. Naruto continued, the enemy's methods are merciless, thus far. The Sand Ninja have suffered the loss of 36 upper-ranking ninjas, 34 mid-ranking, and numerous lower-ranking as well. I have dispatched our village's upper-ranking ninjas to assist. Based on the latest communication, there is an urgent need for medical support, which is why you two teams will be responsible for the escort. Captain Yamato and Teacher Shaoli will accompany you. Do you have confidence? Lin Lan and the others replied in unison, we will certainly accomplish the task. The eager glimmer in the eyes of the inexperienced Nines was unmistakable, save for Lin Lan, who maintained his usual stoicism. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and instructed everyone to prepare for a gathering at the village entrance in 20 minutes. The group hastily departed. Meiza, you stay behind. Naruto called out to Hyuga Meiza as she was retained. Upon exiting Naruto's office, the cheerful Pundy beamed at Lin Lan, exclaiming, we can fight side by side now. Lin Lan offered a resigned smile. In Team 3, aside from Pundy, he was unfamiliar with the other two members. He had heard that Turtle Island Ichiro excelled in fire release techniques, while Tokugawa Yu was notably strong. True to his name, his physique was indeed formidable. The two were amicable, greeting Lin Lan and Longcheng before departing with Pundy. Lin Lan, not wishing to waste time, hurried home to prepare. He donned a green tactical vest and deep blue trousers, fastening his forehead protector around his left arm and grabbing his ninja tool pouch. Being particularly cautious this time, he ensured he hadn't mistaken any items. Regarding the medical kit, he ultimately secured it at his waist, harboring his own little thoughts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have increased his burden. He mused that if the medical team's lady felt foot pain, he could surely impress her. 20 minutes later, both teams had assembled. Lin Lan then noticed that, aside from them, no other genin classes were participating. He surmised it must be Hinata's decision. For the sake of the Hyuga clan, they indeed spared no effort. Whenever there was an opportunity to shine, it would invariably be granted to Meiza. However, Lin Lan pondered. What did that have to do with him? As he brooded, Naruto approached with a group. Oh no. Oh no. Lin Lan had heard rumors of a so-called monk class amongst this year's medical team, which, as the name suggested, consisted solely of boys. To his surprise, they were the ones escorting them. Naruto personally led them over. Captain Yamato and Lee, with Dugan, the class leader, who sported a buzz cut and triangular eyes, quickly reported. All 25 members of the Konoha Medical 4th class are present. Yamato replied with a smile, all right, Team 7 will take the lead, Team 3 will bring up the rear. And you'll be in the center. Dugan complied and began directing his team into action, greeting Lin Lan and the others as they passed. Their gazes lingered on Meiza and Pundy, filled with regret at the lack of time for handshakes. They speculated whether holding the two ladies delicate, boneless hands would be a delightful experience. As a seasoned admirer, Lin Lan was well aware of this sentiment and secretly reveled in it. After all, their goddess was his woman. After bidding farewell to Naruto, the joint operation commenced. Team 7 forged ahead, and Lin Lan felt discontent. Did this not mean he would be walking into danger? In the event of an attack, they would be the first to bear the brunt. Casting a glance at Meiza and Longcheng, he noted their lack of objections. Yamato confidently led the way at the forefront of the group. It seemed as if the words were spoken. What's this? Naruto is in trouble, and ultimately, it is I who can be trusted. Even Kakashi must step back a little. Lin Lan silently thought to herself, fool. The one who sticks their neck out first is the one who meets their demise. As the team journeyed towards the sand village, silence enveloped them. It was only the plump D at the rear who occasionally emitted coughs. Shaoli, puzzled, inquired, Shaodi, are you unwell? Upon hearing this, many members of the medical team turned to look at her. If she were truly ill, she could receive the best treatment right now. The plumpty hurriedly replied, "No. It's just that I had teppanyaki, and I added too much sauce." Xiao Li, smiling, pulled a bottle of water from his backpack and offered it to her. Little did he know, she had deliberately made the noise to draw Lin Lan's attention. The two, separated by so many people, naturally could not meet. Plumpty did not dare suggest going to find Lin Lan. After all, this was not a casual outing. How could Lin Lan be oblivious to her little schemes? She merely pretended not to hear anything. Longcheng could not help but comment, "Shadi seems to be ill." This lad was truly quite innocent. Meiza, with an expressionless face, remarked, "You are indeed quite naive." Hearing the conversation, Day couldn't help but chuckle. A somewhat disgruntled Longcheng immediately retorted, "How am I naive?" Unwilling to explain, Meiza quickened her pace, walking shoulder to shoulder with Day. Longcheng wished to catch up and inquire further, but was halted by Lin Lan. The implication was clear. She was speaking for my ears, awaiting my response. Surely not. Longcheng, lacking romantic experience, did not comprehend. This, however, piqued Lin Lan's curiosity. "Last time I asked you, you hadn't answered. Who is it that you truly like?" Mentioning his beloved made Longcheng's face flush, unwilling to share his secret. "What is this? You don't regard me as a brother?" Just as Longcheng was about to speak, Day suddenly halted, raising his right hand in a fist. Signaling for everyone to stop, he announced, "Something is amiss." Birds flew across the sky, a gentle breeze rustled the treetops, and this forest path was eerily quiet. Lin Lan, unaware of Day's discovery, felt inexplicably tense. Something was off. Meiza also scanned the surroundings warily, her eyes betraying her caution. "Teacher, what's wrong? It seems we've taken a wrong turn." Day remarked, puzzled. "I remember there should have been a small tree here. Passing the tree would lead to a fork in the road, where one would turn right and proceed straight into the woods. Yet now, that tree was nowhere to be found." Lin Lan and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Could it be, after walking for so long, to suddenly declare they had gone the wrong way? Xiao Li instructed the three to remain in place while he hurried over to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that they seemed to have taken a wrong turn, he too was taken aback. Day was a jonin of Konoha. How could he not know the way? While everyone was still analyzing the situation, Lin Lan posed a crucial question. "Teacher Day, when was the last time you took this route?" Let me think. It should have been 10 years ago." Lin Lan paused. 10 years, the small tree should have grown by now. It was then that everyone finally grasped the truth. Indeed, trees, much like humans, can grow. With a sharp rap on his forehead, Yamato chuckled awkwardly. Yes. Such a simple truth. I had overlooked it." The team set off once more, soon entering the forest. Lin Lan was aware that the predators favored jungle combat, utilizing their cloaking abilities to hunt. However, he found it perplexing regarding the events involving the sand ninjas. Could a single predator truly slaughter so many ninjas? Moreover, they were notably averse to ninjutsu. A chilling thought emerged in his mind. Could it be? Lin Lan dared not ponder further. Time passed swiftly, and as night fell, the group opted to rest, igniting several bonfires. They divided into 3 groups, gathering closely together. Yamato outlined the Night Watch plan, considering his self-proclaimed title as the Steel Squad. He chose the second team for guard duty. Lee felt somewhat bashful, as Yamato was indeed his senior. It's all right. It's a chance for the youth to gain experience. However, Lin Lan sensed that he had no intention of standing guard. Feeling exasperated, Lin Lan noticed Meiza seated across from him, fiddling with a stick and the fire without offering any objections. Longcheng, beside her, nibbled on some bread. When Meiza sensed someone watching her, she glanced up, her gaze briefly crossing with Lin Lan's before diverting. Suddenly, Pandai approached, bouncing with a can in hand. Lin Lan, here you go. Thank you, but I'm not hungry, he replied. Since their journey to the Sand Ninja territory would only take 2 days on foot, everyone had brought their own rations. Oh, Pandai appeared somewhat disappointed. Kamita, Ichiro, and Tokugawa observed this scene and chuckled. It was the first time they had seen someone refuse Pandai. Lin Lan also noticed her expression shift and quickly accepted the can. I'm not hungry now, but perhaps I will be later. That's more like it. Realizing everyone was watching her, Pandai hurriedly scurried away. This action earned Lin Lan a multitude of envious glances from the medical team, who pondered how this ordinary-looking lad had caught Pandai's attention. Even more infuriating was the fact that his companion, Meiza, was so strikingly beautiful. Hey, Meiza, you have so many delicious snacks, Longcheng exclaimed, peering through the gap at Meiza's backpack and spotting an array of treats. I brought these for you all, Meiza generously offered, sharing with the group. Her gaze flickered through the flames, momentarily resting on Lin Lan's. Their eyes met briefly before they both looked away shyly. Yamato and Longcheng were unabashed in their enjoyment. Lin Lan, having declined Pandai's can, opened his backpack and retrieved a packet of pastries, sakura cakes lovingly crafted by Meiza's mother, Wisteria. He savored them delightfully, prompting Meiza to notice and stifle a quiet laugh. Before long, the medical team seemed to be murmuring about something significant. Ultimately, Duo Gang, encouraged by the group, mustered the courage to approach Meiza with the pastries. These were made by my mother. I wanted to give them to you. From a distance, Lee and Yamato observed Duo Gang's flushed demeanor and exchanged smiles, reminiscing on the beauty of youth. Meiza, not one to shy away from the gesture, stood up, took a pastry from Duogang's hand, and said softly, "Thank you." Linlan stifled a chuckle at the unfolding scene. In the presence of outsiders, Meiza has always maintained an aura of icy aloofness, as if emblazoned with the phrase "strangers keep away" upon her forehead. She placed a pastry into her delicate cherry-shaped mouth, chewed a couple of times, and remarked with a light chuckle, "It's quite sweet." After sparing only a fleeting glance at Duogong, she resumed her seat by the fire, picking up a stick to continue toying with the bonfire. Duogong, left to the side, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Lin Lan rose and said, "She has a delicate appetite. I can assist her." Just as he reached out, Duogong turned away, refusing to grant him any semblance of respect. Their mutual acquaintances erupted into laughter, relishing Lin Lan's predicament. Meanwhile, Pandai, having noticed the unfolding situation, felt a tinge of anger brewing within him. Just as he was about to come to Lin Lan's defense, Captain Takagawa spoke up. "Hold on. If Lin Lan cannot manage such a trivial matter, he is unworthy of your company." There was no anger in Takagawa's voice, yet Lin Lan feigned nonchalance, brushing his hair aside with a smile, remaining silent. However, instead of sitting down, he walked straight over to Meiza, settling beside her. This lad dares to provoke. Duogong felt a pang of jealousy. Even though Meiza had not accepted his goodwill, having consumed his pastry led him to believe she harbored some interest. It was merely the presence of others that made her hesitant. "Longcheng, aren't you cold? Come over and warm yourself by the fire," Lin Lan called out, feeling uncomfortable sitting alone beside Meiza. The boy, however, responded, "Aren't you hot?" It was summer, with the temperature hovering at least around 27 C. And the area near the bonfire was even warmer. Meiza stifled a laugh and encouraged, "Come over," extending her fair hand in invitation. Reluctantly, Longcheng shifted closer, joining the two. Lin Lan understood this as Meiza's silent protest, a means of preserving his dignity. Frustrated, Duogong suddenly stood up. After all, he was an exemplary student, a distinguished class officer, and a talented individual aspiring to learn from Haruno Sakura. How could he allow Lin Lan to bully him? The others quickly restrained him, urging him to let it go and avoid trouble. Shali attempted to defuse the escalating tension, while Yamato remarked, "Let the young ones handle their own affairs. We should not interfere." Pandai discreetly gave Lin Lan a thumbs up, acknowledging the clever maneuver. Indeed, it was somewhat sweltering. Meiza rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars, the firelight flickering in her pupils. Lin Lan turned his head to admire her long eyelashes and flawless jawline. Recalling the day he stole a kiss, an impulsive desire to kiss her again surged within him. However, the sudden appearance of Uchiha Qianluo tempered his enthusiasm, reminding him of Meiza's scheming to instigate his ambush. He withdrew his gaze, his heart gradually cooling. Subsequently, he distanced himself from Meiza, declaring, "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Meiza appeared perplexed, unaware of the fluctuations in Lin Lan's emotions. "Don't." Pandai urgently attempted to dissuade Takagawa, as the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Class 3 had completed their first shift. Longcheng and Meiza had already risen, while Lin Lan, oblivious, lay in deep slumber. "This is against the rules," Takagawa expressed, a hint of concern in his voice. "I'll take his watch." Pang Di volunteered, reluctant to awaken Lin Lan. Longcheng and Gue Dao gazed at him with envy. This lad truly was fortunate. If only they had such a girlfriend, they would have long abandoned the life of a ninja to marry and raise a family, living a carefree existence. Meiza shook her head in resignation and quietly approached her post. The two girls stood side by side, gazing up at the vast starry sky. "Meiza, which one is the North Star?" Pang Di asked, following Meiza's delicate finger pointing towards the horizon. Instantly, he closed his eyes, palms together in reverence, making a heartfelt wish. Silly girl, people usually wish upon shooting stars, not the North Star. After a moment, Pang Di opened his eyes and smiled. This is where you misunderstand. Shooting stars are rare, while the North Star is ever present, allowing me to pray for Lin Lan every day. This was the first time their conversation turned to Lin Lan. Initially, Meiza wore a smile, but it gradually faded. Pang Di, oblivious to the shift, continued to speak of Lin Lan. Although he only mentioned Lin Lan's flaws and annoying traits, the affection in his words was unmistakable. Listening quietly, Meiza refrained from interjecting. Meiza, what do you think? He is not that unpleasant, is he? Perhaps. Noticing something was amiss with her friend, Pang Di asked with concern. Are you all right? Meiza merely shook her head and smiled. The two fell into silence, leaning against each other, savoring the tranquil night. A gentle breeze brushed against their hair. Meiza felt a slight itch on her cheek and pushed her bangs aside. Xiao Di, what will you do if your family opposes your relationship with Lin Lan? Meiza suddenly smiled brightly. The girl had fallen asleep, surveying her surroundings. Shrouded in darkness and tranquility, Meiza felt assured there was no danger and chose not to wake her. She allowed Pang Di to rest against her shoulder. Observing her lashes and the subtle curve of her lips, Meiza smiled affectionately. They were the same age and had grown up together, yet their personalities differed greatly. Meiza was significantly more mature than Pang Di, always assuming the role of the elder sister and caring for her in every way. Silly girl. I wish you everlasting happiness and that you obtain what you desire. Meiza's words drifted away with the wind. Suddenly, Lin Lan bolted upright. Startled to find the dawn had already broken, she hurried to find Longcheng and Meiza, only to discover they were not in the camp, likely still on guard duty. The medical team was starting to pack their belongings. Meanwhile, Gue Dao Ichiro and Tokugawa Yu were in a similar predicament. Yet Pang Di was nowhere to be seen. Without further thought, Lin Lan intended to seek her companions. Just as she stood, the three returned from the woods. You little rascal, you really can sleep. It was Xiao Di who stood guard for you, Longcheng remarked with a hint of envy and jealousy. Lin Lan looked at Pang Di in shock. This was a violation of the rules. If Dai and Xiao Li found out, there would be dire consequences. Fortunately, they were still away scouting ahead. Pang Di laughed heartily. It's not a big deal. In fact, I should thank Meiza. Before she could finish speaking, Meiza hastily interrupted. Quickly return and gather your belongings. We must prepare to depart. Pang Di stuck out his tongue and hurried back. Lin Lan could somewhat guess the reason. This girl, like herself, had undoubtedly slept soundly throughout the night. While packing, Lin Lan remarked to Meiza, "Thank you for last night. I shall take your watch tonight." Just then, Zagong rushed over in a fluster from a distance. This guy seeks trouble so early in the morning. Hey, what are you doing? Longcheng quickly interjected. Concerned for Lin Lan's predicament. Zagong, clearly agitated, replied, There has been an incident. We are short one person. What? Panic ensued, and everyone began inquiring about the situation. Zagong promptly explained, the missing person is named Sato. He slept on the west side of the camp last night with 2 classmates. This morning, no one has seen him. Initially, we thought he had merely stepped out, but now it's been too long. As the time to depart approached, Zagong's anxiety intensified. He informed them of the situation. Lin Lan inquired, Did you see him while on watch last night? Everyone shook their heads. Pang Di glanced at Meiza, who was blissfully unaware due to her deep slumber. I am quite certain there was no sign of anything amiss, not even the slightest disturbance could escape my notice, Meiza asserted decisively. Longcheng, Tokugawa Yu, and Kaida Ikaru shared the same sentiment. Lin Lan suggested to Zagong, Since no one has seen him, let us search the vicinity. He may have fallen into a pit. At that moment, Xiao Li and Yamato returned from scouting. Noticing the group in discussion, they approached to inquire. Upon learning the situation, Yamato's face paled. We must search immediately, Xiao Li exclaimed urgently. However, Yamato restrained him, saying, If we delay any longer, we will jeopardize our arrival at Sunagakure. We cannot afford to disappoint Lord Kazekage. And Lord Hokage will hold us accountable as well. As ninjas, our foremost duty is to complete our mission, even if it requires sacrifice. Zagong, the class leader, spoke with a hint of desperation. Yamato-senpai, we cannot leave. Please grant us some time. Yamato seemed slightly moved. Teacher, we won't take long. Why not allow us to assist? If we are indeed late, I am willing to take the blame. This unexpected declaration came from none other than Lin Lan. Zagong looked at Lin Lan with gratitude, astonished by his act of kindness, seemingly disregarding the events of the previous night. Unfortunately, Zagong did not fully understand Lin Lan. Yamato, however, quickly caught on. A key phrase had emerged from Lin Lan's words. Take the blame. Darn it. You all lost someone. And I certainly do not wish to be implicated. As captain, Yamato knew that both the Hokage and Kazekage would undoubtedly hold him responsible. No, we are ninjas. We must fulfill our mission. Without glancing back at Zigong, Yamato went to inform everyone to leave. Meiza, Longcheng, Peng Di, and the others remained silent. Zigong felt disheartened, realizing that disregarding the situation meant Sato was likely in grave danger. Meanwhile, Lin Lan, still pretending to be the Good Samaritan, feigned comfort, saying, "Don't fret. Perhaps he has an upset stomach and will return shortly." Zhigang, in a state of disarray, returned to explain the situation to his classmates. That little rascal. Meiza shot a resentful glare at Lin Lan. Shoo, don't say a word. She is astute and has already pieced it together. Lin Lan was deliberately trying to provoke Zhigang. After all, who dared to bully her? Moreover, searching for someone necessitated venturing into the dense forest. What if unforeseen circumstances arose? It was entirely possible the enemy was lurking there, waiting. Shaoli was also conversing with Dei, hoping to lend a hand. Captain Dei, we are not only ninjas but also citizens of Konohamaru. Can you truly bear to stand idly by while others are in peril? Please understand. Any delay in action bears consequences. Are you prepared to shoulder that responsibility? If not, we must gather the team and depart. They showed no leniency. After a moment's contemplation, Shaoli suddenly shouted, "The Hokage has issued an order. Not one shall be left behind." Since Naruto took office, the unity within Konohamaru had indeed strengthened. There have been instances of human error in the past that led to unforeseen complications during missions, yet they ultimately succeeded. It seemed that in a situation like today, they would not easily concede defeat. Unfortunately, the commander was Dei, who was as resolute as Lin Lan, though he acknowledged Shaoli's sentiments. He showed no intention of searching for the missing. However, if he refused, Shaoli would undoubtedly report to Naruto, making it awkward to explain later. Without giving Shaoli the chance to voice his opinion first, he called, "Seventh Squad, come here." Lin Lan's heart sank. It was over. He would undoubtedly assign her to search. Listen well, we will split into 2 teams. You will stay behind to search. Regardless of whether or not you find them, you must regroup with us in 5 hours. Dei issued the command. Everyone was filled with excitement. Duoze nearly burst into tears. In a daze, she felt a radiant aura emanating from Dei, as if he were an angel. Lin Lan noticed that Meiza and Longcheng also appeared quite pleased. Their compassion was overwhelming. "Teacher, what should we do if we encounter danger?" Lin Lan posed a critical question. Indeed, if the missing Sato had been captured by the enemy, it was uncertain whether the 3 of them could defeat their adversaries. Peng Di wanted to volunteer to stay and assist, but the perceptive Tokugawa Yu whispered, "Don't forget, we have our own mission." Reluctantly, she acquiesced and silently observed the unfolding situation. Dei thought for a moment and concluded that there should be no danger. If true peril did arise, he would face it head-on. As a ninja, how could he exhibit cowardice? We, the ninjas of Konohamaru, are all capable fighters. Damn, isn't this moral coercion? Just because I am a ninja from Konohamaru doesn't mean I must be fearless. Lin Lan inwardly cursed. Yet, on the surface, she dared not voice her dissent and simply agreed. Without lingering further, Dei led the team onward. Peng Di repeatedly urged Lin Lan to be cautious as they left 3 behind. "Captain, it's up to you now," Lin Lan said to Longcheng. "We cannot separate. If we encounter that mysterious enemy, we'll be in serious trouble. We must search together and advance." Longcheng's proposal met no objections from either of them as they began to venture deeper into the forest, examining their surroundings for any traces, yet found nothing. According to intelligence, Sato's ninjutsu skills are rather ordinary, though he is generally a decent person and has completed several rescue missions. There is no possibility of him abandoning his comrades in times of crisis. Rather, the likelihood of him being captured by the enemy exists. However, given his capabilities, it would be unrealistic for him to be taken away stealthily. This situation indeed shrouded in a veil of mystery. Lin Lan deduced that it did not resemble the actions of a ruthless warrior, considering there was no bloody scene. The group had been searching for a considerable time without any discoveries, leading to palpable fatigue among them. Particularly, Meiza exhibited a fear of flying insects, constantly darting about in an effort to evade them, which prompted Lin Lan to stifle a laugh, realizing that even she had her fears. Meiza, however, remained resilient and sought no assistance, opting to swat them away herself. Each time she waved her hands, a hint of her natural fragrance would waft through the air. According to protocol, ninjas are prohibited from using any fragrances or shower gels during missions, as such scents could betray their presence. Meiza was different. She possessed an innate scent. Perhaps a gift of nature. Walking behind the two, Lin Lan suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. Soon, she spotted a caterpillar on a tree branch. Seizing the opportunity while Meiza was distracted, she caught it and tossed it onto Meiza's back. Meiza, what's wrong? There's a bug. Huh. Meiza froze in place, while Longcheng, walking ahead, remained oblivious to their predicament, diligently searching for clues. Where's the bug? It's on you. Let me help you get rid of it. Even without Meiza turning around, Lin Lan could sense her cold sweat cascading down, her body trembling slightly. All right, don't move. Lin Lan approached with a smile, flicking the caterpillar away while exclaiming, damn it, it crawled right into your vest. What? This remark ignited Meiza's fury. Initially, Lin Lan merely sought to confirm whether she truly harbored a fear of insects. Little did she know that her prank would escalate. Meiza transformed into a whirlwind of panic. Her scream soared several decibels, startling both Lin Lan and Longcheng, who instinctively crouched down, fearing the approach of an enemy. With a flurry, Meiza hurled her backpack to the ground. Swish. She began to shed her vest, leaving even her inner garment unprotected. The speed was so swift that Lin Lan had no time to intervene. The water-blue lingerie was suddenly exposed to the air. Both Lin Lan and Longcheng stood in stunned silence. Meiza, oblivious to her surroundings, was in a frenzy, jumping back and forth while shouting, "Get it off me." Longcheng, being the gentleman, had already turned away, his heart racing and face flushed. It's gone. It's gone. Lin Lan dared not continue her antics. She quickly picked up the discarded clothing and hurried to drape it over Meiza. This spectacle was indeed a feast for the eyes. Meiza's figure was exquisite. Her flat abdomen, delicate skin, and naturally shaped curves were captivating. As Lin Lan drew closer, she nearly lost control, almost bursting with excitement. Had it not been for Longcheng's presence, she might have been unable to restrain herself. Hurry and put it on. Lin Lan feigned urgency. Only then did Meiza realize the gravity of her situation. She spun around and exclaimed, "No peeking, turn around." In uttering these words, she could barely contain her tears. Lin Lan dared not act recklessly, opting instead to comply. At that moment, Meiza noticed Longcheng standing with his back turned. There was no choice but to face north. "Throw me your clothes," she commanded. Never before had Meiza found herself in such a disheveled predicament, feeling a mix of shame and indignation. Lin Lan deliberately remarked, "Let me check again for any bugs." Aware of this rascal's penchant for mischief and his undeniable lasciviousness, Meiza instinctively inquired, "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Not at all," Lin Lan promptly denied. "Here you go." Without even glancing, he tossed the blue tactical uniform over his shoulder. The garment traced a perfect arc through the air. Just as Meiza reached out to catch it, a series of whoosh sounds erupted. Several arrows unexpectedly struck the clothing, pinning it to the ground. Such timing was uncanny. Meiza reacted swiftly, knowing that enemies were upon them. Those same monsters from before, as they targeted her back. Their assault was thwarted by the very clothing she had been trying to don. "Are you dressed yet?" Lin Lan inquired with a grin. "Enemies incoming, scatter." Without regard for her attire, Lin Lan and Longcheng turned simultaneously. Meiza rolled forward, retrieving her tactical pack. Suddenly, several shurikens whizzed through the trees. Would release. Chaos wooden barrier. Longcheng hastily employed his ninjutsu to fend off the attack. Unfazed by her exposed upper body, Meiza began hurling shurikens into the forest. "Lin Lan, get ready," she shouted. "What the hell? I'm facing them again." With no choice, Lin Lan grit his teeth and drew his shuriken. Just then, before he could launch an attack, an enemy revealed themselves, a fearsome warrior leaping from the woods, brandishing a long knife. Upon landing, the assailant pressed a device with his left hand. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted around Lin Lan and the others. This fiend had laid a trap in advance. The cacophony of blasts sent Lin Lan and his companions flying. Fortunately, he had positioned himself as a support for Meiza. Her soft body collided with his, and they fell backward together, while Longcheng was thrown aside. Luckily, the explosions were not fatal, seemingly lacking the intent to take their lives. Coughing as the smoke cleared, Meiza suddenly felt something pressing against her rear, something akin to a stick. Ouch! Only then did she hear Lin Lan's voice. She hastily flipped over, disregarding her disheveled state, and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Lin Lan shook his head in pain, spitting out dirt to indicate he was fine, merely having ingested a fair amount of soil. "Longcheng," Meiza shouted in distress. The wind swept through, and Longcheng arrived at their side, hushing them. Keep quiet. While the smoke is still thick, we must retreat. Lin Lan quickly regained his composure, observing the dust covering Meiza's smooth back. He felt a desire to help her clean it off. The three of them rose, intent on fleeing, yet Lin Lan knew it was futile. The Iron Warrior's helmet possessed the ability to detect their heat signatures. Anyone who breathes cannot escape. There's no point in exerting our strength. It seems we cannot evade our fate. Lin Lan's words struck hard at the two. How can we know unless we try? Longcheng was aware of the formidable adversary they faced, and without the assistance of skilled allies this time, it seemed their escape was indeed improbable. As they continued their analysis, the iron-blooded warrior suddenly descended from the branches, his longsword slicing swiftly towards Lin Lan. This fiend seemed to relish challenging those who were weaker. Be careful. Meiza and Longcheng simultaneously interposed their shurikens. Both felt the pressure. The opponent's strength was immense. Regaining her composure, Lin Lan reached for the mechanism on the battle helmet. Having watched a film, she recalled a small connecting wire on the right side of the helmet. If she could sever it, the helmet would be removed, rendering the iron-blooded warrior a mere shadow of his former self. The pupil beneath the mask constricted in surprise at Lin Lan's actions, perhaps pondering how she had acquired such knowledge. Not daring to underestimate her, the warrior hastily withdrew his blade and leaped away, evading her grasp. This brute possessed considerable strength. Longcheng, oblivious to Lin Lan's intentions, assumed she merely aimed to choke him. He lamented the difficulty of battling the iron-blooded warrior. Meiza also exhibited a wary demeanor. At that moment, Lin Lan had no leisure to appreciate Meiza's beauty, yet his gaze inevitably drifted. You brat, how can you still take advantage of me at such a time? Meiza scolded in frustration. Water style, water dragon iron cannon. With a swift motion, she unleashed her ninjutsu. Grasping the wrists of both men, she made a hasty retreat, showing no interest in lingering. Before departing, Lin Lan noted the iron-blooded warrior had rendered himself invisible. Indeed, he feared ninjutsu. The trio concealed themselves within a thicket. Lin Lan had already relinquished his clothing for Meiza to wear, leaving himself bare-chested, crouched among the grass. What is that smell? It's so foul. Of course. It's the sin of masculinity. Meiza shot him a glare. Lin Lan remained composed, realizing their hiding place was far from secure. The iron-blooded warrior would soon arrive. However, today he could not utilize his explosive techniques, particularly not in the presence of the two. The warrior's abilities were perplexing. Lin Lan found himself curious as to why he had not simply obliterated him. Longcheng was troubled by this inconsistency as well. It was indeed peculiar. They had already fallen into a trap. To eliminate them, the warrior merely needed to exert more force. Yet, it appeared he had no such intention. After serious contemplation, Lin Lan reached a conclusion. They were a highly intelligent warrior race, possessing formidable learning capabilities. Perhaps they had recognized him and sought vengeance for their fallen comrade, intending a direct confrontation. If that were the case, today would evolve into a brutal hunt. Lin Lan understood the gravity of their predicament. The Sand Shinobi had also encountered an attack, confirming that more than one iron-blooded warrior had arrived on Earth. The more he pondered, the more horrifying the implications became, causing cold sweat to trickle down his brow. What is wrong? Meiza inquired. Have you considered what we would do if many such enemies appeared? Lin Lan articulated his concerns. The others had not considered it this way. If one individual proved to be so troublesome, what would happen with several? Would it not be reminiscent of the infamous Shao organization? A roar erupted from the left, prompting a few to spring to their feet. Lin Lan understood that the moment of life-threatening peril had arrived, and it was no longer prudent to linger. The iron-blood warrior had retracted his long knife and extended two steel claws. He stood motionless amidst the grass across from them, both sides locked in a tense standoff. The trio was deeply concerned. Should he employ ninjutsu, he could vanish from sight. Illusions were beyond the capabilities of any of them, and in terms of physical combat, they were no match. The iron-blood warrior maintained a position of comprehensive dominance. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, his steel claws aimed directly at Lin Lan. What was his intention? The iron-blood warrior uttered a garbled sound. You may remain, but the others can leave. Lin Lan was taken aback. Indeed. He sought vengeance for his comrades. Longcheng interjected. We are companions and will not abandon Lin Lan. Who are you, exactly? I am known as Black Wind, a member of the most formidable iron blood race in the universe. The Black Wind warrior was surprisingly forthright in answering the question. Meiza quickly inquired. Why have you come to Earth to attack the ninja realm? To this inquiry, Black Wind offered no response. After a brief silence, he stated, I do not possess the authority to answer that. Lin Lan took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. You all should depart. No way. Meiza was resolute in her refusal to retreat. Just as she assumed a combat stance, Lin Lan seized her arm and pulled her into his embrace without hesitation. I like you. Longcheng was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, the scene unfolding like a poignant farewell. Meiza's head rested tightly against Lin Lan's chest, absorbing the overwhelming aura of masculinity. Far from being moved, she nearly retched, especially due to the unpleasant odor emanating from his armpits, which assaulted her senses. It was not that Lin Lan lacked hygiene. Rather, the sweltering heat had made bathing impossible. Even the cleanest among them would likely suffer under such conditions. Longcheng grimaced, concerned that Meiza might faint. Let go of me. Meiza. Remember that a man fought for you. With a feigned nonchalance, Lin Lan pushed her away. The unpleasantness of the moment made Meiza's face turn a ghastly shade. She was utterly speechless. Lin Lan. Before he could enter his self-important mode, a shout interrupted his reverie. Everyone turned to see three figures approaching not far away. The voice belonged to Pang Di, accompanied by Dehe and an unfamiliar man clad in white medical attire. Lin Lan, you, and Meiza. Pang Di seemed unable to process the scene before her, the previous moment having struck her with overwhelming force. Ignoring any dangers, she strode directly towards Lin Lan. The Iron Blood warrior Black Wind tilted his head, observing the newcomers. Utilizing his helmet's scanning function, he recognized them as ninjas. However, the girl before him appeared disinterested in combat, marching straight towards Lin Lan and loudly demanding, "What is going on here? Meiza, answer me. Are you and Lin Lan together?" Recently composed, Meiza found herself unable to respond, desperately suppressing the urge to retch. Noticing the change in her expression, Pundy assumed she was hiding something. Speak up. She insisted. I considered you a sister, yet you dared to steal my boyfriend? Her words came out in a rapid-fire manner. Finally, unable to endure the torment, Meiza, feeling anxious and unwell, could not hold back any longer and retched, spilling the remnants of her last meal all over the floor. The scene was one of utter chaos. Even the iron-blooded warrior took a step back in surprise. Pundy was equally astonished. Could her words have such an effect that they could make someone vomit? Bastard Meiza couldn't help but point at Lin Lan, hurling an accusation. Lin Lan felt utterly innocent. Daiha and a stranger approached, addressing the group. We can discuss this later. This is Sato. Lin Lan and the others were puzzled. Wasn't this guy missing? Apologies. I accidentally lost my way while taking care of business this morning and fell into a pit, Sato explained sheepishly. Understanding dawned on them as Daiha led the group forward. Suddenly interrupted by Sato's call for help, Pundy insisted on accompanying him to the rescue. After Sato was saved, they heard an explosion and rushed to investigate. To their surprise, they found Lin Lan and Meiza in an embrace. Pundy's face puffed up with indignation, looking rather adorable, akin to having applied blush. Lin Lan wished to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. Teacher, he is an iron-blooded warrior from the universe named Black Wind. He's formidable. Longcheng briefly outlined the situation. Daiha smiled. Wearing a mask does not make one an alien. Watch me expose his true identity. Though he spoke with bravado, he did not take the initiative to attack. Black Wind seemed disinterested in further conflict, reiterating that he would remain while they could leave. Dare to act arrogant in my presence? Take this. Bang. Daiha abruptly tossed 2 smoke bombs to the ground, and purple smoke billowed up instantly. Retreat quickly. Lin Lan was taken aback. This fellow was akin to her. The group hurriedly withdrew, but unfortunately, Black Wind was undeterred by the smoke. He swiftly pierced through the haze, charging directly toward the last 2 in line, Meiza and Longcheng. Having just vomited, Meiza was weak and feeble. Longcheng supported her as they retreated, while Pundy stood guard beside them. Hearing the rush of wind, they quickly turned back. Use ninjutsu, Lin Lan shouted. Water release, water dragon bullet. Fire release, great fireball. Longcheng, unable to perform hand seals because he was assisting Meiza, watched as the 2 girls simultaneously unleashed their techniques. Water and fire, naturally antagonistic, collided, creating a cloud of mist. Rather than harming the enemy, their techniques negated each other. It was utterly baffling. The 2 exchanged awkward glances. Pundy, still fuming over the perceived betrayal, declared, "You all leave." She boldly stepped forward to confront their foe alone. Lin Lan was taken aback. This girl. When did she become so reckless? Unaware of the formidable prowess of her opponent, Fat D exclaimed, "Activate the Sharingan." Her pupils transformed instantaneously, revealing the singular Tomo. The onlookers were taken aback, She had indeed awakened the Sharingan, an unexpected turn of events. Yet, at that very moment, the Black Wind lunged forward, its steel claws piercing through Fat D's abdomen with alarming swiftness. A roar of exhilaration erupted from the Black Wind as blood gushed forth. Fat D coughed, spattering blood upon his helmet. Shouty! Both Lin Lan and Meiza cried out in unison. The Black Wind forcefully slammed her to the ground, persisting in its relentless pursuit. Would release, would block wall. Yamato finally sprang into action. Utilizing would release, he shielded Fat D, summoning a row of wooden pillars that curved into an archway, a remarkable defensive ninjutsu rumored to be inherited from the legendary Hashirama Senju. Following this, he unleashed Earth Release, Earth Flow Spear. A cacophony erupted as sharp stone spikes burst forth from the ground beneath the Black Wind warrior, launching an assault with remarkable speed. However, the Black Wind remained unfazed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Yamato, undeterred by the lost target, smirked. Did you think this technique could thwart me? Water Release, Waterfall Technique. Truly, the prowess of a Konoha Jonin was evident. With an astonishing reserve of chakra, a vast torrent was conjured, inundating the surrounding terrain. Any attempt to approach would undoubtedly leave a trace. An experienced combatant, Yamato knew precisely how to compel his adversary to reveal themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lan had already dashed to Fat D's side, closely followed by Meiza and Longcheng. Shielded by the wood release, Fat D remained unharmed by the tumultuous waves. Xiaodi, hold on. Meiza's tears flowed freely from her eyes. Lin Lan, too, was beset by anxiety. Step aside, let me handle this. Fortunately, their team included a medical ninja, Sato, who swiftly retrieved a hemostatic agent from his medical pouch and applied it to Fat D's wounds, placing his hand above her injury. A verdant glow emanated from Sato's palm as he infused her with healing chakra. The others dared not disturb him, observing as Fat D furrowed her brow in evident discomfort. Meiza could feel her pain, tears continuing to stream down her face. Lin Lan, at a loss for words of comfort, turned her gaze back to the sounds of battle. Yamato stood alone upon the water's surface, poised for the opponent's next move. The surroundings were eerily quiet, a deceptive calm enveloping the scene. The Black Wind had not retreated, and Lin Lan understood that with such an advantage, the enemy would not relent. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept overhead. The Black Wind had chosen to strike. Its target was none other than Lin Lan. Why is this guy fixated solely on me? There was no time for contemplation as he hastily retreated. Meiza, utilizing the water conjured by Yamato, executed the recently practiced water release, water flow wall. This technique, mastered only by Jonin, demanded not only a substantial amount of chakra but also an exceptional finesse in its execution. She practiced in private, attempting numerous times without success. Today, circumstances forced her hand. A crystalline wall of water suddenly emerged. Bang! The Black Wind warrior was halted by the torrent, rebounding back. In that fleeting moment as he fell to the ground, Yamato seized the opportunity and advanced swiftly. Finally, I have captured him. Would release, for Pillar's prison. Crack, crack, crack. Several wooden beads instantly appeared around the Black Wind warrior, forming a cell in an instant. Aside from a window with wooden bars, there was no door. It was a success. Yamato, panting heavily, was exhausted. Lin Lan marveled at his ability to seize the moment. The attack was executed with remarkable fluidity. Unconcerned with the Black Wind warrior, Yamato hurried to Sato's side. He discovered Sato was exerting all his effort to save Pundi. However, it seemed he was running low on chakra. How is it? The bleeding has stopped, but her kidneys are injured, and I am in the process of repairing them. Sato indeed possessed some skill. Lin Lan silently cheered for him, praying that Pundi would pull through. She lay on the ground, her eyes rolling but unable to open them. Occasionally, she would emit heavy breaths due to the pain. Lin Lan felt a pang in her heart, nearly shedding tears. Roar, roar, roar. The Black Wind warrior continued to howl, hoping to break free from his confines. Unfortunately, each attempt was in vain. He even drew a long knife and slashed wildly. As with chips flew, his movements became increasingly exaggerated. The others, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but feel a chill of terror. Longcheng couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Teacher, he won't escape, will he?" Rest assured, my wood release will continue to grow. No sooner had he spoken than the Black Wind warrior fell silent. Lin Lan suddenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that he intended to self-destruct? Captain Yamato, I lack sufficient chakra. Without the time to contemplate the Black Wind warrior, Sato's expression changed dramatically as he called for help. Treating Pundi had drained a significant amount of chakra, and his reserves were nearly depleted. Crack! Yamato placed his hand on Sato's shoulder, slowly infusing him with chakra. Meiza and Longcheng attempted to imitate him, but were halted. No, stay vigilant. Longcheng, devoid of chakra, could only fret anxiously. He too noticed the Black Wind Warrior's strange behavior. Why had he ceased to struggle? If he intended to self-destruct, it would spell disaster. The area would be obliterated for miles. To resolve this predicament, he must be eliminated. Linlan dashed forward, startling everyone. Before he could take a few steps, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. A red mark appeared on his chest. This is bad. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion echoed once more. Thick smoke billowed from the woods, lingering in the air. The animals fled in panic, sensing the imminent danger. Bang. Linlan extended his hand from the rubble, struggling to crawl out. Cough, cough. He coughed violently to expel the earthy taste from his lungs and mouth. He surveyed his surroundings, discovering a scene of devastation. Trees lay scattered across the ground, stones flew about, and in some areas, wisps of smoke still rose. The dark brown earth was splattered everywhere. Meiza, Longcheng, Diyin, Sato, where are you? Lin Lan felt a surge of terror for the first time. He called out loudly, scanning his surroundings. A gentle breeze swept by, dispersing the smoke, and Lin Lan caught sight of several figures emerging before him. An involuntary thrill coursed through him as he hurriedly rose to advance. However, something was amiss. They were not his teammates. Lin Lan noticed the discrepancies in their heights. Could it be? Indeed, 3 iron-blooded warriors materialized ahead. Their armor rendered their identities indistinguishable. Yet he could ascertain that one of them was Hei Feng. Curse it! Lin Lan turned to flee. Against the 3, he had no chance of victory. Even with his explosive escape, he could not guarantee absolute success. Roar! The trio launched their assault in an instant. One brandished chains, while the other 2 wielded long blades and sharp claws, speeding toward Lin Lan with alarming swiftness. Would release. Birth of the Tree Realm. Crackle. Lin Lan felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. Enormous vines erupted from the earth, sweeping toward the 3 iron-blooded warriors. Lin Lan slowed his pace, glancing back. The 3 had indeed chosen to cloak themselves. Unfortunately, against the jutsu of the first Hokage, invisibility proved futile. This technique could detect the enemy's position. Even in the absence of chakra, one could track them by scent. Roar. Soon, one of the assailants became ensnared by the branches, and the other 2 fared little better. Tightly bound to the trunks. Just as Lin Lan was observing, his body was suddenly pulled backward. It turned out that slender vines had ensnared his ankles, dragging him toward the rear. The entwined foliage twisted into a chariot, safely transporting Lin Lan to a secure location. Reuniting with his teammates filled him with immense joy. Meiza and Longcheng had also transformed into earthen beings. The 3 bore no resentment towards each other, eagerly embracing one another. Diyin gazed at them with a deep sigh, realizing that they had finally forged bonds. It was then that Lin Lan noticed Fat D was being tended to by Diyin. And Sato? Alas, he has fallen, Meiza whispered. Lin Lan shook his head in resignation. Thankfully, Diyin's mastery of ninjutsu was exceptional. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. However, large-scale ninjutsu demanded a considerable reservoir of chakra. Diyin was drenched in sweat, laboring to maintain the birth of the tree realm while treating Fat D. The pressure was palpable. Diyin's lips began to pale. Listen to me. Once I have tended to Fat D's wounds, you must take her and leave, without concerning yourselves with me. But before Meiza could respond, Diyin fixed his gaze on Longcheng and declared, You are the captain. You must shoulder the responsibility. As a ninja, the mission comes first. Accompanying you would only be a burden. Tears welled in the eyes of both Meiza and Longcheng. Lin Lan too felt the urge to weep, yet found himself unable to. He felt merely a sense of discomfort. After all, he was not a native of the Hidden Leaf Village. Longcheng, you must act like a man. With a resounding crash, the trees in the distance began to splinter and fall, signifying that Yamato's chakra was waning, rendering him unable to maintain control. Give me 2 more minutes to freeze my veins. The group watched Yamato with bated breath, while Lin Lan was beset with conflicting emotions. Once again, he found himself as the pivotal figure, the sole individual capable of salvaging the team. He remained profoundly concerned about the exposure of his identity. The greater the power, the heavier the burden. This phrase echoed relentlessly in his mind, and Lin Lan longed to escape. It's done, Yamato exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. He withdrew the green luminescence, now nearly collapsing from exhaustion, leaning against a tree trunk, motionless. Through the tattered edges of Pundi's clothing, he noticed that his skin had returned to its pristine state. As the others attempted to assist Yamato, he urged them to flee. Go. Longcheng wept, shaking his head. No. Teacher, if we leave together. Yamato smiled gently. I should have departed the ninja world long ago. I am truly happy to accept you as my disciples before I depart. Longcheng, you are the captain and the soul of the team. You must find your courage. Meiza, you will become the strongest kunoichi. Both lowered their heads in tears. When Lin Lan's gaze met Yamato's, an unexpected silence enveloped them. Do you truly look down upon me? Lin Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Teacher, please convey my gratitude to Lady Tsunade. Yamato smiled faintly, revealing the origins of his medical ninjutsu, taught by Tsunade herself. Lin Lan nodded earnestly. Despite not receiving any praise, he held no resentment towards Yamato. Brushing off the dust from his body, revealing his robust physique, Lin Lan lifted Pundi. Longcheng, Meiza, we must go? The two remained seated. Lin Lan declared solemnly. According to the rules of Konoha, third article, the mission supersedes all. Let us move. Longcheng suddenly looked up, shouting, rules are made by people. We cannot abandon our teacher. Without a backward glance, he dashed outside. I'll fight alongside you. Wait, isn't that courting death? Yamato and Meiza shouted urgently. No. Alas. They were powerless to stop him. In a moment of desperation, Lin Lan entrusted Pundi to Meiza and followed suit. The Tree Realm's descent had dissipated. The Iron Blood warriors had narrowly escaped. They were now employing thermal imaging to track the movements of a few individuals. Suddenly, a high-speed object appeared to the right. Starlock, Black Wind, attack, commanded the one-eyed Iron Blood warrior. In unison, they brandished their weapons from behind, interstellar weaponry, heat guns. The mere act of drawing firearms indicated their acknowledgement of the enemy's prowess, a manifestation of their own trepidation. Before they could fire, they were momentarily blinded by an emanating light. It turned out that Longcheng had deployed his self-developed weapon, Shockwave Bomb. He first used this technique to obscure the enemy's vision. He wore specialized goggles for protection. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a surprise attack. Behold the might of the Chain Explosion Talisman's perish. The Chain Explosion Talisman, as its name implies, consisted of multiple detonation talismans linked together, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Longcheng's creation was even more formidable. Multiple talismans were packed into an iron canister, capable of unleashing an explosion lasting up to 5 minutes. Die. He hurled 2 iron cans. The Starlock and the Blackwind warrior remained composed, drawing forth a palm-sized disc from behind. Swiftly, they advanced. Whoosh. The disc instantaneously transformed into a shield, hurtling towards the fallen iron canisters. Simultaneously, Longcheng launched an assault. The sound of the explosive detonations echoed, yet the 2 shields, composed of an unknown material, withstood the blasts, suppressing all the shock waves. This is impossible. Seizing the moment, the one-eyed warrior aimed his firearm at Longcheng. Whoosh. 2 beams of light shot forth from the heat gun. In a critical moment, Lin Lan arrived, wrapping his arms around Longcheng's shoulders, rolling aside just in time to narrowly evade the onslaught. You crazy fool! Lin Lan scolded. Let us go. The trio of iron-blooded warriors resumed their offensive, gradually advancing along the fallen tree trunk. The heat gun roared incessantly. Whoosh. Lin Lan and Longcheng could barely lift their heads, paralyzed by fear. They wished to suppress the approaching threat with firepower. Hurry and use your ninjutsu. Lin Lan shouted, clutching his head. I want to, but my chakra has long since been depleted. What? No wonder he resorted to improvised weaponry. A single word echoed in Lin Lan's mind. Death. Death? I refuse to accept that. Stay low and don't move. Lin Lan recalled a new technique he had developed after massaging Tsunade's feet. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to test its efficacy. Art of the cannon. Mortar bear fire. Glancing at Longcheng, who lay on the ground, Lin Lan finally rose, pushing forward amidst the barrage of fire. Hey, don't go. Longcheng shouted anxiously. However, Lin Lan's advance was unstoppable. He resolutely took a step forward. Cannon. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Lan leapt back to his original position. Damn. The firepower is too fierce. I can't push forward. Yet, he still had a plan. A passive skill, void targeting. He had refrained from using it to avoid detection by Longcheng. But now, if he didn't act, he would surely perish. Lin Lan felt a pang of hesitation. To conceal his identity, he certainly couldn't eliminate Longcheng. As the enemy drew nearer, Lin Lan steeled himself, resolved to eliminate them with his cannon technique. Boom, boom, boom. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming wave of intense heat surged from afar. Even sheltered beneath the tree trunk, Lin Lan and Longcheng felt their hair cinch. The moisture in the air evaporated instantaneously. The iron-blooded warriors ceased their assault. With mutual suspicion, the two quickly looked up. Amidst the flames, only one iron-blooded warrior remained standing. The other two lay on the ground, engulfed in flames. My goodness! Lin Lan was astonished at the ferocity of the fire. This was precisely the forest forged by Yamato, now utterly ablaze. A sea of flames merged into one. Just as he pondered the cause, a figure appeared opposite the iron-blooded warrior. Lin Lan and Longcheng widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet they could not discern the identity of the figure before them. It was a woman, adorned with flowing blue hair that matched the hue of her strikingly blue irises. Her beauty was exquisite, subtly enhanced by a light application of makeup, with a small heart-shaped design painted on her right cheek, adding a touch of charm and playfulness. She wore a long robe that mirrored the color of her hair, enveloping her from head to toe in a manner that concealed her figure. However, Lin Lan noticed her wearing blue sandals with an open-toe design, the shape of her feet not discernible from the front. As she approached, the robe billowed in the breeze, revealing glimpses of her delicate feet, which only deepened her air of mystery. Who is she? The question lingered unanswered, and Longcheng shook his head in confusion, noting the absence of any identifying insignia or forehead protector on the woman. Her sudden appearance was perplexing. Fire release, dragon flame song. The girl's attire, reminiscent of a clear pond, belied the fiery chakra she wielded. A roar echoed as a fire dragon materialized behind her. The iron-blooded warriors were unyielding, vanishing in an instant. Yet, the girl remained unperturbed. The fire dragon soared into the air, releasing flames in a swirling frenzy. Startled, Lin Lan and Longcheng quickly crouched down to evade being scorched. The temperature soared to at least 1,000 degrees. Longcheng grimaced in pain, while Lin Lan, shirtless, felt even more discomfort. Only by lying on the ground, drawing in some coolness from the earth, did he find a modicum of relief. 1 minute. It was the most excruciating minute of Lin Lan's life. It was once said that the perception of time depends on whether one is inside or outside a bathroom. Being roasted at 1,000 degrees might be even more unbearable than a physiological reaction. At last, the wind ceased, and the flames extinguished. Lin Lan and Longcheng stood again, astonished to find that the trees before them had vanished, replaced by a carpet of ash. A scorched earth formed a circle around the girl, with the corpses of 3 iron-blooded warriors lying not far away. Their armor was formidable, capable of withstanding high temperatures. But sadly, their bodies could not. The blue-clad girl regarded the two without uttering a word. "Who are you?" Lin Lan inquired cautiously. The girl showed no inclination to respond. Turning away to leave, Longcheng, anxious, called out, "Miss, what is your name?" Regardless of their inquiries, the girl drifted away like a wisp of cloud, leaving only scars upon the ground behind her. "We're fortunate," Lin Lan remarked, not dwelling on the matter as he and Longcheng approached to inspect the situation. They kicked over one of the iron-blooded warriors, revealing a terrifying visage as his mask had fallen away. Longcheng, seeing this for the first time, gasped in horror. Can this truly be called a human? Indeed, it was a visitor from outer space. Lin Lan wrinkled his nose, noting that, when roasted, the scent resembled that of roasted lamb skewers. The two returned to find Meiza and Yamato, reporting the circumstances. Everyone was puzzled by the identity of the blue-clad girl. Meiza remarked, "I have never heard of such a ninja from Konoha. It is indeed strange. She is still quite young, yet her mastery of ninjutsu is truly astonishing. The vast range of her techniques indicates a substantial chakra reservoir." Yamato, whose body has yet to fully recover, stated, "You all continue on ahead. I will remain here. And once Pundi awakens, we will return to the village with the enemy's remains. It is imperative that Sakura and Shushin ascertain the true identity of our adversaries." There was a hint of concern among the group. Yamato smiled and encouraged them. "Hurry along, the art of ninjutsu takes precedence." Ryuchen then stood up and declared, "Team 7. Let us depart." He finally exhibited some semblance of a leader. Before they left, Yamato removed his vest and handed it to Lin Lan, ensuring he would not fight bare-chested. As they exited their hiding spot, Lin Lan glanced back toward the battlefield, his thoughts lingering on the helmet of the iron-blooded warrior. That helmet was a source of their strength. It would undoubtedly embolden those with impure intentions. Particularly, the helmet possessed the power to influence one's emotions. "Lin Lan, what are you staring at?" "Let's go," called Yamato. "Coming." Lin Lan replied, not dwelling on his thoughts, confident that Yamato would ensure their safe arrival. Sakura and the others would surely uncover the secrets in due time, making their eventual confrontation easier for Lin Lan as well. At the very least, he could survive, coasting through the mission. As they continued on their path, Meiza remained preoccupied with thoughts of Pundi, her spirits notably low. Linlan dared not disturb her, sensing the loss of her usual vivacity. Eventually, they paused by a small stream to rest. The three of them quietly washed their faces and shared some food. "If you disrespect me again, I will kill you," Meiza blurted out unexpectedly, nearly causing Linlan to choke. Ryuching frowned, feeling that the hard-won camaraderie was on the verge of unraveling. Aware of his misstep, Linlan refrained from retorting, continuing to gaze at his bread. "Are you listening to me?" Meiza said coldly. "I heard you," Linlan mumbled in response. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and the trio advanced rapidly, anxious about potential attacks from the Sand Ninja. Finally, after a day of travel, they reached the edge of the desert. Ryuching pointed ahead, saying, "Once we cross the border, we will be in Sand Ninja territory. Be sure to show respect when meeting the Kazekage, especially you, Linlan." TCH. Linlan shot him an exasperated look. The three hastened to the Sand Ninja village. Upon entering, they immediately sensed something was amiss. The pervasive, sorrowful white that enveloped the surroundings was palpable. Each villager wore a face of grief. Upon learning they hailed from Konoha, the villagers remained polite, recalling that just a day prior, other Konoha ninjas had come to assist. As they approached the Kazekage's building, they suddenly heard someone call out Meiza's name. Turning around, they saw Zagong rushing over from a nearby home. "You finally made it," he exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice, despite the underlying tension between him and Linlan. Meiza sighed and said, "I apologize for the delay. We encountered enemies along the way, and your classmate Sato has fallen." Upon hearing this tragic news, Zagong's expression twitched, and he fell silent, looking up at the sky. It seemed that only by tilting his head at a 45-degree angle could he prevent his tears from falling. Such is the nature of war. As long as you are safe, that is what matters. Zagong bowed to several individuals, expressing his gratitude for their assistance to Sato. Without waiting for Meiza to speak, he turned and resumed his vital work of healing, transforming sorrow into strength. Is this what war entails? A bitter pang stirred within Linlan. Through Zagong, she learned that Shaoli had set off for the front lines with Tokugawa Yu and Kamijima Kazuo, aiding in the fight against the enemy. The group analyzed the situation, deciding it was imperative to first consult with Kazekage and Gaara, trusting his directives. Upon finally arriving at the Hokage building, they were guided by the receptionist to the top-floor office, where they encountered the legendary ninja. For all three, it was their first meeting with Gaara, and an involuntary thrill coursed through them, for he had once been the commander of the Allied forces, his prowess widely acknowledged. The moment Linlan stepped into the office, her gaze was instantly captivated and held captive. Gaara was engaged in a strategic discussion with Kankuro and Temari regarding the situation, and upon hearing that reinforcements had arrived in Konoha, he naturally came to greet them personally. Linlan's attention was wholly absorbed by Temari's black fishnet stockings, and a single word echoed in her mind: alluring. She exuded a charm distinct from Meiza and Pundi. After marrying Shikamaru, she had acquired an added allure. Strangely, every time Linlan encountered Temari, an inexplicable thirst arose within her. Recently, having returned to assist due to the village being attacked, she wore a white bodycon dress paired with classic black fishnet stockings, her elegance undiminished from years past. Her exquisite curves ignited the imagination. Once merely knee-high stockings, now they enveloped her entire legs. Indeed, she had become bolder since marriage. After exchanging pleasantries with Gaara, Linlan found herself entirely absorbed in contemplating whether Temari found such attire comfortable. Having conducted a professional analysis, Linlan concluded that the experience of wearing fishnet stockings was not particularly pleasant, especially for those with sensitive and delicate feet. They could feel constricted, and the legs would quickly tighten. A careless brush against something could send ripples of discomfort throughout the body. Overall, Linlan, on a scale of comfort from 1 to 10, could barely grant a 5. However, in terms of allure, it was undoubtedly a perfect 10. Any man would find it impossible to divert his gaze, as if ensnared by an intricate web capturing their hearts. Temari's foot shape was not flawless, her instep slightly high, causing her shoes to bulge. Yet, the true highlights were her toenails, each painted in different colors, exuding a youthful charm that was utterly adorable. Rest assured, Lord Kazekage, we shall fulfill our mission. Let us proceed. Linlan, let us go. Longcheng called her name twice before Linlan snapped back to reality, retracting her covetous gaze. Once outside the office, Linlan inquired, "Where to next?" Meiza scoffed lightly and strode ahead, fully aware of what the young man had been observing moments before. Longcheng, with a hint of exasperation, remarked. Didn't Lord Kazekage instruct us to remain in the village and assist? This is quite fortunate, as it spares us from danger. Survival is paramount. With Yamato absent, Gaara was concerned for the safety of Lin Lan and her companions, thus refraining from sending them to the front lines and instead assigning them to assist with vigilance within the village. Lin Lan was unaware of the exact number of predators invading, but could sense that Gaara was exceedingly anxious. It seemed that the situation was dire. Stepping out of the wind shadow building, the gusts of wind carried a scent reminiscent of blood. Dragon City, where shall we go? Lin Lan pondered the forthcoming mission, feeling utterly perplexed. Observing their surroundings, Longcheng suggested, let us seek the guarding troops and heed their orders. As for Meiza, there are many orphans here. You should assist the medical team in comforting them. It turned out that numerous ninjas had perished, leaving behind a multitude of orphans. The children were organized by Gaara into an orphanage. Most had been taken by relatives, while a few had lost all family ties. Neither of them declined the task. The climate in the sand village was somewhat harsh. The persistent yellow sand from outside invaded their space, causing Meiza's skin to feel dry and painful, an experience she found quite intolerable. Lin Lan remarked, Meiza, allow me to fetch you a scarf. No need, she replied, not giving her a chance to resist. Meiza hastened forward, deliberately avoiding him. Longcheng patted her shoulder, saying, don't rush, grant her some time. The trio then parted ways. The commander of the guarding troops welcomed Lin Lan and Longcheng's arrival, though his smile was somewhat strained. After all, they were merely genin and lacked the capabilities for significant responsibilities. Yet, under the orders of the Wind Shadow, they were obliged to follow through. They were assigned to patrol the city and report any issues that arose. Longcheng took the task seriously, while Lin Lan was dismissive, aware of the disdain in their eyes. After wandering the streets for a while, Lin Lan proposed they seek out Meiza. Longcheng was initially reluctant, believing they should focus on their duties. Lin Lan countered, this place is secure. The enemy is not foolish enough to cause chaos at their headquarters. Upon arriving at the orphanage, they were greeted by melodious singing emanating from within. Approaching the window, they caught sight of Meiza surrounded by a group of young children, all quite small in stature. Sitting in their midst with a guitar, she strummed and sang. As the song concluded, Meiza smiled and affectionately patted several children on the head. This was the first time Lin Lan had witnessed such unrestrained joy from her, a genuine smile radiating from deep within her soul, infectious in its warmth. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a halo around her. At that moment, she was an angel. Shall I sing you a song about flowers, my dear children? She asked. Yes, the children chorused, their faces beaming with delight. In the harsh environment of the sand village, few flowers could survive. Most existed only in textbooks. Meiza's heart ached for the children, and after a moment's consideration, she delicately plucked the guitar strings, producing a lovely harmony. That laughter reminded Lin Lan of his own flowers. He leaned against the wall, quietly listening to this timeless classic, while Longcheng found it difficult to resonate with the moment, merely appreciating Meiza's ethereal voice. Unbeknownst to him, she was quite the talented individual. Her singing, like a haunting melody, evoked thoughts of his dear friend, Pundi. He wondered how she was faring and recalled her anxious expression when she had inquired about his relationship with Meiza. That girl truly had invested her heart. As Lin Lan was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a girl sitting at the edge of the playground, engrossed in digging the earth with a stick. While the other children were playing with Meiza, her solitary behavior piqued Lin Lan's curiosity, prompting him to approach her. Upon sensing his presence, the girl looked up, and Lin Lan felt a spark of intrigue. Ah, what a striking beauty! The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, with a slender physique. Her features, though not extraordinary, were complemented by her remarkably large, expressive eyes. They were exceptionally clear and animated, giving her an air of innocence. Child, why aren't you singing with the others? He inquired. I'm quite all right here, she replied, her tone tinged with caution. Lin Lan smiled gently, gesturing to the forehead protector on his arm. See, I'm not a bad person. I'm a ninja from Konoha, here to assist you. Gradually, the girl relaxed. Sitting beside her, Lin Lan asked, my name is Lin Lan. What is yours, and how old are you? I am Anhei Xiaohan, 16 years old. He refrained from reaching out to pat her head, as she was no longer a child. Have your parents perished? Yes. At the mention of her troubles, Xiaohan's large eyes glistened with tears, resembling crystalline springs. Lin Lan sighed. Don't cry, be strong. Though he was adept at charming women, he found himself at a loss for words in serious matters. At that moment, Longcheng approached. The three of them sat on the playground, quietly listening to the songs emanating from within the building. Meiza had already noticed the pair and, puzzled by their absence, realized they were keeping a lonely child company. She then suggested that everyone join them. The children eagerly agreed. Lin Lan observed as Meiza led the group, and the children began to move towards him. An unexpected scene unfolded when Xiaoan suddenly stood up and dashed away, as if frightened. Lin Lan was taken aback, and Meiza's smile faltered. "I'll go check on her," he said, leaving Longcheng behind as he pursued Xiaoan. Upon exiting the orphanage, he caught sight of her frail figure. It would have been easy to catch up, but as Xiaoan rounded a corner, she was suddenly blocked by a shadow ahead. "Where are you going, girl?" Lin Lan asked with a smile. In a moment of defiance, Xiaoan shouted, "Stay away. I dislike you all." Lin Lan was taken aback. Their earlier conversation had seemed pleasant, and he had done nothing to provoke her anger. "Little sister, could there be a misunderstanding between us?" In an astonishing turn, Xiaoan produced a makeshift shuriken from behind her, crafted from sharpened metal. Its shape was irregular, and it was not double-edged, yet it appeared exceedingly sharp, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. "Hey, don't be agitated. Let's talk this over," Lin Lan urged, concerned for her safety. In her heart, it seemed as though there were countless grievances. Xiaoan lamented. "It is you ninjas who have caused the death of my parents. I detest ninjas. I loathe your very presence. You are all my enemies, including the Wind Shadow. If it weren't for his orders, my father and mother would still be alive." Sobbing uncontrollably, she poured out her anguish. Lin Lan, having grasped the situation, felt a tumult of emotions within. The ninjas, entrusted with the protection of the village, often found the notion of safeguarding merely a matter of words. What value does life hold in the face of the village's demands? In a sudden burst of resolve, Lin Lan removed his Konoha forehead protector. With a clang, he cast it onto the ground before Xiaoan. "To be candid, I too despise being a ninja. All I desire is to live peacefully. Alas, such is the fate we cannot defy." Hearing Lin Lan's confession, Xiaoan gradually lowered her weapon. Lin Lan sighed and continued. "Born in a ninja village, choosing the path of a ninja entails bearing heavy responsibilities. Even in sacrifice, it is for the protection of the villagers and you. I believe they would have willingly accepted this fate." As memories of her parents flooded back, Xiaoan finally relinquished her weapon and fell to the ground, weeping inconsolably. Lin Lan approached her, his heart aching for the girl. He gently helped her up and wiped away her tears. "You must be strong on the road ahead. If you wish, you may come to Konoha to find me. I would be glad to seek you out." Observing Lin Lan's earnest demeanor, Xiaoan discerned his sincerity. Devoid of any pretense, and warmth flickered in her eyes. In truth, Lin Lan's intentions were genuine, with no ulterior motives save for a small personal desire. As the demands of the dojo grew ever more pressing, he yearned for a disciple. Unfortunately, despite extensive searching, none met his criteria. He needed not only a girl, but one who was exceptionally intelligent, courageous, and meticulous. Lin Lan believed Xiaoan fit this mold perfectly, though he refrained from expressing this thought. It was as if he wished to appear selfless. He picked up the forehead protector and, from his pouch, retrieved a shuriken, offering it to Xiaoan. "Here, this is for you." Taking the shuriken, Xiaoan examined it closely, a smile breaking through her tears. Lin Lan chuckled. "Remember, do not use it against your comrades. One day, I will teach you how to wield it, including this." From his pouch, he produced a broad-bladed knife. Xiaoan's curiosity piqued. She exclaimed, "What is this ninja tool? I've never seen anything like it." Indeed, the innocent nature of a child shone through. Moments ago, she was engulfed in sorrow, but now she had forgotten it all. Captivated by the allure of the knife, Lin Lan, noticing her genuine ignorance, feigned an air of mystery. "This is my unique weapon. If the opportunity arises, I shall teach you at length." Xiaoan eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "However, teaching you these skills does not mean I wish for you to become a ninja. Life should be lived freely, like a bird in the sky or a fish in the water. That is true happiness." Lin Lan's carefree silhouette left an indelible mark on Xiaohan's heart. Unbeknownst to her, a word took root in her mind: bond. In the following days, Lin Lan and his companions remained in the village. While they found themselves with little to do, chaos reigned on the front lines, with wounded soldiers returning each day. Meiza and Longcheng felt like ants on a hot pan, eager to offer assistance. Lin Lan remarked, after 2 encounters, "Do you not sense the trouble? As ninjas, we cannot retreat." Longcheng declared with righteous fervor. The trio sat by the street, observing the bustling crowd, yet felt utterly powerless. Finally, Meiza suggested, "Why don't we sneak out?" She intended to take matters into her own hands. Without Gaara's approval, no one was permitted to venture to the front lines. I fear that would not be wise. If Lord Kazekage finds out. Longcheng, who had previously shown unwavering resolve, now appeared hesitant. I believe it is indeed unwise to act recklessly, he concluded. Meiza felt a tinge of disappointment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lan interjected, Meiza, this is not Konoha. If something goes awry, it would only bring trouble to Lord Hokage. Convinced by his reasoning, Meiza resigned herself to waiting patiently. Before long, an increasing number of ninjas were returned, including several from Konoha. Concern for the safety of Team 3 loomed large. 3 days later, while assisting in the medical unit, they heard a name they dreaded. Senior Lee, wake up. You cannot sleep. Lin Lan, Meiza, and Longcheng pushed through the crowd. A group of bloodied ninjas, their heads wrapped in bandages, struggled to carry back Lee. Upon the hospital bed, he was drenched in blood, which continued to drip. The bandages on his arm had been torn away, indicating he had unleashed his utmost abilities. Regrettably, he still fell short against the adversary. Clear the way, clear the way. The medical personnel hurriedly maneuvered through the throng, rushing Lee into the operating room. Listening to the fragmented accounts of the returning ninjas, they grasped the gravity of the situation. On their return journey for supplies, they had encountered an ambush by the enemy, 5 monstrous foes. Their combined strength was formidable. From a team of 20, only 4 remained. Had it not been for Lee's desperate activation of the 7th gate, they would surely have perished. Lin Lan sat quietly, pondering. It struck him as peculiar that the iron-blooded warriors did not target Konoha or other villages, but specifically attacked the Sand Ninjas. Was there a deeper mystery at play? To uncover the truth, one would likely have to consult Gaara. However, as the esteemed Kazekage, it was improbable that he would disclose even a whisper of confidential information. As Lin Lan continued his analysis, footsteps echoed from afar. A pair of fair, slender legs appeared first. Temari rushed into the hospital, anxiety etched upon her face. Having heard of Lee's injury, their relationship was amicable, and upon seeing her, Lin Lan suddenly conceived an idea. Perhaps Temari could serve as a crucial link. Time slipped away. Second by second, everyone stood vigil outside the operating room, ensconced in a heavy silence that felt suffocating. Even the slightest sound, such as a silver needle dropping to the floor, could evoke a reaction. Lin Lan regarded Temari, contemplating how to extract information from her, aware that neither he nor Meiza were well acquainted with her. In her everyday demeanor, Temari exuded an air of haughty superiority. She regarded everyone with an aloof indifference, and she had every reason to do so. Her brother was the Wind Shadow, and her husband was the chief strategist of the Fire Shadow. Temari herself was not only beautiful, but possessed a figure that was undeniably alluring. It seemed as though the heavens had bestowed upon her a remarkable abundance of grace and charm. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lan quietly inquired of Meiza, "Are you familiar with Temari?" "No, why do you ask?" Meiza responded with a hint of confusion, uncertain of Lin Lan's intentions. "It's nothing, just a casual inquiry." Evading Meiza's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Lan finally rose and approached Temari. Both Meiza and Longcheng observed him, unsure of his next move. They were oblivious to the conversation exchanged between Lin Lan and Temari, but soon enough, the two were seen heading towards the exit. Longcheng intended to follow, but was halted by Meiza. At the hospital entrance, a multitude of patients bustled about. Lin Lan and Temari found a secluded corner, away from prying eyes. Once assured of their privacy, Temari asked, "What intelligence do you possess?" Lin Lan had just informed her of significant information regarding their enemies. These individuals, who referred to themselves as iron-blooded warriors, hailed from the stars and belonged to a fierce warrior race that thrived on hunting and seizing resources from other planets. The reason for their incursion into the ninja world remained unclear, but after 2 encounters, Lin Lan had discerned their fear of ninjutsu. Temari was already aware of this fact and seemed somewhat impatient for further revelations. Lin Lan, unable to divulge too much, understood that he needed to provide some compelling details to earn her trust. After a moment's reflection, he stated, "Through my observations, I have identified their weakness." "Really?" Temari's interest was piqued. Despite having eliminated many foes, the cost had been steep. Each iron-blooded warrior claimed the lives of at least 3 of their own. Such losses were unsustainable. If a weakness truly existed, it could potentially shift the tide of battle. What is it? They all wear helmets, which not only serve as their weakness but also as the source of their crucial abilities. If we can seize their helmets, they will be rendered powerless, Lin Lan added. Moreover, their vision is poor and reliant on their helmets for assistance. This presents us with an opportunity. Temari's spirits soared at this revelation. "You've done well. she exclaimed, eager to report to Gaara. Wait. Lin Lan quickly grasped her arm, sensing a misstep, and promptly released her hold. Tamari, unfazed, queried, what is it? Senior. Since you were married to Shikamaru, you were also part of Konoha, correct? Indeed. What are you implying? Tamari replied with a smile, finding Lin Lan somewhat intriguing. You are aware that the iron-blooded warriors attacked Konoha recently, and now they are suddenly launching a massive offensive against the Sand Ninja. Is there not something more at play? Lin Lan calmly posed the question. At this, Tamari's smile faded, and she appeared reluctant to respond. I know it's not that simple. If you cannot speak of it, please take me to see Lord Wind Shadow. Lin Lan had no desire for glory nor any inclination to save anyone at this moment. As he realized that even Shao Li had failed, he understood that he could not evade the battlefield any longer. Danger must be nipped in the bud. This battle was for his own sake. Shoji sighed and acquiesced to Lin Lan's words, leading him to meet Gaara. Her consent confirmed that her intuition had not led her astray. Lin Lan followed closely behind Shoji, his mind racing with strategies to deal with Gaara. Soon, however, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, his attention fixated on Shoju's alluring form. As she walked, her waist swayed enticingly, accentuating her sensuality. Today, she donned a beige-fitted skirt that showcased her figure beautifully. Unlike the previous occasion, she wore no stockings, complementing her attire with a pair of sleek black patent leather high heels that produced a rhythmic sound with each step. Shoju's powerful legs and balanced physique made her movements graceful. As they ascended the stairs, Lin Lan deliberately slowed his pace, slightly bending his body to lower his gaze. At last, he had his answer. Shoji was dressed in red today. Come in, Gaara said irritably upon hearing the knock at the door. The tension of war had left him in a foul mood, but upon realizing it was Shoji and Lin Lan, his expression softened. Lord Kazekage. Lin Lan has intelligence to report. Shoji relayed all the information provided by Lin Lan, embellishing the account of how she learned about his combat prowess with vivid detail. Lin Lan was taken aback. Her eloquence was remarkable, akin to a master storyteller. She not only painted a grand image of Lin Lan and his companions, but also brought the battle scenes to life as though she had witnessed them firsthand. With mere words, she could draw one into the scene, truly impressive. Gaara appeared momentarily entranced. If Lin Lan possessed such abilities, he must at least be a chunin. It was worth noting that this was an age-old tradition of Konohamaru. The strength of a ninja was never determined solely by rank. The previous skirmish between two genin had nearly obliterated the entire ninja world, and yet, they were the ones who saved it. Once Shoji finished speaking, she added, Lord Kazekage, Lin Lan is trustworthy. He seeks to understand why the iron-blooded warriors have attacked us. Lin Lan displayed an expression of anticipation. Since his arrival, he had not had the opportunity to interject, with Shoji doing all the talking. This woman was indeed formidable. Gaara, however, wore a cautious expression, unwilling to rely solely on Shoju's account. Lin Lan, who else knows you are here? No one. Did you not inform your comrades? I didn't have the chance. Lin Lan spoke the truth, which eased Gaara's concerns. Very well, based on the intelligence you provided, I can't disclose the actual situation. However, remember, you must not reveal this to anyone. Apart from us, only Naruto must know. You are the sole genin. Lin Lan was instantly filled with excitement. Hastily agreeing without a hint of dissent, Gaara stood and said, Follow me. It turned out that this office concealed a secret chamber. Upon shifting the third book on the third shelf, the wall unexpectedly parted, revealing a hidden elevator. Lin Lan found this quite intriguing. Once the three of them entered, they discovered that the panel displayed only a single floor. As the elevator descended, Lin Lan surmised it must lead underground. The exact number of levels remained a mystery, and she dared not inquire further. Ding! The elevator doors finally opened, and Lin Lan was taken aback by the vast expanse of space below. Everywhere, busy ninjas were engaged in their tasks. Upon seeing Gaara, they offered polite greetings before hastily returning to their work. This is our research center, Tamari explained to Lin Lan. The sand ninjas have managed to survive amidst the storms of sand for so long, thanks to the technological support from here. Indeed, enormous machines were scattered throughout, some rumbling with a deep resonance. Their rusted exteriors bore witness to the passage of time. Lin Lan marveled, realizing why the sand ninjas possessed such formidable strength, quietly amassing power in the shadows. As they ventured deeper, the number of personnel dwindled, piquing Lin Lan's curiosity. Was there a plot to silence her? A flicker of concern crossed her mind, particularly given the dim surroundings. Approaching a wall, Gaara placed his hand on a scanning device. causing a grand door to slowly swing open. Lin Lan was once again astonished. What she had perceived as a wall was, in fact, a portal. Peering inside, she noted the subdued lighting. Guards promptly approached to greet them, unfazed by Lin Lan's presence, understanding that her arrival signified Gaara's approval. "This is a prison, housing the most heinous of criminals," Tamari remarked. Lin Lan managed a strained smile, feeling a twinge of unease. As they proceeded westward, the atmosphere was eerily silent, save for the rhythmic sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from a distance, causing Lin Lan to halt. Gaara turned back, inquiring with a grin. "Does this sound familiar?" In that moment, Lin Lan comprehended fully. The creature they had captured was none other than a predator. No wonder they had sought them out. Predators, by nature, would never permit their weapons to fall into the hands of outsiders. Even if they managed to escape back to their planet, a grim fate awaited them. "You were correct. We apprehended an enemy some days ago," Gaara stated as he led them to a chamber. Through the glass, they finally beheld the predator. Now stripped of its former glory, all its gear had been removed, and its signature dreadlocks had been shorn. Originally boasting 4 fangs, only one remained, likely taken for analysis. Sensing the presence behind the glass, it instinctively stirred, emitting a low growl. Unfortunately, it was bound to a steel column, and no amount of struggle could free it. Lin Lan gazed at the predator with a sense of sorrow. "Isn't it magnificent? I often come here to observe it, pondering the wonders of the universe," Gaara mused. Adopting a philosophical tone, Lin Lan inquired, "What of its helmet?" "It was taken for analysis, but alas, no one can wield it," Gaara replied candidly. "A ninja once attempted to use it, but not long after, they descended into madness, and we had no choice but to eliminate them," Tamari remarked. Initially concerned that he might escape, she later realized he was incapable of doing so. Her doubts about his sudden loss of strength were finally clarified. It was all due to the helmet. What should be done? If they were to release him, Gaara would likely not consent, having captured the enemy with such effort. A thorough analysis was imperative. The hope was to reverse engineer him to develop weapons of mass destruction. This notion did not require much thought, as Lin Lan was capable of discerning it. However, it was unwise to allow oneself to be thrust into battle unprepared. After much contemplation, Lin Lan boldly stated, "Lord Kazekage, based on my observations, I have an idea that could conclude this conflict." "Oh, pray do share." On their journey to Sunagakure, their team had engaged in combat with 3 iron-blooded warriors who exhibited remarkable unity, never abandoning their comrades. Lin Lan paused momentarily before continuing. "Thus, I boldly propose that if we return this individual to them, it might." "No." Before he could finish, Gaara categorically refused. "We shall not compromise with the enemy. After all they've done to us, how could I relent? Moreover, he harbors countless secrets yet to be uncovered." The implication was clear. The weapon had not yet been developed, nor had every ounce of potential been extracted from the iron-blooded warriors. As Lin Lan attempted to speak further, Tamari shot him a warning glance. She understood that since the conclusion of the Ninja World War, Gaara had been burdened with feelings of repression. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that, as a leader, he felt overshadowed by Naruto and Sasuke. The prestige of Sunagakure had been eclipsed by Konohagakure. All of this left him rather discontented. In this latest assault, he had sought assistance from Shikaku, the tailed beast he considered a friend, only to receive a heartless rejection. After all, who would willingly relinquish a joyous existence? For the sake of Sunagakure, and for himself, Gaara placed his hopes upon this iron-blooded warrior. By studying his advanced technology, he aspired to lead Sunagakure back to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Thus, he could not acquiesce. Upon returning to the ground, Lin Lan and Tamari exited the Kazekage's building. His expression bore a hint of restraint. "Lin Lan, I appreciate your intentions for Sunagakure," he acknowledged. It was surprising to witness the typically haughty Tamari express gratitude. Lin Lan quickly turned around, stealing a glance through her collar. This was not intentional, it was merely habitual. To his astonishment, it was not red. Instead, it was white adorned with black flowers. It appeared that Tamari did not place much emphasis on the quality of her attire. "Thank you for your assistance, Tamari-senpai." Lin Lan bowed before turning to leave. He had already devised a solution. What had transpired? Longcheng and Meiza observed Lin Lan, noticing his return accompanied by a deep sigh. Sitting on the steps of the orphanage, Longcheng inquired about the situation. Lin Lan was now aware that Rock Lee had escaped danger. Yet his left arm had been rendered completely useless due to severed tendons. He had resolved to escape. He wished to avoid becoming entangled in a conflict that was not his own. Looking at the two, Linlan feigned seriousness and declared, "You are all my comrades and my dearest ones. I assure you, I will not deceive you. We shall return to Konoha." "What?" Longcheng's eyes widened in astonishment. To abandon one's post under duress is a grave transgression. Meiza was equally unwilling. She had been contemplating engaging the enemy on the front lines. "Listen to me," she said. "I just received news through Senior Tamari that the enemy is poised to attack Konoha. For the sake of Konoha, we must return to assess the situation." This statement undoubtedly struck a chord with both of them. The interests of Konoha supersede all else. If the information proves true, we indeed ought to return, Longcheng expressed. However, Meiza held a dissenting opinion. "But if we leave, the Sand Ninja's mission will remain unfulfilled, and we may be considered deserters." Her concerns were not unfounded. Lin Lan, exuding confidence, quickly interjected, "Do not worry. With Senior Tamari present, nothing will go awry. The Hokage will understand and will not hold us accountable." Since Longcheng was also in agreement, Meiza had no choice but to acquiesce, though a sense of unease lingered. Why would Tamari divulge such information to Lin Lan? Although Lin Lan claimed that he had promised Tamari free foot massages for life in exchange for the intelligence, Meiza remained skeptical. The trio solidified their plans, preparing to depart immediately. This operation needed to be conducted discreetly. Just as they were about to leave, a timid voice called from behind, "Lin Lan." "Senior." Lin Lan, somewhat puzzled, turned alongside the others. At the corner appeared a little sprite, her large eyes sparkling as she gazed at them. It was Xiaoan. In recent days, Lin Lan had encountered her sporadically, as matters had been rather hectic. "Are you leaving?" she inquired, having overheard their plan. Lin Lan smiled and replied, "Yes. I hope you won't let it slip." "I won't say a word," Xiaoan insisted, her demeanor resolute, seemingly anxious that Lin Lan might doubt her sincerity. Meiza and Longcheng exchanged glances but refrained from voicing their thoughts, trusting that Lin Lan would handle the situation adeptly. Sighing softly, Lin Lan stepped forward and said to Xiaoan, "Take care of yourself. If the opportunity arises, I shall teach you the art of the blade." You can," Xiaoan stammered, lowering her head and blushing. Not comprehending her intent, Lin Lan crouched down, smiling. "Speak your mind. There is no need to be shy." At last, Xiaoan lifted her gaze, revealing a look of reluctance. In her large pupils reflected Lin Lan's unremarkable face, yet in her heart, he appeared extraordinarily grand. Having spent several days together, she understood him to be a person of good character, one who would play with her and teach her shuriken skills. Her frail form suddenly burst forth with astonishing determination as she declared, "Take me with you." "Huh." The three of them were taken aback. This was not a leisure trip. How could they bring a child along? Furthermore, she was a citizen of the Sand Village. Leaving would require Gaara's consent. Even as an ordinary villager, she would be seen as a defector. If discovered, it would lead to certain doom. Lin Lan had contemplated taking her as a disciple, but understood that it necessitated the right opportunity. He intended to cultivate a good relationship with Gaara before addressing the matter. Yet, now the tides had turned unexpectedly, with Xiaohan taking the initiative. This is indeed commendable. One can earnestly study and serve oneself. However, Longcheng hastily intervened, asserting that it was impossible. The Sand Ninja's defenses were formidable. We lacked just cause to bring her along. As the captain, he must prevent any frivolity. One cannot jeopardize the team for the sake of an individual. Meiza also found herself in a quandary. She understood Xiaohan's affection for Lin Lan and could not bear to see her suffer in the orphanage. The stark reality loomed ahead, and it seemed this hurdle would not be easily surmounted. Lin Lan gently stroked Xiaohan's head, deeply moved. "Child, I too wish to take you with me. But now is not the time. Instead, wait for me. I shall return." Suddenly, without a moment's thought, Xiaohan embraced Lin Lan tightly. "No, I want to be with you." Lin Lan was taken aback, opening her arms but refraining from reciprocating the embrace. He harbored no ill intentions towards Xiaohan and had always regarded her as a sister. He turned to glance at his two companions, noticing the troubled expressions on both Meiza and Longcheng's faces. "Stop deliberating and take her with you," Meiza finally resolved, disregarding any dissent, and strode forward. Longcheng's expression turned to one of resignation. Neither of these teammates was easy to manage, and not a single matter had been without concern. As captain, he bore the brunt of it all. Xiaoan, however, brightened and smiled. "Brother Lin Lan." "No, from now on, call me Master." Lin Lan chuckled softly. "Master? Is it?" Xiaoan smiled back and took Lin Lan's hand in hers. The four approached the village entrance, and Longcheng felt increasingly anxious. He kept reminding everyone not to reveal any signs of trouble, especially Xiaohan, urging her to remain relaxed during any inquiries, merely stating that she had gone to the desert's edge to gather herbs. As they drew nearer, they spotted the vigilant guards in the distance. Longcheng observed that his companions appeared utterly unperturbed. Linlan and Xiaohan walked side by side, sharing laughter and conversation. At last, they reached the village entrance. Longcheng, feeling apprehensive, was about to announce his intention to depart. Hurry, hurry! The guards urged them before he could speak, as a group of ninja escorting the injured returned just ahead. Meiza quickly moved beside Xiaohan, gently placing her hand on her shoulder and shielding her eyes with her right hand to spare her from the gruesome sight. Unexpectedly, Xiaohan slowly removed Meiza's hand, stating, "This is how my parents were." The painful memories surged forth, and tears streamed down Xiaohan's cheeks. Yet she bravely wiped them away. The four of them successfully departed from the Sand Ninja Village. Along the way, they encountered many injured ninjas, which they deftly avoided, opting for the safer, albeit longer, route back to Konoha. Finally, after 3 days, they stood at the entrance of Konoha Village. It was Xiaohan's first journey away from home, and she had arrived at the legendary birthplace. Standing beneath the grand archway, she gazed upward, taking in the sight. This barrier, weathered by a century of time, bore countless scars. Meiza proudly shared with her that each mark was a testament to Konoha's glory. The group parted ways on the street, agreeing to reconvene in 20 minutes to visit Pundi and Yamato and subsequently report to the Hokage. "Master, what is this?" "Master, look over there." Konoha is far more vibrant than Sunagakure. Xiaohan's gaze darted around, filled with curiosity for the new sights. "Silly girl, Konoha is strategically positioned and bustling with merchants. Do not wander off. It would be disastrous if you were to be abducted," Lin Lan jested. Though inexperienced, Xiaohan was quite astute. She stuck out her tongue and brushed off his words. On their way home, Xiaohan suddenly halted. A faint yet enticing aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing her taste buds. Lin Lan noticed her pace slowing and her gaze drifting across the street. It dawned on him that the scent was emanating from Ichiraku ramen, captivating Xiaohan's attention. "Are you hungry?" "Not really, master. Let us hurry along," Xiaohan replied thoughtfully, not wishing for Lin Lan to spend on her. However, Lin Lan chuckled and took her hand, leading her towards the ramen shop. "Master, I'm not hungry. A bit of water will suffice," Xiaohan said, flustered and eager to clarify. Ultimately, her concerns were quelled by Lin Lan's declaration, "I am hungry." Upon seeing Lin Lan, Uncle Ichiraku's expression darkened instantly, recalling that this lad never paid for his ramen. Regret washed over him for having printed so many vouchers and free coupons. Noticing Uncle Ichiraku's silent scorn, Lin Lan remained unperturbed, happily guiding Xiaohan to sit beside him. Ichiraku's daughter, Ayam, greeted them warmly. "Oh, who is this lovely little sister? How adorable." Xiaohan smiled brightly, politely returning the greeting. Lin Lan laughed heartily and introduced, "This is Xiaohan, my disciple. I hope you will take care of her." "Humph, what can she learn? Just a lazy little one playing with her toes." Uncle Ichiraku muttered without reservation, clanging his spoon against the pot with a resounding ding. His demeanor clearly indicated a lack of welcome. Ayam felt a bit awkward and shot a glance at Lin Lan, signaling him not to mind it. Lin Lan, of course, brushed it off, relishing the free meal. As 2 bowls of specialty ramen were served, Uncle Ichiraku turned to Xiaohan, saying, "Here's yours, girl." He had even added an extra egg for her. Lin Lan understood that despite Uncle Ichiraku's sharp tongue, he had a kind heart and welcomed new customers warmly. "Thank you, Uncle." Xiaohan beamed, believing it was all thanks to Lin Lan. "I'm about to dig in." "Me too." The two joyfully slurped their noodles, and Lin Lan took the opportunity to share insights about Konoha. After their complimentary meal, they finally returned home. "Wow, I'm so full. Did you know Ichiraku ramen is all the rage in the ninja world? Some ninjas from other villages come specifically to eat here." Lin Lan chuckled while opening the door. Xiaohan looked up at the sign, surprised to find that Lin Lan truly owned a shop, Foot Massage Pavilion. "Yes, this is my home, and it will be yours as well. Come in." Pushing the door open, Xiaohan followed Lin Lan into the unfamiliar environment. The space was modest yet cozy, adorned with greenery and neatly arranged decor. A massage bed rested against the wall. "Don't be afraid, have a seat." Lin Lan instructed Xiaohan to take a seat while she changed her clothes in the bedroom. Observing her surroundings, Xiaohan noted the modest size of the space, divided by Lin Lan into several rooms, transforming it into a 3-bedroom apartment. Though small, it was well equipped, featuring a bedroom, bathroom, and kitchen, all impeccably clean. "From now on, You shall reside in the bedroom, while I shall sleep on the massage bed outside, Lin Lan declared, listening to the sounds emanating from the bedroom. A genuine smile blossomed on Xiaohan's face. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a vibrant glow on the lush greenery. Grabbing a watering can, she sprayed a couple of times, creating a delicate rainbow. Once Lin Lan changed into her casual attire, she noticed Xiaohan's joy and remarked, "You behave well at home and await my return. I must go meet the Hokage." "Master, I wish to accompany you," Xiaohan replied. "Your identity cannot be revealed at this moment. When the opportunity arises, I shall speak with Lord Windshadow and facilitate your official transition to a resident of Konoha Village." Due to this connection, Xiaohan refrained from pressing the matter further. Lin Lan left the house with a smile, joining her two companions. Little did they know, a few greedy gazes were fixated on them from around the corner. "Brother, that girl is truly beautiful," one exclaimed. "Indeed, apart from Meiza and Pang Di, she is the most stunning." For ruffians, casting furtive glances at Xiaohan, exchanged lewd remarks. The one referred to as brother was Sasaki. Notorious in Konoha for his nefarious reputation, he was known for his idleness and his penchant for attracting trouble, surrounded by a group of unruly friends. The villagers harbored immense disdain for them, but dared not confront them, fully aware of the repercussions such defiance would bring. They feared retaliation from the ruffians, who showed no respect for anyone, save for the ninjas. The crux of the issue lay in the power backing Sasaki. His uncle was the illustrious Hatake Kakashi. Leveraging Kakashi's renown, the ninjas turned a blind eye to Sasaki's misdeeds, grateful that he had not yet crossed any significant lines. Today, however, fate had brought him face to face with Lin Lan and Xiaohan, instantly captivated by Xiaohan's beauty. The timid fourth member, Longcheng, expressed his concern, saying, "Brother, we should leave. Lin Lan is not to be trifled with, especially since her teammate is Meiza. What is there to fear?" The impulsive second member, Bao, retorted defiantly, "One day, I must have my turn with her." The third member remained silent. Sasaki wiped his nose and leered, "I am feeling particularly irritable today." Lin Lan, Longcheng, and Meiza arranged to meet at the third streetlight on Qinsho Avenue. Everyone arrived punctually. Wow! Lin Lan's eyes sparkled as he beheld Meiza, who had donned a form-fitting pair of jeans complemented by a white short-sleeved top and strappy high-heeled sandals. Her ensemble, though simple, radiated a captivating allure, perfectly showcasing her S-shaped silhouette. However, Lin Lan couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as Meiza's feet appeared to be in discomfort due to the excessive height of her heels. Her arches arched uncomfortably. She shot him a glare and remarked, "When you see Pang Di, you explain yourself." The previously thawed atmosphere turned a tad frosty again, and Lin Lan dared not utter a word. The group first visited Day, who, to their surprise, was in high spirits, basking in the sun at home. His reaction to their return was one of astonishment. He had assumed they were summoned back by Naruto. After Longcheng explained the situation, Day broke into a cold sweat. "How bold! You dare defy the Hokage's orders? Do you understand the consequences?" Day was visibly agitated, prompting Lin Lan to hastily clarify, "Teacher, we had no choice." Though Day believed their intel, he doubted that Hanju would return, and thus Naruto might not be convinced. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "You should have notified the Hokage first. Never mind, I shall accompany you." Day, undeterred by the troubles caused by his disciples, chose to shoulder the responsibility and support them. As they opened the door, they were momentarily taken aback. Pang Di stood outside, having just raised her hand to knock. Upon their second encounter, she refrained from acting rashly. Aware of the efforts Lin Lan and Meiza had made during her injury, she held back her emotions. "Xiao Di." Lin Lan couldn't resist taking a couple of steps forward, but refrained from reaching out. The girl's eyes were filled with resentment. Meiza, feeling somewhat awkward, said, "Xiao Di, we were just about to visit you. It's truly wonderful to see you recovering so swiftly." "Humph," Pang Di retorted, her expression far from pleasant. "You wish for my demise so you can be openly with Lin Lan." Gasps of shock filled the air. It was clear she was still upset. Despite Day's previous explanations, Pang Di remained unconvinced. "Xiao Di, it's not as you think," Lin Lan insisted, steeling himself to explain once more, though anxiety gnawed at him. He understood that Pang Di had perceived the truth. He had indeed strayed emotionally. His declaration of affection for Meiza had been sincere. Pang Di turned away, unwilling to converse with them. Lin Lan and Meiza exchanged anxious glances. Day intervened, urging Meiza to let Lin Lan pursue Pang Di alone, calling out for him to wait beneath the Hokage building. "Xiao Di, wait." Lin Lan hastily intercepted her. In the desolate alley, he obstructed Pang D's path. In the empty, shadowy recesses of the alley, the two were finally alone. Pang D felt a wave of grievance wash over her. Biting her lip and turning her profile away, denying Lin Lan any chance to speak. Lin Lan, filled with guilt, lowered his voice. I admit. I did express my feelings for Meiza, but the circumstances led me to that. I thought I was facing death at the time. Regardless of whether Pang D believed him, Lin Lan spoke his truth, striving to soften his tone to convey sincerity. In truth, you have always harbored feelings for Meiza. Have you not? Pandai finally locked eyes with Lin Lan. Her gaze did not waver, nor did it convey accusation. It was filled with profound grievance. In an instant, it pierced Lin Lan's heart like a thrown shuriken. In recent days, whenever he reflected on this matter, he had consoled himself with the notion that his association with Pandai was merely a means to exact revenge upon Uchiha Shinluo. Entering this relationship with impure intentions, he regarded Pandai as nothing more than a stepping stone on his path of vengeance, a woman destined to be discarded. He had envisioned using this opportunity to cast her aside and thereafter publicly mock and provoke the Uchiha clan. Yet, upon encountering Pandai, all his malevolent plans evaporated. Lin Lan came to realize that love entails victories and defeats, and he, from the very outset, had already faced utter defeat. Indeed, I confess to having feelings for Meiza. Slap. Furious, Pandai raised her hand and struck Lin Lan across the face with great force. Why? You were with me, yet you still have her. Lin Lan did not flinch. Nor did he retaliate. This was a lesson he deserved. A strike from her felt almost cathartic. I have feelings for Meiza, but I also have feelings for you. Slap. Another resounding blow echoed through the alley, traveling far and wide. Pandai glared at him. What do you take me for? A mere substitute. She is my closest friend. How can you do this and face anyone with integrity? In her agitation, Pandai felt a sharp pain from her wound and abruptly leaned against the wall. Her features contorted in anguish. Lin Lan noticed her cold sweat and instinctively moved closer to check on her. Don't come any closer. Her gaze was filled with disdain, as if she were repulsed by a worm. Lin Lan understood that any explanation he might offer now would be a mere facade, utterly inadequate. With a heavy heart, he slowly retreated, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart. We are through. Lin Lan recalled the day they parted ways, when the sky was remarkably clear. Like many couples, their relationship had reached its conclusion after weathering the storms. In the shadowed corner of an alleyway, where sunlight failed to penetrate, Lin Lan stood motionless. Lost in thought, he bit his lip, as if tasting the metallic tang of blood. There were no pleas for reconciliation, no hysterics. He had bestowed upon this situation the 4 words. You reap what you sow. An insincere beginning led to a disgraceful ending, a path that was tragically correct. Are you two reconciled? Longcheng inquired upon seeing Lin Lan. Meiza and Yamato noticed his dejected demeanor. The marks on his cheeks bore testament to the outcome. Lin Lan sighed and shook his head. Let us go. Bowing his head, he entered the Hokage building, where everyone lamented the fragility of youthful love, which indeed cannot withstand the trials of life. Meiza felt a profound sense of unease and injustice, for she was the most innocent party caught between them, enduring great torment. Initially, she had directed all her anger at Lin Lan, never anticipating that it would culminate in a breakup. It seemed she would need to have a serious conversation with Pandai. Shaking her head, Meiza too entered the Hokage building. Yet, the anguish was not Lin Lan's alone. At home, Xiaoan was also facing troubles, led by the rogue Sasaki. For unscrupulous wolves infiltrated the foot massage parlor. Xiaoan, who was tidying up, was taken aback upon noticing the arrival of guests. Pretending to be a gentleman, Sasaki inquired. Where's Lin Lan? Oh, the master has gone to seek Lord Hokage. If you gentlemen have matters to discuss with him, please wait a moment. Understanding dawned upon the group, and they settled into their chairs with nonchalance. Obeo scrutinized Xiaoan, instantly recognizing her exceptional beauty, akin to a budding flower awaiting a suitor's touch. We came here for a foot massage. Since you are Lin Lan's disciple, you should be well versed in the craft. Attend to my elder brother, he commanded. Xiaoan, momentarily bewildered, had initially assumed they were friends of Lin Lan, only to realize they were indeed customers. She quickly responded with a smile, everyone. I have just become a disciple today, and am not skilled at anything yet. If you wish for a foot massage, please wait for my master to return. Sasaki's expression shifted. Who are you to not recognize me? Ask around the streets and discover who I am. I am granting you the honor of attending to my feet. Xiaoan, unaccustomed to such confrontations, felt her mind momentarily short-circuit. The 4th brother, Longcheng, grew anxious, fearing the situation might escalate. He fidgeted at the entrance, glancing around nervously, concerned about passers-by and even more so about Lin Lan's return. In truth, their sole intent was to meet Xiaohan and, in Lin Lan's absence, indulge in a bit of teasing. However, the close proximity had already filled Sasaki with delight, yearning to draw her close and indulge in his desires. Observing Xiaohan's stunned demeanor, Abeyo could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Did you not hear my elder brother? Hurry and prepare the water." His voice thundered, sending a shiver down Xiaohan's spine. The third brother, Zhan, interjected with sarcasm. "Hey, can you show some courtesy to the young lady? You all are in the service industry. Must you treat her differently?" Xiaohan suddenly lifted her head, startling the group. They braced themselves, fearing she might unleash some ninja technique, for none of them possessed any skills. And a confrontation would surely spell disaster. "What do you intend to do?" Sasaki, now flustered, stood up. Please look at the wall," Xiaohan replied, puzzled by their exaggerated reaction. The group turned to see a notice affixed to the wall, "Female customers only." Realizing they could read the sign, Xiaohan politely urged, "Since you understand, please leave." The four brothers, well aware of Lin Lan's rules, had intentionally sought trouble. Being first-time visitors, they were oblivious to the regulations displayed prominently. The atmosphere grew awkward. In that case, bam! Sasaki kicked over a chair, exclaiming, "You think you can disrespect me?" Xiaohan was utterly confused. Why such a vehement reaction for not attending to their feet? I truly do not know how," she stammered. "Enough with the nonsense. Hand over $1,000. Xiaohan was further bewildered by Sasaki's demands, questioning how they had transitioned from customers to debt collectors. "Did my master owe you money?" she asked, perplexed. It's protection money." Only then did Xiaohan realize that she had encountered a rogue. "Do not act recklessly. My master is a ninja. He knows and will not spare you," she exclaimed. "Oh, are you trying to intimidate me with Lin Lan? Do you think I was raised in fear?" Second brother. Third brother, deal with her. Abeyo and Jin advanced with alacrity, accompanied by Xiaohan's piercing scream. Her arms were firmly grasped by two powerful hands. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Seeing her struggle fiercely, Sasaki's excitement grew as he observed the undulating movements before him. "Haha, quite the catch you are." At the entrance, Longcheng, who had been standing guard, intervened, saying, "Big brother, let us not escalate this. We should just leave." He was the most timid among them, always cautious and well aware that their prolonged dominance in the village was due to their avoidance of extreme actions, merely engaging in petty mischief. However, today was entirely different. Sasaki, in broad daylight, was intent on committing acts beneath contempt. "Enough chatter, silence yourself." Longcheng dared not speak further, his anxiety mounting. Abeyo laughed heartily. "What are you afraid of? You'll get your turn soon enough. Besides, it's just a little touch. It won't result in anything. Please, I beg you, do not." Xiaohan, untouched by worldly affairs, was on the verge of tears, feeling helpless against their overwhelming strength. Her petite feet flailed helplessly, unable to escape. "Don't be afraid, darling. Big brother will help you grow." Sasaki laughed maliciously, extending his wicked hand. "Big brother, wait." Longcheng urgently interjected again. Sasaki, irritated, turned back, making a gesture with his hand resembling a dragon's claw. "What do you want?" "Someone's coming," Longcheng said, panic evident in his voice. "Huh? Could it be Lin Lan returning?" The group instantly regained their composure. If Lin Lan were to witness this scene, they could easily dismiss it as mere play. Yet it was not Lin Lan, but Shuang. In truth, Shuang was unaware of Lin Lan's return, having not seen him in some time. On her way home today, she happened to notice the foot massage parlor had opened across the street. She was somewhat surprised. She had heard he was on a mission and had not bothered to inform her upon his return, quite the ungrateful one. Shuang prepared to confront him. Just as she approached, a piercing scream erupted from within the shop. The sound was so loud it could have lifted the roof. "Help? Is that a girl? What was that rascal Lin Lan doing?" Without a moment to ponder, Shuang dashed forward. Longcheng, recognizing the gravity of the situation, shouted, "Big brother, we must flee." Sasaki, realizing their cover had been blown, attempted to escape but was caught in the turmoil ignited by Xiaohan's scream. "Damn, what have you done?" Abeyo and Jin panicked. They were hardly professionals at being villains. In the Hokage building, Naruto listened to the reports from several individuals. Sitting in a grand chair, he rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation. He did not question the authenticity of their reports. "Lin Lan, well done. It is only fitting for the village." Lin Lan did not expect to receive praise. "Of course, I have my own motives. We have dispatched numerous reinforcements, and the casualties are quite severe. Naruto stood up and spoke. It was evident that he was indeed troubled. Yamato suggested, Naruto, why don't we return to the battlefield? This fellow truly knows how to put on a show. Last time, he was forced into confrontation with the enemy. Otherwise, he would not have bothered. Lin Lan clearly remembered Yamato's performance. They were all survivors, well aware of the stakes. Unlike Lin Lan, Yamato had the courage to wield his sword at a critical moment. His determination to take the initiative was exhilarating. Fortunately, Naruto did not acquiesce. You have just returned. You've worked hard. I will send others in your stead. Lin Lan felt reassured. As long as it wasn't him going to face death, it was fine. After the few of them reported their tasks and were about to leave, a fierce bird flew in through the window. Everyone recognized it as the communication hawk from Sunagakure. Yamato instructed everyone to wait and see what Naruto had planned. Unfastening the letter, Naruto glanced at it, and his previously furrowed brow immediately relaxed. It seemed to be good news. Smack. Haha, splendid. He suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Captain Yamato, according to the latest intelligence, we have gradually turned the tide. The enemy is at a disadvantage and retreating in defeat. Everyone was taken aback. Lin Lan found it hard to believe as well. The situation had indeed changed in an instant. Just days ago, they were helpless against the iron-willed warriors. Yet now they could turn the tables. Truly remarkable. Naruto laughed, saying, in the past days, we couldn't find their weakness and were a bit flustered. Now that we've identified the point of attack, our efforts have yielded greater results. What weakness? Yamato asked, puzzled. According to Gaara's intelligence, it is the helmet. He truly is a genius. Lin Lan finally understood. It was the intelligence he provided that gave them a direction for attack. Meiza and Longcheng were also elated, lavishing praise on Gaara and using many flattering words, which made Lin Lan quite envious. They would have eagerly joined the battlefield to deliver the final blow to the enemy. Only Lin Lan remained indifferent. Upon leaving the office, Lin Lan walked at the back, feeling somewhat dejected. It was originally his proposal, yet he received no acknowledgement. Brother, do not be disheartened. There is still hope for you and Pundi. She was just momentarily upset, Longcheng said, putting an arm around his shoulder. Sigh. Meiza, listening to their conversation, turned and said, let us go. Without much expression, she directly left. Lin Lan felt guilty towards her, knowing it was his impulsiveness that had embroiled her in trouble. Wait. Shaking off Longcheng's arm, he hurriedly chased after her. Yamato gave Longcheng a light smack on the head. You brat. What are you waiting for? This is not something the captain can resolve. Let us go. Longcheng cast a worried glance at the two but said nothing further. Meiza, I sincerely apologize. It was my fault. I understand, Meiza replied, her mood slightly subdued. Previously, I acted impulsively. The truth is, I felt as though I were on the brink of death. Some sentiments are simply too burdensome to withhold. Lin Lan was still rambling on with apologies, oblivious to Meiza's countenance darkening progressively. You imply that if one were to perish, the opportunity to confess would vanish whether one speaks or remains silent, correct? HM? Lin Lan momentarily failed to grasp Meiza's meaning. Not quite. Bang. Go to hell. Oh dear. Lin Lan's nose took a hit. As he crouched down to cover it, Meiza had already departed without a backward glance. Damn, did I say something wrong? While still rubbing his nose, a matron rushed towards him from a distance. Oh my, you little rascal, what are you doing here? Your dojo has descended into chaos. There are two girls, and... Lin Lan was utterly flustered. He thought to himself. Today truly is my day of suffering. There was no time for further words. He hurried back, anxious for Xiaohan's safety, yet perplexed about who had initiated the trouble. Lin Lan, being cautious by nature, never engaged in conflict. Suddenly, he seemed to comprehend the situation. Xiaohan had just arrived in Konoha for less than a day. So naturally, she had no enemies. According to the matron, there were two girls. This meant that one of them must be an adversary. It had to be Uchiha Pundi. Surely, she was dissatisfied after their breakup and had sought trouble. Upon discovering his absence, she must have clashed with Xiaohan. This is quite troublesome. Lin Lan was frantic. He knew Pundi all too well. This girl, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never endured hardship. How could she possibly swallow her pride? He sprinted, the distance to his home diminishing rapidly. Bang! In his haste, Lin Lan failed to notice a foot flying towards him. In an instant, it struck his waist, sending him tumbling through the air. Damn! Who was that? Before he could rise, he was immediately met with a barrage of punches and kicks. Lin Lan shielded his head with his arms, feeling like a beaten dog. Lift him up. A command was issued, and Lin Lan was hoisted into the air. struggling to open his eyes. He was filled with a sense of helplessness. Once again, it was that scoundrel Uchihachi and Luo. It was clear he was there to avenge Pundi. Truly, they were like siblings. Lin Lan, you finally decided to return. How could you protect my sister? Bang. Qian Luo's fist struck Lin Lan's ribs. Ouch. Lin Lan cried out in pain. Bang. How dare you provoke her, you wretch. Bang. My sister is injured, and you remain unscathed. Perish. With every insult, he dealt Lin Lan a harsh blow. Enduring immense suffering, Lin Lan could not muster any resistance. He acknowledged his shortcomings towards Pundi. But, Xiao Han. What? Qian Luo finally halted, hearing Lin Lan's muffled, faint words. What did you say? Xiao Han. Who is Xiao Han? You dare to be fickle with my sister. Qian Luo brandished a shuriken and, without hesitation, plunged it into Lin Lan's abdomen. The sound of splashing water echoed. Xiao Han, having finished washing a towel, cheerfully handed it to Shuang, saying, Sister, I truly appreciate your help. If it weren't for you, I would have certainly fallen victim to those ruffians. Shuang, drying her hands, surveyed the chaotic scene and remarked, I merely stood against injustice. Lin Lan is also my friend. So this is no trouble at all. The battle had long concluded, and Sasaki and his companions were no match for Shuang, fleeing in disarray, shoes discarded in their haste. The intensity of the altercation had left Lin Lan's home in disarray, with even the massage table toppled. The two girls began to clean up the battlefield. Just as they finished tidying, Xiaoan stepped outside, relishing the cool summer breeze. Suddenly, a peculiar figure appeared before her, emerging from the corner across the street. Resembling a human but crawling slowly. Its features were obscured, with a swollen face and blue nose, rendering its identity unclear. Yet, Xiaoan gasped, Master? Master! Recognizing the figure through its clothing, she realized it was Lin Lan. Shuang, who had just prepared oolong tea, was startled by Xiao Han's exclamation. Without waiting for questions, Xiao Han dashed across the street. Looking up, Shuang was equally taken aback. The teacup shattered upon hitting the ground. Lin Lan. No one knew how he had managed to crawl back. A river of blood trailed behind him, stretching approximately 500 meters. 5 ribs had been broken, one of which had pierced a lung. The gravest injury was to his abdomen, inflicted by the shuriken. Fortunately, no vital organs were harmed. News of Lin Lan's attack swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Meiza, Longcheng, and Yamato hurried to the hospital. Due to the severity of his injuries, Sakura and Tsunade, as master and apprentice, worked together to save him. After a prolonged wait, they finally managed to preserve his life. According to Sakura, Lin Lan had withstood the call of death through sheer willpower. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Following surgery, Lin Lan fell into a coma. Outside his hospital room, several individuals were filled with anxiety and anger, unaware of the identity of the assailant. Bang! Shuang pounded her fist against the wall, exclaiming, It must have been those ruffians. The others quickly inquired about the details. Xiaoan, unable to contain her tears, lamented, It's all my fault. Meiza, anxious, urged, Stop crying. What exactly happened? Only then did Shuang recount the events. After I drove off those ruffians, they undoubtedly harbored resentment and stealthily attacked Lin Lan. Her analysis was indeed sound. Longcheng, his eyes reddened with fury, turned to leave. Everyone understood he sought vengeance for Lin Lan. Yamato hurriedly blocked his path, saying, What do you intend to do? Calm down. This is merely speculation, even if he was responsible. I fear. Have you all forgotten? His uncle is Kakashi-sensei. And what of it? They harmed my brother. I want him dead. Longcheng erupted. Meiza and Shuang had never witnessed such fury from him before. It seemed the usually reserved mushroom-headed boy had a fierce side. Yamato, too, was taken aback by his intensity. In Long City, calm yourself. Leave it to me to resolve this matter. I will seek out Kakashi-senpai to ascertain the situation, so do not act rashly. Once Lin Lan awakens, the truth will be unveiled. As day departed, Naruto and Hinata arrived, accompanied by Boruto and Himawari. May greeted them warmly, affectionately patting Boruto and Himawari on their heads. Looking through the window, Naruto's heart surged with anger upon seeing Lin Lan, swathed in bandages. It is utterly unforgivable that such an incident has occurred in our Leaf Village, known for its exceptional security. Shuang echoed, Lord Hokage, the enemy seeks Lin Lan's life. They must not be shown mercy. Naruto turned to his companions, assuring them, I promise you, I will hold those responsible accountable. Until then, please refrain from taking any reckless actions. Despite their discontent, none dared to voice their grievances in Naruto's presence. Long City sat brooding in a corner, fists clenched tightly. Mei embraced Boruto and Himawari, her gaze lingering on Lin Lan, a question bubbling to the surface. With such a grave incident, why had Pundy not arrived? Brother, please let me go. Pundy had also received word, yet Qianluo forbade her from leaving. I know where you're headed, to see that insufferable brat, right? He nearly cost you your life. My injury has nothing to do with Lin Lan. I was not harmed by him. Pundy was on the brink of tears, aware that her brother's anger over her injury extended to everyone, especially Lin Lan. He couldn't even protect you. What kind of ninja is that? What kind of man? Qianluo spat through gritted teeth. However, Pundy stood her ground. If it weren't for Lin Lan, I would have perished long ago. Why do you harbor such prejudice against him? Enough of this nonsense. You must break up with him, or I shall inform father. Without allowing Pundy a chance to retort, Qianluo stormed out, locking the door behind her. No, I will not break up with him. Let me out. Pundy pounded on the door, but received no response. In a fit of rage, she swept everything off the table onto the floor. Qianluo, sitting nearby, remained seething, astonished that Lin Lan had survived. After being so brutally attacked and stabbed, he was still alive. That infuriating fellow truly resembled a cockroach. Yet, should he challenge me, I could easily crush him. Suddenly, Qianluo sensed a change in the atmosphere. Why was the temperature rising abruptly? Boom. A fireball erupted from Pundy's room, shattering the door and windows in an instant. Coughing, Qianluo looked up to see Pundy soaring onto the rooftop, disappearing from sight. Is she serious? She is demolishing the house for Lin Lan? Frantically, Pundy rushed to the hospital. Arriving just as Lin Lan's surgery concluded, outside the ward, she encountered Mei and the others, who had all risen to their feet. Everyone secretly laments the enigmatic realm of youthful emotions. It truly eludes comprehension. Perhaps the essence of genuine love lies in the trials of separation and reunion. Forged through countless hardships, Lin Lan felt as though he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. His body felt weightless, yearning to swim upward. Yet his limbs lacked the strength to do so. Am I dead? In his memories, he recalled the moment when a shuriken pierced his abdomen. Uchiha Qianluo, brimming with boundless fury, had dealt him a fatal blow. Lin Lan, who is that? Ah, it is Meiza, Pundy, and Shuang. Lin Lan longed to tear through the darkness to reunite with them. Yet, the pressure of the seawater was overwhelming, rendering him unable to escape. He flailed his arms with all his might, but to no avail. At last, Master, Shahan's voice echoed. She appeared like a mermaid, just above him. Sunlight pierced through the water, making her figure seem ethereal. Her hair danced with the currents. She extended her delicate hand, grasping Lin Lan's. With a swift motion, she propelled him upwards at lightning speed. Splash! Lin Lan finally broke free from the depths, surfacing at the water's surface. Ah! To breathe again is such a blissful comfort. Look, Master seems to be responding. Shaoan, who held Lin Lan's hand beside the hospital bed, exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing her words, everyone gathered closer. After 5 days of unconsciousness, Lin Lan finally opened his eyes. Familiar faces reflected in his gaze. Meiza, Longcheng, Pundy, Shuang, Teacher Yamato, and Shaoan. These individuals were his closest friends, his most cherished bonds. He wished to speak, but his throat felt parched, as if it were on fire. His eyelids were heavy, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Senior Sakura, Lin Lan has awakened. Pundy hurried off to summon others. Lin Lan realized he was safe. Soon, the sounds of various medical instruments filled the air. By evening, Lin Lan was able to converse normally with everyone. The pressing question on everyone's mind was who had harmed Lin Lan. Due to Pundy's presence, he felt unable to express his concerns. He was already aware of the events that had transpired that day. He was immensely grateful to Shuang for protecting Shaoan. Yamato had also sought out Kakashi and successfully located the Sasaki quartet. However, they vehemently denied any involvement in Lin Lan's attack. Without evidence, there was little that could be done against them. As Lin Lan listened to everyone share updates, he felt profoundly touched by their efforts on his behalf. What brought him the most joy was that Pundy had reconciled with Meiza. In truth, she had never genuinely wished to part ways. It had simply been a moment of emotional turmoil. Anyone would struggle to accept that their partner harbored feelings for another. Had it not been for Lin Lan's misfortune, perhaps their fates would have indeed diverged. Thank you all for your concern regarding my plight, Lin Lan expressed. Longcheng replied with a wry smile. Those present here are the best of friends. There is no need for gratitude. The crucial matter now is, who is responsible? Everyone turned their gaze towards him, eagerly anticipating an answer. Even a single name would suffice. Given his injuries, it was implausible that Lin Lan had not discovered the truth. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Lan shook his head. I truly cannot comprehend why, after nearly losing your life, you would still choose to protect the perpetrator. Yamato appeared somewhat anxious. Shuang, too, was perplexed, believing that Lin Lan had been rendered senseless and terrified. It seemed that Meiza had come to a realization and cast her gaze towards Pundi. Noticing that the girl also looked at Lin Lan with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Finally, Lin Lan spoke. I could not see clearly. There were too many of them. The tone left no room for doubt, and a sense of helplessness enveloped everyone present. Let us return for now. I will stay here to care for her, Meiza stated. Longcheng, Pundi, and Shuang were reluctant to leave, but Yamato reassured them, you should go rest. Return later to relieve Meiza. Xiaohan, however, showed no intention of departing. Her resolve was unwavering. She insisted on remaining by Lin Lan's side. I will not leave. I must look after my master. No one pressed her to change her mind, and Yamato led a few others away. Fully aware that Meiza had something to discuss with Lin Lan, deliberately creating an opportunity for the two. Inside the patient room, only 3 remained. Lin Lan turned to Xiaohan and said, Darling, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Sister Meiza. Obediently, Xiaohan exited. Meiza chuckled at his tone, finding it amusing that despite his condition, he still maintained his wit. I wonder what Pundi sees in you. At the mention of Pundi, both their expressions turned somber. I know it has something to do with her, right? Lin Lan urged, do not speak of it, as he sought to prevent the truth from surfacing. Not wanting Pundi to be put in a difficult position, he believed he could resolve the conflict with Qianluo on his own. Meiza sighed. Are you truly going to endure this? During these days confined to the hospital bed, Lin Lan had come to understand that this injury was self-inflicted. The reasoning was straightforward, it was all for Pundi. Meiza, somewhat discontented, questioned, are you willing to sacrifice your life for a girl? This statement struck Lin Lan profoundly. He had never considered that he had genuine feelings for Pundi, nor could he fathom why he felt no resentment for nearly losing his life because of her. Only an overwhelming sense of guilt. The room was enveloped in silence, the monitor ticking softly in the background. Both fell into a prolonged quietude. Suddenly, the door to the room creaked open, shattering the tranquility. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Lan and Meiza were taken aback. It was Uchiha Qianluo. How dare you show your face? Meiza instinctively stood, placing herself protectively behind Lin Lan. Despite being somewhat familiar with Qianluo, even considering him a friend, this situation was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, she harbored grievances regarding her father's wrongful accusations against him and Uchiha Changlong. Since returning, she had intentionally avoided him, never expecting to encounter him here today. Qianluo spoke calmly. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to inflict further harm. He took a couple of steps forward, gazing at Lin Lan, who was wrapped in bandages, and unemotionally remarked, I hope you remember this lesson and refrain from associating with my sister in the future. If you are fortunate enough to survive, you should cherish your life. Meiza, I apologize. For Xiaodi's sake, I would go as far as to kill. Xiaohan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this striking man with the image of a murderer. As Qianluo stepped out of the ward, he noticed the girl with large, expressive eyes, pondering her identity. In the depths of his heart, he was well aware of the situation in Konoha Village. Yet he had never encountered such an adorable young lady before. Without further contemplation, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Xiaohan unexpectedly seized the water jug from the table and struck Qianluo on the back of his head. Damn it! Qianluo exclaimed in pain. Stumbling forward a few steps, Meiza quickly intervened, fearing for Xiaohan's safety. Sister, let me go. I must avenge my master. Qianluo clutched his head, glaring resentfully at Xiaohan. Upon hearing her refer to Lin Lan as her master, he began to comprehend their connection. Without expressing much more, Qianluo turned to leave. Throughout the encounter, Lin Lan remained silent, utterly astonished by Xiaohan's display of strength. This girl, appearing so innocent and harmless, possessed an astonishing power within her diminutive frame. Sister, who is he? Xiaohan inquired indignantly. This matter does not concern you. We will handle Lin Lan's affairs ourselves, Meiza warned, refraining from divulging further details. This master-student duo was indeed challenging. Yet Lin Lan felt a sense of joy, believing Xiaohan was truly worthy of cultivation. She was certainly no weakling. If she could harness her concealed strength, she would become an exceptional foot repairer. In the following days, everyone took turns visiting Lin Lan. However, whenever she encountered Pundi, Lin Lan felt an uncomfortable tension. It was not fear of Qianluo's warning, but rather an unavoidable concern. That individual harbored murderous intent. Should he act recklessly again, he would surely face repercussions. Today, Pundy sported a bun hairstyle, wearing a floral sundress complemented by charming flat sandals, sitting by the bed as she peeled an apple for Lin Lan. Xiaodi, do you have any leads on your family's enemy? Alas, not yet, Lin Lan replied with a touch of melancholy. Without evidence, Meiza's father could not clear his name. Can't you discuss it with your father to release Uncle Jetsuin for now? I certainly know Uncle Jetsuin is innocent. But my father and brother do not permit me to speak freely. Pundy's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. Lin Lan found herself at a loss for words. Pressing her would be futile. Here she said, handing over the apple without taking a bite herself. Xiaoan, you should eat it. Xiaoan, who had been massaging Lin Lan's legs, looked surprised. Pundy's expression shifted slightly as well. What did this kid mean by that? Although the apple was not an extraordinary item, it symbolized the affection between them. Xiaoan, feeling quite awkward, shook her head and replied with a smile, I'm not thirsty. I insist you eat it. The atmosphere in the room suddenly shifted. Pundy quickly adapted, smiling as she took the apple from Lin Lan's hand and forcefully placed it into Xiaohan's grasp. Eat it. Your master appreciates your hard work. Xiaohan nodded slightly in gratitude. However, all three felt a subtle tension. Xiaodi, I'm tired. You should head back now. I need to rest for a bit. Pundy readily agreed, eager to step outside for some fresh air. Once she left, Xiaohan set the apple on the table, unable to resist asking, Master, why did you refuse Sister Xiaodi? Is it solely because of her brother? Lin Lan gazed at the ceiling, at a loss for how to respond. He held no fear of Qian Luo. Had it not been for Xiaodi, he would never have allowed himself to be harmed repeatedly. Initially intent on revenge, he recalled Meiza's counsel, which was quite sensible. Continuing his relationship with Pang Di would inevitably lead to conflict with Qian Luo. The latter had already harbored murderous intent, and narrowly escaping disaster did not guarantee safety in the future. It was certain that one of them would ultimately succumb, regardless of who it was. It would inflict pain upon Pang Di. Thus, he reasoned that it would be wiser to let go and provide her with a more peaceful existence. Little girl, what do you understand? Xiaohan pouted, falling silent. In the following days, Shuing frequently visited Lin Lan. Time passed swiftly, and a month later, Lin Lan was finally able to rise from his bed. Eager for freedom, he longed to be discharged. During this time, Naruto had also visited him several times. However, there were no leads on the assailant. All they knew was that it had been a premeditated ambush along his usual route home, with no witnesses nearby. Lin Lan did not dwell on it. He was content with the outcome he had achieved. As for the battle situation with the Sand Ninjas, good news continued to pour in. The iron-blooded warriors were no match for them, and the small-scale conflict was nearing its conclusion. Everything was progressing favorably. After gaining Haruno Sakura's consent, Lin Lan was finally permitted to return home to recuperate. Although the scars on his face had yet to fade completely and the wounds still ached, he was unconcerned. To celebrate Lin Lan's discharge, everyone gathered that night at the Mukamura barbecue restaurant, with Tsunade graciously attending, no doubt for Yamato's sake. Lin Lan exchanged knowing glances with Pang Di. That night, the shadow of Yamato was an indelible memory for both. A toast was raised among the group. Shuing took the initiative to say, Lin Lan, you still owe me a foot massage. I helped your apprentice again this time. How do you plan to repay me? Wow, really? Are we already bartering for favors? Should I offer myself in return? Lin Lan joked, eliciting laughter from everyone. As they enjoyed their drinks, Yamato and Tsunade began a drinking contest. Surprisingly, Tsunade not only was, as you might imagine, ample in stature, but also possessed a formidable tolerance for alcohol. Sake trickled down her neck, glistening under the lights. Lin Lan found himself captivated. After nearly 2 months in the hospital, he was starved for affection. Moreover, Xiaohan's vigilant care had left him with no opportunity for self-comfort, which intensified his discomfort. After a few cups of sake, Pang Di's cheeks flushed, and her hand began to wander onto Lin Lan's leg. In the past, he would have ensured she faced consequences for such advances. Now, however, he merely smiled and moved her hand away. Pang Di was taken aback. Stop it. There are others around. What is wrong with you? Why are you avoiding me? At last, Pang Di broached the subject. The others paid little heed to their conversation, save for Meiza, whose gaze drifted toward them. Please, don't think too much. You've changed. Pang Di leaned on the dining table with one hand, her long hair cascading softly to obscure half of her face, gazing at Lin Lan with a dreamy expression. Her profile was so endearing that Lin Lan found it impossible to hurt her. Yet, he could not articulate his feelings. Was his evasion a manifestation of love, or merely a guise of protection? Lin Lan was uncertain, unable to define his actions or find the appropriate terminology. All he could do was remain silent. Laughter and the clinking of glasses from their friends were irrelevant to the two of them as they exchanged glances laden with unspoken weight. Suddenly, a crystalline tear welled from the root of Pang Di's eyelashes. Without a word, she rose to leave, her swift movement causing her sheer skirt to flutter. The white cartoon triangular pattern flashed briefly. "Shouty," Lin Lan called softly, his voice barely audible. The others dismissed it, assuming Pang Di had gone to the restroom. Xiao Han, seated to Lin Lan's left, appeared puzzled. After sipping her oolong tea, she inquired, "Master, where did Sister Shouty go?" "Oh, she had something to attend to and has gone home," Lin Lan replied, lifting his glass, intending to drink deeply. When his gaze unexpectedly met Meiza's, he slowly set the glass down and suddenly smiled, though the smile was tinged with bitterness. After the gathering dispersed, everyone was intoxicated. He waved goodbye to the group, leaving with Gang Shou, Longcheng and Shu Ying engaged in a drinking contest, both consuming copious amounts. Ultimately, Shu Ying emerged victorious. Meiza, with no other option, took it upon herself to escort Longcheng home. Shu Ying entrusted Lin Lan with this task, as it was convenient, and additionally, Lin Lan was accompanied by Xiao Han, which deterred any reckless behavior. Only then did Meiza feel reassured in leaving Shu Ying in Lin Lan's care. "This little rascal is heavier than expected," Meiza exclaimed as she helped support Longcheng. Under normal circumstances, she would not have assisted anyone else. Lin Lan certainly would not have agreed either, especially since Longcheng was like a brother to him. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. "Master, what should we do?" Xiao Han said anxiously, supporting Shu Ying. "Of course, we must take her home." "Let me handle it," Lin Lan offered, squatting down to carry Shu Ying on his back. "Wow, this girl is quite hefty," he thought, despite her model-like stature of 1.7 meters. Making her stand out in a crowd, her evenly proportioned frame still bore considerable weight due to her bone structure. Tonight, she wore white cargo pants paired with a green polka-dot short-sleeve shirt, exuding a strong business vibe. Especially with those white stiletto heels, she was simply irresistible. "Master, let me take over," Xiao Han said, concerned for Lin Lan, noticing he was already sweating. She speculated that his injury might be throbbing, and if he were to inadvertently aggravate it, it could lead to serious trouble. However, Lin Lan shook his head, assuring her, "Don't worry, I can manage." He was not only willing but secretly overjoyed. While carrying Shu Ying, his hands were rather mischievous, roaming over her thighs before ultimately resting on her rear. Even if he were to exhaust himself, Lin Lan would still be willing. Bang, bang, bang. He knocked on the door at Shu Ying's home. Yet, no one answered. In the stillness of the night, the streets lay deserted. Xiao Han took a few steps back, noticing that the lights in Shu Ying's home were off. "Master, it seems that Sister Shu Ying is not at home. Could it be that I am being treated so cheaply?" Lin Lan's thoughts stirred. "Bauer, let us return home." Xiao Han had no objections. After all, it was unthinkable to leave Shu Ying abandoned on the street. With a thud, Lin Lan unceremoniously placed Shu Ying onto the massage bed. So incredibly heavy. Xiao Han hurriedly took a towel, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. After securing the door, she gazed at the peacefully sleeping Shu Ying, while Lin Lan seemed disinterested. After all, she had already thoroughly surveyed the unfamiliar areas while carrying him on her back, including the 2 distinct bumps pressing against her back. Since her return, Xiao Han had been bustling about, even bringing a basin of foot-soaking water. "Master, for your feet." This girl truly was astute and capable. The more Lin Lan observed her, the more she cherished her. "There is no need to fuss. You should rest as well. Furthermore, there's no need to be so courteous with me," Lin Lan chuckled. However, Xiao Han was resolute, kneeling on the ground to remove Lin Lan's shoes, showing no disdain for any dirt that might cling to them. Lin Lan was deeply touched by her actions. This girl was indeed hardworking and resilient. The water splashed melodically as Xiao Han diligently washed Lin Lan's feet. "Do you regret it?" "Of course not," Xiao Han replied with a smile, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Master, without you, I would not have my current life. Perhaps I would have been killed by enemies instead." This was indeed the truth. In her quest for vengeance for her parents, Xiao Han would stop at nothing, willingly throwing herself into the flames despite knowing the dangers. Lin Lan halted her ministrations, having washed her feet, and said with a smile, "Since you have become my disciple, it is my duty to teach you skills. Let us begin tonight." It is the perfect opportunity. Their gazes settled upon Shu Ying. "Listen closely, everyone. The Hyuga clan has yet to apologize for their misdeeds, and we are compelled to adopt a more forceful approach." Clan leader Uchiha took the initiative, commanding all present with a booming voice. Fat D's father, Long Zhu, stood among them, voicing no objections. The flames of battle ignited within all the clan members. Clad in black stealth attire and bearing long swords, they were equipped for assassination. If we do not assert ourselves now, we shall soon find ourselves trampled underfoot. The Uchiha clan will become the laughingstock of the three realms. Fellow clansmen, let us show them our true colors. Forward. With a commanding wave of his hand, Uchiha signaled, and the group dispersed in an instant. Their singular target being the stronghold of the Hyuga clan. Swiftly, they advanced towards their destination. Along the way, Uchiha Longzhu suddenly slowed his pace, discreetly detaching from the group. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and raced toward another location. The origins of the battle were unknown. Piercing screams shattered the tranquility of Konoha Village. The Hyuga clan, not to be underestimated, quickly responded, engaging the intruders in fierce combat. Meiza sensed something amiss. Whoosh. Two shurikens shattered through the window, embedding themselves in her bed. Fortunately, she exhibited remarkable reflexes and swiftly rolled away. The sound of a sharp crack echoed as two figures leapt through the window. Careful. Her companion had just warned, but they had already collapsed to the ground. Meiza retracted her hand, having dispatched them with a precise strike from her 8 trigrams palm. Creak. Meiza quickly crouched, focusing her attention on the doorway. To her surprise, it was her mother, Wisteria, who entered. Mother. Meiza rushed towards her, but Wisteria, clad in a nightgown, whispered for silence. Enemies are approaching. It is not just us. I hear sounds of battle from other directions. You must leave quickly. We will go together. The mother and daughter exchanged hurried words. But before they could depart, several more figures jumped into the courtyard. Who dares to challenge Konoha? Meiza had no time to don her combat attire. Dressed in a white nightgown, she positioned herself protectively behind her mother as the intruders silently drew their long swords. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they surged forward to engage her. Humph. Meiza scoffed coldly, showing no mercy in the face of villains. 8 trigrams palm. Return to heaven. Under the soft glow of light, Lin Lan slowly removed her high heels. She had previously attended to her feet, so she was quite familiar with the process and felt little trepidation. Next, she peeled off the white lace stockings, revealing her long, delicate feet. Lin Lan transformed into a professional instructor. Speaking to Xiaohan, different customers possess varying foot shapes. Shuang's feet are well-formed and odorless. Master, do feet really have different shapes? Xiaohan asked. Her curiosity piqued as if she had unlocked a door to a new world. Indeed, foot shapes can be categorized into Roman and Greek. Some individuals may have high arches, wide soles, or flat feet. Talking without practice is mere pretense. Lin Lan instructed her to fetch water to soak Shuang's feet, emphasizing the importance of starting from the fundamentals. In her slumber, Shuang found her feet enveloped in warm water, instinctively releasing soft breaths of comfort. When washing a customer's feet, be cautious not to press on the soles too often. Lin Lan demonstrated her technique with expertise, embodying the essence of a master. After completing the task, she continued, Next. Whether attending to foot care or providing massages, you must remain observant. Most of our clients are ninjas, and their soles are often afflicted by calluses, commonly referred to as corns. Look here, on the outer side of Shuang's left foot, the skin feels different and hard. This should be addressed. Xiaoan regarded Lin Lan with newfound admiration. Her ability to identify issues at a glance and analyze them was impressive, demonstrating her profound understanding of foot anatomy. Oh, this girl's heels are not as soft as they should be, likely due to her recent use of high heels. Furthermore, there's a small blister between her toes, a precursor to athlete's foot. It must be treated immediately. Lin Lan promptly set to work, undeterred by the late hour, especially when it came to caring for a dear friend. She was meticulous in her approach. With so many issues to address, she recognized the necessity of taking personal action. Years of experience had honed her skills into instinctive reflexes. Do not turn a blind eye to faults, or you shall find no peace. Xiaohan transformed into his assistant, aiding Lin Lan in retrieving various tools, all while becoming familiar with the process of using pedicure knives. Wide blades, narrow blades, scrapers, and so forth, each serving a distinct purpose. The most crucial point to remember is to avoid drawing blood. Causing a client to bleed could instill a lasting fear of performing the task. Lin Lan, akin to a skilled surgeon, methodically exchanged tools as if to showcase his expertise. In truth, a single blade suffices to resolve the issue. When confronted with clients suffering from athlete's foot or fungal nails, it is imperative to don gloves. As Lin Lan applied a special medicinal solution to Shu Ying's feet, he advised Xiaohan. Her large eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly, committing her master's words to memory. After commencing his work, Lin Lan examined Xu Ying's feet, only to discover she remained asleep. Playfully, he tickled the soles of her feet, prompting an adorable reflexive withdrawal. Darling, after watching for so long, why not try scraping off the dead skin? There isn't much on Xu Ying, so focus on the heel. Finally, the moment to act arrived. Though Xiaohan felt a twinge of nervousness, Lin Lan gently placed his hand on her shoulder, whispering encouragement in her ear. I believe in you. A ticklish sensation coursed through her ears, and her face flushed with warmth. When she turned to glance, Lin Lan had already straightened up. He held great regard for this apprentice and harbored no ulterior motives. Following her master's guidance, Xiaohan finally began her task. Initially cautious, she soon discovered the technique. Indeed, she was a prodigy in pedicure. Lin Lan nodded in satisfaction, reminding her not to remove dead skin too thinly, lest the client feel discomfort. Xiaohan turned back with a smile. I will remember. In a moment of distraction, the blade swiftly glided across Xu Ying's tender heel, and blood instantly welled up. Oh no, there has been bleeding. Lin Lan hastily retrieved the hemostatic agent, reassuring Xiaohan. Do not worry, it's nothing serious. Why do you look at me like that? Xiaohan replied with a hint of a smile. Master, you anticipated my mistake and prepared the hemostatic agent in advance. Didn't you? Lin Lan chuckled in response. Indeed, they shared a bond akin to that of master and apprentice. Now, laughter filled the air. Yet, Lin Lan quickly adopted a serious demeanor, admonishing, still laughing? If this were a client, you would be in trouble. Simultaneously, he recognized that Xiaohan was not squeamish about blood, which was commendable. After tending to the wound, Lin Lan instructed Xiaohan to take a break when suddenly a commotion erupted from outside. In the dead of night, the village of Mai was surprisingly lively. The two opened the door to find everyone rushing in one direction. What could it be? As Lin Lan pondered, a colossal golden apparition appeared with a resounding crash. Naruto's nine-tails mode had been unleashed. With a roar, the golden fox howled at the moon. When Lin Lan and Xiaohan arrived, the battle had already concluded. The vicinity of the Hinata clan was engulfed in flames. Naruto had retracted his jutsu, rescuing numerous elderly individuals and children, while various shinobi lent their assistance. The Umbu were also dispatched, and the villagers joined the rescue efforts. Lin Lan was taken aback, unable to fathom who could dare cause such chaos in Konoha, targeting a prestigious clan. What a reckless act! Just as Xiaohan intended to approach, Lin Lan grasped her arm firmly, instructing her to remain behind. He had no desire to become embroiled in the turmoil, as his sole focus was on finding Meiza. The fates of others were of no concern to him. Upon arriving nearby, he discovered the entrance wide open and hurriedly rushed in with Xiaohan. Meiza! Sister Meiza! They called out urgently. On the ground lay several individuals, but Lin Lan had no inclination to observe, while Xiaohan clung tightly to his arm, her eyes filled with trepidation. Just as they entered the room, a sudden voice called out from behind. Lin Lan. Turning around, they beheld a bloodied girl illuminated by moonlight. Her once white nightgown was now drenched in crimson, with blood staining half her face and hair, droplets incessantly falling, uncertain whether they were hers or that of an adversary. You are Meiza? Lin Lan exclaimed, as if witnessing a specter. It appeared as though she had just crawled out from a sea of blood. Xiaohan trembled uncontrollably, responding. Of course not. Am I Longcheng? A familiar cold voice pierced the air, confirming Lin Lan's fears. They rushed over to find Meiza, drenched in blood yet exuding a determined gaze, indicating that she was likely unharmed. Are you all right? Lin Lan inquired anxiously, but Meiza turned and walked away. Lin Lan and Xiaohan hurriedly followed her. Not far from her residence, they encountered the unconscious Fujit. What happened to Annie? Lin Lan asked. She's fine. She fainted from shock. Help me take her to the hospital. Meiza replied. Together, the three of them lifted Fujit with utmost urgency, making their way to the Konoha hospital. Along the way, they crossed paths with Longcheng, who had arrived upon hearing the news. The hospital was teeming with people, yet fortunately, Tsunade had also arrived. Upon seeing Lin Lan, she naturally granted them special privileges. Observing Meiza's condition, she expressed surprise and urged her to freshen up, assuring her that she was in capable hands. Indeed, Tsunade was formidable. It did not take long for her to complete the treatment. Though Fujit had yet to regain consciousness, her condition had improved significantly, her complexion gradually regaining its color. Rest assured, it was merely shock. Just focus on recuperating for now. There was no time for further conversation, as there were many others in need of assistance. And no one wished to detain Tsunade. Lin Lan noticed that Meiza's gait seemed off, speculating that she might have been interrupted mid-activity by the sounds of battle. "I heard it was the Uchiha clan's doing," Longcheng whispered. "What?" Linlan responded, astonished. How could they be so audacious as to engage in mutual slaughter within the village? Even if the Uchiha clan had a storied history, Naruto would not let them escape unscathed. Is that just a rumor? Certainly not. It was my father who said so. Lin Lan finally believed it, as her father held a position of great power in Longcheng. What a chaotic situation. Meiza, having washed away the blood, entered barefoot from outside, and upon finding her mother in good spirits, felt a sense of relief. "What are you staring at?" Meiza exclaimed, hurriedly covering her skirt and chest. The nightgown was naturally short and quite sheer, revealing the delicate contours of her form. Lin Lan's gaze was unabashedly lingering, his eyes glimmering with a mischievous delight akin to hands wandering freely. Noticing his inappropriate stare, Meiza became irate. How could he be so brazen at a time like this? Lin Lan offered an awkward smile, while Longcheng exhaled in exasperation, with Xiaohan swiftly positioning herself protectively in front of Meiza. How annoying. However, as Meiza and her mother were unharmed, the atmosphere gradually lightened. "Meiza, do you know who the enemy is?" "The Uchiha clan." Lin Lan was somewhat taken aback. Yet she remained remarkably composed. Even upon learning the identity of their adversaries, she did not exhibit any signs of distress. The Uchiha clan had always been ruthless, and with so many lives lost this time, they would not let it slide easily. "My father has been wrongfully accused of being the murderer, and neither my mother nor I have received an apology. They are undoubtedly furious." It appeared Meiza had already deduced this. Longcheng voiced his dissatisfaction, remarking, "Their actions are far too rash." Lin Lan sighed, remaining silent. Even now, they had not seen Pundi's appearance, and everyone had chosen to remain tight-lipped about it. Her identity was now quite precarious. The vicissitudes of life were indeed unpredictable. One moment they were toasting to joy, and the next they were embroiled in a deadly struggle. When Zidong awoke, it was already daylight. She discovered several young individuals keeping vigil by her side. Her daughter Meiza was peacefully asleep at the bedside. Flanking her were Lin Lan and Longcheng, forming a protective barrier around her. On the far side was a stranger, closely nestled against Lin Lan. Zitong smiled gently, unable to resist the urge to stroke her daughter's head. Had it not been for Meiza's remarkable display of strength last night, she would no longer be among the living. Feeling someone tenderly caressing her hair, Meiza wearily opened her eyes. Upon seeing her mother awake, she instinctively wanted to speak, but Zitong gestured for silence. Meiza noticed that Lin Lan and Longcheng were also sound asleep nearby. Xiaohan was nestled against Lin Lan's arm, appearing delicate and reliant. "I am all right," Zitong said with a gentle smile. "That is splendid, mother. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety," Meiza replied with great confidence. Her mother smiled back, reflecting on how her daughter had grown up, finally capable of standing on her own. Yet behind that smile lay a deeper concern. Hearing the murmur of conversation, Lin Lan, Longcheng, and Xiaohan slowly awoke, all regarding Zitong with great respect, especially Lin Lan, who held an infinite admiration for this elegant matron. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have heard from Meiza about the events that transpired, and I sincerely thank you for your assistance," Lin Lan said earnestly. "Aunt, it is our duty to help. We will remain here for a while to ensure your and Meiza's safety." He projected a demeanor of a true gentleman, as if he could bear the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Meiza did not offer him a kind expression. She cast a disdainful glance and muttered, "As long as you don't take advantage of me." The others chuckled in unison. Due to the constraints of her nightgown, Lin Lan volunteered to accompany Xiaohan back home to fetch some clothes. Initially reluctant to let him go, she reconsidered and, finding no suitable alternative, ultimately acquiesced. After all, it was unwise to allow Xiaohan to venture alone. Lin Lan felt a peculiar excitement that no one else seemed to comprehend. Along the way, the group engaged in discussions about the events of the previous night. The identity of the adversary remained shrouded in mystery, yet suspicions were increasingly directed towards the Uchiha clan. As neighbors, many villagers had discreetly lifted their masks while assisting. However, Naruto had commanded everyone to refrain from speculation. Navigating through the bustling crowd, he escorted Xiaohan back to Meiza's residence. The remains of the enemy had been cleared away, yet the remnants of blood and shattered furniture served as stark reminders of the ferocity of last night's battle. "Bauer, wait for me outside," Lin Lan instructed. Not permitting Xiaohan to enter, he stepped inside alone. Master Xiaohan's expression revealed her discomfort. It was evident she was frightened, despite the bright sun overhead. The memory of death in this place stirred her imagination. What are you afraid of, girl? This is a perfect opportunity for you to toughen up, Lin Lan insisted, driven by a somewhat secretive agenda. Upon entering, he made a beeline for Meiza's private quarters. Opening the wardrobe, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped him. Lin Lan inhaled deeply, savoring the scent. Yes, this is the aroma, he thought, his senses captivated. He reached for a long dress and inhaled again, aware that time was of the essence. He hastily began searching through the drawers. At last, he laid eyes on the item he had longed for. As the lingerie drawer opened, Lin Lan's heart raced. This was the first time he had enjoyed such a close view, and he felt a rush of exhilaration, his hands trembling. Steadying his breath, he picked up a delicate piece. This girl even has leopard print, he mused, contemplating the few items he had chosen, marveling at their beauty. Master, have you found anything? Xiaohan's voice interrupted, compelling Lin Lan to cease his exploration. He selected a few exquisite garments from the wardrobe, all of which he had never seen Meiza wear before. Satisfied, he exited the room, casting a glance at the cat-like Xiaohan, slightly annoyed by her timidity. Why are you so timid? With me around, what is there to fear? He chided gently, while Xiaohan felt a sense of grievance. Let us go. I'll buy you ice cream to soothe your little heart. The two joyfully returned to the hospital. Lin Lan, are you seeking death? Meiza had just opened the bag only to shut it instantly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Longcheng and Ziteng exchanged surprised glances. Lin Lan appeared innocent. What is the matter? I'm just here to retrieve your clothes. Indeed. What is it? Ziteng inquired. Mother, Meiza whispered to her mother about the incident, feeling constrained by Longcheng's presence. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, enjoying her ice cream, was oblivious to the brewing chaos that nearly led to disaster. Lin Lan, come here. I swear I will not spare you. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Ziteng shook her head with a bitter smile, realizing that Lin Lan had crossed the line with her jest. Meiza relentlessly pursued Lin Lan, threatening to strike her, which sent Lin Lan scrambling in fright. Hey, don't be reckless. Huh? What is this? Longcheng suspiciously opened a bag and pulled out a black silk stocking. Oh dear. Meiza, her face flushed with embarrassment, hurried over, snatched it from Longcheng's hands, and hastily stuffed it back into the bag, turning away to avoid everyone's gaze. It turned out that Lin Lan had brought Meiza nothing but sleepwear, along with various stockings and lace ensembles, utterly unsuitable for public display. In front of so many people, he had deliberately put her in an embarrassing position. Lin Lan feigned innocence. Before he could offer an explanation, a voice laced with hostility echoed, Lin Lan. You are indeed here. The voice radiated menace. Everyone turned to see Shuang, limping as if her foot could not bear weight. Upon entering the room, she first greeted Ziteng and inquired about her condition. Lin Lan suddenly recalled that he had injured her foot. Xiaohan felt uneasy and wished to apologize, but Lin Lan's glance halted her. Finally, Ziteng exclaimed in anger, You little rascal, why did you injure my foot? And how did I end up at home? Longcheng and Meiza finally comprehended the situation. You got drunk last night, and since no one was home, I brought you to my place. I helped you wash your feet and offered some assistance. It was merely an accident due to the effects of alcohol. Lin Lan took full responsibility, denying Xiaohan the chance to speak. Shuang then regained her composure, huffing, My parents are indeed not home. They are on a mission in urine. But what about my foot? You must compensate. Lin Lan chuckled. Compensate? I will give myself to you. The two were so familiar that they exchanged banter without hesitation. Shuang shot him a glare and inquired about the previous night's events before fetching clothes for Meiza. The atmosphere was chaotic. The enemy had infiltrated within Konoha. Longcheng remarked. Everyone sat by the window, troubled by the situation. Meiza gazed outside in silence, with Xiaohan quietly by her side, both lost in thought as they observed the changing sky. Shuang asserted, In my opinion, the Hokage is intentionally shielding the Uchiha clan. What is so remarkable about them? All fell silent. She suddenly asked, By the way, where is your girlfriend, Pundi? Lin Lan remained silent and did not announce his breakup with Pundi, as their relationship had reached a tacit end without closure. Ziteng, seated on the hospital bed, observed the young figures before her, feeling nostalgic for their youthful courage in the face of adversity. At that moment, Lin Lan abruptly turned to meet her gaze. As if making a significant resolution, he declared, I will uncover the true culprit and clear Uncle Jiachuan's name. Everyone was taken aback. This statement contrasted sharply with Lin Lan's usual demeanor. Meiza stared at him in astonishment. Friendship outweighs all. Lin Lan smiled mysteriously. Master, do we truly need to assist in uncovering the murderer? Xiaohan inquired of Lin Lan as they made their way home. She was already aware of the situation and felt a deep concern regarding the rivalry between the two prominent families. The fierce battle from the previous night had nearly consumed half of the street in flames. If Lin Lan chose to involve himself, he too could suffer the consequences. Naturally, she hoped her master would exercise caution. Lin Lan, with an arm draped around her shoulders, laughed heartily, exuding a carefree demeanor. He had yet to articulate his reasons. Xiaohan nestled against Lin Lan, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, yet she offered no resistance. A tingling sensation coursed through her body. She had long since begun to regard this man with newfound admiration. Engaging in such intimate gestures evoked no resentment, drawing envious glances from passers-by. They silently cursed Lin Lan's good fortune. How fortunate he was to be a teammate of the village's most beautiful woman, while also having such a lovely girlfriend by his side. Unfazed by the gazes and whispers of others, Lin Lan paid them no mind, unwilling to provide an explanation. After all, Xiaohan's sweet appearance only served to enhance his own reputation. The day's visitors were few, as the villagers had flocked to assist with the reconstruction near the Hyuga clan. Lin Lan found himself enjoying a rare moment of respite, while Xiaohan busied herself with cleaning. He mused on the difference it made to have a woman in the household. With leisure time on his hands, Lin Lan suggested, "Xiaohan, you haven't yet changed into clean clothes. Allow me to take you shopping for a few new outfits. Today we shall rest. Is that truly appropriate?" Xiaohan's heart leaped with joy, though her expression revealed hesitation. She did not wish for Lin Lan to spend extravagantly on her behalf. Coming from a modest background, her parents had not indulged her, only purchasing her new clothes during festive occasions. In her haste to leave, she had taken none of her personal belongings, and indeed, some new attire was warranted. She had never inquired about her apprentice wages, nor had Lin Lan mentioned them. Yet, Xiaohan cared little for such matters. Simply being by his side was enough. "Let us go," Lin Lan declared, pulling Xiaohan along without further debate as they ventured out. The economic conditions in Konoha Village were quite favorable, with Senju Street bustling with activity. Numerous shops lined the thoroughfare, and the largest department store, Konoha's first department store, stood proudly, constructed by the Third Hokage. It was said that the heirs were each Hokage, with the store's profits serving as their annual salary. The area thrived with visitors, including many merchants from various ninja villages. Xiaohan had never witnessed such a vibrant street. In Sunagakure, the sandy winds prevailed, and commerce was conducted in small markets, making Konoha seem incomparable. "Do not be shy. Come along, let me show you around," Lin Lan said as if guiding a younger sister. Leading Xiaohan through the lively streets, onlookers perceived their juxtaposition as that of Beauty and the Beast, for Lin Lan bore bruises on his face, rendering him less than handsome, while Xiaohan radiated charm. She stood out remarkably in the crowd, her presence unforgettable, especially her captivating eyes that sparkled with electricity. Upon reaching a clothing store, Lin Lan pointed to a denim miniskirt, suggesting, "Why not try this on?" Xiaohan shook her head in refusal, feeling unaccustomed to such revealing attire and deeming it too short. Certainly, she is well aware of Lin Lan's preferences. "Why be so timid? Your legs are exceptionally beautiful. A true delight to behold." "Master, what are you saying?" Xiaohan shyly turned to leave but was stopped by Lin Lan, urging her to follow her suggestion and give it a try. With no other option, Xiaohan reluctantly agreed to try on the outfit. Standing in the fitting room, she felt incredibly awkward, as if she weren't wearing any pants at all, hesitant to reveal herself. She delayed her exit until Lin Lan's encouragement finally gave her the courage to step out. "Wow!" Lin Lan exclaimed in wonder. Though Xiaohan was not tall, her overall proportions were remarkably harmonious, giving the illusion of longer legs. What was most breathtaking was her complexion, a shade reminiscent of creamy white, something Lin Lan had never encountered before. Even as the most beautiful woman, she found herself slightly overshadowed. Xiaohan's legs were straight and fair, devoid of any excess flesh, with her calves being particularly well-defined and lovely. "Master, what are you looking at?" "I'm changing back." Unable to withstand Lin Lan's gaze, Xiaohan prepared to take the outfit off. "No," Lin Lan quickly intervened. "Trust me, this denim skirt suits you perfectly." Observing Lin Lan's fervent expression, Xiaohan asked, half in disbelief, "Really?" "Absolutely." Lin Lan nodded enthusiastically, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grains, refusing to let Xiaohan change back. Lin Lan paid for the outfit and then guided her to select several short-sleeved tops, all in white to match Xiaohan's taste. Each piece accentuated her delicate charm exquisitely. Furthermore, Lin Lan took her shopping for lingerie. In any other circumstance, one might have taken advantage of the situation, but with Xiaohan, there was no hint of ill intent. He patiently waited outside the lingerie store. Lastly, they sought suitable shoes for her. However, Xiaohan's feet were small, making many options unsuitable. Lin Lan felt a bit distressed. He had long known that Xiaohan had the perfect Roman foot, looking lovely in any shoe style, yet regrettably, the right fit was hard to find in the vast Konoha shopping mall. After much effort, they finally selected a pair of dazzling high-heeled sandals that made her appear regal, akin to a princess. "Master, they look stunning." Xiaohan rarely expressed her genuine feelings. With a grand flourish, Lin Lan declared, "Buy them." It was only when they reached the checkout that he realized how impulsive he had been. The shoes consumed an entire month's earnings from his nail salon. Despite the sting of the expense, he fulfilled Xiaohan's wish. Dressed in a short skirt, a white top, and eye-catching high heels, Xiaohan underwent a magnificent transformation, evolving from a Cinderella into a noble princess. Walking beside her, Lin Lan felt a swell of pride as onlookers were utterly captivated by Xiaohan's beauty. Some even pondered if she would surpass the beauty of the most renowned in the future. Truly, there are always beauties emerging from the riverside. Today was indeed a day of leisure and enjoyment. Lin Lan crafted a beautiful hairstyle for Xiaohan, deliberately styling it into mature, wavy curls. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, they were unaware of how dark the sky had grown. "Are you tired, darling?" "No, I'm very happy." Xiaohan smiled with genuine happiness and, after a moment of contemplation, stated earnestly, "This is the happiest day I've experienced since my parents passed away." Lin Lan couldn't help but gently pat her head, feeling a deep empathy for her plight. Perhaps it was fate. Had she not been an orphan, their bond as master and apprentice would never have formed. As they strolled through the night market, Xiaohan's attention was captivated by a vibrant arcade. Lin Lan, without hesitation, took her hand and led her inside. "Master, perhaps we should consider returning home since it's getting late. And you've spent quite a bit today." Xiaohan's thoughtfulness was evident. Lin Lan smiled as he withdrew some vouchers from his wallet. "Look, these won't cost us anything." They were complimentary tokens from the system, which he rarely used as he wasn't particularly fond of arcade games. Today, however, they proved to be quite useful. Reassured, Xiaohan stepped into the cool Love arcade alongside him. The atmosphere inside was pleasant, devoid of any foul air, as throngs of people joyfully engaged in various games. Lin Lan pointed to the King of Fighters series and suggested, "Let us play this." Xiaohan had no objections. They began their spirited competition. "Master, why do you always choose female characters? Just look at that one, dressed so scantily, wielding a fan to entice others. Utterly shameless." Lin Lan laughed, "It's just a game." In contrast, Xiaohan selected muscular male characters, but unfortunately, they were mere eye candy as Lin Lan's character dominated the match, leaving her character battered and bruised. As they reveled in their games, suddenly, Lin Lan felt a forceful shove from behind. Ouch! He turned around, his expression shifting dramatically. To his dismay, he encountered Uchiha Qianluo, accompanied by several lackeys. One of them, a blonde, remarked, "Well, look at you. Quite the charmer. Have you hooked another one?" Qianluo shot him a piercing glance, a hint of menace in his eyes. "Does that imply you're including Pandai in that count?" Realizing his faux pas, the blonde quickly fell silent. Lin Lan, quick on his feet, had a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Xiaohan sensed the tension. She recalled their previous altercation at the hospital when Qianluo had nearly harmed Lin Lan. Instantly rising, she assertively pulled Lin Lan and declared, "We're leaving." To her surprise, Lin Lan chuckled and said, "Brother Qianluo, I apologize for the previous incident. I should have adhered to your guidance." He casually draped his arm around Xiaohan's shoulders, a clear indication of their deepening relationship and his apparent abandonment of Pandai. "Kid, it seems you only learn through confrontation. As long as you stay away from my sister, I have no intention of dealing with you. We're leaving." True to his word, Qianluo did not create further trouble for Lin Lan and departed with his entourage. The blonde, however, continued to chatter, suggesting they confront Lin Lan again. Lin Lan remembered him well. He had been the one behind the 3 times he had been attacked, always targeting his vulnerabilities. "Master, why fear him?" Xiaohan expressed her displeasure, believing Qianluo deserved a lesson. Such matters, she thought, could be acted upon but not spoken of. Lin Lan smirked, pulling Xiaohan down to sit and resume their gaming, unperturbed by the earlier encounter. After such a commotion, both individuals found their spirits dampened. Xiaohan felt overwhelmed by the cacophony of the environment and longed to return home. Meanwhile, Lin Lan had been covertly observing Qianluo, harboring different thoughts about him. Damn, another loss. This evening, Qianluo's luck had run dry. as he sat before the King of Fighters 02 machine, suffering several consecutive defeats. It was not merely a matter of pride. With each loss, 500 yuan slipped away. Opposite him sat a middle-aged ninja, identifiable by his headband as a member of the Cloud Village. Bang! Qianluo stepped back, his enthusiasm for the game waning. Yet the man across from him taunted. Young master of the Uchiha clan, if you can't afford it, don't act tough. What? Are you implying I can't afford to lose? Enraged, Qianluo was ready for another round. Brother Qianluo, let me give it a try. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Lan and Xiaohan had approached. The blonde-haired youth scornfully interjected, "Step aside. This is none of your business." Xiaohan, unwilling to be silenced, prepared to retort, but Lin Lan restrained her, smiling, "Brother Qianluo, it's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. If I lose, it's on me. If I win, I won't take anything. With no financial stakes involved." Qianluo readily agreed. Clearing the way, Lin Lan took a seat opposite the Cloud Ninja. The man showed little reaction, and soon both parties were embroiled in battle. In the initial rounds, Lin Lan faced defeat repeatedly. Qianluo's expression darkened, and Xiaohan felt the awkwardness. She had assumed Lin Lan was a skilled player, only to realize her own misconceptions. Are you even capable? Losing 3 rounds. If you lack skill, stop pretending to be a master. The blonde youth couldn't hold back his derision. Their match attracted a crowd, akin to a spectacle of Konoha versus the Cloud Village. Unfortunately, on his own turf, Lin Lan was consistently outmatched. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, tilting his head towards Lin Lan. "Kid, go home and practice. Don't embarrass yourself out here." Lin Lan, however, remained unfazed. Slapping 1,000 yuan on the table, he declared, "This is all I have. Let's have one final match." The man did not react impulsively, wary of being outsmarted. Such occurrences were not uncommon. There were many who feigned weakness only to reveal their prowess. A smile crept onto Qianluo's face, speculating that Lin Lan was finally ready to showcase his abilities. Xiaohan also brimmed with confidence. All eyes were fixed on Lin Lan. "Let us go." The man beckoned to commence. Lin Lan, unperturbed, selected 3 familiar characters, Kei, Iori Yagami, and Chen Goku. The opponent assembled his strongest lineup. This time, the tide of battle shifted. Lin Lan took the initiative, securing the first round. The crowd erupted in joy. The middle-aged man felt a twinge of anxiety but prepared for the next round with full intensity. However, the situation soon took a turn. Lin Lan lost 2 consecutive rounds. "Kid, watch me turn this around. Bring it on." Lin Lan seemed to have caught the fever, executing a flurry of moves with ferocity. Alas, the outcome was disheartening. As the battle concluded, the spectators sighed and departed, as though they had witnessed a genuine clash with the Cloud Ninja. Qianluo seethed with anger. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have unleashed his frustration upon the man. Xiaohan consoled Lin Lan, reminding him that victories and defeats are commonplace in battle. Finally, Lin Lan rose to face the middle-aged man, asserting, "If you have the guts, let us meet tomorrow night." At the entrance of the arcade, Lin Lan and Xiaohan found themselves cornered in an alley by Qianluo and his companions. "You dare to play me for a fool?" Qianluo exclaimed, his disdain for losing face far outweighing any concern for money. The blonde-haired thug joined in, taunting them. As Lin Lan appeared to be on the verge of receiving a beating, Xiaohan instinctively shielded him with her frail frame. "What are you doing? You haven't lost anything," she protested. "Let the little one step up," Qianluo mocked. Grabbing Xiaohan, Lin Lan chuckled, "Brother Qian, don't misunderstand. This is all intentional. Without offering a little sweetness, how can we play big? We must first dispel his guard to succeed. Trust me, don't believe him, big brother." The blonde protested immediately, convinced Lin Lan was merely making excuses to evade punishment. Qianluo, though somewhat skeptical, was aware that Lin Lan was akin to a monk who could never truly escape his temple. If he dared to deceive, he would always be found. "Fine. I shall grant you a chance. Should you fail, you are aware of the consequences." Ultimately, Qianluo saw it as beneficial to himself. If they lost, Lin Lan would foot the bill. If they won, all would belong to him. Before departing, the blonde audaciously slapped Xiaohan on the backside and mockingly inhaled as if savoring her scent, a display of sheer vulgarity that left her blushing with indignation. Yet, Lin Lan merely held her back, chuckling coldly. "I assure you, master, I will have his claws severed in retribution." The streets were chilly as the two strolled leisurely. Bags in hand, Lin Lan soon noticed that Xiaohan was lagging behind. It dawned on him that the cobblestone path beneath them was likely uncomfortable for her high heels. "Wait," she murmured, bewildered by the turn of events. Lin Lan, without hesitation, knelt down to remove her shoes. Startled, Xiaohan instinctively recoiled, but, in her struggle for balance, grasped Lin Lan's shoulder. "Master, what are you doing?" she questioned. Having removed her shoes, Lin Lan turned and crouched. "Climb on." Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback. "Hurry up, let me carry you home." Noticing her hesitation, Lin Lan sighed and turned back. "Little princess, please." A glimmer of tears welled in Xiaohan's eyes as she climbed onto his back, remaining still. Unlike the previous occasion with Shu Ying, Lin Lan's hold was exceptionally proper, his arm supporting her legs while encircling her waist. "Master, be careful of your wounds." She recalled his recent injuries, a hint of concern in her voice. "Don't worry. I'm perfectly fine now," Lin Lan reassured her as he walked slowly, both enveloped in a comfortable silence. Suddenly, he felt an itch at his neck. Xiaohan had gradually leaned her head against his back, her warm breath brushing against his neck and ear. It was as if she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. Clutching her high heels and bearing her weight, Lin Lan finally arrived home, gently placing her on the massage table. "Don't move, wait for me." In Xiaohan's puzzled gaze, Lin Lan filled a basin with warm water for her feet. "A perfect day must end with relaxation. Allow me to pamper your feet." Xiaohan shook her head vehemently. "No, I should wash your feet instead." She felt flustered by his attention, but Lin Lan insisted she remain still. Without further ado, she immersed her delicate, rosy feet into the water. Seated at the edge of the bed in a denim skirt, Xiaohan was easily visible to Lin Lan, despite his reluctance. "Xiaohan, you're in white today. Is it hot?" "No." Perhaps due to the slightly elevated water temperature or her own shyness, a fine sheen of perspiration began to bead at Xiaohan's forehead. Lin Lan, taking the initiative, reached out to wipe it away. Their intimate gestures belied the master-disciple relationship they shared. Lin Lan, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. After ensuring her comfort, he made sure to cover her with a blanket. Xiaohan looked at Lin Lan with satisfaction, though her heart was filled with apprehension. Would her sweaty feet carry an unpleasant odor? While still fretting, Lin Lan began his work. What a perfect foot shape, he mused, genuinely admiring her feet, only to notice an abundance of dead skin. Since their acquaintance, he had yet to tend to her feet. Lin Lan focused his efforts, taking out a scraper to meticulously remove the dead skin and trim her long nails. "Darling, your nail shape is truly beautiful. Many possess a Roman foot shape, yet few have such stunning nails." Xiaohan's nails were remarkably square, proportionate in size, and the surrounding flesh was perfectly distanced from the nails. Lin Lan found himself enamored with her petite feet. "Master, don't stare." Xiaohan was overwhelmed with shyness, and used to having someone scrutinize her feet so closely. Observing Lin Lan's expression, she felt as if he might devour her feet with his gaze, a glimmer of greed evident in his eyes. Suddenly, Lin Lan sprang to his feet and exited the room, startling Xiaohan, who feared her words had angered him. A few minutes later, he returned, revealing that he had nearly lost control and had stepped outside for a breath of fresh air to regain his composure. Upon re-entering, he found Xiaohan lying on the bed, her gaze vacant, tears streaming down her cheeks as if she had been wronged. "Why are you crying? Are you still upset about that blonde-haired person?" Xiaohan remained silent, wiping her tears and softly sobbing. Lin Lan hurried to her side. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Her pitiful demeanor was especially endearing, prompting Lin Lan to kneel before her and gently touch her tears. "Let me taste the saltiness." Xiaohan quickly grasped his hand, pouting her lips. "How annoying." "Hee, tell your master what is going on." Only then did Xiaohan confess. "Master, did I upset you?" This unexpected revelation caught Lin Lan off guard. He was unsure of her meaning, especially since she had said nothing to provoke him. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? Why did you go outside then?" "I would have shown you." "Oh, so that's it." Lin Lan feigned curiosity. "What did you want me to see?" Her face flushed bright red, reaching down to her neck. Xiaohan turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. "What is it? Tell me. You know." "No, I want you to say it. It's little feet." Lin Lan felt comfortable, yet there was no intention of letting it go. "Whose little feet?" "Mine." Xiaohan's voice was barely audible. Lin Lan rose to brush aside the strands of hair that obscured her profile, discovering that Xiaohan's skin was a delicate shade of rosy white, reminiscent of a cherry. Utterly enticing. Particularly, the way she pursed her lips was irresistibly alluring, invoking an uncontrollable desire to kiss her. Lin Lan sharply pinched the back of her hand, using the pain to remain alert. She dared not indulge in reckless thoughts and hurriedly tended to Xiaohan's feet. Once the task was completed, the night had already deepened. "You should rest now," she advised as Xiaohan, blushing, dashed into her room. Lin Lan tidied up briefly before lying down, reflecting on the earlier scene, which was indeed unsettling. This girl truly knows how to provoke. The sun rose as expected. Neither of them mentioned the events of the previous night. Due to the relationship with Zitong, they once again chose to close the door and visit the hospital. Lin Lan was reluctant to leave Xiaohan alone in the shop, fearing that Qian Luo might cause trouble. Moreover, this opportunity allowed her to mend her relationship with Meiza. As for Pang Di, she appeared remarkably calm. Perhaps this state was indeed the best. However, it raised suspicion that Meiza's mother was hospitalized, and she had not shown up today. Was she once again confined by Qian Luo? This question went unspoken. Meiza seemed to have recovered considerably today. Adorned in a white floral A-line dress paired with cream-colored high-heeled sandals and a matching white headband, exuding an air of purity. When Lin Lan and Xiaohan entered the ward with gifts, she was busy arranging lilies. Meiza Jia, Xiaohan greeted sweetly. Meiza returned the smile, clearly fond of the girl. Upon seeing Lin Lan, she appeared much more composed. Lin Lan was unperturbed and engaged in casual conversation with Zitong. Shortly after, Longcheng arrived. Longcheng, do you have any missions recently? Lin Lan inquired. None. The battles with Sand Shinobi have reached their conclusion. Only a few minor enemies remain. The iron-blooded warriors are no match for us. Remember, we are ninjas, and they are utterly helpless against our combined ninjutsu, Longcheng declared proudly. Perhaps this was indeed the case. Even in joint operations, the iron-blooded warriors, equipped with firearms, would still falter in the face of large-scale ninjutsu. Yet, for some reason, Lin Lan remained anxious. She understood that the rift created would not be easily mended. The iron-blooded warriors were a warlike race, having encountered a formidable opponent this time. Suffering losses and injuries, they would not easily relent. However, there was also a significant chance they would retreat in the face of adversity. Regardless, I love the opportunity for Gaara to declare the Ninja World Defense War a success. Today, Zitong felt considerably better and prepared to be discharged for recovery. Everyone urged her to stay for observation, but Zitong expressed a longing for home. This was the reason against her discharge. A few days ago, Naruto had ordered the lockdown of all battle sites, claiming to search for enemy remnants. In truth, everyone knew who the enemy was. However, the Uchiha clan remained unscathed, living in a state of carefree bliss, which incited considerable discontent within the Hyuga clan. Recently, the clan leader, Hyuga Torayuki, had engaged in discussions with Naruto, but regrettably, no progress was made. Upon learning of the situation, Zitong felt a twinge of melancholy. In an effort to bring joy to her mother, Meiza resolved to leave the hospital and stay at a hotel. Lin Lan, however, remarked that the environment there was undesirable and suggested they stay with relatives instead. The others laughed at his comment, and he suddenly realized that Meiza's relatives would likely feel the same way. What then? Come to my house? Longcheng eagerly offered to host the mother and daughter. Lin Lan was clearly displeased. This was his opportunity to shine and to grow closer to Meiza. Just as he finished speaking, Longcheng's expression shifted to one of regret, and he hastily amended his statement, saying, I need to discuss this with my parents. Meiza, why not stay at my house for a while? It's spacious, Lin Lan confidently proposed. Meiza merely huffed, and Zitong chuckled, saying, I appreciate your intentions, but it's too much trouble, let us not. In truth, Lin Lan had no spare room to offer. He actually believed that it would be quite manageable for the mother and daughter to squeeze in with Xiaohan on the same bed. If Xiaohan could share his blanket, that would be ideal. Lin Lan was indeed quite blinded by his desires. Ultimately, the mother and daughter settled into the Nara Hotel, which was owned by Nara Shikamaru. That night, in order to fulfill his promise, Lin Lan returned to the arcade with Xiaohan. Qian Luo had been waiting for quite some time. The blonde-haired youth dramatically tossed a cigarette onto the ground, causing sparks to fly. I thought you were dead. Little beauty, did you miss me? This fellow seemed to possess two distinct personas, grinning mischievously at Xiaohan. To avoid being taken advantage of, Xiaohan had donned a pair of jeans that night. Glaring fiercely at him, Lin Lan, of course, remained nonchalant, saying, Don't be anxious, Brother Huang. That particular cloud ninja had been eagerly anticipating their arrival. Haha, the fat sheep has arrived. Come and watch. The cloud ninja is going against Konoha. Lin Lan sat quietly in his seat. A Konoha ninja shouted, Go for it. In a match, there are wins and losses. But who wishes to be the loser? The match commenced, and Lin Lan maintained a steady performance, initially losing 3 rounds. Qian Luo, who was aware of the plan, remained calm. The cloud ninja opposite had specially invited numerous companions tonight to cheer him on. Someone shouted, Yamato, take him down. Cheer for the Cloud Ninja. The man named Yamata arrogantly declared, haha, just sit back and enjoy the show. After winning several rounds, he became quite pleased with himself, shouting, is there anyone else? Konoha has no capable fighters. Naturally, the crowd was infuriated, yet they understood that Yamata indeed had the skills. The game was not a fair match. Fighting him further would only tarnish Konoha's reputation. Everyone was left feeling powerless in their anger. Lin Lan, however, remained composed and encouraged Xiaoan to continue investing in the game. Let me accompany you for a few rounds. Finally, someone stepped forward. Lin Lan was somewhat taken aback. It was astonishing that someone had disrupted the plan, and even more so that it was a woman. As the crowd parted, Lin Lan's eyes lit up. The woman was adorned in a modified kimono, devoid of the traditional obi, with a skirt that had been shortened, accentuating her slender waist. Her delicate stiletto peep-toe sandals exuded an alluring charm. With every gesture, she radiated an array of captivating allure. Her makeup was equally enchanting, with fiery red lips revealing a tiny canine tooth, delightfully endearing. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern that she was not young, embodying a mature elegance. With her arrival, the atmosphere became suffocating. Two words echoed in everyone's hearts. Deadly. Brother, may I come? Lin Lan swallowed hard and hurried to his feet, only to feel a twinge of unease, reminding himself not to jeopardize the plan. This sister. All right, since sister is willing, please lend us your prestige in Konoha. Uchiha Qianluo readily agreed, his eyes already bloodshot, having lost all rationality in the presence of this woman. Yamata also sensed that she was no ordinary individual. There was an old adage in the gaming community, beware of three types of people: children, women, and the elderly. Although they seemed unrelated, they often unleashed tremendous power. The woman smiled seductively. With a flick of her skirt, she settled into Lin Lan's seat, deliberately raising one leg and slowly crossing it over the other. The crowd collectively gasped, feeling a shiver run down their spines. Xiaoan muttered, shameless, isn't it, master? She noticed Lin Lan's gaze had turned rather dazed, prompting an annoyed snort from her. The woman lightly moved her fingers on the joystick. Realizing what was happening, Lin Lan hurriedly inserted more coins for her. Sister, if you lose, it's on me. The woman remained silent. Yamata shouted, beauty, if you lose, come with me tonight. I want to taste your saltiness, haha. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Soon, the match commenced. The woman selected the formidable lineup of Chris and K9999. Yamata, sensing the gravity of the situation, wore a serious expression. Lin Lan stood closely behind the woman, intently observing, and noticed her rapid hand speed and precise timing. As anticipated, the battle unfolded as he had imagined. The woman was formidable, effortlessly securing the first victory. The crowd erupted in applause, cheering for her. Yamata was instantly enraged but remained composed as the next round began. As Lin Lan watched intently, he suddenly noticed something unusual about Qianluo beside him. How had he grown taller? A glance revealed that he was stealthily standing on his toes, not to view the screen, but to gaze at the woman's neckline. Smack! The sound of KO resonated from the screen as the woman executed a flawless three-hit combo, decisively defeating Yamata. The audience responded with thunderous applause, fervently cheering for her. The woman flicked a lock of hair from her forehead, stood, and remarked, is that all you've got? Hey. Leaving behind a taunt, she turned to leave. Yamata, his face flushed with anger, could not contain himself and shouted, who are you? The woman paused, turning her head slightly, and replied, who I am is irrelevant. I simply wish to restore Konoha's honor. Amidst the admiration of the crowd, the woman quietly departed. She resembled a mesmerizing enchantress from the flames, vibrant yet fleeting. A sense of melancholy lingered in the hearts of the onlookers as they pondered her extraordinary combat prowess and reminisced about her captivating visage. Lin Lan found it peculiar that he had never encountered her before. Could she be from a neighboring village? Although Konoha was vast, it was ultimately limited, and everyone's faces were familiar. This woman, however, remained unknown to him. Due to her interruption, Noda had lost his enthusiasm for the fight, deciding to postpone until tomorrow. Contemplating an escape, Lin Lan would not afford him that opportunity. Noda, you wish to dominate us in King of Fighters? That is utterly impossible. It turns out you are just another pathetic fool. What? Others may have the right to speak, but you, a mere waste, have no such privilege. Lin Lan laughed heartily. I have sensed the will of fire and heard the call of victory. Do you dare to make a bold opening move? Pressured into a corner, Noda, for the sake of his pride, had to persist. What is there to fear? Speak. How shall we play? Simple, a single match to determine the victor. For a wager of 100,000, Luo was taken aback. This fellow was audacious indeed. Even if sold, he would not be worth that sum. Nota, slightly astonished, replied, "If you wish to stake your fortune against mine, so be it. Let us meet here tomorrow evening." The man was undaunted as he led his friends away. Xiaoan, concerned, remarked, "Master, what if he does not come?" "He must. Ninjas value their reputation." Lin Lan pondered before smiling and asking, "Why are you not worried about my potential defeat? Master would never lose." Their conversation was interrupted by Luo, who said, "Lin Lan, I do not know what schemes you have in mind, but if you lose, it will not concern me." "Brother Luo, did we not agree? If I lose, it counts as mine, and the winnings are yours." Lin Lan was indeed generous. After leaving the arcade, he and Xiaohan indulged in a late-night snack at a street stall. Still reflecting on the formidable female warrior. "Master, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just eating," Lin Lan replied. As Xiaohan savored an oyster, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "I know. You are still thinking about that, sister." Caught off guard by her observation, Lin Lan felt a tinge of embarrassment. After a moment, he playfully teased her, "Honestly, who do you think would be a good match for me? Meiza, Pundi, or that sister?" Suddenly, Xiaohan felt a sense of disappointment. Intentionally silent, she continued to eat. Noticing her unusual mood, Lin Lan did not rush her. Eventually, Xiaohan said, "Sister Meiza is the most suitable for you." "What? She's always so cold." "As if I owe her money. Yet, that face is indeed breathtaking." Lin Lan mused to himself, oblivious to Xiaohan's expression. The following day, Lin Lan finally opened his shop, brimming with excitement as he prepared for the evening's battle. The first customer to arrive was unexpectedly Longcheng. "Don't speak yet. Let me prepare." "Is it more bad news?" Longcheng shot him a glare. "I am not a harbinger of doom. I am here to inform you that we have received a mission. The rebuilding Hidden Mist Village has placed an order for timber, and this time it will be delivered by our 7th squad." Lin Lan hurriedly inquired, "When do we depart?" Surprised by his eagerness, Longcheng pondered when this boy had become so enthusiastic, as he typically wore a frown at the mention of tasks. Yet today, he was remarkably uncharacteristic. "We shall gather at the reserve in Konoha Village tomorrow morning." Upon hearing this, Lin Lan felt reassured, grateful that the schedule remained intact. At that moment, Xiaohan emerged from the kitchen, donned in her apron. "Brother Longcheng, it's time for breakfast." Longcheng accepted her invitation without hesitation. Increasingly fond of this diligent girl. During their meal, Lin Lan mentioned the upcoming mission, which would require about a week for his return, suggesting that she move in with Longcheng. However, Xiaohan disagreed. Understanding the rules of a ninja, she insisted, "Master, this is my home. Why should I move elsewhere? I will wait for your return here." Lin Lan was about to respond when Xiaohan reassured him with a smile, "Do not worry, I will take care of myself." She flexed her arm, revealing a modest bicep. Longcheng added, "Lin Lan, you are overly cautious. There aren't that many villains in Konoha Village." Life continued as usual, with guests coming and going and business thriving. Xiaohan finally felt the busyness of the day. Her only grievance was Lin Lan's flirtatious banter with every customer. For everyone adored this little sprite. Lin Lan enthusiastically introduced his talented apprentice to the patrons. As night fell, the two sat side by side on the steps, enjoying the cool evening air. They had earned a significant sum today, though unfortunately, no new skills were acquired. Perhaps accustomed to their closeness, Xiaohan naturally leaned her head on Lin Lan's shoulder. "Master, I am truly exhausted. No wonder you sought out an apprentice. How about it? I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" The evening breeze was refreshing, and the two resembled an elderly couple, reluctant to part from one another. Suddenly, an unharmonious voice interrupted, "Oh, how sweet." It was Uchiha Luo, who had arrived for the decisive battle that night, striding in as the sun set, his slender figure trailing behind. "Xiaohan, go pour some tea for Luo." "No need. I came to remind you not to mess this up." Luo scoffed, departing with an air of nonchalance. Xiaohan raised her tiny fist in a playful gesture towards him. After changing into his attire, Lin Lan confidently addressed his reflection, "From tonight onward, no one shall command you." After enduring in silence and biding his time, it was finally time to rise. "Master, please help me with my button." It turned out that the clasp of Xiaohan's undergarments was broken, and despite her efforts, she was in a fluster. Lin Lan, with no alternative, instructed her to turn around and roll up her sleeves. He caught a glimpse of her glistening back, but had little mind to admire it. After a few adjustments, he declared, "All done." Xiaohan stuck out her tongue, feeling no embarrassment. Finally, they arrived at the arcade, where a bustling crowd anticipated the fierce battle ahead. Lin Lan calmly seated himself, gazing at the opposing Noda, and stated, "I hope you will honor your promise." Noda responded with a cold smirk as he produced a check from his pocket. Lin Lan, of course, could not produce cash. "I lost. The house is yours." Valued at 300,000. The crowd was instantly astounded, thinking to themselves how audacious this young man was. "Lin Lan, have you gone mad?" Unexpectedly, Shuang appeared from downhill. Apparently, she had chanced upon industry news and, filled with curiosity, had come to witness the spectacle. Little did she expect it to be Lin Lan, and especially to see him play so boldly. Lin Lan hurriedly grasped her hand, assuring her, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiaohan, keep Shuang company while I handle this." Shuang wanted to say something, but Xiaohan shot her a look, signaling her to remain silent. "Kid, you certainly have your charms. Why not hand over your little apprentice as well? Stop talking nonsense. I have no interest in wasting words with you," Lin Lan retorted. Yet I was taken aback. Little did he know that while Lin Lan could endure for the sake of his livelihood, he would not tolerate insults directed at his woman. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Lan unexpectedly made a move to select his players. System selection. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Qian Luo was equally shocked, thinking Lin Lan had been provoked into losing his sanity. Yedai, on the other hand, felt a surge of confidence. In a situation where victory was at stake, he naturally assembled his strongest lineup. Lin Lan examined the roster and placed Ralph in the lead position. The crowd gradually fell silent. The battle for 100,000 was about to commence. What unfolded next left everyone in awe. Lin Lan suddenly lowered his left hand, choosing to compete solely with his right. Like a magician, his fingers danced across the keys. Whether in offense or defense, his moves were impeccably timed. This display left everyone speechless. Qian Luo was also taken aback. This young man truly was playing the role of a fool to outsmart the wise. With a swift kick, he eliminated Yedai's Chris. Lin Lan's Ralph had scored the first victory. The crowd erupted into fervor. Xiaoan leaped up in excitement, while Shuang gazed at Lin Lan in disbelief. This young man possessed such remarkable skills. The battle continued, with Lin Lan still wielding only one hand. No matter how formidable Yedai's Kyokusanagi was, he could not escape Lin Lan's control. Just like in the previous round, Kyo fell before a light kick. Now, victory was merely one match away. Yedai's hands trembled, realizing he had been outsmarted. Initially wary of Lin Lan's feigned modesty, he had been on guard. Alas, when faced with immense profit and pride, he ultimately let his guard down. Now, Yedai wished he could slap himself twice, but even 3 slaps would not alter the reality. Finally, he lowered his voice and cast a pleading look at Lin Lan. Please, don't treat this as a joke." It was too late for mercy now. The match had already commenced. The screen displayed a furious Jaya. Lin Lan, of course, was inclined to let him off the hook. However, as long as he remained alive, the plan could not be fulfilled. "I'm sorry, you shall become a stepping stone." Ralph's colossal cannon had been fully charged, and as it unleashed its power, a shocking scene unfolded. Lin Lan hadn't anticipated that this night would take such unexpected turns. "Hey, why has the power gone out? Go check." The moment Lin Lan claimed victory, the arcade suddenly experienced a blackout, plunging the scene into darkness. The crowd erupted in discontent, their grievances intertwining with a cacophony of insults. 3 minutes later, the lights flickered back to brilliance, yet the figure of Noda was conspicuously absent. This scoundrel had seized the opportunity to flee, further implicating himself in the chaos. How infuriating! Lin Lan emerged victorious, regardless of the murmurs from others. Shuing jubilantly shouted in excitement. Instantly, everyone else came to their senses, converging to offer their congratulations. Lin Lan remained composed, harboring a tinge of regret and concern. Regret for not achieving a flawless victory, and concern that Qian Luo might not acknowledge his efforts, resulting in a lack of trust. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. Qian Luo approached him, beaming, and said, "Well done, I recognize your efforts. Let bygones be bygones." This sudden acknowledgement was indeed peculiar. Lin Lan pondered the reasons behind it, and soon deduced that the Uchiha clan's influence was vast, rendering a mere Noda utterly powerless. Even in the face of self-destruction, Qian Luo would unearth him for the sake of their interests. With the attention of the crowd upon him, Lin Lan strode proudly out of the arcade. Xiaohan and Shuing shared in his pride. Lin Lan found the situation rather ironic. As a ninja, he was unable to achieve recognition through his missions, yet triumphed in a virtual realm. It was a peculiar form of validation. Sensing his thoughts, Shuing consoled him. Regardless of the nature of your victory, you have safeguarded Konoha. Safeguarding Konoha, indeed. That night, Qianluo hosted a feast for everyone. After a few rounds of drinks, the blonde-haired individual exhibited signs of restlessness, casting furtive glances at Xiaohan. Yet, he refrained from overstepping due to Xu Ying's presence. Lin Lan, I never knew you possessed such skills. You truly surprised me, he remarked. Qianluo, please don't jest. This is nothing remarkable, Lin Lan replied modestly, refraining from boasting in front of him. The gathering proceeded with a flurry of flattery, treating Qianluo like a deity. Even if he remained skeptical, he could not help but revel in the adulation. The blonde and his companions were incensed. This had originally been their mission, now usurped by Lin Lan. Nevertheless, they admired his eloquence and high emotional intelligence, as every word he spoke struck a chord. Qianluo was thoroughly pleased, his smile never wavering. Lin Lan's demeanor, however, left some feeling discontent. Xu Ying and Xiaohan pondered whether it was truly necessary to curry favor with Qianluo, especially considering he had nearly taken Lin Lan's life not long ago. After the banquet concluded, the group exited the izakaya. The animosities between Lin Lan and Qianluo had long since thawed. You are my little brother now. Who would dare to bully you in the ninja world? Just invoke my name, Qianluo declared, draping an arm around Lin Lan's shoulders, his eyes glazed with intoxication. Brother, you shall henceforth be my brother. Lin Lan reciprocated with equal enthusiasm. Everyone admired Lin Lan. He had spoken graciously throughout the evening, never repeating himself. His accomplishments were indeed commendable. Having ascended the ranks of the Uchiha clan, ensuring that no one would dare to trouble him in the future. Before departing, Lin Lan leaned against Xiaohan and suddenly inquired, Brother, how is Xiao Di faring? She is no longer in Konoha. My father has sent her to the land of earth. Off we go. Accompanied by her henchman, Qianluo departed, humming a cheerful tune. That scoundrel is in such high spirits, Xiaohan remarked, visibly displeased. Naturally, he is elated. He has taken me on as a subordinate and received a handsome reward of 100,000. How could he not be joyful? Lin Lan had already composed himself. All traces of inebriation vanished. It turned out he had merely feigned his state. I can't believe you're fine. I thought you were drunk, Xu Ying exclaimed in astonishment. A little drink certainly could not incapacitate Lin Lan. Before Qianluo, he must always maintain a calm demeanor. Let us proceed. On the way, Xu Ying inquired about Lin Lan's plans but received no response. Ultimately, she refrained from pressing him, knowing his allegiance to Qianluo was born of necessity. Standing before the door, Xu Ying asked, Lin Lan, is it for Meiza's father? Lin Lan was taken aback. This girl was quite perceptive. He did not answer but instead offered her a subtle smile, blowing her a kiss before embracing Xiaohan and departing. That rascal. Xu Ying smiled as she watched him go. Master, wake up. Lin Lan, deep in slumber, was forcibly roused by Xiaohan, who urged him to rise from the bed. What is the fuss? I drank too much last night. Don't sleep. We have a mission today. Mission? Lin Lan almost forgot. Today was the day for escort duty. His eyes widened in realization as he sat upright abruptly. The sudden movement startled Xiaohan, who had been sitting at the edge of the bed, now frozen in place. Lin Lan's lips were mere centimeters from hers. Eek. Move away. He swiftly pushed her head aside, hastily donning his tactical vest and blue trousers, grabbing his ninja tools pouch. He tied it haphazardly. Where's my backpack? Here, Xiaohan replied, blushing as she handed it to him. Without a second thought, Lin Lan accepted it and prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, he paused. Come. A hug. Xiaohan rushed forward, and Lin Lan gently embraced her, whispering, be safe. The warmth of their separation left Xiaohan feeling a tinge of melancholy, wishing to hold Lin Lan forever. Watching her master dash away with his shoulder bag, she couldn't help but smile. Where's that rascal? Longcheng was growing anxious. The team had already assembled. This batch of timber was to be transported by 10 workers, while the 7th squad was responsible for security. As time passed, Meiza coldly commanded, let us depart. Wait, Lin Lan is never late, Longcheng defended, trying to buy some time. Meiza, who was always one to adhere to rules, granted no leeway. Depart. Everyone hastily urged the horse-drawn carts to set off from the Konoha warehouse. The pace of the 5 carts was slow. Longcheng glanced back, still seeing no sign of Lin Lan, and began to wonder where he could possibly be. Should he fail to participate in the mission, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Meiza, let us wait a moment. Meiza initially intended to refuse, but upon realizing that Longcheng was the captain, she reluctantly acquiesced. They halted the team and waited on the street for 5 minutes, yet Lin Lan remained absent. Meiza, With a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, "Captain, if we don't depart soon, we won't reach the stronghold before nightfall." With no other choice, Longcheng begrudgingly instructed everyone to proceed. What on earth is this fellow up to? Upon arriving at the village entrance, a familiar figure came into view, one foot perched on a stone, striking a pose reminiscent of Rodin's The Thinker. "You all are rather tardy," Lin Lan exclaimed, surprisingly present at this location. "I thought you might have forgotten your mission." "Wow. You underestimate me," he retorted, engaging in playful banter with his brother. Meanwhile, Meiza observed coldly from the sidelines. During their wait on the street, she had already discerned Lin Lan's presence. He had deliberately positioned himself here to impress her, a rather juvenile tactic. Meiza chose to forge ahead alone, while Lin Lan and Longcheng trailed behind. "Did you provoke her?" Lin Lan inquired. "Not at all," Longcheng replied innocently, as his rapport with Meiza had always been amicable. "You troublemaker. It must be you." Longcheng playfully punched Lin Lan. Both were at a loss when it came to Meiza. Should she become irate, she would heed neither of their words. Lin Lan quickened his pace to walk alongside Meiza. "I heard that Pundy has left Konoha. Are you aware of this?" "Yes." "Then why didn't you inform me?" "Why should I? Haven't you broken up with me and chosen to be with Xiaoan?" Meiza's expression remained composed, yet her tone dripped with disdain and mockery. "Who spread such nonsense? My relationship with Xiaoan is entirely innocent. Admittedly, we have grown somewhat close." Lin Lan felt unjustly accused but recognized that he was not entirely blameless. Whenever he encountered a beautiful girl, he lost composure and sought to draw nearer. Even with his apprentice, he struggled to maintain appropriate boundaries. Then it struck him, he should fault Xiaoan for not rejecting him. If she were unwilling, why would she comply? Meiza noticed the myriad expressions that flitted across Lin Lan's face. Though she remained unaware of his thoughts, it mattered little. She continued walking in silence. In the ensuing days, their conversation dwindled. Lin Lan speculated that Meiza might perceive him as fickle, abandoning Pundy for Xiaoan. The timing aligned perfectly, making it difficult for him to explain. He decided to muddle through in this confusion. After 5 days, they finally arrived at the village of Mist Ninja. They encountered no perils along the way, and without any guards, their return speed naturally increased. The trio, adept in ninjutsu, navigated the forest and leaped through the streets. 3 days later, they reached a stronghold not far from Konoha, prepared for their mission. Each Konoha ninja had the right to utilize this location. The cave contained medicine and provisions. As they ignited a campfire, the three could finally rest in earnest. Lin Lan leaned against the wall, gazing at Meiza across from him, while Longcheng sat outside, staring up at the starry sky. "Ah, the North Star shines so brightly tonight," Longcheng suddenly exclaimed. Meiza could not help but recall the words spoken by Pundy that night in the forest. For Lin Lan, she would pray to the North Star every day. At that time, she had mocked Pundy, noting that people usually made wishes on shooting stars, not the North Star. Pundy's explanation lingered in Meiza's memory. She stated that shooting stars were rare, while the North Star appeared every night, and she wished for Lin Lan's safety and happiness each day. A sigh escaped Meiza's lips. Lin Lan felt a twinge of confusion. Did she harbor some hidden worries? Before she could inquire, Longcheng suddenly stood up, urging them to extinguish the fire quickly. Both Lin Lan and Meiza reacted swiftly. Realizing there must be a problem, they hurriedly doused the flames, and warmth and light vanished in an instant. What was happening? Lin Lan felt a surge of anxiety. How unfortunate. Just as they were about to return to Konoha Village, they encountered enemies. The sound of footsteps rustled through the nearby woods. It seemed there were not many of them. They approached but did not move further, perhaps having detected the scent of smoke indicating someone's presence. "They seem to have discovered us. They must be ninjas," Meiza whispered. "Indeed. Otherwise they wouldn't have been so stealthy," Longcheng analyzed. Lin Lan remained silent. Regardless of who they were, as long as they did not seek trouble, she would be content. Her greatest concern was that the enemies might be the predators. They were not faring well, suffering continual defeats. Yet that did not mean they could not reappear in this area. After a moment of mutual tension, it seemed the adversaries were planning to retreat. No sound could escape the trio's keen senses. "Meiza, don't you have Byakugan? Use it to see what is happening," Lin Lan urged, tapping Meiza on the shoulder. "Byakugan cannot pierce through the darkness," Meiza replied. It appeared that even the Byakugan had its limitations. "Hey, who goes there?" Longcheng took the initiative, as the challenge was issued. They all fell silent, weapons in hand, waiting patiently. After a prolonged silence, perhaps the other side was also in doubt. "We should go and take a look. It might not be so dangerous," Meiza boldly suggested. Lin Lan, of course, was reluctant, unable to comprehend why they would provoke the enemy. Would it not be better to let them leave? Perhaps the proximity to Konoha made them wary of any threats to the village. Before Longcheng could issue a command, a response finally came. We are Konoha ninjas. Allies? Yet, everyone remained tense. Longcheng quickly inquired, the code. The opposing side seemed exasperated. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Before Longcheng could give the order, Meiza had discerned their position through sound and launched an immediate attack. Boom, boom, boom. 3 water bullets were unleashed in rapid succession. Longcheng was somewhat astonished. This girl was once again disobedient. Let's go? Meiza charged ahead, with Lin Lan and Longcheng close behind. Upon reaching the location of the water attacks, they found no trace of the enemy but stumbled upon something left behind. Upon inspection, they were taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a relic of Konohamaru, still bearing traces of dirt. What? Has the grave of Konohamaru been desecrated? How infuriating. Ryu clenched his fists, trembling with rage. Meiza felt the same. Both were engulfed in fury, unable to forgive such heinous villains. In an instant, a thought struck Lin Lan. Could it be that someone sought to acquire Konohamaru's DNA to perform the reanimation jutsu? The only one currently mastering this technique should be Orochimaru. Could it be his doing? While Lin Lan pondered, his companions had already sprung into action. However, the perpetrators vanished swiftly, leaving no trace behind. After an exhaustive search in the vicinity yielded no clues, they were compelled to forego rest and hasten back to Konoha to report to Naruto. What? Naruto slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth in anger. Konohamaru held great significance for him, and he had long been tormented by his untimely demise. To think that even in death, he would be disturbed. Due to the overnight journey, Lin Lan felt somewhat disoriented. Standing behind Meiza and Ryu, he felt drowsy. Let us investigate, Naruto urged, hastily making his way to Konohamaru's grave, simultaneously notifying Shikamaru Nara. Before long, they arrived at the cemetery. Surprisingly, the grave appeared undisturbed, with no signs of theft. Shikamaru circled the area, crouched down, and took a whiff of the soil, his expression shifting dramatically. Naruto. Everyone's gaze fixed upon him. The scent of the earth was remarkably fresh. In mere words, they confirmed that Konohamaru's grave had indeed been violated. The enemy had stolen from it and subsequently refilled the earth, making it impossible to ascertain when the act had occurred if discovered. Unfortunately, it had been stumbled upon by Lin Lan and his companions. Upon receiving this revelation, Naruto sighed deeply, perhaps contemplating the identity of the culprit. Shikamaru, ever the strategist, approached Lin Lan and his comrades, stating, "You should return now. This matter must remain confidential, and no private discussions are permitted." Everyone nodded in agreement. After departing, Lin Lan couldn't help but glance back, noticing that Naruto and Shikamaru had not yet left, seemingly embroiled in a dispute for reasons unknown. Typically, after successfully completing a mission, the three would gather for a celebratory meal. Yet today, the mood was absent. They exchanged farewells and returned to their respective homes. As Lin Lan wandered the streets, he couldn't shake the thought of Konohamaru's grave being vandalized. Was Akimichi Choji's grave similarly affected? What about Yui Kurenai? If the graves of others remained intact while Konohamaru's was desecrated, it would indicate a profound connection between the enemy and the Sarutobi clan. Yet, this was but one possibility. The more pressing concern was that they had ulterior motives. The power of the reanimation jutsu had been witnessed during the Great Ninja War. Orochimaru may have reformed, now leading a reclusive life, yet that did not preclude others from harboring nefarious intentions. Who could it be? Moreover, Naruto and Shikamaru's argument. Could it be that they were privy to the underlying truth? This situation was indeed intricate. Master. Lost in thought, Lin Lan inadvertently walked past his home, oblivious to his surroundings. Sitting idly on the doorstep, Xiaoan suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Like a startled fawn, she sprang up and dove into his embrace. Holding him tightly, Lin Lan looked at Xiaoan with a smile. After a few days apart, she appeared even more delicate and charming. The joy she felt was unmistakable. Gently ruffling her hair, the two made their way home. Xiaoan immediately began to ask questions, her curiosity about the outside world bubbling forth. Lin Lan, however, found it somewhat tedious, settling into a chair to sip tea leisurely. Assuming her manner was a bit tired, Xiaoan didn't dwell on it. Xiaoan. Lin Lan suddenly called out, catching her off guard. You rarely wear skirts, don't you? Xiaoan nodded in confusion, unsure of what her mentor intended. From now on, remember to be mindful of your sitting posture when wearing skirts, and don't forget to wear safety shorts. Xiaoan glanced down at her denim skirt and suddenly realized what he meant. Oh dear, master. Her face flushed with indignation as she hurried into the kitchen and didn't emerge again. As it turned out, although Lin Lan had been lost in thought on the way home, he had not overlooked the scenery around him. He had easily spotted Xiaohan, who was dressed in orange today. The celebratory dinner consisted solely of Lin Lan and Xiaohan. Xiaohan sat in silence, not feeling uncomfortable, while Lin Lan remained unfazed. Suddenly, Xiaohan set down her chopsticks, staring at Lin Lan, hesitating to speak. Without raising his head, Lin Lan asked, "Is there something on your mind? Master, in the past, could you please refrain from being so suggestive with me?" Her tone was tinged with a mix of pleading and shyness. Only then did Lin Lan look up. Replying earnestly, "You are still a child. I would never do such a thing. I am merely teaching you to protect yourself. But it makes me uncomfortable," Xiaohan said, her voice tinged with grievance. Aware that she might have overstepped, Lin Lan acknowledged that such matters were indeed not for a mentor to discuss. He chuckled. "Next time, I'll find a more clever way to approach this. By the way, why don't you wear stockings? It's quite warm, and it might lead to unpleasant odors." Truly, she was a naive young girl. Lin Lan did not press the issue. He believed that one would become like those they associate with. Through his guidance, he was confident that Xiaohan would eventually open her heart. Of course, there was a condition. He alone must be the one to witness it. For reasons unknown, Lin Lan felt an intense possessiveness toward Xiaohan. The proximity of anyone else made him uneasy, even though he understood that Xiaohan was not his girlfriend. She was free to pursue love and happiness. Yet, whenever he contemplated this, a pang of sorrow engulfed him, and his emotions fluctuated. After lunch, while Lin Lan and Xiaohan were enjoying tea, she suddenly smiled and said, "Master, if you like, I can wear it, but it would only be for you." With that, she picked up her bowl and quickly dashed into the kitchen. Lin Lan smiled knowingly, though he felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The image of Meiza resurfaced in his mind, particularly the memory of washing her feet. Darn it. Lin Lan slapped his forehead, realizing how foolish he was. He had something easily attainable, yet he chose to long for the unattainable. Moreover, he still had a girlfriend. The thought of Pundy plunged him into melancholy. He guessed that it was because of himself that his father, Uchiha Ron, had sent him to the land of Earth. However, can longing truly be severed by distance? To claim that he did not miss Pundy would be a blatant falsehood. The two of them were merely a step apart. Recalling that night's scene, Lin Lan found himself immersed in memories upon this very massage bed. Lin Lan, a gentle call pulled him back to reality. At the doorway appeared a stunning beauty. Even before she entered, her alluring presence was already felt. In the entirety of Konoha, there was none who could match her level. Save for Tsunade. "Oh dear, the fifth Hokage, please do come in," Lin Lan greeted warmly. "Why call me the fifth Hokage? Have you forgotten to address me as sister?" Tsunade, with her vast experience, raised an eyebrow, effortlessly commanding the admiration of men beneath her enchanting allure. Even a seasoned wolf like Lin Lan found himself nearly overwhelmed. With such charming words and captivating eyes, Lin Lan hastily summoned all his strength to respond. "Sister, I thought you were angry with me. How could I ever bear that?" Tsunade turned and seated herself in a chair, deliberately loosening her green robe. Lin Lan, of course, indulged in the sight before him. Meanwhile, Xiaohan, who was washing dishes, heard the arrival of a guest, but initially dismissed it. Suddenly, she felt that something was amiss. It hardly resembled a simple pedicure. Could it be that the master had sold himself? Hastily drying her hands, she stepped outside for a look. However, after merely a brief moment, only Lin Lan remained seated within. His expression calm as he inquired, "What's the matter?" Xiaohan confirmed that she had not misheard. "Where's the guest?" "Oh, something came up suddenly, and they left." Lin Lan replied nonchalantly. Xiaohan remained skeptical, but did not dwell on it. Lin Lan took a deep breath, glancing at his reflection and licking his dry lips. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and the moon gradually took its place. Today had been quite tranquil. Uchiha Qianluo had not come to stir trouble, and Meiza and Longcheng were absent. Perhaps everyone was simply in poor spirits. Lin Lan had taken on 2 tasks in the afternoon, earning a little profit. He even shared some pocket money with Xiaohan, encouraging her to spend it freely. After dinner, Lin Lan changed into new clothes and stood before the mirror for a lengthy appraisal. "Master, do you have plans for tonight?" Xiaohan asked curiously. "Yes, there's a mission. You must stay home and wait for me," he replied. "No, I want to go too," Xiaohan exclaimed, rushing to grasp his arm. Lin Lan chuckled. "Didn't I mention it's a mission? I can't take you along." "You're lying. Who dresses so handsomely for a mission?" This girl was indeed not so easily deceived. Lin Lan, unperturbed, explained, "As a ninja." One sometimes needs to gather intelligence. My attire is merely a disguise. Regardless of whether Xiaohan believed him, he gently pushed her onto a chair. Pressing his finger to his lips, he then placed it on Xiaohan's face. Here, a kiss for you. Be good and wait for my return. Xiaohan feigned disgust, wiping her face vigorously. Upon stepping outside, Lin Lan could not help but glance back. Not daring to waste a moment, he hurriedly made his way to the village entrance, moving with the caution of a thief. After confirming the area was deserted, Lin Lan swiftly departed from the Hidden Leaf village. Outside the village, beside a small river, he stood at a distance, hesitant to call out. Observing for a while, he noticed several couples in passionate embraces. Following the defeat of the iron-blooded warriors, the tension had dissipated, allowing everyone to freely indulge in their desires. Contemplating his next move, Lin Lan made his way toward the sacred grove. Not long after he entered, he was met with some rather unsavory sounds. His curiosity piqued, yet aware of his responsibilities, he knew he had no time to linger. The forest was winding and dense, with foliage so thick that the moonlight struggled to penetrate. Lin Lan perceived a dark area ahead, ideal for discreet observation. Just as he approached, he heard a deep, resonant greeting from behind him. Someone was there. After taking a few steps, he was met with an irate reprimand. My apologies. He turned left and was greeted with a similar rebuke. What on earth? Is this place really that popular? Faced with this predicament, Lin Lan sought an alternative method of communication, attempting to mimic animal sounds. Woof, woof, woof. Meow, meow, meow. He realized that this strategy had already been employed by others, leaving him at a loss. In his moment of anxiety, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, pulling him deeper into the woods. Curse you, foul master. This is what you get for leaving me behind. Xiaohan sat alone at the entrance, seeking refuge from the heat, idly tearing paper. In her hands, the tissue resembled Lin Lan. Who has dared to provoke my dear sister? Looking up, she burst into laughter upon seeing Shuai descending from the mountain. This evening, she donned casual hot pants paired with a white tank top and cartoon slippers, exuding an effortless charm. Her long legs were on full display as she stood with her arms crossed beneath a street lamp, her hair cascading loosely, radiating femininity. Sister, Xiaohan held a fondness for her, especially since she had rescued her from peril. Living nearby, Shuai had recently taken to visiting Xiaohan frequently, and the two girls had effortlessly transformed into bosom buddies, sharing everything with one another. Moreover, Xiaohan was indeed quite endearing. With a smile, Shuai produced 2 tomatoes from behind her. Here, Xiaohan gratefully accepted them with a sweet smile. The pair settled on the threshold, relishing the coolness of the summer night. Has your master returned? Yes, he just got back today. Shuai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Where is he? Not sure, Xiaohan pouted, taking a bite of the tomato. Shuai chuckled lightly. Oh, my dear, are you smitten with Lin Lan? Xiaohan quickly denied it. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Absolutely not. However, her slight embarrassment was not lost on Shuai, who teasingly poked her cheek. Is that all it takes? Ugh, I'm ignoring you. Xiaohan took large bites of the tomato to mask her awkwardness. Come here. Shuai gently turned Xiaohan's face towards her, noticing the tomato juice at the corner of her mouth. With her fingertip, she delicately wiped it away and, in front of her, popped it into her own mouth. Splash. As she withdrew her fingers, she deliberately made a sound. Oh, how disgusting. Xiaohan couldn't help but express her disdain with a laugh, rushing into the house, fearful that Shuai might smear something on her face. Bang. Shuai promptly shut the door, grinning. Little rabbit, where do you think you're running off to? You rascal. Why did you take so long to arrive? Tsunade pinned Lin Lan to the ground, leaning down to feign anger by his ear. Lin Lan felt a bit breathless, his hands frantically clawing at the ground, uprooting blades of grass. His feet kicked out wildly. He hadn't anticipated Tsunade's sudden ambush. Sister, could you please get up first? Noticing something was off with Lin Lan, Tsunade stood up and asked, Don't you want me? No. It's just that I wasn't prepared. Originally, they had agreed to meet here tonight, but unexpectedly, their encounter had turned so intense right from the start. Lin Lan found this unsettling. Any activity devoid of love felt akin to a dish lacking garlic, soulless. Tsunade sat on the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees. Her delicate feet pointed towards Lin Lan. Indeed, youth enjoys a bit of playfulness, she remarked. You flatter me, Lin Lan replied with a smile. Various sounds echoed through the forest, heightening their emotions. Just as they were about to take a decisive step, Lin Lan felt a twinge of hesitation. Initially excited, he suddenly recalled a familiar face, Yamato. He was acutely aware of Tsunade's relationship with Yamato. How could he face his teacher after this, even if he remained unaware? Lin Lan found himself trying to convince himself. After all, Yamato didn't know. Even if he did find out, what could he do? It was Tsunade who had taken the initiative. Alas, these rationalizations could not assuage his internal conflict. Lin Lan needed to unravel this knot in his heart. You must know, my teacher is Yamato, right? Upon mentioning this man, Tsunade's expression instantly darkened. Aware of this, Lin Lan knew he had to confront the truth. There was no escaping it for either of them. After a long silence, Tsunade slowly lifted her head. I will break up with him. Those words spoke volumes. They were still in a romantic relationship, though no one knew. Between Yamato and me, there's only physicality, no love. I've had enough, and, perhaps touched by a sorrowful recollection, Tsunade's eyes glistened slightly. Lin Lan sighed, hesitant to inquire further, waiting for her to divulge more. He is a rather twisted individual. I can hardly keep up with his antics. Wherever and whenever he utilizes would release to create houses. Moving houses? Lin Lan chuckled inwardly. Yamato's abilities indeed proved to be quite useful. No wonder he had been feeling so weak lately. The last time he faced the predator, he had exhausted his stamina after just a few jutsu. This was the reason. Lin Lan, I know you think I'm not a good woman. No. Lin Lan quickly refuted. I admit that I've grown older and sometimes become more intense, but I have never been promiscuous. Tsunade's gaze was resolute. She places great importance on her reputation. After Jiraiya's departure, I have come to terms with life's brevity and the necessity of savoring joy in the present, lest we find ourselves regretting missed opportunities after death. Indeed, the impact of Jiraiya's passing has never ceased to weigh on Tsunade. The man who occupies a cherished space in her heart is not easily forgotten. Perhaps it is for this reason that Tsunade yearns to embrace a different way of life, to welcome love anew. Unfortunately, the outcome is far from idyllic. It cannot be said that Yamato is lacking, but rather that their philosophies are at odds. A man who has been single for decades cannot easily quell the flood of desires once the dam has been opened. Lin Lan genuinely feels for Tsunade during this taxing period. As the adage goes, beauty often attracts suffering. When reminded of her sorrows, Tsunade cannot help but let out soft sobs. Lin Lan, sensing her distress, leans beside her and gently wraps her in his embrace. Sister, do not weep. I shall be by your side from now on. His words only deepened Tsunade's emotions. Do you know? You are the first person to show me such tenderness. On the day of her pedicure, she had sincerely accepted his proposition. Tsunade buries her face in Lin Lan's chest, too shy to meet his gaze. Yet, Lin Lan has long since lost his impulsiveness, feeling deep sympathy for her plight, particularly as he contemplates the folly of waiting until death to feel regret. Presently, he finds it difficult to relinquish the company of several women. Sister, from this day forth, let us refer to each other as family, shall we? Tsunade lifts her head in surprise. She did not expect Lin Lan to extend such kindness towards her. Devoid of any condescension or judgment. Are you truly willing? She inquires. Of course, Lin Lan replies with genuine warmth. Yet, he harbors his own ulterior motives. Tsunade is the fifth Hokage, and maintaining a good relationship with her would provide him with a formidable ally in the future. Should Uchiha Chikage dare to bully him again, Tsunade would undoubtedly intervene. This prospect holds far greater value than fleeting happiness. Lin Lan is not foolish. Tsunade, overwhelmed with emotion, finds it hard to reconcile her tears with the image of the strongest kunoichi in the ninja world. Very well. From now on, we shall be family, dear brother. Sister. To demonstrate his sincerity, Lin Lan steps back and respectfully bows 3 times. He does not find it beneath him to show such reverence in exchange for support. Tsunade is rendered speechless by her emotional response and quickly raises Lin Lan to his feet. Under the moonlight, their eyes meet, and at last, Tsunade gently kisses his forehead. This is a gift from your sister. May you always keep it close to your heart. Lin Lan's face flushes. The kiss brings their proximity to mere centimeters. Do not come closer. At home, Shaoan is also experiencing a whirlwind of excitement, embroiled in a playful scuffle with Shuai. The 2 girls run and laugh, glistening with perspiration. Sister, I can't play anymore. I'm so hot. Eventually, Shaoan concedes, sitting down to drink water. As she finishes, Shuai takes her cup without hesitation and begins to drink. Glancing at the clock, Shaoan notes that it is already 11 o'clock. It's so late, Master might not return. She rose from her seat, slightly disheartened, and made her way to the bathroom to wash her hands. Shuai chuckled. You still won't admit your feelings for Lin Lan. Just look at your pitiful expression. Upon glancing at her reflection in the mirror, she noticed her cheeks were flushed. Xiaoan wrinkled her nose and turned to say, "Sister, please lock the door for me." Shuang, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Why? It's late. I need to head home too." "Oh, just lock it for now." With no other option, Shuang complied, uncertain of what mischief this little sprite was up to. After securing the door, she approached the bathroom, eager to discover Xiaohan's intentions. Just as she neared, a splash of water drenched her to the core. "What on earth are you doing, you little rascal?" Shuang exclaimed, taken aback. She pushed aside her long hair to see Xiaoan had already shed her clothes. "You picked on me, so come shower with me and keep me company for the night." Without waiting for Shuang's refusal, Xiaoan pulled her into the bathroom. The two girls began to frolic, the scene instantly becoming quite enchanting. If Lin Lan were to witness this, he would surely be overwhelmed with emotion. Amidst the steam, Xiaoan playfully poked Shuang from behind. 1, 2, 3. "Silly girl, what are you counting? Just checking how many beauty marks you have." Shuang felt a touch of exasperation. Turning around, she struck a playful pose. "Look out." After their playful antics, they finally tumbled onto the bed. As Shuang's clothes were soaked and she lacked sleepwear, she donned Lin Lan's loose tank top, which amusingly left her in a state of missing bottom wear. Sitting on the bed, Shuang carefully dried Xiaohan's hair. Truly, she had become like a sister. Xiaohan was as obedient as a cat. "When we were little, none of the girls in the neighborhood could style hair as well as I could." Shuang laughed. "I could even manage a doll's hair with ease." While combing Xiaohan's hair, she noticed a slight shift in her mood. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just a little something." Aware of Xiaohan's heavier thoughts, Shuang paused her actions, lifted her chin gently, and said earnestly, "If you have worries, share them with me." After a moment's thought, Xiaohan smiled. "It's not much. I remember when I was about 5 or 6, my mother gifted me a doll with beautiful eyes. My father, however, gave me a shuriken. You know I never liked the ninja profession, but my father was quite adamant. One time, when I refused to practice ninjutsu, he tore the doll apart right in front of me." Shuang listened quietly. At this point, Xiaohan spoke in a calm tone, as if reminiscing about the past. After all, both her parents had passed away. Ironically, the one who survived was the daughter who had never embraced the art of ninjutsu. Shuang sighed softly and embraced Xiaohan. Their long hair was still damp, droplets cascading down. Gazing into Xiaohan's large eyes, Shuang vowed, "From now on, I will protect you." In the air, a unique chemistry seemed to form. A sweet fragrance enveloped them, and Shuang's gaze became somewhat dreamy, her throat dry as she instinctively leaned closer to Xiaoan. Empathizing with Xiaoan, she instinctively moved forward. The two girls gradually closed their eyes. Their crimson lips finally met, intertwining, neither willing to let go. Xiaohan's heart raced uncontrollably. Such an experience was unprecedented. Lying, too, was inexperienced. Driven by instinct, she gently laid Xiaoan down. Both were at a loss as to what to do next. Their hands became the most primal of weapons. "Ah, master, sister, let us return." Linlan smiled as she took Tsunade's hand. They traversed the small grove, with Tsunade trailing behind, her smile unwavering. Unbeknownst to her, memories of her long-deceased brother and her youthful days surfaced. Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha Village, Lin Lan finally released her grip. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, "Sister, to avoid any misunderstandings about our relationship, it would be best to keep it private." "Why?" "Because I do not wish for others to misconstrue my intentions as leveraging your position." Only then did Tsunade grasp the sentiment, acknowledging Lin Lan's admirable resolve. Just as they were about to enter the village, two suspicious figures emerged from within, one carrying a bag. At such a late hour, their hurried demeanor suggested they were up to no good. Tsunade felt compelled to pursue them. Lin Lan quickly interjected, "Sister, they are merely thieves." "Let it be. How can we allow that? I am the 5th Hokage. Alas, this is indeed troublesome." Lin Lan thought these two were rather unfortunate to have chosen tonight to act. Though he was inclined to let them off, Tsunade was unwilling. The pair began to follow stealthily, unnoticed by the bandits ahead, weaving through the woods in haste. "Sister, where do you think they're headed?" "I do not know. This path leads toward the Sand Village." "That is peculiar. The relationship between the Sand and Konoha has always been amicable. They cannot be acting covertly. There must be some ulterior motive." Before long, the two bandits came to a halt, and so did Lin Lan and Tsunade, concealed in the shadows, observing. One of the men set down the bag on his shoulder, which appeared quite heavy. They seemed unconcerned about being followed, casually sitting on a tree trunk. Oddly enough, there was no communication station nearby, and the distance to the Sand Village was considerable. What were they waiting for? Tsunade was perplexed. Linlan analyzed the situation, concluding that there was undoubtedly a contact person involved. The key element was that bag. Brother, you stay here while I go pressure them into revealing themselves. Linlan was taken aback. He did not wish to proceed with such a plan. It was better to wait quietly for the contact than to stir up trouble. Without waiting for a refusal, Tsunade vanished. What on earth? While they were still resting, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared not far away. Damn! Fifth Hokage run. Recognizing Tsunade, the two turned and fled, heading straight for Linlan. Damn it! Linlan was particularly anxious, fearing they might act recklessly. Drawing a shuriken, he stepped back a few paces. This was a task assigned by Tsunade. He had no choice. Stop. Stop right there. Linlan had no choice but to step forward. The two individuals were taken aback, not anticipating an ambush. Just as they were about to engage, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. Accompanying this phenomenon was a colossal warship. With the ship's appearance, Lin Lan comprehended that this was yet another scheme orchestrated by the iron-blooded warriors. Tsunade, standing in the rear, looked up at the sky, equally bewildered. Enveloped in the radiant light, the two were instantaneously lifted into the air. Lin Lan instinctively took a few steps back. Perhaps he was too close, as he was unable to escape in time and was indeed drawn in. Lin Lan, Tsunade shouted anxiously, although she was unaware of the nature of the entity above. She could not stand idly by as Lin Lan was taken away. Help! Lin Lan cried out to Tsunade. Floating in the light, he flailed his arms and legs, yet found no purchase. His body was swept upwards, and the sensation of weightlessness was unbearable. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. He had a deep-seated enmity with the iron-blooded warriors. If captured, death was inevitable. Swish. Tsunade felt powerless, watching as Lin Lan disappeared into the warship, the lights immediately extinguishing. Lin Lan, she shouted helplessly. Inside the warship, Lin Lan was astonished by the intricate array of wires before him, yet he saw no one else. The two individuals who had ascended with him were now nowhere to be found. Rising slowly, he moved forward, striving to maintain silence. A low growl echoed, startling Lin Lan, who quickly crouched down, adopting a defensive stance. We obey your commands. We have completed our tasks. Please let us go. Hearing the pleas for mercy, Lin Lan realized that this was indeed the iron-blooded warriors' treachery, capturing and controlling humans to serve their purposes. A series of horrific screams pierced the air, indicating that the two individuals had met their demise. Cautiously, Lin Lan shifted his feet, and at last, guided by the red wall lights, he arrived at a corner. Pressing himself against the ship's wall, he peered around stealthily. What? Even after having endured battles and witnessed death, Lin Lan was taken aback by the scene before him. An iron-blooded warrior retrieved a human head from a bag beside two lifeless bodies. It was Kurenai Yuhi. Lin Lan felt his stomach churn violently. Kurenai had perished long ago. Her body would have naturally decayed, her beauty now lost to time. He never anticipated they would meet again in such a manner. Unable to suppress his curiosity and seeking to discern the iron-blooded warrior's intentions, Lin Lan continued to observe. He recalled the two individuals on the ground, confirming they were ordinary villagers from the Hidden Leaf. Perhaps they had chosen to collaborate with the iron-blooded warriors for some ulterior motive. The iron-blooded warrior, oblivious to Lin Lan's presence, was preoccupied at a workbench, producing unsettling sounds. It seemed he was manipulating medical instruments. Zzzzzzz. The sound of electricity crackled incessantly. If Lin Lan's assumptions were correct, the warrior intended to experiment on Kurenai's corpse. While he continued to watch, the iron-blooded warrior approached the control panel, manipulating a floating screen with a few swift motions, seemingly in command of the warship. Upon entering, Lin Lan did not perceive the extent of their technological advancements. The warship was permeated with a nauseating stench of blood, and the environment was exceedingly dim. Tattered wiring lay strewn across various corners, seemingly indifferent to the possibility of electrocution. The overall ambience exuded an unmistakable sense of antiquity, perhaps a consequence of prolonged usage. Even during his infiltration, he remained unaware of the true nature of his surroundings, initially regarding this ignorance as a stroke of good fortune. However, Lin Lan soon sensed something amiss. If he were to commandeer the vessel and depart, he would inevitably be propelled into the vastness of space. His physiology was starkly different from that of the iron-blood warriors, who thrived in oxygen-deprived environments. He, however, could not. Alas, there was but one objective: to escape swiftly. He found himself disinclined to ponder why Zairong had been captured for dissection. Yet, the labyrinthine passages of the warship were unfamiliar to him, rendering his escape anything but straightforward. In a state of disarray, his footsteps grew heavy. Roar? The Iron Blood warrior immediately sensed an intruder's presence. Its four fangs quivered as it regarded the situation with a mixture of confusion and caution. As a warrior by nature, it donned its helmet forthwith. With a faint buzz, the display screen flickered before activating thermal imaging mode, capable of penetrating obstacles. A figure crawled within the helmet's view. Roar. The Iron Blood warrior could not tolerate the audacity of an intruder in its domain. Meanwhile, Lin Lan, still crawling, was suddenly startled by a thunderous roar from behind. Realizing his identity had been compromised, he hastily rose to his feet, bracing himself for combat. With a fierce roar, the Iron Blood warrior finally emerged, and the two stood face to face, neither party underestimating the other. Lin Lan, having previously encountered an Iron Blood warrior, remained composed, quietly observing its appearance. Thinking to himself how grotesque it was. During this encounter, he anticipated the warrior would resort to its advanced weaponry. Yet, the unfolding events were unforeseen. The Iron Blood warrior did not attack. Instead, it scrutinized Lin Lan, as if wary of his capabilities. Could it be that he feared Lin Lan's prowess? Through their prior confrontations, the warrior must have relayed intelligence back to its planet, for members of the same species share such information. Hey, do not misconstrue my presence. I was inadvertently captured by your light, Lin Lan explained, spreading his hands in a gesture of peace. He wished to convey that he had no connection to the matter at hand, and that a peaceful resolution, allowing for his departure, would be ideal. In the shadows, he prepared himself. Should this creature act rashly, he would fight for his very existence. Believe it or not, this is the truth. While explaining, Lin Lan could not help but take a step back. The Iron Blood warrior, however, did not rush forward. Identity confirmed. You are the supreme target. The term supreme target was utterly perplexing to Lin Lan. Could it be that having eliminated one of its comrades, he had been marked by the Iron Blood warrior's race? Boss, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no desire to kill. My actions were purely for self-preservation, Lin Lan reiterated. The dual-edged blade posed no threat to the warrior. With a decisive snap, the Iron Blood warrior recognized Lin Lan as a formidable adversary, revealing its shoulder-mounted cannon. The dark muzzle was aimed at his body. Surely not. Must we resort to violence at the slightest disagreement? There are no grievances between us. Have some decency. We are not to be trifled with. Though feigning submission, Lin Lan had already prepared for battle. Whoosh. No further dialogue was exchanged with Lin Lan as the Iron Blood warrior launched his shoulder cannon. Boom. It did not cause widespread destruction. Perhaps the warship had interfered with his control. A red-hot line was emitted. The very spot where Lin Lan had just fought was now scorched. Damn it. He hurriedly rolled to evade, unwilling to confront him directly. Lin Lan's immediate concern was how to escape. The destructive power of the cannon was truly overwhelming. If the warship were to capsize, how could he retreat? He had to think carefully. Whoosh. The lines above and to the side of Lin Lan's head were instantly severed by the hot line. Is this guy insane? Does he intend to destroy the warship and perish alongside me? While lost in such thoughts, he heard the Iron Blood warrior advancing towards him. He intended to use the hot line as cover to launch an attack. His battle experience was indeed vast. Lin Lan had to unleash his true capabilities. Cannon escape, mortar bear fire. This technique he had only recently grasped. He had used it but once before. In this dire situation, he would showcase it again. The passive skill, void detection, proved immensely helpful. A golden circle moved to the front left of his body. The Iron Blood warrior appeared momentarily dazed. What is happening? This kid is actually releasing a light circle? It aimed directly at his chest like a sniper's sight. There was no intelligence on this technique. Years of combat experience had sharpened his sense of danger. Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly shifted his footing. Boom. A torrid flame surged forth from the golden circle. The internal temperature soared to at least 1,000 degrees. To dare make contact would surely result in melting. The valiant and invincible Iron Blood race. Every warrior among them would face no peril. Drawing his weapon, the flame-burst gun, from behind in an instant, he turned and fired several shots from his position. Bang bang bang. Lin Lan did not appear. He remained hidden in the shadows. Hearing the Iron Blood warrior's gunfire, he understood he was applying immense pressure. Boom boom boom. Each bullet that struck the ground ignited a roaring blaze. Isn't this a bit excessive? Tsunade, having lost track of Lin Lan, felt a surge of anxiety as she gazed up at the starry sky, hoping to find a clue. Lin Lan, where are you? They had just become siblings. She could not leave him in danger. Whoosh whoosh. Utilizing her agility, Tsunade leapt onto a branch. Only this maneuver could bring her closer to the heavens. Lin Lan. Another mournful cry echoed. The sound gradually faded into the night sky. Clenching her fists tightly, Tsunade prepared for the worst. Having lost loved ones twice before, she wished to avoid a third occurrence. To see the living or the dead, these 8 words lingered in Tsunade's mind. Relying solely on herself seemed futile. Many hands make light work. From behind, Tsunade retrieved a signal flare. Just as she aimed to launch it skyward, suddenly, the night sky erupted in brilliant fireworks. A dazzling blaze erupted without any forewarning, as if the inky sky had torn open a gaping chasm. Tsunade's expression was one of utter astonishment. Her mind struggling to comprehend the phenomenon. Could it be that worship from moments ago? As the fireworks descended, amidst the shower of sparks, a figure seemed to plummet rapidly towards the earth. Tsunade focused intently, suddenly shouting, Lin Lan. There could be no mistake. It was her beloved younger brother, Lin Lan. Transforming into a shooting star, racing towards the ground. At such a velocity, the impact would surely result in his obliteration. Without hesitation, Tsunade propelled herself skyward. Launching into the air with powerful legs, she spread her arms wide, moving to meet him. In his descent, Lin Lan's mind flashed with familiar faces, each one the most cherished of girls, the ones he held dear. Misha, take care of yourself in my absence. Hundi, you will always be my favorite. Shaoan, I'm so sorry. As for Longcheng, boys, step back. And my beloved sister, I am right here. And I will always protect you. With his eyes closed, Lin Lan felt an itch near his ears, a sound so clear that it seemed unreal. Slowly, he opened his eyes to gaze downward. A pair of pale, strong hands encircled his waist, holding him tightly. Sister, is that you? Lin Lan thought Tsunade had already fled or gone to seek help, never considering she would remain here, awaiting his return. Thankfully, Tsunade had not given up, otherwise, Lin Lan would have surely met a grim fate. You are my most beloved brother. How could I bear to let you suffer alone? The night wind howled past his ears, causing Lin Lan's skin to sting slightly, especially as it swept over his eyes, reddening them ever so slightly. He could not discern whether it was the wind or his genuine emotions stirring within him, yet his heart was a tumult of feelings. And he struggled to contain his emotions. The ground loomed closer. Lin Lan understood that their combined strength could not possibly cushion the impending impact. He turned back and said, Sister, you've done enough. Let me go to save myself. The unspoken implication was that she should hurry and become his cushion. As the most formidable medical ninja in the history of the ninja world, Tsunade knew that regardless of the severity of her injuries, as long as she had breath and her hands could form seals, she could avert disaster. I won't let anything happen to you. With her extraordinary strength, Tsunade tightened her embrace around Lin Lan and simultaneously summoned her power to shield their backs. Bang! Tsunade landed hard on her back, crashing into the ground. Fortunately, she had activated her chakra to protect Lin Lan in advance. Otherwise, even if he survived, he would have sustained grave injuries. The night sky fell silent once more. Lin Lan found it difficult to breathe. The impact was excruciating, and his chest and ribs ached intensely. Suddenly, it felt as if he had plunged into a sponge. An inexplicable sensation of relief washing over him. It then struck him that Tsunade was still beneath him. He quickly rolled over. Sister, are you all right? You're not hurt. Are you? The first words spoken by Tsunade were an inquiry into Lin Lan's condition, placing her own concerns aside. She genuinely regarded him as a brother. Do not cry. I am unscathed, Tsunade reassured Lin Lan. The crimson mark on her forehead gradually transformed into a dark battle tattoo. Rejuvenation technique. After an hour of recuperation, Tsunade finally regained her original form. The flattened scars gradually vanished. Lin Lan felt she appeared even more radiant than before, unable to suppress a gulp of envy. Regret began to creep into his heart. Perhaps it was a mistake to establish a sibling bond with Tsunade. Such impulsive decisions. Yet, he had no time to ponder. Swiftly pulling her up. What on earth just happened? Tsunade inquired. It was merely trouble caused by our adversaries, Lin Lan revealed. Those self-proclaimed iron-blooded warriors from outer space were the ones who abducted me using their transport. He disclosed everything without reservation. Tsunade sighed, relieved that she was safe. There were still 3 hours until dawn. Lin Lan suggested watching the sunrise here, to bring a perfect conclusion to the dangers of the night. Tsunade did not refuse. The two sat side by side on a rock, gazing up at the starry sky. The moon set, and the sun rose. The brilliant sun appeared as expected, heralding the start of a new day. How beautiful! Unbeknownst to them, Tsunade grasped Lin Lan's hand, and they held on tightly without letting go. Lin Lan dared not turn to look at Tsunade, fearing he might act uncontrollably. Together, they returned to the village, walking toward the dawn, before parting on the street. Tsunade's face flushed slightly, brimming with unspoken sorrow. She wished to spend more time with Lin Lan but understood that he needed rest after the fright of the previous night. Brother. She called out his name, yet her words trailed off. Lin Lan knew her meaning. He too longed for more time in her company, but the reality was unyielding. Sister, thank you for last night. I will forever remember it. Not daring to linger any longer, Lin Lan turned and walked away. This might have been the most difficult decision of his life. Becoming siblings meant he could no longer advance further with Tsunade, yet he felt no regret. After all, a tall tree provides ample shade. Whistling a tune, Lin Lan returned home, wondering if Xiaoan had risen yet. According to her usual habits, she would have prepared breakfast for him. To his surprise, the door remained shut, indicating she was still fast asleep. How rare it was for her to be lazy. Lin Lan chuckled as he opened the door. Upon entering, he was met with a waft of enticing aromas that subtly filled the air. Why is this so familiar? It felt as though he had encountered this scent before, though he struggled to pinpoint it. Hearing soft snores emanating from the bedroom, he was astonished to discover two people inside. How could this be? That reckless girl dared to bring someone home while he was away. Furious, Lin Lan burst into the bedroom, ready to unleash a torrent of reprimands, but he froze in place. Before him lay a scene of white, with four delicate legs intertwined. The quilt lay askew over the two figures, concealing their most intimate areas. The girl, half of her face obscured by her hair, turned out to be Shuang. A charming white garment adorned with strawberry patterns was tossed carelessly onto the bedside. Xiaohan nestled comfortably beneath Shuang's arm. Lin Lan, overwhelmed by a sudden rush of clarity, felt the fatigue of the previous night dissipate in an instant, leaving her slightly dizzy and unsteady. As if sensing another presence, Shuang slowly opened her eyes, only to find Xiaoan sleeping soundly beside her. Aware that their revelries had been rather wild the night before, she realized the girl was quite exhausted. But then, something stirred within her, a different aura. Shuang brushed aside her long hair and gazed toward the door. Ah! The shriek echoed for 2 kilometers around Linlan's residence. Hey! Could you refrain from being so impulsive? You can't blame me. How was I to know you were resting here last night? Lin Lan dashed around the table. You little brat! Shuang shouted from across the room. I swear I won't rest until I've gouged out your eyes. You returned ages ago. Why didn't you speak up? How dare you spy on me? Xiaoan lowered her head, too intimidated to utter a word. I've already said it was merely an accident. Please don't hold it against me. I apologize, and next time, I promise to warn you if I see you again. Go to hell. Shuang hurled a teacup from the table at Lin Lan. What the heck? Is this really necessary? Such violence. Not wishing to engage further, Shuang shot Lin Lan a furious glare and turned to leave. Just as she reached the door, she recalled something and returned to Xiaoan. I can't entrust Xiaohan to you. I truly don't feel at ease. Why do you want to take my disciple away? Lin Lan chuckled. You little rascal. This matter is far from over. After offering a few words of comfort to Xiaoan, Shuang finally departed. The room was left with just the master and disciple, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Lin Lan scratched his head, unsure of how to broach the subject. It seemed rather unfair to Xiaoan. He should have spoken up sooner to rouse them both. He felt he had erred in this regard. Darling, let me treat you to a meal as an apology. Xiaoan shook her head, avoiding eye contact with Lin Lan. Well then, wait a moment. Today, I shall cook for you personally and showcase my culinary skills. In a buoyant mood, Lin Lan made his way to the kitchen. Shortly after, several exquisite dishes were presented at the table. No need to be polite. I've yet to prepare breakfast for you. Do sample my cooking and see if it satisfies you. Xiaoan sat quietly at the dining table, her chopsticks untouched. Sweetheart. The past is behind us. Can you please let it go? I've already apologized. Please forgive me. I truly made a mistake today, and I am sincerely sorry. Xiaoan quickly shook her head, leaving her intentions ambiguous, whether in agreement or still harboring resentment. What do you want then? Lin Lan asked, a hint of urgency in his voice. Just speak your mind. Please don't act like this. Xiaohan clenched her teeth tightly, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. In truth, Lin Lan did not believe the situation warranted such gravity. He had not even glimpsed anything inappropriate. If you refuse to forgive the master, I shall simply keep you company here. At last, Xiaoan lifted her head. In that moment, Lin Lan felt an unsettling change. The girl's expression bore a hint of shyness, an ambiguity that was perplexing. There was also an undercurrent of a mature woman's allure. You. Lin Lan was at a loss, unsure of what had transpired. After much contemplation, Xiaohan's lips parted, yet she remained silent. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Tell me what happened. Master, last night, Sister Shuang slept here. I am aware. Though Lin Lan remained mute, a semblance of understanding began to dawn within him. This was the last thing he wished to hear. If his conjecture held true, everything would be irrevocably lost, beyond the realm of compensation. You all. Lin Lan's body involuntarily trembled. Speak. What exactly transpired? Xiaohan shivered in fear. Without waiting for further explanation, Lin Lan abruptly rose and strode back to the bedroom, lifting the bed covers to search for any evidence. His greatest dread was discovering crimson stains. That vibrant hue, once a symbol of passion, had now morphed into a source of torment. If he were to find it, he questioned whether he could bear the weight of such a revelation. After an exhaustive search, he found nothing. Xiaohan stood timidly at the doorway, softly stating, Master, we did not engage in such acts. Though her voice was but a whisper, Lin Lan heard each word with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had cast aside an enormous burden. Exhilarated by the reprieve, yet, he also sensed an overwhelming fatigue, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Lin Lan could not help but recline upon the bed. He struggled to articulate the feeling, uncertain as to why he intervened in Xiaohan's life. She ought to be free. With whom she chose to associate was beyond his jurisdiction. Master, in a moment of critical urgency last night, I thought of you. I prevented Sister from proceeding. Her voice, though faint, was resolute, clearly conveying to Lin Lan that all of this was done for him. Xiaohan had expected Lin Lan to be overjoyed, but he was not. Was the master being a tad excessive? No, Xiaohan quickly replied, puzzled by the question. In her heart, she had long regarded him as her most significant person. Master, how could I possibly be angry with you? I know you have my best interests at heart. The two gradually drew closer. Xiaohan's cheeks flushed. Her small hands fidgeted restlessly before her denim skirt. At last, Lin Lan took the initiative to grasp her hand. I worry for your well-being. They exchanged a sweet smile. Xiaohan had initially wished to embrace Lin Lan, but the opportunity slipped away as he turned to leave. Regarding Lin Lan's whereabouts the previous night, Xiaohan dared not inquire further. Even if he had indulged in revelry, she felt it was not her place to question. The pangs of sorrow within her were known only to herself. As she awaited the arrival of customers, trouble loomed on the horizon. Little beauty, are you ready to entertain guests? Such crude words could only belong to one of Uchiha Qianluo's underlings, the blonde-haired ruffian. The previous incident of him taking advantage of her remained unresolved, and he audaciously dared to speak so insolently. Xiaohan sprang to her feet, reaching for the teapot beside her. Before she could make a move, a reprimand echoed from behind. Yellow-haired one, how many times must I remind you to show some respect towards ladies? Depart. Qianluo reprimanded the yellow-haired youth before stepping into the shop, hardly casting a glance at Xiaohan. Feeling somewhat bored, the yellow-haired one settled at the entrance to enjoy the cool breeze. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Lan encountered Qianluo and instantly transformed his demeanor. Brother, what brings you here? Welcome. Welcome. He appeared to be quite familiar with Qianluo, adopting a sycophantic attitude. Although Xiaohan felt discomfort, she poured tea for Lin Lan, unable to refuse him. I haven't seen you in a few days, just came to check on you. I truly appreciate your concern, brother. By the way, have you managed to retrieve the debt from Yetian? Qianluo chuckled coldly. Who in the ninja world dares to owe me money and not repay? I came to discuss just that. 100,000. I've already received it. Ah, so that is the case. This fellow has indeed secured his gains. No wonder he came to visit. Lin Lan promptly gave a thumbs up. Brother, you truly are impressive. Qianluo appeared quite pleased. Although not a fool, he relished Lin Lan's flattery. Who could refuse someone who consistently sings one's praises? You've handled this matter well, but I have another task for you, Qianluo stated in an imperious tone. Were it anyone else who dared to speak so boldly, Lin Lan would have been displeased and would not have acquiesced easily. Yet, against Qianluo, there was no room for refusal. Brother, it is my honor to assist you. What is it you require? Lin Lan responded. Good, you're progressing swiftly. I am satisfied. It is quite simple. Help me arrange a meeting with Meiza. Lin Lan was somewhat perplexed. The two were already friends. Why did he need to act as an intermediary? Did he harbor ill intentions towards Meiza? This question lingered in Lin Lan's mind, but he dared not inquire further. He felt conflicted. Agreeing might place Meiza in jeopardy, yet refusing would jeopardize the ensuing plans. His expression reflected his dilemma. As if perceiving his thoughts, Qianluo remarked with irritation. Why is it so difficult for you to carry out a simple task? Just moments ago, you were eager to brave fire and water for me. Xiaohan stood nearby, seething with anger at the lack of respect shown to her master. Brother, I can assist, but I truly do not understand. You and Meiza are friends. Why must it go through me? Gathering his courage, Lin Lan finally voiced his concerns. How should I proceed with this task? Do I need to report back to you? Do as I instruct. Just obey. Qianluo commanded. Tonight, I wish to meet Meiza. If you cannot arrange it, deal with the consequences. With that, Qianluo left, delivering a harsh parting remark, while the yellow-haired one made a face at Lin Lan, even giving him the middle finger. How outrageous. Xiaoan protested on Lin Lan's behalf. Yet Lin Lan brushed off their rudeness, deep in thought about why Qianluo insisted on involving him in the matter with Meiza. If he was not mistaken, there must be some underlying conflict between them, and it likely wasn't as simple as it appeared. Wait for me at home, he instructed, hurrying out the door without a moment to ponder. He needed to uncover the concealed secrets. No matter the cost, he could not allow Meiza to come to harm. In pursuit of the truth, Lin Lan resolved to seek out Meiza. 3 days prior, Naruto had decreed that members of the Hyuga clan could return home. Lin Lan made his way directly to Meiza's residence. Who is it? Came the voice from within as Meiza approached the door, puzzled by the knock. It's me. Lin Lan, he replied, breathless and perspiring, appearing as if he had been chased by a dog. What's wrong? Meiza inquired. I wish to clarify something. There is nothing between you and Qianluo, is there? He asked forthrightly, bypassing any preamble. Confused, Meiza shook her head. And Lin Lan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He also took a moment to observe Meiza's attire for the day. Her casual homewear consisted of a light-colored knee-length skirt paired with a simple pair of linen sandals, her hair casually styled in a bun. This was a departure from her usual icy demeanor. Is that you? Lin Lan? Please, come in. Wisteria exclaimed upon hearing the commotion, warmly inviting him inside. Lin Lan's heart soared. He had intended to linger with Meiza but struggled to find a suitable reason. Wisteria's invitation was a fortuitous relief. And I came to visit you, he said, not allowing Meiza a chance to refuse as he boldly stepped through the doorway. As he brushed past her, he inhaled the faint, alluring scent that lingered around Meiza. Wisteria had always held a favorable impression of Lin Lan. What perfect timing. I just made some sakura cakes, your favorite. Come and taste, she exclaimed. By the way, where is your little apprentice? You should bring her along to enjoy them. Lin Lan chuckled heartily. Aunt, you are too kind. Xiaohan is helping me at the shop. I'll pack some for her later. Meiza huffed softly in response, how selfish to eat and take away. Lin Lan feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear her. Wisteria shot a reproachful glance at her daughter, admonishing her not to speak so carelessly. As Wisteria went to fetch the sakura cakes, Lin Lan subtly turned his head to admire the delightful scene before him. The floral skirt billowed gently, the delicate heels rhythmically tapping against the sandals. Introducing a hint of grace, Lin Lan was utterly captivated. Wisteria, adorned in black lace, exuded an unexpected allure for her age, showcasing a heart that remained restless and vibrant. Lin Lan regarded her with newfound admiration. You inquired about Qianluo earlier. Is there something amiss? Meiza redirected the conversation. Clearing his throat, Lin Lan hastily replied. Nothing of great importance, though a sense of unease lingered within him. He hesitated to reveal the truth. Having spent considerable time with Meiza, she was somewhat attuned to his temperament, aware that he never approached without reason. I haven't seen Qianluo recently either. Ever since Pundi was sent to the land of Earth, we have not crossed paths, Meiza volunteered, shedding light on the situation. Could it be that Lin Lan wished to mend relations with Meiza? This seemed rather plausible. He pondered carefully, fully aware of Qianluo's fondness for Meiza. Unfortunately, the latter did not reciprocate the affections of this well-bred and handsome gentleman. Moreover, the two families were presently at odds, necessitating caution in their interactions. What are you thinking about? Meiza inquired. Something feels off, Meiza inquired proactively. It's nothing much. I am here today at Qianluo's behest. Meiza's elegantly arched brows instantly rose, revealing a clear understanding of the fraught relationship between the two. Last time, Qianluo had nearly taken Lin Lan's life. How could she rely on him as though they were friends? Speak. What is it? It's quite simple. Qianluo approached me this morning, asking me to convey that he wishes to meet with you tonight. Meiza remained noncommittal. Lin Lan felt a profound discomfort within, akin to willingly relinquishing his girlfriend. Do you wish for me to go? Lin Lan was caught off guard by Meiza's unexpected question. He couldn't fathom why she would inquire thus. She had never cared for anyone's opinion, especially not his. She had once held him in contempt and harbored a strong aversion towards him. Were it not for his valor displayed during battles alongside the iron-blooded warriors. Why do you ask me? Lin Lan retorted. He nearly took your life. And now you can so casually befriend him. Should I commend your magnanimity or lament your lack of backbone? Meiza rolled her eyes, no longer wishing to engage Lin Lan, and turned to retreat into her room, feeling profoundly disappointed. She had not anticipated his timidity. Here, try this. As she presented a cherry blossom cake. Zitone was taken aback to find Meiza absent. Another quarrel? Just as Lin Lan was about to respond, he sensed something amiss in the phrasing. Why another? Observing his confusion, Zitone remarked. Meiza often speaks of you. I hear you are quite the troublemaker in the team, much to her chagrin, like a pair of comical adversaries. At this point, Zitone chuckled. Lin Lan was utterly astonished, never expecting Meiza to mention him in private. He had never believed he held any place in her heart. Auntie, you can't be serious. Meiza dislikes me immensely. How could she possibly mention me in your presence? Zitone gently patted Lin Lan's back. You mustn't say that. Do I not know my own daughter? She bears you in her heart, which is why you remain on her mind. If she truly disliked you, she would not bother to bring you up. You and Longcheng are among her most cherished friends. Lin Lan lowered his head in silence, listening to Zitone while observing her neatly manicured toenails. They were impeccably trimmed. Her fair and delicate toes resembled ripe fruits, small and delightfully round, inciting an irresistible urge to pick them. It was evident that she cared for her skin exceptionally well, reflecting a comfortable lifestyle. One could only imagine that such living conditions were not easily attained. Therefore, you must be patient with her temper. Do not blame her. Auntie, Meiza is also my most important friend. The two shared a laugh. After a brief wait, there was still no sign of Meiza. Lin Lan had no choice but to return home, carrying the beautifully packaged Sakura cake. Along the way, he pondered the words spoken by Zitone, realizing that Meiza still held a place for him in her heart. The fact that she could mention him at home was rather significant. He had always believed that Meiza harbored a deep dislike for him. Yet it turned out she valued him so highly. Caught off guard by the sincerity of their friendship, Lin Lan felt a flicker of doubt. Was Zitone merely trying to cheer him up with her remarks? Upon arriving home, Xiaoan was busily engaged in her tasks. After some time spent learning, she was able to manage her responsibilities, albeit with limited skill. She assisted Lin Lan in alleviating some of his workload. And though her technique was still developing, it was passable. After standing by her side for a while, Lin Lan felt fatigued and retreated to his bedroom for rest, contemplating whether any troubles awaited him that night. Once her work was complete, Xiaoan returned to the bedroom and noticed Lin Lan's demeanor was somewhat off. Master, you seem lost in thought. Has something happened? She inquired. Not really, Lin Lan replied, suddenly invigorated as if he had performed a fish leap, forcing a smile throughout the day. However, as night fell, he could no longer maintain the facade. Xiaoan discerned his emotional turmoil. Master, are you worried about Meiza's safety? Perhaps I should accompany you to check on her? Forget it. They're enjoying a sweet date. I'm hardly significant in the grand scheme of things, he said, reluctant to stir up trouble. His words were tinged with frustration, clear to anyone who listened. All right, Master, there's no need to feign indifference. Let us sneak a peek at where they have gone and quietly ensure sister's safety. Xiaoan, being both clever and considerate, took Lin Lan's hand, urging him to step outside. He was more adept at pretending than he cared to admit, appearing somewhat reluctant, as though caught between desire and restraint. Xiaoan found his demeanor amusing. The night market was bustling with activity, teeming with people enjoying their evening. Lin Lan was well aware that the couple had chosen to dine at the Kimura barbecue restaurant, a frequent haunt for them. Approaching the entrance, he hesitated, feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps we should just go back. Seeing them in their sweet moment, I am hardly significant, he suggested. However, Xiaoan would not hear of it and firmly held on to Lin Lan. Master, a hero's worth is not determined by their origins. You and Meiza are a match made in heaven, and we all believe in you. Be bold in your pursuit. You can do it. This isn't a confession, Lin Lan said, shaking his head in resignation, yet he did not decline. He did indeed wish to protect Meiza from the shadows. The two entered the restaurant, which was as lively as ever, frequented by many ninjas from the village of Konoha seeking leisure. They found a secluded corner, settling down to observe their surroundings quietly. Xiaohan's keen eyes quickly spotted the two individuals seated at a distance. Master, look over there. Following her gaze, Lin Lan saw Uchiha Qianluo, dressed in a crisp white shirt, exuding an air of cultured sophistication complemented by his golden-rimmed glasses, embodying the essence of a true gentleman. Meiza appeared carefree, sporting an adorable bun and light makeup. She donned denim shorts paired with a white short-sleeved top, her shapely legs undeniably captivating. Passers-by could not help but steal glances, exclaiming that she possessed the finest legs in Konoha. Personally, I poured her a cup of oolong tea, attentively flipping the grilled meat, exuding a rather subservient demeanor. How sycophantic. Xiaohan stifled a giggle, playfully teasing, Master, are you feeling envious? How could that be? Lin Lan would certainly not concur. When compared to others, she might lack confidence. But before Qianluo, she would never bow her head. Uncertain of their conversation, she noticed their laughter, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone. Xiaohan, however, appeared as if she were reveling in a romantic drama, wearing a beaming expression. What is so amusing, you little rascal? Master, don't you think a talented man deserves a beautiful woman? Nonsense. Lin Lan had already mentally cursed Qianluo's entire lineage. How could she ever accept a pairing with Meiza? Ladies, it's South time to place your orders, the server said, somewhat exasperated after waiting for quite some time. The two seemed uninterested in ordering, their gazes fixed elsewhere. Oh, my apologies. Lin Lan casually ordered a few servings of grilled meat and continued to observe, eager to uncover what was transpiring. Master, I see Meiza is exceptionally joyful tonight. She can't stop smiling. I've never seen her so happy. This only fueled Lin Lan's ire. Damn it. She has never been so merry in my presence. Just this morning, she claimed she wasn't interested. Yet now she is laughing with someone else without a shred of shame. Master, can't you be a bit more understanding? You and Meiza aren't in a romantic relationship, are you? Isn't it permissible for her to enjoy Qianluo's company? Xiaohan's deliberate provocation aimed to stir Lin Lan's emotions. She understood the intent behind the girl's words. Rest assured, Master is not as fragile as you think. Yet despite her words, Lin Lan's eyes betrayed a smoldering anger, intensifying rather than dissipating. I'm starting. Xiaohan, indifferent to the tension, eagerly devoured the meat with delight. Master, aren't you going to eat? I can't be as carefree as you. Before long, Meiza and Longcheng finished their meal and stood to settle the bill, seemingly preparing to move on. Let us go. Xiaohan, still not satisfied, hesitated. Don't waste it. Lin Lan firmly grasped her wrist, quietly trailing behind, intent on discovering their destination. The night market had yet to disperse, providing them ample concealment. As they passed the hotel, Lin Lan felt a sudden tightening in her chest, genuinely fearing they might take a turn. Wow, Master, could you refrain from thinking so what? Regardless, I know Meiza isn't that kind of person. Xiaohan pouted, choosing to ignore Lin Lan. Lin Lan was in a state of distress as he followed Meiza and Qianluo. Xiaohan offered him no support, instead making sarcastic remarks. The two ahead were engaged in laughter and conversation, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. This only fueled Zhuangjian's ire. As he pondered when their relationship had grown so intimate, he became increasingly anxious about their path, which led them out of the village. In the dead of night, there was no scenery to behold. Were they perhaps venturing into the small woods? It was not merely Lin Lan's overthinking. Their exuberance was quite evident. If Master had a mirror, he would notice his complexion resembled that of liver. Xiaohan could not help but stifle a laugh. Go away, he muttered, unwilling to engage in conversation as he trailed behind them, finally exiting the village. Lin Lan observed Qianluo attempting to take Meiza's hand multiple times, only to be rebuffed each time. Yet, he remained undeterred, buzzing around like a bothersome fly, deliberately drawing near. What a scoundrel that noble son of the Uchiha clan appears to be. Lin Lan seethed with indignation. Before long, Meiza and Qianluo settled by a small stream. Under the serene moonlight, the water shimmered with reflections, creating a tranquil scene. Nearby, numerous couples nestled together, exchanging sweet nothings. A gentle breeze caressed Qianluo's handsome visage, and he felt a slight dryness in his throat as he gazed at Meiza's breathtaking profile. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke. Meiza, look at how sweet they're together. Meiza's large eyes swept over the scene, her expression one of utter indifference. Is that so? Qianluo wished to continue the conversation but found himself at a loss for words. She had no desire to engage, and he could not compel her. I truly appreciate you accompanying me for dinner today. It's just that, due to Lin Lan, a certain distance has formed between us. It's all that Brad's fault. I hope he won't affect our relationship in the future. Upon hearing Lin Lan's name, Meiza furrowed her brow. What does our relationship have to do with him? The retort left Qianluo speechless, prompting him to reconsider mentioning that bothersome boy. My apologies. That was a slip of the tongue. He truly has no bearing on this. An awkward silence enveloped them. After contemplating, Qianluo spoke again. Meiza, can our relationship progress further? This bold confession pierced the air. Lin Lan and Xiaohan, not far off, heard every word. His heart plummeted. He feared Meiza would agree, leaving him with no chance. Absolutely not. He screamed internally, yet found himself powerless to alter the unfolding situation. Xiaohan, on the other hand, displayed a glimmer of envy, nudging Lin Lan with her elbow and whispering, "I told you this was like a drama." Initially, she believed her words would amuse Lin Lan, hoping to elicit a smile. But she soon realized his expression was one of deep gloom. "Qianluo, I'm truly sorry. Though we grew up together, I don't harbor those feelings for you. I sincerely apologize." Meiza decisively rejected his advances, leaving no room for ambiguity. Such was her nature regarding matters of the heart. From childhood to adulthood, every festive occasion was marked by an abundance of chocolates and candies for Meiza. In fact, there were those who would wait at the corner of her street, reciting poetry upon her return. She had long grown accustomed to such trivialities. Qianluo remained silent. Perhaps his pride was at play. After all, he considered himself above others. As a member of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, they always stood taller than the rest. How could he possibly be bullied by a mere girl, unable to tolerate rejection? A surge of anger welled up within him, yet in Meiza's presence, he found himself unable to express it. He understood that he had been a bit too hasty. He was still trying to justify himself. But why, he pondered, would you refuse me yet agree to meet tonight? Qianluo had thought that a meeting with Meiza that evening must have softened her icy heart. However, after posing the question, he immediately regretted it, realizing he had once again placed himself at a disadvantage. Meiza gazed at him with her unparalleled, dizzying eyes. "The reason I am meeting you tonight is Lin Lan." Qianluo sprang to his feet, as if he had seen a ghost, doubting his own hearing. What could Lin Lan possibly have to do with their affair? "If you hadn't sent in to inform me, I might not have entertained such thoughts." Meiza's expression remained remarkably calm. "If there is nothing else, I shall return to rest. Thank you for the dinner tonight." Upon hearing her intention to leave, Qianluo felt incredulous. Everything had been going so well. How did it suddenly shift to this? Lin Lan was in high spirits. Meiza seemed to have a good sense of propriety, not getting too close to that scoundrel. Tonight, she would finally be able to sleep soundly, which brought her joy. Xiaoan displayed a look of regret, pondering why the love stories of princes and princesses never reach a happy conclusion. Qianluo scratched his head, feeling helpless. Since she rejected him, he had no choice but to escort Meiza home, walking side by side. The journey was rather awkward, with neither party speaking much. Lin Lan too was preparing to return for rest, casting a faint smile at Meiza, quite pleased. Yet, the night was not destined to pass so peacefully. Suddenly, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Meiza unexpectedly stepped into a void, her body sinking without warning. For some reason, the ground had a pit. Oh no, even as a ninja, her reflexes were insufficient to save her from falling. With no point of leverage beneath her, Lin Lan nearly gasped in shock. Surprisingly, Qianluo exhibited no reaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Just as Xiaohan was about to rush forward, Lin Lan grabbed her arm. Wait, he sensed something was amiss. The situation was indeed unfolding just as he had predicted. "Brother, lend me a hand." Within minutes, someone emerged from the pit, and to their astonishment, it was not Meiza, but rather Huang Mao. Quickly, Qianluo called for Huang Mao's assistance, and the two pulled on the rope. Before long, the unconscious Meiza was dragged out from the pit. Gazing under the moonlight, the once elegantly coiled hair now cascades freely. The pristine white sleeves are now adorned with an array of wild grasses. "Wow, such long legs!" exclaimed the blonde-haired fellow, unable to contain his admiration. Slap. Qianluo delivered a swift slap across his face. "What are you staring at?" The blonde-haired boy, aware of his previous indiscretion, spoke from genuine sentiment. "If I may say, your brilliance is unmatched. This plan is truly commendable." This shameless individual, despite receiving a reprimand, quickly adjusted his demeanor, resembling a sycophant. The flattery was exceedingly agreeable. "You still dare to claim he is a good person? Can you not see? Everything is part of this scoundrel's scheme," Lin Lan said through gritted teeth. Xiaohan could hardly believe the scene before her. Impossible. The rapport they shared moments ago was so amiable. How could it have soured so abruptly? And why set a trap? Lin Lan had no answers. Now, they could only observe the unfolding events, curious to see what he would do next. "Meiza, do not blame me for my actions. Rather, blame your extraordinary beauty. I have already given you an opportunity tonight. Had you agreed, we could have become the closest of kin. Alas, your obstinacy leaves me no choice. If the deed is done, your family shall not object. My apologies." The blonde-haired boy's eyes nearly bulged with fervor as he fixated on Meiza's chest. "Brother, though I may lack merit, I have endured hardships. May I not stay here to watch? What are you staring at? Hurry and get lost." Qianluo responded with disdain. The blonde-haired boy, desperate, pleaded with his eyes, yet remained unacknowledged. Such a significant affair could not possibly be witnessed by him. Furthermore, Qianluo intended to court Meiza. The blonde-haired boy stormed off, muttering incessantly, "Isn't it me waiting below to help you subdue the beauty? How else would you succeed? Now, you won't even let me have a glimpse? How tyrannical." In his anger, he passed by the bushes where Lin Lan and Xiao Han were crouching, oblivious to their presence. His mutterings reached Lin Lan's ears, revealing the entirety of the situation. Qianluo had devised a dual strategy to win Meiza's affection. If she consented tonight, it would be splendid. If not, he would lure her into this pit on their way home. Even if Meiza discovered his intentions, given his character, he would likely force her into the pit. This wretched creature. Lin Lan clenched her fists tightly. "Master, we cannot stand idly by while Sister Meiza is bullied by him. Needless to say, you stay here and wait." Lin Lan ventured out alone. "Meiza, let me kiss you first." With a predatory grin, Qianluo prepared to advance. Just as he was about to succeed, an unsettling sensation washed over him. As if someone were watching. Turning his head, he was startled to see Lin Lan not far away, smiling and observing him. "Damn!" Qianluo instinctively stood up. "Oh, Brother Qianluo, did I interrupt your moment? My apologies. Where did you come from, you rascal?" Lin Lan smiled and remarked, "I happened to pass by and heard sounds here. I never expected it to be you, brother. Is that not Meiza? I am pleasantly surprised to see you well. This situation presents a perfect opportunity for me to learn from your valiant demeanor." Aware that this individual was intentionally teasing him, he decided to cut the conversation short. "All right. You should leave quickly," Qianluo urged, eager to dismiss Lin Lan. "Brother Qianluo, Meiza is my teammate. Seeing her unconscious, I should awaken her," Lin Lan insisted. "I can handle it myself. Meiza has never liked you, and seeing you will only aggravate her further. Be considerate and do not complicate matters for her. Just leave." Lin Lan stifled a chuckle at the audacity of his companion. It was impressive how he managed to maintain such an unremarkable facade, even as he was about to be exposed. However, he knew he could not risk Meiza discovering that he had failed to administer any first aid upon witnessing her fate. "I apologize, Brother Qianluo, but I cannot abide by your instructions. Allow me to stay and assist. I assure you, I will not cause trouble." Seeing that Lin Lan refused to depart and instead advanced a couple of steps, Qianluo clenched his fists in frustration. Faced with such beauty, he was reluctant to engage in conflict. "Are you deliberately seeking trouble?" Qianluo's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he processed Lin Lan's words. "What are you implying? I could never instigate conflict. It is you who is creating discord." "Excuse me." Qianluo was taken aback, incredulous that Lin Lan would dare to insult him. "Have you lost your mind? You are truly forgetting the pain of your past wounds." As a ninja, he always carried shuriken with him, drawing one from behind. He gripped it tightly. "Lin Lan, I offered you a chance, but since you are ineffectual, do not blame me." Xiao Han gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Uncertain of how her master would resolve the situation, she contemplated rushing out but remembered her master's words, ultimately remaining still. If her master had made such a statement, it implied he had a solution. Tonight, Lin Lan had no intention of concealing his abilities. He would not allow himself to be bullied by Meiza. "Qianluo, I hope you will demonstrate your true strength. Do not hold back." Is he still provoking me? Qianluo's anger surged, his lungs aching with frustration. A mere subordinate dared to speak so boldly to him. "You shall perish." Without hesitation, Qianluo lunged forward, thrusting the shuriken towards Lin Lan's throat. As he approached, a golden circle suddenly materialized behind him. "What is this?" Qianluo wondered, perplexed by the unfamiliar ninjutsu Lin Lan was employing, which bore some resemblance to Naruto's Rasen shuriken, yet differed significantly. Hidden within the golden circle was something obscured from view. "Allow me to elucidate. This is my unique ability, cannon release." Qianluo broke into a cold sweat, unable to grasp the meaning of Lin Lan's words. "Your level is too low. It is futile to explain further. Prepare to meet your end." Cannon release, shrapnel strike. With a resounding bang, a flawlessly smooth projectile shot forth from the golden circle. Boom. The explosion's flames swiftly engulfed the figures of Lin Lan and Qianluo, leaving Xiaoan in stunned silence as she beheld the rising smoke. It turns out that the master is a concealed expert. Lin Lan chose not to strike again. He had merely sent him flying with a precise explosion. There was no intent to take Qianluo's life, as he did not wish to kill. With no injuries inflicted, the smoke gradually dissipated in the night breeze. Not far away, a figure lay motionless on the ground. Lin Lan ambled over, Why Qianluo had been toppled 5 meters by the shockwave. His heart filled with fear and confusion. The sudden turn of events left him bewildered, yet he had witnessed it firsthand, a shell hurtling towards him. Was that Lin Lan's ability? I do not wish to harm you, for that would disrupt my original plan. Yet you have crossed my boundary, daring to harm Meiza. Lin Lan's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing more than to incinerate him. His subservience to Qianluo stemmed from a singular motive, to uncover the secrets of the Uchiha clan, potentially revealing the truth behind the ambush on Changlong and clearing Meiza's father of suspicion. Unfortunately, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Had it not been for Meiza's attack today, Lin Lan would not have intervened. Forgive me, spare my life. Qianluo finally cast aside his former pride, pleading softly for mercy. Perhaps he embodied the adage that under a roof, one must bow their head. For the sake of survival, one can sacrifice anything, even dignity. It could be said that he acted wisely. I know you do not wish to kill. Please let me go. Capitalizing on this, Qianluo continued to plead. Lin Lan remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently upon him. It would be easy to spare you, but you must remember my power. You must not speak of it. Should you dare to utter even a word, I shall obliterate the Uchiha clan's stronghold. Ultimately, the kind-hearted Lin Lan refrained from striking. As he intended to check on Meiza, an unexpected exclamation from behind startled him. He quickly turned, fearing for Xiao Han's safety. However, the voice did not belong to her. The newcomer, clad in a blue and white floral short-sleeved shirt and a white short skirt, possessed an alluring figure complemented by fair, toned legs. Hidden within white sandals were 2 lovely little feet, drawing attention with their plump and endearing big toes, shimmering under the moonlight. Unexpectedly, Pundi had appeared. She gazed ahead, appearing somewhat dazed and forlorn. Suddenly, she dropped her suitcase and sprinted forward. Little D, skirting past Lin Lan, Pundi lunged towards her brother. Brother, are you all right? Due to the shockwave, Qianluo had already fainted. Lin Lan moved forward, intending to reassure her that Qianluo was unharmed. To his surprise, Pundi reacted vehemently. Stay away. I don't know what my brother did to provoke you, but if you wish to kill, direct your wrath at me, not him. Huh? Lin Lan found this revelation astonishing. It seemed she was entirely unaware. At that moment, Xiao Han also rushed from the shadows, standing beside Lin Lan. Sister Xiaodi, please do not misunderstand. The situation is not as you perceive it, and it has nothing to do with my master. I have witnessed his intent to harm my brother. How could I be mistaken? Anger flickered in Pang Di's eyes. Xiao Han, typically uncontentious and gentle in her dealings with others, now presented a stark contrast, stepping forward for Lin Lan's defense. He is at fault first. Just days ago, he nearly took my master's life. Pang Di was taken aback, her pupils dilating in shock, uncertain of the truth of these claims. She had not been in the village during those recent days. My brother is exceedingly humble. How could he ever commit such a heinous act? Do not cast aspersions upon him. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Lin Lan felt utterly speechless, as if burdened by guilt. He pointed towards Meiza in the distance. Do you see? Meiza was knocked unconscious by your brother's scheme. Impossible. Pang Di vehemently rejected the notion, perhaps deliberately attempting to excuse her brother, her stance resolute. This was the first time Xiao Han had encountered such an impudent and disrespectful girl. Stamping her foot in frustration. Sister Xiaodi, why do you insist that what you see is the absolute truth? Why do you not reflect more deeply? Enough. You should leave at once. I do not wish to see you. If I am not mistaken, she must have just returned to the village. They had barely exchanged pleasantries before becoming adversaries, leaving Lin Lan at a loss. Xiaodi, can you not remain calm? Lin Lan, do not speak further. I returned specifically to see you, only to find you plotting against my brother. I cannot forgive you. Please go. The girl, if she harbored even a sliver of affection, would have exhibited a moment of hesitation while uttering such callous words. Yet Pang Di displayed no such signs, fixated solely on Lin Lan, her gaze unwavering. It was as if a sharp blade had cleaved through her fragile defenses, piercing her very soul. Her words were spoken with genuine intent. Lin Lan finally grasped the essence of heartbreak, unable to suppress a retreat, his eyes brimming with thorns. Just as he began to speak, Pang Di had already turned away, crouching down to check on her brother's safety. Master, we must leave. Xiao maintained an air of calm. Master, please gather yourself. The truth will ultimately be revealed. She tugged at Lin Lan, guiding him towards Meiza. Lin Lan felt a pang of regret for having quarreled with Pang Di over this sleeping beauty. After a moment's thought, he could no longer resist glancing back at Pang Di, yet she did not spare him a glance. Master, let us go. Xiaoan exhibited a level of wisdom and maturity beyond her years. Lin Lan gently lifted Meiza, finally embarking on the journey back to the village. Mother. My head aches terribly. In the early morning, Meiza awoke to the sunlight, her vision meeting the concerned gaze of Ziji. Silly girl. Where on earth were you last night? I heard someone knocking and found you lying at the door. I do not know who brought you back. She began to recollect the events of the previous night. Meiza recounted, I remember after having dinner with Qianluo, we strolled outside the village. On our way back, I stumbled upon a pit in the ground that I failed to notice and accidentally fell in, subsequently losing consciousness. If it was he who brought me back, why then did he choose to avoid me? The mother and daughter found themselves engulfed in confusion, unaware of the true circumstances. Master, please rise quickly. Xiaoan had increasingly assumed the role of the lady of the house, diligently preparing breakfast in the morning. She hastily roused Lin Lan. After nudging him twice and noticing his stillness, she felt a twinge of surprise. Master, the sun is high in the sky. Please get up. We have work to do. Understood. Lin Lan's voice was hoarse from the night's rest. Are you unwell? Xiaoan inquired, anxiously pressing her hand against his forehead to check his temperature, finding nothing amiss. Are you still troubled by last night's events? Finally, Lin Lan sat up slowly, his eyes appearing vacant. How can I not be anxious? My abilities have been exposed. I fear unforeseen consequences. Xiaoan, perceptive and astute, refrained from mentioning the ninjutsu Lin Lan had employed, understanding that he likely wished to keep it a secret. If he desired to share, he would do so in his own time. If not, she would not press him further. I believe there will be no mishaps. Qianluo has already been thoroughly frightened, Xiaoan consoled Lin Lan. However, Lin Lan remained silent regarding the potential developments, feeling an ominous weight, especially when thoughts of Pundi crossed his mind, causing him inner turmoil. This girl held significant importance to him, yet ultimately, sibling bonds prevailed. With such a grave incident having occurred, he doubted he could ever forgive himself. My dear, remember my words. Be cautious when choosing a boyfriend in the future, and consider the character of his brother, Lin Lan advised. Xiaoan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Lin Lan had not yet let go of Pundi. She understood their deep connection made it impossible to sever ties abruptly. He still held hope of reconciliation. Throughout the day's work, Lin Lan was listless. His attempts at pedicures were overly forceful, resulting in dissatisfaction among the clients, who noticed his poor condition. Xiaoan shielded him, explaining to everyone that he had not rested well the previous night and hoped for their understanding. Seeing Lin Lan's despondent demeanor, Xiaoan felt a pang of sympathy, surmising that his heart was heavy with grief. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Lin Lan rose to leave, prompting Xiaoan to hurriedly follow. Master, where are you going? I'm just stepping out for a walk. I feel a bit stifled, he replied. Xiaoan understood that Lin Lan was likely seeking out Pundi to explain himself. She wished he would not go. He had done nothing wrong. So why should he humbly seek forgiveness? Was love truly that paramount? She felt a sense of unfairness. Ultimately, no words were exchanged, acknowledging that her master was a person of deep emotions and loyalty. As he walked along the bustling streets of Mai, Lin Lan felt adrift, disconnected from the joyous surroundings that surrounded him. As I journeyed westward, I soon found myself in the vicinity of the Uchiha clan. Nestled in the northeastern corner lay the residence of Pundi. This exquisite mansion, having withstood the ravages of time and weather for decades, still stands resilient, having become an iconic edifice of the Hidden Leaf Village. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Lan placed his hand on the door knocker, hesitating to strike it due to a lack of courage. What explanation could he offer if Pundi remained irate? After much contemplation, in an effort to provide some clarity, he finally mustered the resolve to knock gently. Before long, a familiar visage appeared. It was Pundi herself who opened the door. Their reunion bore an air of unfamiliarity. What do you want? Pundi seemed reluctant to see Lin Lan, her gaze averted. Lin Lan felt a pang of sorrow. Xiaodi, please don't be this way. The matters between me and your brother shouldn't taint our bond, should they? Humph. I have no desire to see you again. I am a child of the Uchiha clan and will not ally with outsiders, especially one who seeks assistance against my brother. Others? Lin Lan was perplexed by her words. When did I ever associate with anyone? Are you still concealing things from me? If no one assisted you, how could you have possibly defeated my brother? I witnessed that jutsu explode beneath his feet. Did you think I was oblivious? Thus, it became clear that Pundi had mistakenly believed it was external forces that caused Qianluo's injury. This was quite revealing. She was utterly unaware of her own capabilities. Lin Lan refrained from clarifying this matter, as it seemed Pundi's assertions were not entirely misplaced. As a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, How could you conspire with outsiders? It truly disgusts me, Lin Lan. I misjudged you. With a resounding bang, Pundi slammed the door shut. The heavy sound echoed painfully in Lin Lan's ears, leaving him in a state of unutterable sorrow. It dawned on him how deeply love could wound. Dejected, he made his way home, his spirits severely dampened. His gaze fixed on the ground, oblivious to the scenery around him. Hey, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, someone greeted him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder with enthusiasm. Lin Lan turned to find Longcheng, whom he had not seen in days. He wondered what antics the lad had been up to at home. Presently, however, Lin Lan lacked the inclination for jest. I'm not in the mood. Keep your distance. Oh, you actually have moments of discontent? Longcheng brushed it off. I have some good news for you. What could possibly brighten my mood right now? Lin Lan muttered. After Longcheng shared his news, Lin Lan halted in his tracks. What did you just say? I said, according to the news my father brought back, the Hokage is preparing to hold the Ch-Nin exam next month. Next month? They're already holding the Ch-Nin exam? You must be jesting. Lin Lan was taken aback by the revelation, finding it hard to grasp its reality. They had only recently been promoted to Genin, and the prospect of a selection process commencing so soon felt utterly surreal. Longcheng lowered his voice, saying, Do not raise your voice. It has yet to be officially announced. I learned of this ahead of time during my father's meeting with the Hokage yesterday. If I am not mistaken, it is likely a precautionary measure in response to the ongoing crisis, as the situation regarding the iron-blooded warriors has not been completely resolved. And they may launch another attack. Therefore, we must recruit more exceptional talents to fortify the village's defenses. Lin Lan found his reasoning sound. How about training together? Longcheng smiled, only to realize that Lin Lan seemed disinclined. The Ch-Nin exams will draw ninjas from various villages, and a chaotic battle will ensue. Do you truly wish to suffer disgrace? Little did he know that Lin Lan was currently devoid of thoughts beyond the presence of Pundi. The excitement he had just felt was once again overshadowed by the shadow of heartbreak. I will consider it. Longcheng then noticed something was indeed amiss. Seemingly struck by a heavy blow, he hurried to catch up and inquired repeatedly. However, Lin Lan now spoke with a ruthless detachment whenever a pivotal question arose. He chose to evade it, showing no willingness to respond. If you do not tell me, I shall seek out Meiza. Longcheng halted, regarding Lin Lan with keen interest. Aware that Meiza was his Achilles heel, every mention of her made him exceedingly anxious. Yet, today was unexpectedly different. Lin Lan appeared oblivious, continuing forward with an expression of despondency. What, exactly, was troubling this young man? Sitting at home, Lin Lan gazed at the bustling street, feeling profoundly disheartened. Xiaohan quietly sat beside him, offering no words. Master, my foot hurts. Lin Lan instinctively turned to look at Xiaohan, noticing the shyness flickering in her eyes and the faint blush gracing her cheeks. The summer heat was already oppressive, and now she was visibly sweating. It seemed that speaking those words had cost her considerable courage. Lin Lan speculated that perhaps she merely wished to cheer him up by finding something to do. What a good apprentice. Come on. Lin Lan's ninja way, never refusing a beautiful woman's request. Still clad in the denim skirt he had purchased for her, Xiaohan obediently climbed onto the massage table. Her left foot was somewhat uncomfortable, likely due to her recent busy schedule and excessive walking. Lin Lan smiled, forgoing a foot soak. He took a small stool and sat opposite her. This angle was just right. Xiaohan was adorned in pink cotton, patterned fabric today. Lin Lan attempted to avert his gaze, but his heart chose to linger. Xiaohan was aware of his focus, feigning ignorance. In truth, a small blanket was conveniently nearby, easily within reach. However, Xiaohan refrained from using it, even deliberately parting her legs slightly. Cover up a bit. At last, unable to withstand the temptation, Lin Lan prepared to reach for the blanket, only to be halted by Xiaohan. No, it's too hot. Indeed, it was quite warm. Taking a deep breath to collect himself, Lin Lan picked up a narrow pedicure knife, gently caressing Xiaohan's slightly hardened soles. Lin Lan recognized this as a precursor to the formation of calluses. With a swift movement, he adeptly resolved the issue. Such a trivial task posed no challenge for him. All done. Master, you have yet to massage my feet, she remarked, seemingly in a whimsical mood today with such a request. Lin Lan contemplated standing to refuse. Yet the inner call beckoned him to remain seated, rendering him immobile. What exquisite feet she possessed. Lin Lan had once entertained the thought of serving her, but hesitated to voice it, fearing Xiaohan might perceive it as an imposition. Her unexpected assertiveness today genuinely surpassed his expectations. Having been granted the opportunity, he knew he must seize it. All right, let me demonstrate my skills today. Xiaohan's petite feet, neither too long nor too short, bore a flawless form. Reminiscent of the Roman foot, Lin Lan had always found such a shape irresistible. Due to not soaking her feet beforehand, they were slightly perspiring, yet devoid of any unpleasant odor. Gently cradling her right foot in his palm, Lin Lan began to apply pressure, gradually increasing his kneading force. A soft sigh escaped Xiaohan as she felt a warm current swirling within her, leaving her at a loss, a hint of profound discomfort lingering. Your stomach and intestines have not been well lately. Allow me to help you. Lin Lan pressed on the reflex zones with varying intensity, his methodical approach allowing the pressure to seep in gradually. Xiaohan had never experienced such a massage before. Her little foot yearned to withdraw, but found itself tenderly held by Lin Lan. Don't run away, he chuckled, upon hearing her master's laughter. Xiaohan couldn't help but smile. Master, please don't be sad anymore. Seizing the moment, she offered him comfort. Her words struck a chord, and Lin Lan realized that today's foot massage was intended to uplift his spirits. This girl was genuinely considerate. He finally ceased his work, unable to contain his emotions any longer, and moved towards Xiaohan. Sensing his approach, she slowly rose, eagerly gazing at his face. Thank you. Without crossing any boundaries, Lin Lan simply embraced her, patting her shoulder before turning to leave the room. As he had not completed the massage, no rewards could be granted. But Lin Lan was unconcerned. Recently, with Xiaohan's assistance, the number of customers had notably increased. Money held little significance for him. Xiaohan stood up. Watching Lin Lan seated on the threshold, warmth spreading through her, especially as her small feet now felt quite comfortable. By the way, the Chunin exams will be held next month. I need to train diligently. Really? I've heard the Chunin exams are quite lively, with participants from various villages. Xiaohan's excitement was palpable. Lin Lan, somewhat speechless, remarked, Why are you so happy? There will be many handsome shinobi from the ninja world attending. I can certainly feast my eyes. This girl seemed to be smitten. Lin Lan shot her a sidelong glance but chose to remain silent, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed. As Dragon City had predicted, 2 days later, Naruto announced to all the villagers that next month would witness the Chunin selection exam. This year, the event would not take place in the Land of Fire, but rather in the Land of Earth. A surprising decision considering that Konoha holds the foremost position in the ninja world. Such an occasion should ideally be hosted here, not only to enhance Konoha's reputation, but also to seize the opportunity for financial gain, as every aspect of the ninja's sustenance comes at a cost. It was a venture that promised nothing but benefits. Perhaps due to the 5 great shinobi nations discussions, he could not secure the hosting rights. The lower-ranked shinobi within the village were elated, as if anticipating a grand celebration. Each small team immediately commenced intensive training, determined to outshine their rivals in the upcoming competition. Of course, Yamato summoned Team 7 for a meeting at his home, where they enjoyed a barbecue while discussing strategies. A few days later, Lin Lan encountered Tsunade once again. Yet she had not mustered the courage to part ways with Yamato. Their reunion was somewhat awkward, as neither dared to mention the events of that night. Xiaohan, ever obedient and considerate, assisted Tsunade in washing vegetables and preparing the grilled meat. Meanwhile, the trio sat with Yamato, deliberating their tactics. Following the customary rules of previous years, the competition would consist of 3 phases, the first phase being a written test, the second involving survival in the wild along with a final selection battle, and the third being the ultimate choice. Those who could endure all 3 phases would find themselves on the path to becoming a Chunin. Longcheng Meiza, I hold no concerns for you, Yamato remarked. The implication behind his words was rather blatant. Lin Lan felt a pang of discontent. Did this mean he was so unworthy of faith? Was it not a bit presumptuous to assume he would fail? Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he should not bear excessive pressure and treat this as a learning experience in preparation for the next selection. Many teams operated in this manner, with teammates who were Chunin or Jonin, while one member remained a Genin, just as Lin Lan intended to retort, resolutely vowing to double his efforts and not hinder the team. Yamato continued to deliver discouraging words. Numerous unknown small shinobi villages dispatched many Genin to participate, yet only one could emerge victorious, with the possibility of total failure looming over them. Lin Lan found this excessive. Did Yamato truly believe he was incapable? This left him feeling quite unsettled. Surely, a modicum of encouragement was warranted. Brother, the teacher is right. Just relax and support Meiza and me wholeheartedly. If we succeed, you will also gain face, Longcheng chimed in. Was it possible that Longcheng shared the same doubts about Linlan's capabilities? Enough of this talk. Yamato's reaction startled everyone. Meiza looked at Lin Lan in confusion, unaware of his sudden shift in demeanor. Everyone was well aware of Lin Lan's struggles and did not foresee his advancement. In team dynamics, it was only prudent to allocate the best opportunities to the most suitable individuals. I have yet to embark on my journey, yet you all seem to believe I will fail. What am I to do? Perhaps I should simply refrain from going. Lin Lan felt exceedingly wronged. As she approached with skewers in hand, Tsunade smiled and remarked, "You all underestimate him far too much. I firmly believe Lin Lan is capable. Let it go. Are we not all aware of his abilities?" Yamato asserted resolutely. "If Lin Lan were to become a nin, I would leap from the statue rock." His words felt rather excessive, igniting Lin Lan's fury. As a teacher, not only did he offer no encouragement, but he also displayed such disdain. Xiaohan, pouring drinks for everyone, expressed her discontent. "Teacher Yamato, your words are misguided. My master possesses great ambition and will undoubtedly achieve success, far from the inadequacy you imply." "Oh my. How fiercely you defend your master." Xiaohan's cheeks flushed slightly. The others could not suppress their amusement, finding the little girl endearing. Xiaohan stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Master, they are bullying me." She tugged at Lin Lan's sleeve, feeling aggrieved. Meiza promptly grasped Xiaohan's small hand, assuring her, "Silly girl, we will ensure your master returns safely." Since the previous incident, Lin Lan and Meiza had not met. Today, they refrained from any interaction, perhaps due to the matter concerning Qianluo, which left an unspoken tension between them. "Meiza, I entrust my master to your care, just as he has looked after you," Lin Lan said. "Ahem." Lin Lan cleared his throat loudly. Xiaohan realized she had perhaps misspoken and quickly fell silent. Meiza appeared somewhat surprised, as if she sensed something amiss. The others paid little heed, unaware of the nuances in their relationship. "Let us relax and prepare for battle. Starting tomorrow, our 7th squad will commence special training, and I expect no slacking." Yamato raised his cup first, as if victory were within their grasp. Meiza could not shake off the earlier incident, pondering Xiaohan's implications. Could it be that Lin Lan had escorted her home that night? In truth, Meiza was aware that Lin Lan had secretly followed her and Qianluo, having noticed it during their time at the barbecue restaurant. To provoke him, she had pretended to share laughter with Qianluo. However, she was oblivious to the events that transpired after she fainted. If Lin Lan were indeed responsible, he would not have remained so silent. His nature would compel him to seek recognition and a smile. How peculiar. Lin Lan deliberately averted his gaze from Meiza, even though she was dressed rather lightly today. Within the village of Konoha, the genin were on high alert, diligently honing their skills, except for Lin Lan. Following the motivational meeting, his mood soured further. Considering himself merely a supporting runner, how could he feel satisfied? He had initially planned to astound everyone and earn Meiza's admiration, only to discover that this girl, like Ryuching, lacked confidence in him. "If you have no faith, then I shall not play with you. With time better spent earning money," Lin Lan, waiting for customers, sipped his tea with an expression of disdain. Xiaohan sat quietly at the doorway, feeling the gentle breeze caress her hair, her small face slightly lifted in delight. A pair of charming little feet danced playfully within their sandals, exuding an irresistible allure that left Lin Lan momentarily entranced. "Ah, master, your gaze has turned quite lecherous again. Did I not tell you not to look at me that way? You mischievous girl, please don't provoke me." As the master and disciple engaged in their playful banter, a waft of fragrant air enveloped them. Lin Lan, quick to react, stretched his neck to peer outside. Across the street, a young woman clad in a modified kimono strolled leisurely, holding a paper umbrella for shade. The rhythmic sound of her wooden clogs echoed softly, creating a delightful melody. Lin Lan had already positioned himself at the door, while Xiaohan turned to observe him, noticing the drool forming at the corner of his mouth. Unable to restrain herself, she nudged him lightly with her elbow. "Master, could you refrain from behaving like this? Don't you think she looks remarkably familiar?" Lin Lan interrupted Xiaohan's words abruptly. "Ah, I remember now, she is that female warrior." It appeared that both had recalled their encounter from that night at the arcade. It was this very woman who had appeared and vanquished the arrogant Noda, causing him considerable embarrassment, thus allowing Lin Lan to triumph over him. Indeed, it was she. Since that night, the woman had not reappeared, and Lin Lan had assumed she was merely a visitor from another village. Now, he was finally certain that she belonged to the Leaf Village. "Miss." In the midst of Xiaohan's astonished gaze, Lin Lan hastened forward to catch up with the young lady. Upon hearing someone call her, the woman halted, her expression one of curiosity as she looked back. A young boy, drenched in sweat, was approaching her. "Miss, do you remember me?" Lin Lan panted heavily. finally able to appreciate her beauty in the light of day. The dim lighting of the arcade had obscured her features. Today, he was utterly astonished. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful. Her features were harmoniously composed, and her deep-set eyes, paired with gently arched brows, conveyed an air of infinite charm. Most enchanting of all was her smile, revealing a small canine tooth on the right that added a touch of endearing allure. "Did you call for me? I apologize. We should have met that night. I wonder if you remember?" "Of course," she replied, without a hint of reluctance, openly acknowledging their prior encounter. "This is wonderful," Lin Lan thought, relieved that she did not seem shy. "What brings you to seek me out?" The woman gently propped her umbrella against her shoulder. Her gaze directed warmly at Lin Lan. For reasons unknown, it felt as if a hand were gently scratching at his heart. This was Lin Lan's most genuine sentiment. Countless words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he found himself unable to voice them in her presence. Additionally, he lacked the courage, fearing that an excess of words might provoke her ire. Having finally found an opportunity to converse with her, he was determined to cherish it deeply. "Nothing of great significance. Yet I am reminded of that night we fought side by side. Today, by mere chance, I encountered her and took the liberty to greet the young lady. Might I inquire her name?" Lin Lan's heart raced with anxiety, genuinely fearing her refusal. The woman remained silent, gazing quietly at Lin Lan, her thoughts an enigma. While he awaited her response, she suddenly broke into laughter. "You, in my eyes, are merely a younger brother. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. An elder sister is not suited for you." Indeed, she possessed an air of sophistication. Without addressing any of Lin Lan's inquiries, the woman turned and departed, leaving behind a lingering scent of her hair, intoxicating yet refined. It wafted through the air like a blooming garden, uplifting the spirit and evoking a yearning for love. "Master, she has already left. What are you still gazing at?" Xiaohan approached Lin Lan, observing the enchantment in his eyes, unable to discern the situation. "Do you smell that?" "Yes, it is quite fragrant. It is the scent of romance." Xiaohan sighed in exasperation. "Master, the Chunin exams are about to commence. Could you not focus your thoughts in the right direction? Meiza and Longcheng have called me numerous times urging you to train. Why do you still linger?" They are nearly frantic with anticipation. Lin Lan, dismissive and imbued with an air of pride, seemed as if he had already triumphed. This examination was a solitary endeavor, not a team effort, and thus required individual prowess. Lin Lan had come to realize that in this battle, each would showcase their unique abilities. Confident in his skills for solo combat, he felt no fear of challenges. His only thought was to hasten the foot care for his clients, hoping to unlock new skills within the system. The more skills he possessed, the more invincible he would feel. Alas, fate was not in his favor. Even on the eve of the Chunin exams, he had yet to achieve his goal. Clink. Lin Lan set down his small knife and gently helped Tsunade rise from the massage table. That evening, many familiar women sought Lin Lan's assistance, knowing they would soon embark on distant journeys and required care for their weary feet. This kept both Lin Lan and Xiaohan exceedingly busy, working tirelessly. Even with friends arriving, they had no time to entertain, as many returning clients awaited their turn. Apart from the Land of Rock, Lin Lan's foot care shop was the most bustling establishment in the ninja world. Finally, after bidding farewell to the last customer, he could assist Tsunade with her concerns. That night, Lin Lan felt no inclination for anything else, utterly exhausted and too weary to converse. "Brother, do take care during the Chunin exams." Tsunade expressed her concern with a glimmer in her eyes. "Fear not, sister. I shall protect myself and make you proud." After sending Tsunade on her way, Lin Lan promptly closed the shop to rest. Prior to this, he had been waiting, fully aware that the night sky was illuminated by the moon and scattered stars. Yet he awaited someone unlikely to arrive. Xiaohan understood his sentiment, recalling how Lin Lan had sent her to find Meiza the day before. "I hope to visit the shop today to pamper her feet, enabling her to excel in the Chunin exams." Unfortunately, Meiza did not appear. As Lin Lan finally closed the door, a hint of disappointment crossed her face. However, this melancholy was soon dispelled. "Darling, tomorrow you will be alone in the shop. Do not be afraid." "What? Master, you want me to stay here alone?" "No, I want to go with you." Xiaohan hurriedly approached Lin Lan, her eyes glistening with tears, resembling a porcelain doll. Lin Lan, of course, was teasing her on purpose. How could she leave her alone at home? "I am not going on a trip. I am participating in the Chunin exams. What would people think if you accompanied me? If someone asks about you, how should I respond? It is not in my nature to drag my family along. You must stay quietly at home and behave until I return. If there are any issues, we shall discuss them then." all right? No. Xiaohan firmly rejected. I don't want to. I want to go with you. She clung to Lin Lan's arm, unwilling to let go. As they were close, Xiaohan continuously pleaded with him, her small fists inadvertently bumping against Lin Lan's arm. Gradually sensing something amiss, Xiaohan finally ceased her actions. Looking up, she found Lin Lan's gaze trailing down her collar. How annoying, she exclaimed, running away in a huff. Retreating to her bedroom and not emerging again, Lin Lan scratched his head, realizing he had crossed a line. Having been discovered by this mischievous girl, he resolved to be more cautious next time. Lying in bed, thoughts of his impending journey to the land of rocks weighed on him, stirring a mix of emotions. He wondered about the dangers that lay ahead and whether he would pass the exam. A sense of nervousness enveloped him, yet recalling Meiza and Longcheng's disdain, along with Yamato's indifference, ignited a flicker of anger within him. It was not true anger, but rather a form of motivation. Gazing out at the luminous moon, Lin Lan found himself lost in thought. The moonlight illuminated his face, rendering it pale as snow. Gradually, several figures reappeared in his mind, foremost among them Meiza, followed closely by Pandai. These two girls occupied his every thought. Unconsciously, he sensed another figure lurking in the background, just as he attempted to discern it. A faint sobbing sound reached his ears, distant yet close, almost surreal. Straining to listen, he realized the cries were emanating from the bedroom. Upon reflection, he could easily identify the source. It must be Xiaohan, upset that he wouldn't take her to the Chunin exams, hiding under her blankets and weeping in secret. The thought amused him. Lin Lan stifled a laugh, quietly approaching the door to eavesdrop. After a while, the sobs grew fainter. He guessed she had cried herself to sleep. Lin Lan gently pushed the door ajar, peering inside. He discovered Xiaohan, her blanket poorly draped, curled up on the bed in an exceedingly pitiful posture. With her delicate hands wrapped around her knees, she appeared diminutive. Concerned that she might catch a chill during the night, Lin Lan quietly entered the room. Stealthily approaching the bedside, he gently covered her with a blanket. In the moonlight, Xiaohan looked exceptionally endearing, her figure glistening like it was adorned with silver frost. Despite her modest height, her proportions were exquisite. Lin Lan found himself momentarily distracted, unable to resist the urge to softly stroke her ankle. Ultimately, he managed to suppress his feelings, reminding himself that she was his disciple and not some frivolous woman. He consoled his tender heart, contemplating the bittersweet nature of restraint. After ensuring Xiaohan was snug under the covers, he silently exited the room, uttering not a word. Just as he closed the door, Xiaohan's eyes flew open. She had sensed his presence and knew he had entered the room. A wave of anxiety washed over her, fearing that her master might act inappropriately. Yet there was a flicker of anticipation within her, a profoundly conflicting sentiment. In the end, he did not cross that line, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. Though she smiled, reassured in her judgment of him. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed in as expected. Lin Lan, eager not to be late, rose early and donned his tactical vest, securing his forehead protector on his left arm. He noticed Xiaohan standing in the doorway, silent with a somber expression. Well, in silence, I almost thought you were mourning for me, he teased. What nonsense, how annoying. Observing her fidget with her hands, Lin Lan decided to cease his playful banter. I've packed your belongings, let us go. He retrieved a beautifully prepared backpack from the cabinet, causing Xiaohan's face to light up with joy. Master, long life, she exclaimed, leaping towards him. To maintain her balance, she instinctively grasped him. Just as they were adjusting their poses, the door swung open, and to their surprise, Meiza and Longcheng gaped at the scene, as if witnessing a ghost. Who would believe that such a posture belonged to a master and disciple? Flushing with embarrassment, Meiza quickly turned and exited, while Longcheng, shaking his head, remarked, You really are unwilling to remain solitary, aren't you? Konoha was bustling with activity that day. The lower ninja classes were mobilized, led by their instructors, moving forward in an orderly manner, all wearing smiles filled with anticipation for the Chunin exams. The atmosphere in Team 7 was somewhat stifled. Yamato walked ahead, occasionally glancing back at his disciples, including the extra member, Xiaohan. None of them spoke, and the air was thick with awkwardness. Yamato was unclear on the reasons behind the tension. Their relationships had always been tumultuous, oscillating between good and bad. He chose not to dwell on it. Longcheng walked beside Lin Lan, raising an eyebrow as if inquiring about his relationship with Xiaohan, wondering when this lad had made his move. Do not overthink it. Xiaohan is merely my disciple, Lin Lan asserted. Longcheng scoffed. You truly think I'm a fool? Surely, I can decipher the story between you two. Is it so, Meiza? Meiza strides confidently with her chest held high, deliberately maintaining distance from the trio, as if unwilling to associate with them. Xiaoan quietly trails behind, feeling quite embarrassed. To any observer, it would be impossible to connect them with the group. Before long, they encounter numerous familiar classmates along the way, all of whom notice that Class 7 feels rather different. Lin Lan's greatest concern is encountering Pandai. Their meeting could be exceedingly awkward. Alas, one cannot evade those destined to cross their path. Soon enough, the familiar team finally appears. Due to Xiao Li's injury, he is unable to lead, so his mentor, Mike Kai, takes charge. At the forefront walks Pandai, accompanied by Tokugawa Yu and Kamijima Ichiro, aka Day. Your disciples all seem quite spirited. With a flick of his short hair, aka reveals a radiant smile. The others promptly bow in respect, naturally holding great admiration for the man who nearly kicked off a grand finale. Lin Lan's gaze is fixed upon Pandai, yet she conspicuously avoids their eyes, seemingly harboring resentment. Meiza feels awkward as well. Their former friendship had soured due to Lin Lan's turmoil. Since returning from Sannin, she has only visited once. The two teachers, however, appear to be enjoying each other's company, walking side by side and reminiscing about the past. The disciples trail behind in silence, no one daring to break the stillness. As the captain, Longcheng, inquires, Tokugawa, is your health improving? I heard you sustained quite a serious injury. Rest assured, I have fully recuperated. Thank you for your concern. After this exchange, the atmosphere once again descends into discomfort, with no one able to find a suitable topic, leaving them to walk quietly forward. Xiaohan whispers to Lin Lan, Master, now is the time for you to shine. Go talk to Sister Xiaodi. Perhaps today could mend your rift. Forget it. Who knows how much she resents me. As Qianluo has already become a chunin, she need not participate in the exam. The further they proceed, the heavier Lin Lan's heart feels. Gazing at Pandy's graceful silhouette, her curves stir an uncontrollable flutter within her. She yearns to approach and share her heartfelt sentiments. Reflecting on their past intimacy only deepens her sorrow. Finally, someone steps forward before her, and it is none other than Meiza. That she would set aside her pride to mend fences speaks volumes of Pandy's significance in her heart. The two girls chatter away, oblivious to the world around them. It isn't long before Pandai breaks into a smile, leading to the dissolution of their grievances. Lin Lan watches with envy. She longs for such a resolution, but understands too well that she lacks the same opportunity. Master, you are far too cautious. If you were as bold as Meiza, openly expressing your feelings, perhaps you could also reconcile. Longcheng chuckled. If matters were as simple as you suggest, it would be much easier, and we would encounter no troubles at all. The two classes journeyed together, traversing the road without encountering any peril. They had anticipated the emergence of adversaries, hoping for an opportunity to showcase their skills. The two classes treated this as a preparatory exercise for the CHNIN exams. Yet the experience proved to be remarkably uneventful. Each night during their rest periods, the two young ladies distanced themselves from the group. Yamato and Meiza did not take much notice. As long as the duty roster was arranged, their compliance sufficed. Linlan initially hoped to converse with the two during their night watch, but alas, they offered no opportunity, intentionally evading her. Linlan felt quite dejected, perplexed as to why she had become so unwelcomed. After a fortnight of arduous travel, they finally arrived at Awagakure. A grand banner had been unfurled at the village entrance, welcoming ninjas from all quarters. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous welcoming parties present. Linlan felt the warmth of their hospitality deeply. As they entered the village, he recalled that the current Suchikage was Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of Inoki. It was said that this girl had a fiery temperament. She must have exerted tremendous effort to organize this CHNIN selection exam. One could not underestimate the challenges she faced, especially considering her youth and relative inexperience. The two classes parted ways within the village, each assigned accommodations by the Earth-style ninjas. As Linlan bid farewell, he could not help but glance at Pandai, hoping for even a fleeting acknowledgement. A mere display of anger would suffice to prove he held a place in her thoughts. Unfortunately, Pandai turned and walked away, only exchanging a brief greeting with Meiza and Yamato. When it came time to arrange the rooms, Linlan faced a dilemma, as he had not anticipated Xiaohan's presence. Instantly, he felt a surge of determination. We cannot make it difficult for others. In that case, I shall endure and share a room with Xiaohan. I refuse. Xiaohan immediately protested, casting a pleading glance at Meiza for refuge, hoping to be taken in. Little did she know that Meiza preferred solitude and was reluctant to share her sleeping quarters, creating an awkward situation. However, it was indeed not ideal for Xiaohan and Linlan to be together. Come with me, Meiza suggested. Xiaohan followed happily behind her, even winking at Lin Lan. Truly, I had hoped to direct my heart towards the bright moon, but alas, the moon merely illuminated the gutter. Longcheng playfully patted Lin Lan on the shoulder, saying, "It's not that you are overthinking." Everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. "Wow, this room is magnificent," Xiaohan exclaimed, her first experience of traveling far filling her with astonishment at the various furnishings. She immediately began to explore, marveling at everything, each detail appearing so novel to her. Meiza said little, her eyes radiating a tender smile, fully content with the girl's exuberance. "Meiza, may I ask you a question?" Xiaohan inquired. "I will not answer anything concerning Lin Lan," Meiza preemptively interrupted, as though anticipating the question. "I do not understand why you harbor such animosity towards the master." "She is not a bad person," Xiaohan fervently pleaded, hoping that Meiza might grant him an opportunity. Having spent considerable time with Lin Lan, he was aware that although Lin Lan harbored romantic feelings, he lacked the courage to act on them. His heart was genuinely kind, especially towards Meiza, whom he always placed above all else. His affection for her was unequivocal. Meiza responded with a smile instead of words. Alone in his room, Lin Lan paced back and forth, yearning for Xiaohan's presence. He surmised that Xiaohan would certainly persuade Meiza to reconcile with him. Now, he anxiously awaited the outcome. As evening fell without any response, a sense of urgency began to consume him. Finally, after dinner, a knock echoed through the silence. Lin Lan sprang to the door, eager for the best of news. Upon seeing Xiaohan, he immediately pulled her into the room. "Could you not be a bit more gentle? If someone sees us, it could lead to misunderstandings." "There is no one here. Just speak," Lin Lan urged, his anxiety palpable. This was the tacit understanding between them. Knowing that accommodations were scarce, he deduced that Xiaohan would undoubtedly be staying with Meiza and would speak favorably of him. "Your master has indeed disappointed you." Sister Meiza did not answer any of my questions. Lin Lan slowly sank into a chair, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. The first stage of the Chunin exam was set to take place the next day, and he had foolishly hoped to enter the fray bolstered by Meiza's encouragement. A dream now dashed. The long, lonely night was accompanied only by the cold, desolate moon. This year's Chunin exam attracted more participants than ever before, with a multitude of talented individuals gathering. Such a grand assembly had only been seen during the tenure of the Third Hokage. Regrettably, the outcome was far from perfect, marred by the chaos instigated by Orochimaru. To prevent any further incidents, Tsuchikage Akatsuchi had meticulously prepared, dispatching numerous ninjas from the village to ensure security. Night and day, ninjas patrolled the streets with unwavering diligence, all to provide the most stable examination environment possible. As dawn broke, ninjas from various villages crowded into a small square, eagerly awaiting the projection to appear. Standing amidst the throng, Lin Lan surveyed his surroundings. The architecture of Awagakure predominantly featured hues of yellow and red, imparting a vibrant, fiery ambience. The most distinctive structures were crafted from yellow wood or stone, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, imbued with local architectural charm. While he admired the scenery, a voice rang out, prompting the crowd to stand at attention. Soon after, a spirited female ninja appeared before them, ascending the platform with a disdainful smile gracing her lips. It was none other than Tsuchikage Akatsuchi. Lin Lan found himself quite taken with this spirited girl, who presented a stark contrast to Meiza. Akatsuchi donned a wine-red, slip bodysuit, her form alluringly accentuated. Most strikingly, as a gentle breeze passed, her skirt billowed, revealing tantalizing glimpses of black fishnet stockings. With her hands on her hips and black leather boots slightly elevated, Akatsuchi smirked and proclaimed, "Welcome everyone to Awagakure." The multitude of ninjas erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin Lan, however, remained unresponsive, his gaze meticulously scanning from above to below, curious to discern the color of Akatsuchi's attire. Regrettably, the wind was not strong enough for him to see clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen, since the conclusion of the Ninja World War, this marks the first Nin exam. I wish you all great success in your endeavors, contributing to your respective villages. Strive forth, young warriors. Rise up, future leaders." Such words ignited fervor among the crowd. Each ninja raised their faces, their determination illuminated by the sunlight, brimming with anticipation for the future. Lin Lan harbored a cold smile within. Without the heritage of true lineage, how could one aspire to become the leader of their village? Naruto was the one who ended the Ninja World War. Gaara once served as the host for the One Tail. Akatsuchi was the granddaughter of the former Tsuchikage, Inoki. JR was rumored to have an undisclosed relationship with the former Mizukage, Madarumi. Darui was the right hand, nay, the left hand of the former Reikage. Lin Lan was already well aware of the unspoken rules. It was merely a motivational tactic for everyone. After the speech concluded, Akatsuchi instructed the Jainin to lead the participants orderly to the examination venue. Before departing, Lin Lan took a careful glance around, noting the presence of representatives from every village, including some from the lesser-known Rin village, discernible by their forehead protectors. Upon entering the examination hall, the candidates sat in single file. Before seating, Rijay meaningfully patted Lin Lan on the shoulder. Though no words were exchanged, the sentiment was clear. He should fend for himself. Unfortunately, the trio was not assigned to the same group, making copying impossible. In the classroom of 30, Lin Lan occupied a position against the wall, flanked by a Kumo ninja and a Suna ninja. None were familiar to him, and silence reigned. The proctor was a Jainin from IWA. The examination papers were swiftly distributed, and Lin Lan felt a headache wash over him. The theoretical material was utterly incomprehensible. As the exam commenced, Lin Lan made a decision. Since he understood nothing, there was but one course of action. Select C for every answer. Yamato-sensei, pray with me that we all succeed, Shawan said with a smile. Pulling Yamato to sit on a tatami mat. Gazing at the charming girl, Yamato stroked her long hair. Rest assured, Rijay and Meiza will undoubtedly perform splendidly. I have complete faith in their abilities. As for Lin Lan, he was not mentioned. Yamato believed he might scrape through the first round, but would surely falter in the subsequent stages. Byakugan, activate. In the examination hall, Meiza discreetly employed her abilities. The Byakugan penetrated the body of the candidate ahead, revealing the contents of his paper. She began to write furiously, finding the questions exceedingly simple. It was not that the exam content was difficult. Rather, it was a matter of comprehension. Meiza had long realized that this was not merely a test. The crucial aspect was to showcase their aptitude for gathering intelligence, an essential skill for every ninja. Others were also revealing their talents in various ways. Meanwhile, Rijay in the examination hall showed no inclination to cheat. The questions were far too simplistic for him. As a renowned prodigy among ninjas, it would be embarrassing for such trivial questions to circulate. Adjacent to Lin Lan, the portly D employed the Sharingan, effortlessly mimicking others' movements to complete the test. The capable lower ninjas swiftly completed their examinations, strutting out of the examination hall with an air of superiority, seemingly indifferent to everyone around them. They possessed the pride of their abilities, engaging not only in a contest of skills but also in a covert rivalry concerning their bloodline limits, the use of ninjutsu, and their familial backgrounds. Amidst this, the beleaguered Lin Lan surprisingly found himself before them, eliciting astonishment from the onlookers, particularly Longcheng and Meiza, who gazed at him in disbelief. Brother, you managed to finish so swiftly. I am genuinely impressed, Longcheng exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up in admiration. Lin Lan understood the underlying reasons, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, as if he too belonged to the echelon of geniuses. Such trivial matters posed no challenge for him. Standing outside the examination hall, Lin Lan turned to glance at the side, where the portly D stood. He yearned to inquire about the examination's outcome. Yet the words faltered on his tongue, inhibited by the fact that D had never acknowledged him. This sensation was profoundly unsettling. There was no stranger more familiar than this. While he was lost in his thoughts, an indiscreet youth approached. You are the most beautiful girl I have encountered today. May I have your contact information? The youth, possessing a reasonably handsome visage, was identifiable as a cloud ninja by his forehead protector. Neither Tokugawa Yu nor Kamijima Ichiro intervened. After all, D was not their girlfriend. The youth's companions began to jeer, reveling in the spectacle. I'm sorry, D replied haughtily, turning away without any intention of reciprocation, her expression devoid of warmth. The youth seemed to suffer a grievous setback, visibly displeased. What are you pretending for? Upon hearing the youth's remark, D halted in her tracks. Just as she was about to retaliate, Tokugawa Yu stepped forward to confront the youth. Friend, your words are rather excessive. Do you know who she is? She is the prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan from Konoha. The youth dismissed his words with a wave. So what? The Uchiha clan is nothing but trash, relying solely on their Sharingan. Without it, they are insignificant. A crowd gathered, observing the clash with keen interest. Many bore resentment towards the Uchiha clan, as numerous ordinary ninjas found themselves utterly overwhelmed when faced with bloodline limits, believing fate had dealt them an unjust hand. Why were some born atop the pyramid while others must toil from the depths? This disparity was not something that could be bridged merely through effort. The collective discontent simmered within their hearts, and today, someone had finally voiced their sentiments, igniting a sense of hidden satisfaction among them. Tokugawa Yu clenched his fist in anger. Just then, D approached. Ignore him. Let us go. Clearly accustomed to such provocations, D appeared unfazed. Lin Lan observed the quarrel without any inclination to intervene. Brother, if you do not make your move now, when will you? Longcheng murmured, patting Lin Lan's shoulder. He undoubtedly acted with good intentions, hoping that Lin Lan would seize the opportunity for reconciliation. Little did he know, Lin Lan was exceedingly timid. When it came to martial prowess, he would likely find himself outmatched. Should the opponent feel cornered and resort to ninjutsu, he could not possibly counter with explosive techniques. In such a scenario, he would not only be unable to assist Pandai, but would also risk becoming a laughingstock. Lin Lan was not one to engage in unwise ventures. Is this truly how you intend to stand idly by? Longcheng continued to speak. Meiza also sensed the conversation between the two, her large eyes scanning the scene with contempt for Lin Lan's actions. No wonder Pandai chose to part ways. It was entirely of Lin Lan's own making. As a boyfriend, he was inferior in capability, rendering himself of little use. Furthermore, Lin Lan's appearance was hardly handsome enough to be considered a pretty boy. In critical moments, he faltered. Any girlfriend would have opted to let go under such circumstances. The youth showed no signs of retreat, swiftly stepping forward to block the path of several individuals. Turtle Island Ichiro appeared somewhat irked. Brother, such conduct is hardly appropriate. We are here to take an exam, not to engage in combat. If you have grievances, let us find a private place to settle them another day, rather than causing a scene in front of so many. Enough. You from the Leaf Village always act so high and mighty. What is there to boast about? Today, I shall expose your true nature, including that of the Uchiha clan. I will grind you into the ground. The boy's words grew increasingly outrageous, showing blatant disregard for those around him. Pandai too began to seethe with anger. What is your name? Listen well, I am Kurigang from the Cloud Village. The name certainly carried a sense of bravado. Pandai nodded slightly, her expression hardening into one of aggression. Though unfamiliar with his reputation, she was intrigued by his audacity to provoke her and was eager to see what he could do. The crowd gathered around, cheering and urging them on, excited for the impending clash. Shaodi, let it go. Just then, Meiza appeared to halt the confrontation. Positioning herself between the two, she shook her head. The Hokage has instructed us not to provoke conflict. Kurigang gazed at Meiza's retreating figure, somewhat astonished. It was said that the Leaf Village produced the most formidable ninjas. Now, it seemed they were also beginning to cultivate beauty. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the sight of the two stunning women standing together, a picture of grace. If they were to learn that both had been playfully toyed with by Lin Lan, it would surely drive them to fury. At that moment, a Jainin from the rock-hidden village approached, dispersing the gathering to prevent further trouble. Kurigang, is it? I shall remember you. Pandai smiled, signaling the cessation of hostilities. However, it was clear to all that this was not the end. In the world of ninjas, provocations demanded responses. The true strength of the two sides remained uncertain, but one thing was assured. The ensuing battle would be nothing short of spectacular. Pandai and Kurigang seemed to embody two distinct terrors. With the day's examination concluded, everyone exited the arena. The state of affairs varies greatly. Some shake their heads and sigh, while others are filled with joy. None can ascertain their scores, and all engage in secret conjectures. Numerous peers gather to deliberate on the day's exam questions. The trio of Lin Lan sits in the playground, discussing topics devoid of any examination relevance. Instead, they recount the quarrels that transpired earlier, expressing heightened interest in the laborer. This fellow is not to be underestimated. His provocation before us is rather excessive, and I sense his capabilities may indeed be noteworthy. Longcheng is the first to voice his opinion, showing no favoritism, yet it seems he subtly praises the opposing party. In any case, regardless of his thoughts, everyone is advised not to provoke Lord Hokage, who has commanded us to return promptly after the test. Meiza remains remarkably composed, resembling a captain in demeanor, while Lin Lan quietly sits aside, saying nothing. Aware that he may be feeling down, he refrains from stepping in to assist Pundi. No one can blame him. It is his own timidity that holds him back. Do not worry, brother. We all understand and do not hold it against you. Lin Lan feels a deep sense of helplessness regarding others' perceptions of him. Yet, perhaps there is merit in concealing one's abilities and leading a more cautious life, ensuring longevity. How did you fare on the exam? At last, Longcheng shifts the topic to inquire about Lin Lan's performance. Not too bad, Lin Lan replies, a relaxed expression gracing his face. In the grading room, numerous jonin discuss the papers, their focus not on the scores. Eventually, one paper arrives in Heitu's hands. and he cannot help but smile. This lad truly possesses talent. It reminds me of a certain ninja from years past, the current Hokage, Naruto. I have heard that he once did the same, submitted a blank sheet. Yet this boy has taken it a step further, daring to scribble nonsense. Everyone gathers around, noting that all the answers on the paper are marked with C, and the back is filled with doodles from idle moments. As for the name, it is unforgettable. Master, you must be exhausted today. Xiaohan finally encounters Lin Lan in the evening. She enthusiastically grasps his hand, disregarding the gazes of onlookers. Peppering him with questions as though they had not seen each other in ages, her expression brimming with concern. Rest assured, everything went smoothly. Your master is undoubtedly more formidable than anyone else. Do you not realize this? You should have confidence in me. Haha. Everyone shares a resigned laugh, fully aware that Linlan's results are unlikely to be stellar. To become a genin, one must undergo a comprehensive skills assessment, and the scores from each stage hold significant importance. In the final grading, if one performs poorly, disqualification is inevitable. After dinner, Xiaohan initially planned to have Lin Lan accompany her to admire the scenery of a Wagakure. However, Lin Lan lacks the inclination, feeling rather dreadful today. Let us save it for another day, my dear. I am truly a bit fatigued. Naturally, Xiaohan is disappointed, believing such an opportunity is rare. Faced with the sense of loss emanating from Xiaohan, Lin Lan could only acquiesce. Ah, this is indeed my beloved master. She contentedly linked her arm with Lin Lan's, and together they ventured out from their dwelling towards the heart of the village. The local customs and traditions were indeed starkly different from those of the Hidden Leaf village. The villagers did not hold the practice of ninjutsu in high esteem, rendering it reasonable for the village to be classified as the weakest in terms of combat prowess within the ninja world. Master, let us strengthen our shop and expand by opening a branch here. What do you think? She suggested playfully. This notion had never crossed Lin Lan's mind. Yet it served as a gentle reminder. Indeed, as business flourishes, wealth accumulates. The idea appeared to be quite feasible. I never anticipated you possessed such economic acumen. If I indeed manage to open a branch in the future, I shall entrust its management to you. Please do not let me down, he responded. As they strolled, they dreamed of the future. Many villagers, including the lower-ranking ninjas who had come to take the exam, cast envious glances at this pair of celestial lovers. Some even recognized Lin Lan, not for any remarkable attribute of his own, but rather because they thought of his teammate, Meiza. The disparity among individuals could be quite disheartening. This fellow, with his unremarkable looks and perhaps mediocre ninjutsu, was inexplicably placed in the same team as Meiza, which stirred a pang of jealousy in others. Not to mention, his girlfriend was stunningly beautiful. Truly, fate can be unjust. Amidst the envious and resentful gazes, Lin Lan and Xiaohan exited the village to behold the splendid vistas beyond. What score did you achieve? Just barely passing, he replied. Today marked the announcement of results, and all lower-ranking ninjas crowded the plaza, diligently searching for their names. Lin Lan felt no excitement, fully aware that his score would be far from impressive, perhaps even the subject of ridicule. As they pressed forward through the throng, suddenly, an exclamation pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of incredulous voices. All eyes turned towards an inconspicuous corner. Goodness, there's a fellow named Lin Lan who scored 0. Upon hearing his name, Lin Lan was taken aback. Surely, even with a poor performance, scoring a complete 0 was unfathomable. Both Longcheng and Meiza were equally astonished. And after a brief silence, a hint of a smile crept onto their faces. Perhaps they had anticipated failure, but not to such an extent. They chose to remain silent thereafter, as the laughter continued, incredulous at the notion of someone achieving a score of 0. At that moment, Lin Lan wished he could dig a hole and vanish within it, eager to escape the situation that rendered him somewhat lighter in spirit. Longcheng and Meiza, of course, excelled and successfully passed the first examination. The one who faltered the most was undoubtedly him. Unaware of the situation, Day and Xiaohan prepared a celebratory feast for their return. Hoping that Lin Lan would surprise them today, believing that this young man could indeed conjure a small miracle. By the river, one was bustling about while speaking, seemingly confident in Lin Lan, though the truth of those words remained uncertain. Xiaohan expressed no dissent. There lingered a sense that the situation was far from straightforward. It could very well culminate in a monumental farce. By midday, they finally returned. Meiza and Longcheng walked ahead, with a dejected Lin Lan trailing behind. His demeanor made it evident that the circumstances were undoubtedly unfavorable. Xiaohan, however, offered no verbal expression and simply wrapped her arm around his. How did the master fare? Lin Lan remained silent. Longcheng found it difficult to voice his thoughts. while Meiza sat quietly at the dining table. It was passable. After persistent inquiries, Lin Lan ultimately uttered a mere 3 words, as if reluctant, squeezed out with great effort. Xiao Han had no intention of letting the matter rest. She was determined to uncover the exact score. If you won't tell me, I can find out for myself. I know the list is in the square. All right. I'll tell you. 0 points. Lin Lan sulked on the sofa. Did he openly burst into laughter, finding the situation exceedingly exaggerated? Goodness, did you really perform that poorly? Did you fail to guess even one answer? You hardly resemble my disciple. I am quite disappointed, haha. Though disappointment was expressed, his laughter never ceased. Xiao Han felt perplexed as well, choosing to remain silent. She quietly stayed by her master's side, her heart a tumult of emotions. Longcheng and Meiza did not express much either, wishing to spare him further embarrassment. Lin Lan, frustrated, pushed the door open and stepped outside, visibly indignant. Reflecting on his words, he too found it puzzling how he had failed to answer a single question correctly. Master, wait. Xiao Han gasped, chasing from behind. Leave me alone. I need some peace. Is this how you choose to give up after such a setback? I believe there is still hope. You needn't be so disheartened. There are still 2 more rounds ahead. As long as you prepare earnestly, success is assured. In truth, Lin Lan had already lost his desire for the upcoming exams. Even if he succeeded, he had become the subject of mockery. News had spread far and wide about a youth named Lin Lan who had managed to score 0. Laughter echoed around him as Lin Lan walked alongside Xiao Han. He could overhear discussions about him, with many curious about his appearance. Did you hear? People show no mercy towards the weak. I haven't done anything wrong. I merely performed poorly. What truly vexed Lin Lan was that he had never anticipated such an outcome. Back then, Naruto Uzumaki had submitted a blank paper and faced no repercussions. Why, then, did he find himself in such a predicament? Truly, fortunes change. Master, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? If you perform admirably in the next 2 rounds, you will undoubtedly earn their respect and admiration. Xiao Han also appeared indignant, firmly believing that Lin Lan's abilities extended beyond what he had shown. There must be other avenues yet to explore. After spending some time together, it became evident that Lin Lan was utterly inept at ninjutsu. The path to success was fraught with challenges. However, it was essential not to continuously undermine his confidence. He needed to rekindle his belief in himself. Finally, finding his footing, Lin Lan turned to Xiao Han and said, I am feeling quite irritable at the moment. Not comprehending his meaning, Xiao Han blinked her bright eyes in confusion. How can I help you relieve your frustration? Lin Lan, feeling exasperated, moved forward, unwilling to engage in further jesting with her. As fate would have it, just then, the trio of Pang Di approached. Their arrival, marked by arrogance, was particularly unwelcome during his moment of despair as he encountered former flames. He swiftly turned away, hoping to evade their gaze. Yet, Takagawa, you had other intentions. Calling out loudly, Lin Lan, why are you turning away from us? This boy harbored malicious intent, raising his voice to draw attention. The surrounding crowd, previously engaged in discussions about Lin Lan's identity, now turned their curious eyes toward the unfolding scene. Ultimately, Lin Lan stood his ground, fully aware of Takagawa's insinuation. If he was not mistaken, their displeasure stemmed from his failure to support Pang Di. What kind of man would he be if he did not stand up for his girlfriend? I heard your exam results were quite good. Congratulations are in order. Takagawa said with a sardonic smile. Pang Di's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as she averted her gaze, seemingly reluctant to confront the harshness of the moment. Kamijima Ikaru added, Did you know? Achieving a perfect score is difficult, but scoring 0 is even more challenging. A truly superhuman feat. Laughter erupted, and Lin Lan felt utterly forsaken by the world. No one came to his defense. The onlookers shared in the derision. And although the girl beside him was both beautiful and charming, Lin Lan's disheveled appearance rendered him unworthy. In terms of looks, Xiao Han outshone him significantly. How could he, of all people, be graced with such a stunning companion? It was perplexing. Since we all hail from the same village, you should not be so cruel. True heroes cannot be judged merely by fleeting successes or failures. My master will undoubtedly succeed. This time was simply a misstep. Look at how smug you all are. Xiao Han, undeterred, stood resolutely beside Lin Lan, boldly meeting Pang Di's gaze to see how she would respond. We should leave. Pang Di seemed unable to endure the scrutiny, as if it were a dagger piercing her heart, and she wished to escape. Her companions wore smiles, seemingly dismissive of Lin Lan and Xiao Han. Takagawa and Kamijima Ikaru continued to loudly recount the events, mocking his character. Xiao Han was indignant. The crowd cast scornful glances at Lin Lan. He appeared utterly inadequate, unworthy of being a ninja. Hey, do not underestimate my master. You will surely astonish you all. Just wait and see. Lin Lan hastily grasped Xiaohan's arm, pulling her back to prevent her from speaking recklessly. In truth, he had long been accustomed to being underestimated, leading a life of extreme caution. However, he could not tolerate the ridicule from others. It was a profound insult to him. Today had been particularly dismal, leaving Lin Lan feeling utterly disoriented. Tossing and turning in bed, he found sleep elusive. With 2 more challenges ahead, he pondered the nature of success. It was imperative to contemplate seriously. If a direct confrontation was inevitable, he must showcase his true abilities, though he had only physical prowess at his disposal. Ninjutsu was out of the question. While he grappled with his thoughts, a sudden knock at the door startled him. Uncertain of who would visit him at such a late hour, he initially assumed it was Xiaohan. To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found Longcheng standing there, leaving him somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? Lin Lan noticed a bag in Longcheng's hand, curious as to its contents. Sitting on his bed, Longcheng finally revealed the item within, a shield. What is this? This is a special gift I crafted for you. I initially planned to present it during the 3rd challenge, but seeing your mood, I thought it best to give it to you early to lift your spirits. It is made from meteorite material. Lin Lan felt a twinge of intrigue. The shield appeared rather unremarkable, oval in shape, and painted a deep black. As he ran his fingers over its surface, he noted the meticulous craftsmanship. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a faint pattern adorning the shield. The interior featured a handguard for ease of handling. Furthermore, Longcheng had thoughtfully engraved his initials, Lan, upon it. This shield reminds me of a weapon wielded by a certain captain in an anime. However, theirs was adorned with stars, while yours bears my name. Quite fitting, I suppose. Lin Lan took the shield, weighing it in his hands. Its weight was perfectly balanced, and its size was just right to protect his body. I shall carry this with me at all times, haha. I fear I may become the butt of jokes as the scapegoat. He reveled in the moment, clearly delighted. Longcheng sighed in relief upon witnessing Lin Lan's smile, which had been absent throughout the day, leaving him visibly downcast. By the way, you mentioned it was forged from meteorite. Where did you acquire such material? The raw material was rather simple to obtain. During the Shinobi World War, Uchiha Madara summoned 2 meteorites using ninjutsu. My father later shattered a large piece and kept some for himself. Lin Lan was taken aback. This guy truly knows how to repurpose waste. I have tested its strength. It is undoubtedly robust enough to withstand most ninjutsu and physical attacks. However, you must be cautious of large-scale ninjutsu from opponents. Do not presume that possessing this shield makes you invincible. Of course. Do you think I'm unaware of the need to flee? The 2 shared a laugh, and Lin Lan held the shield with great fondness, overwhelmed with gratitude for Longcheng. Indeed, you are a true brother. Come here for a hug. Not a chance, I'm leaving. With a wave, Longcheng turned to exit, winking at him as he did so. This is the essence of true friendship. Bestowing such a precious weapon upon him without any expectation of gratitude, Lin Lan remains ungrateful, believing that all expressions of thanks are mere facades. With the shield in hand, he sits there, oscillating it back and forth, contemplating how to maximize its potential. The 2nd phase of the examination is about to commence, and he wonders if he can achieve remarkable feats to ensure his success. However, one aspect is quite promising. During the forthcoming joint offensive, as the vanguard, Lin Lan can utilize this shield to forge a path forward. He hopes so. Embracing the shield, Lin Lan drifts into slumber. The following morning, the group receives a summons from Hyuga, gathering once again in the square for an outdoor mission. Lin Lan speculates that it may resemble the perilous task in the Forest of Death, where victory is determined by the Heavenly Scroll. Yet, upon hearing Hyuga's plan, he is taken aback, realizing the magnitude of their undertaking. While it is indeed a team mission, the method is far more perilous than that of the Forest of Death. The 2nd phase of the Chunin selection exam is remarkably straightforward. According to Hyuga, there exists a gorge outside the village known as the 100 Beasts. No villager, including ninjas, has dared to enter this place lightly. It is a sanctuary for ferocious wildlife where many savage beasts roam. To step in carelessly is to invite certain death. Their task is to enter the valley as teams and return with the head of a fierce beast. The first to return will claim the top position. Of course, they must not take the easy route by capturing a harmless creature. Based on years of experience, 3 types of formidable beasts inhabit this area: wolves, tigers, and leopards. They reign at the apex of the food chain and have wreaked havoc in the gorge for a long time. Through this examination, It is hoped that the genin will assist the Hidden Rock Village in addressing this issue. However, this is merely the simplest aspect of the mission. More crucially, they may also seize trophies from their opponents without having to confront the beast directly. Hyuga reveals a sinister smile. This is the true test. Many teams, unwilling to exert themselves, may seize the opportunity to eliminate any threatening ninjas. Lin Lan feels a twinge of concern, knowing he will undoubtedly become an easy target. With a score of 0 in the exam, it is clear to all that he is the weakest. Eliminating him would mean one less competitor in the upcoming matches. Even if he poses no threat, who would wish to allow him to survive? Sure enough, all eyes, whether intentionally or not, drift towards him. And Lin Lan feels a sense of anxiety. Meiza and Longcheng furrow their brows, though they remain silent. They understand that this predicament stems from the trouble caused by this boy. Scoring a few more points would have been preferable. Why must it be 0? This is troublesome. Everyone else is now poised to prey upon him. Good luck to you all, future leaders. Hyuga commands, and the group immediately sets off. Lin Lan glances at Xiaoan in the distance, waving at her. Xiaoan wishes to wave back, but finds no opportunity as Lin Lan has already turned away, his demeanor serious. Master, I shall watch over you. The 100 Beast Gorge is not far from the village, and soon, they arrive in batches. Under the guidance of the Jounin, they begin to advance steadily. Before embarking on their journey, Lin Lan meticulously inspected the various ninja tools he carried. Lacking ninjutsu, he was left to rely solely on his taijutsu. The use of explosive techniques was out of the question. 2 of his companions were already noticed by others, which would inevitably cause a commotion. Furthermore, large-scale ninjutsu would certainly incite unrest. Even if they were to eliminate their target, the aftermath would be catastrophic, yielding little reward. Be extra cautious, my dear, mocked the senior ninja from IWA Shinobi Village, casting a deliberate taunt at Meiza. She responded with a cold glare. Proceeding slowly into the valley, flanked by her 2 bodyguards, leaving Lin Lan feeling quite apologetic. Once everyone entered the valley, they dispersed to select advantageous terrain, remaining vigilant of their surroundings, wary of a sudden enemy assault. Given that they were all vying for the spoils, personal grievances could also ignite conflict. Lin Lan and his companions were no exception. Initially lost in thought, he was poised to observe where Pundi was positioned. Meanwhile, the Yunin trio at the rear shouted, "Lin Lan is here, eliminate him." These fellows certainly lack respect. Just as he had anticipated, they aimed to take him down first. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Lan turned and fled, harboring no intention of resistance. Meiza felt a surge of anger, believing that as a Konoha ninja, she could not simply evade confrontation. "Meiza, hurry," urged Longcheng. Engaging in battle would not serve their interests, as others would inevitably come running. The 3 dashed through the valley until the sounds of pursuit faded, allowing them to gradually relax. They concealed themselves in a hollow among the mountains, surrounded by trees. As their anxiety subsided, Lin Lan plopped down, exhausted and out of breath. "These guys are truly despicable." "Well, it's your fault for performing so poorly," Longcheng retorted. Hastily lowering his shield and gripping it tightly, Lin Lan remarked, "I'm unsure of this thing's efficacy. If unforeseen circumstances arise, do not worry about me. Save yourselves." Meiza shot him a disapproving glance but said nothing further, quickly rising to continue onward. "Wait a moment, Meiza," Lin Lan called after her. "We should devise a plan." In the valley lurked wolves, tigers, and leopards. The simplest to contend with were the leopards, given their smaller size, while the wolves posed a greater threat due to their pack mentality. As Lin Lan outlined his analysis, Meiza fell silent, contemplating his insights. Longcheng concurred, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Brother, you've certainly observed the animal kingdom. How do you suggest we locate the leopards? I'm no expert in tracking. I merely offer suggestions. If we encounter a tiger or a pack of wolves, we should simply steer clear." Despite his casual dismissal, Meiza interjected, "If we continue searching for our target, we may waste precious time. Without securing a top position, we risk losing our advantage in the upcoming challenges." Everyone understood that the so-called advantage lay in the ability to choose opponents first. This was particularly beneficial for Lin Lan, as he could opt for ninjas whose strength he could contend with. "Meiza, are you worried about me?" Lin Lan shamelessly inquired, recalling the last mission. The peril they faced had somewhat eased their relationship. Lin Lan hoped for a similar outcome this time, yet Meiza was preoccupied with her own thoughts. "Stop being so vain. I merely wish for a bit of ease, for my own sake," Meiza retorted with irritation. This was precisely the reaction Lin Lan desired. His anger towards her signified that he still held feelings for her. Sitting there, he foolishly chuckled to himself. Enough chatter, let us hasten our departure, Longcheng commanded, urging everyone to rise and continue onward. The valley was strewn with stones and sparsely dotted with trees, rendering the landscape particularly desolate. One could only wonder how any creature managed to survive in such an environment. As they advanced, the mountain path grew increasingly steep, and the earth became unyieldingly hard, even causing discomfort to their feet. Gazing across the barren yellow earth, devoid of any greenery, the scenery starkly contrasted with that of my village, revealing a rugged beauty. Wow! Standing here feels as though I could reach out and touch the sky. It's astonishingly vast. Zhuangjian opened his arms, yearning to shout in exhilaration, only to be abruptly pulled to the ground by Meiza. They found themselves in a rather compromising position, lying on the ground with Meiza on top. Lin Lan stared at her in astonishment, bewildered by her intentions. Did she believe that, with no one around, they could engage in a dramatic showdown on the yellow earth? How can you be so reckless? Everyone here sees you as a target. Your carelessness could endanger us all. Meiza seized his collar, her tone harsh. Longcheng was scouting nearby. Should he witness their scuffle, it would surely invite trouble. Why could the team not find harmony, always embroiled in conflict? Lin Lan scarcely registered Meiza's words, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Her face was flawless from every angle, even when viewed from below, radiant and without blemish. Heaven had bestowed upon Meiza an unparalleled beauty. Any man fortunate enough to call her his own would surely awaken from dreams with a smile. Were he in her place, he would scarcely leave his bed for a month. Suddenly, Meiza, still gripping his collar, sensed something amiss. She quickly leaped away from Lin Lan, feeling a certain protrusion threatening her vulnerability. You little rascal, how dare you at such a moment? Lin Lan awkwardly scrambled to his feet, his words failing him as he scratched his head in embarrassment. What are you two doing? If this continues, we'll all perish. We must search for clues, Longcheng exclaimed, visibly vexed. The group complied without hesitation. Meiza deliberately distanced herself from Lin Lan, wary of approaching him, sensing an intense danger. He reminded her of a small teddy bear. Clang. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed nearby. The three exchanged knowing glances, swiftly realizing that a confrontation had commenced. They hurried forward, taking refuge behind a rock. Peering cautiously, they beheld two teams locked in a life-and-death struggle. Sand Ninja versus Rain Ninja, 6 individuals entangled in fierce combat. They have all unleashed their utmost abilities, hurling shurikens and darts in a chaotic flurry. Water release, shockwave. Fire release, great fireball. Neither side is willing to yield, and the art of ninjutsu begins to manifest in full force. The atmosphere escalates dramatically, while 3 individuals observe quietly from a distance. It appears that none have succeeded in capturing their prey, suggesting underlying tensions among them. Meiza watches intently. Speaking of conflicts, Lin Lan recalls the discord between Fat D and Coolie Gang. Should they encounter one another, a fierce brawl is inevitable. Here, there is no guilt in taking a life, nor any repercussions. One can eliminate their opponent with utter impunity, employing any skill they possess. Alas, Meiza and Longcheng glance at Lin Lan, puzzled by his deep sigh. He ponders what might happen if Fat D crosses paths with Coolie Gang. Clearly, he is still preoccupied with thoughts of that girl. Although Meiza remains silent, her expression softens, recognizing a flicker of conscience in Lin Lan. Longcheng interjects. You should prioritize your own safety. We are hardly in a secure position ourselves, and they have 2 formidable allies at their side. Should true danger arise, neither Meiza nor I will come to your aid. Aware of the jest, Lin Lan dismisses it lightly. After a brief observation, they notice that Ren is beginning to falter. The coordination of their ninjutsu is rather lacking, and they finally fall victim to an opportunity. The trio advances in a triangular formation, cornering their foes in the center of the arena, leaving no room for escape. Ultimately, they unleash their full strength to subdue their adversaries, compelling them to surrender. If it means survival, surrender is hardly shameful, Lin Lan jests. Whoosh, whoosh, ah! Cries of anguish erupt in succession. To their astonishment, the Sand Ninjas display an alarming ruthlessness, mercilessly dispatching their opponents. Even in surrender, no mercy is shown. Heavens! How brutal these individuals are! Longcheng expresses deep concern. He had initially thought it merely a trivial skirmish, a beating would suffice, but they are willing to take lives. The 3 slowly retreat behind a boulder, lapsing into silence as they contemplate their next steps. They all understand that lingering in leisure is not an option. They must swiftly complete their mission and return. This time, Without any prompting from Longcheng, Lin Lan takes the initiative, hastily darting toward the rear, his urgency palpable. This lad is indeed quite cautious when faced with the specter of death. He cares not for the fatigue of the task at hand. Moreover, he calls out loudly, "Could the two of you hasten your pace? It will soon be dark, and danger will only increase." "Are you serious?" Meiza is left speechless. This fellow is exceedingly timid. Had he not witnessed the fierce battle, he might still be dawdling. "Do not rush. Exercise caution," Longcheng advises, urging Lin Lan not to plunge into peril in his eagerness to fulfill the mission. The trio meanders through the valley for an extended period, encountering no leads. Though they spot some wildlife, it consists solely of insignificant snakes and vermin. Perhaps fate has favored a select few, allowing them to advance without encountering any adversaries. As twilight descended, the time for their trial approached. The ninjas preferred to act under the cover of moonlight, excelling in stealth and assassination. The three companions felt an air of tension, refraining from igniting a campfire for warmth. The path they traversed was fraught with difficulties. Should the enemy launch an assault? The outcome would be no different for them. Even the slightest movement would reveal their presence. "Let us rest for a moment," Lin Lan suggested as he settled onto the ground, only to suddenly sense something amiss. A faint scent of blood wafted through the air. A fragrance all too familiar to seasoned ninjas. In an instant, Lin Lan reacted, wondering if danger lurked nearby. "Be cautious." Both of his companions felt it too. And the trio swiftly formed a defensive formation, with Lin Lan raising the meteorite shield. "Longcheng, is this truly effective?" Lin Lan pondered, still apprehensive about the exaggerated claims of its power. When confronted with peril, it might prove ineffectual. "Can you not place a modicum of trust in me?" "Have no fear." "Silence," Meiza commanded, urging the two to hush. Caution was paramount now, requiring them to discern the location of their foes through sound. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed, as shadowy figures materialized from the darkness. Indeed, they were adversaries. Initially, Lin Lan had speculated that some wild creature was nearby, believing himself fortunate to accomplish the mission and return safely. He had not anticipated the actual appearance of enemies. They appeared to be ninjas from the hidden Leaf Village. Indeed, it is them. The enemies swiftly recognized their identities and seemed cautious. "Halt! Who are you?" Longcheng demanded. "Do not be alarmed. We are from the Sand Village." "Oh," Lin Lan exhaled in relief. The relationship between their two villages was quite amicable, having recently collaborated to vanquish the iron-blooded warriors. With a flourish, one of the figures ignited a torch, illuminating their faces. "Is it you?" one exclaimed, visibly astonished. His gaze fixated on Meiza without faltering. Meiza, however, did not recognize him, feeling slightly puzzled. "I remember you, ever since our last encounter in the village. I have not been able to forget our fateful meeting," he said. The young man, though unremarkable in appearance, exhibited palpable excitement, particularly with his distinctive garlic-shaped nose that drew attention. His two companions shared no remarkable traits, save for their white windbreakers. "Forgive me, but I do not know you," Meiza replied, finding the situation odd. Yet Lin Lan and Longcheng understood that it was her beauty that had left an indelible impression on him. "No need for anxiety. My name is Murakami. These two are my companions, Jiangping and Sengxia." Lin Lan and the others introduced themselves, maintaining a courteous demeanor despite their relative unfamiliarity. Everyone remained on high alert. Currently amidst an examination, one may find themselves driven to madness in pursuit of their objectives. It is entirely within reason that, disregarding past affections, one might strike unexpectedly. Through an introduction, it has come to light that they have encountered a minor predicament here. There are individuals intent on eliminating them, and in self-defense, they may be compelled to take lethal action. It is rumored that a group of ninjas hailing from the mist is involved. Since we are all friends, let us hasten to separate our paths and not squander any more time. Once the examination concludes, we shall pay a visit and indulge in merriment together. Longcheng promptly expressed his thoughts, wishing to avoid entanglement with them. Before the others could depart, Murakami suddenly interjected, "Everyone, it is fortuitous that we have crossed paths here. Why not travel together? In the face of danger, we could assist one another." Longcheng hesitated to acquiesce to his proposal, noticing the presence of his two companions. Lin Lan, naturally, opposed the idea vehemently. The greatest fear lies in being betrayed by one's own. One would be left oblivious to the unfolding events. "Murakami, we sincerely apologize, but we have more pressing matters to attend to," Lin Lan firmly declined. Her refusal aligned with Meiza's sentiments, who believed it was only appropriate given the current unclear circumstances. To trust the others too readily might invite peril. Thus, The decision to act independently was indeed prudent. Suddenly, Senshita chuckled and remarked, "It is not impossible for you to leave, but we have a small request that we hope you will grant." One could sense that his expression, tinged with malice, hinted at anything but goodwill. "We greatly admire Sister Meiza. Should you wish to depart, we kindly ask that you leave behind the adorable one for our enjoyment." What? Such an outrageous demand was unheard of. Meiza was instantly incensed, and Lin Lan found it utterly unbelievable. How could they, as friends, dare to speak so disrespectfully? "Please do not misunderstand. We merely wish to appreciate the little one, to know her flavor and hue. It is as simple as that. And we hope you can oblige us." Senshita shamelessly continued to elaborate, while the other two snickered. The situation had become entirely transparent. Their intentions were deliberate. "How dare you bully us?" Longcheng swiftly drew a shuriken from behind, positioning it protectively in front of Meiza. Lin Lan gradually brandished her meteor shield, aware that a fierce battle was imminent. Resolving this predicament amicably was an impossibility. These ruffians, perhaps lacking ambition in their daily lives, might be incited by the solitude of the night, giving rise to their sinister thoughts, and they might soon be unable to restrain themselves. "Brother, what are you waiting for? I am assisting you," Senshita taunted Murakami. Jiangping remained silent, his expression tinged with concern. "They are not our match. What is there to fear?" The three, undeterred, surged forward, adopting a squad formation. Lin Lan intended to shout a warning for them to retreat, but Meiza had already taken action. "Byakugan, activate." Meiza unleashed her skills without mercy upon those who sought to bully her. As she leaped forward, her Byakugan disowned the chakra points of the three assailants. Longcheng seized the opportunity, initiating a series of hand seals. Earth release, earth-shattering arrow. A thunderous roar ensued. The ground beneath them underwent a sudden transformation, an undeniable sound rising forth. Lin Lan felt the world spin around her, yet she refrained from making any hasty movements. Small stones scattered across the earth were instantly propelled into the air, transforming into a barrage of darts aimed directly at the trio. Wind release, great breakthrough. Jiangping formed a single-handed seal, unleashing a tempest from his lips that sent the stone darts careening away. This technique was undeniably formidable. Fire release, fiery dance. Without a moment's hesitation, Murakami displayed his exceptional ninjutsu, exhaling flames that he astonishingly grasped in his palms, as if wielding two whips made of fire. With each flourish, a thunderous crack echoed through the air. "Lin Lan," Longcheng shouted, his intent clear. The meteorite shield in his hands should be able to withstand the impending damage. Upon hearing the call, Lin Lan was taken aback. This lad intended to use her as a shield. No wonder he entrusted this artifact to her. It was infuriating. Lin Lan feared she might not withstand the assault. A single blow could spell disaster. Yet, with Longcheng's shout urging her to assist, she had no choice but to intervene. "Fear not, I am here." Like a hero making a grand entrance, Lin Lan leaped forth. "Behold my prowess." The young man braced himself against the onslaught, the meteorite shield absorbing the impact. Murakami's fiery whip struck fiercely against it. Crack! In an instant, sparks flew like a dazzling display of fireworks. But alas, no one had the heart to admire the spectacle. Murakami was undeterred. Wind release, earth tornado. A sudden gust of wind whipped around, forming a vortex on the ground, racing toward the three. "Be cautious. This is a fusion of earth and wind techniques." Meiza discerned his capabilities. She had originally intended to close the distance and use the Bagua palm to seal their chakra points. But now she found herself unable to advance. With me here, Lin Lan, who was withstanding the whip's assault, began to feel a sense of reassurance. The shield crafted from meteorite was indeed formidable. "Do not approach," Meiza shouted, aware that the amalgamation of chakra was beyond her ability to resist. Even understanding that the shield was forged from meteorite, she feared it might still fall short. "I believe it can withstand." Longcheng's eyes gleamed with pride. This shield was his creation, and he held unwavering confidence in it. The might of the earth tornado was extraordinary. Even with the shield, Lin Lan found her body involuntarily retreating. The sound of her feet scraping against the ground was chilling. "Damn, this is impressive." Meiza was taken aback, never anticipating the shield could genuinely hold its ground. Murakami, who had intended to leverage this technique to determine the victor, stood frozen in place. Having never encountered such a divine artifact, what was the shield made of that rendered it so invincible? The other two companions stared wide-eyed, bewildered, unable to fathom the reality. They had never seen a shield capable of withstanding ninjutsu attacks. How was this even possible? In their hearts, the three harbored similar thoughts. "Watch me." Jiangping formed seals once again. Wind release, gale palm. This lad's martial arts are indeed impressive, resembling a dance. A series of fierce gusts erupted from his palms, transforming into several blade-like illusions that assailed Lin Lan. Water release, water dragon iron cannon. In order to avert any unforeseen mishaps, Meiza directly utilized her chakra. A roar resonated as a colossal blue dragon ascended from the water nearby, opening its maw to unleash a torrent of water upon the trio. Bang, bang, bang. The three did not withstand the assault, hastily evading. Fortunately, their reflexes were swift. Otherwise, this technique could have left them with no escape, likely resulting in their demise. These fellows are formidable, Morishita thought, a lingering dread gnawing at him. What should we do? Perhaps we should retreat. Jiangping was disinclined to continue the fight. Lin Lan possessed an invincible shield of physical defense, bolstered by two exceptionally capable companions. This confrontation was proving to be exceedingly challenging. As the three huddled behind a stone wall, secretly deliberating how to resolve the predicament, an inexplicable fear surged within them, emanating from the depths of their souls. 8 trigrams palm, return to heaven. Boom. In an instant, the stones they had taken refuge behind were shattered into fragments. This was Meiza's signature technique, a closely guarded secret of the Hyuga clan. Even with knowledge of the technique's potency, one must possess the Byakugan to effectively wield it. Oh no. The three were startled and rolled aside, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The level of terror in their hearts required no further explanation. They understood perfectly. They had provoked someone they ought not to have. I refuse to be cowed. Murakami, seemingly frenzied, hurled several shuriken, targeting both Longcheng and Meiza. Fully aware of Lin Lan's indomitable shield, he aimed to incapacitate the two companions first, believing it to be a sound strategy. However, he overlooked Lin Lan's martial prowess. In an instant, she leaped in front of the duo, using her shield to deflect all incoming attacks. What the hell? An ambush. With her shield in hand. Lin Lan felt emboldened, even smiling, a stark contrast to her earlier concern. Please, do not kill us. We are sorry, we were wrong. Murakami hastily apologized, realizing too late the consequences of his recklessness. Meiza hesitated as well. None of them had ever truly taken a life. Their past missions simply involved driving enemies away or retreating due to Lin Lan's influence. They had never captured an adversary before, and the situation had left them somewhat bewildered. Captain, what do you suggest we do? Lin Lan posed the question to Longcheng, whose opinions everyone respected. Longcheng, possessing a kind heart, naturally did not wish to take the lives of his foes. Since they have surrendered, let's spare them. Lin Lan and Meiza had no objections. The trio of Murakami were elated to hear they would be granted mercy. Remember this, wherever you appear in the future, you are not to provoke us again. I assure you, the next encounter will be far more brutal than today. Now be gone. Occupying a position of superiority, Lin Lan boasted with an air of arrogance. Now, if he does not display his bravado, it is likely he will miss his opportunity. The shield in his hand serves as his most formidable weapon. The three individuals were filled with trepidation. After expressing their gratitude, they fled in disarray. The crisis had finally abated. Yet Longcheng noticed that Lin Lan's demeanor was somewhat unsettling. What is the matter? He inquired. I believe we should eliminate them, Lin Lan replied. For the hunting mission had no stipulated time frame. The lower-ranked ninjas had ample opportunity to seek their quarry, and they could also vie against one another to acquire spoils and secure their ranks upon returning. In the subsequent 3 days, Lin Lan's trio did not rush their endeavors. Their days were marked by caution, as they chose paths that were both obscure and steep. This strategy was attributed to Lin Lan's insight. Believing that the enemy would undoubtedly guard all critical junctures, and a chance encounter could occur. Following their encounter with the trio from the village that night, it became evident that they should avoid any disputes. Completing the mission and returning was paramount. None of them possessed the ruthlessness nor the intent to kill. The mountain paths were arduous. Meiza, having been raised in comfort, found her delicate feet sore after a short while and collapsed onto a rock. Lin Lan, naturally, was quite concerned. How are your feet, Meiza? No blisters, I hope. Do you require my assistance again? Though aware of his good intentions, Meiza hesitated, recalling his past actions, fearful that he might take advantage of her. No need, she replied. Longcheng shrugged helplessly. The trio made no further delays and pressed on, knowing that time was of the essence to fulfill their mission. During their quest for prey, they noticed several teams returning along the path. If their guesses were correct, these teams must have completed their tasks. These individuals are surprisingly swift, exceeding my expectations, Lin Lan noted, feeling an inexplicable sense of urgency. Naturally, He hoped for a commendable ranking, which would make selecting opponents easier in the future. Regrettably, such circumstances did not transpire. After searching for a considerable time, they had not encountered any wild beasts. They did notice some traces, but everyone assumed they were left by tigers or wolf packs, not the leopards they sought. Meiza, leaning against a stone, stood up and declared, "We cannot continue to wander aimlessly. We must find a prey and act swiftly." Her message was clear. Regardless of the beast they encountered, they should strive for success. Reluctantly, Lin Lan acquiesced, and they resumed their journey. Before long, they stumbled upon numerous signs of battle nearby, along with the remains of many fallen lower-ranked ninjas. Heavens! These individuals are exceedingly ruthless, Longcheng exclaimed, horrified. This is not how it should be. Even if one wishes to achieve a high rank, why resort to murder? The plan of Haitu was truly perplexing. Why go to such extremes in order to select Chunin? As the group pondered this grim reality, they suddenly sensed an unsettling change in the wind. As if it carried a whiff of blood. Could we be encountering the enemy once more? Lin Lan mused, feeling unfortunate for facing trouble he wished to avoid. Soon enough, the enemy began to reveal their presence. Roar! A magnificent tiger leapt into view, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. The sheer strength of this creature was staggering. The trio had never encountered a real tiger before, having only seen them on television. Now, face to face, they were struck by the palpable power radiating from the beast. It weighed at least 300 pounds and, when standing, could easily tower as high as 2 men. This could hardly be called a mere tiger. It was terrifying. Longcheng felt his limbs tremble slightly, a sentiment echoed by the others. Yet, despite her fear, Meiza bravely brandished her shuriken, the first to launch an attack. Driven by her impulsive and fearless nature, Lin Lan, clutching a shield, felt a pang of anxiety. Since the assault had commenced, he could not remain idle. The tiger, sensing Meiza's aggressive approach, swiftly evaded, as if aware of her potential threat. With a graceful leap to the left, it deftly avoided the attack. A roar erupted from its throat, seemingly intended to intimidate the group and deter any reckless actions. However, Meiza was undeterred. Her gaze hardened as she hurled several shuriken with unwavering determination. Today, she vowed, the tiger would not escape unscathed. The tiger, perceiving a serious threat, realized it had no choice but to confront them. With a powerful leap to the left, it once again evaded the assault while continuing to emit ferocious roars. The shuriken clattered against the rocky wall, failing to find their mark. The onlookers soon recognized that this tiger was far from foolish. It understood the peril it faced and circled cautiously, assessing the weaknesses of its challengers. Clearly, this was no ordinary beast. Having reigned in the mountains for years without encountering any significant threats, let us use ninjutsu to take it down, Lin Lan shouted, though he hesitated to advance. Lacking any ninjutsu skills and relying solely on his 2 companions for support, Meiza countered, "We cannot use ninjutsu, it might resist. And we could lose the chance to claim its head." This was indeed a valid concern. The mission required them to retrieve the tiger's head. If they annihilated it completely, they would face the daunting task of seeking another target, wasting precious time. It seemed the tiger understood their conversation, for it suddenly let out a fierce roar, signaling its intention to attack. "Move aside," Longcheng bellowed, urging Meiza to dodge. To their astonishment, she stood her ground, closing her eyes momentarily before reopening them, revealing a fierce determination. "Prepare to experience my pressure point technique." Meiza, an adept practitioner of Byakugan, had devised her strategy. Utilizing her expertise in pressure point techniques, she aimed to incapacitate the tiger and successfully sever its head. As the tiger lunged forward, its claws extended. A single strike could prove fatal. Byakugan, returning heaven. Chakra surged from Meiza, erupting from her activated points, spiraling upwards in a powerful display. Even the stones and gravel were summoned, soaring into the air. The tiger had never encountered such a battle. Before it could approach, it was directly repelled by a chakra blast, crashing against the rocks with a resounding thud. Boom. Roar. It, robust and powerful, quickly righted itself, emitting a bewildered roar, questioning why its attack had failed to yield results. It should have been able to slay this girl, yet she had sent it flying. Quite improbable. Indeed, she was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Seizing the moment, Lin Lan hurried to flatter her, playing the role of a supportive cheerleader, lavishing praise upon Meiza. Longcheng shot him a disdainful glance. This brat was truly opportunistic. "Be careful, Meiza." While Lin Lan continued to shout, Meiza's assault was already in full swing, leaving no room for the tiger to react. Utilizing her attacks to incapacitate it directly, The tiger soon realized these opponents were formidable. 8 trigrams 32 palms. For a true ninja, dealing with a tiger was exceedingly simple. The 8 trigrams palm was already raised. Sensing danger, the tiger hastily attempted to flee. Nowhere to run. Slap. 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 What followed was Meiza's solo performance. Her palm techniques targeted the tiger with ferocity, executing various moves that were nearly imperceptible. Her speed bordering on the absurd. This girl concealed such formidable strength. Lin Lan stood in the back, utterly astonished. Longcheng had never witnessed Meiza employing such concise, yet powerful techniques before. Every vital point of the tiger was struck, leaving it no chance to retaliate. The tiger, unable to react, slowly collapsed to the ground. Was it possible that these palm techniques had killed it? Meiza finally delivered her last strike. Die. She swiftly leaped backward, creating distance while gasping for breath. Upon looking back at the tiger, it emitted no sound. Its claws lay motionless. Its eyes were wide open, displaying a lifeless stare. Meiza slowly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Lan couldn't help but applaud, and Longcheng couldn't restrain himself from shouting in excitement. Meiza turned to her 2 teammates, seemingly regarding them as fools, and smiled. This was the first time she had shown a smile due to the battle in their presence. She felt immensely satisfied with her performance, having successfully subdued her prey, and now she could return triumphantly. Meiza, you are a legend in my heart. Lin Lan hurried forward, eager to record the moment. Unfortunately, his attempts at flattery fell flat. She disregarded him, pointing at the tiger and commanding, cut off its head. We're leaving. Me? Lin Lan, who usually didn't even dare to kill a chicken, took 2 hesitant steps back, his expression one of deep distress. What do you mean by that? Meiza was taken aback, as if she believed only Lin Lan could accomplish this task. Longcheng had long since averted his gaze. It's not that I'm afraid. I just think. Without granting him the opportunity to explain, Meiza snorted coldly, seemingly doubting his ability to handle even such a trivial matter, questioning how she could ever trust him in the future. Lin Lan found himself in quite the predicament. Reluctantly, he drew forth the shuriken and cautiously approached the lifeless tiger. As he neared, he noticed the wide-open eyes, staring vacantly, and an overwhelming sense of dread gripped his heart. He hurriedly shook his head, convinced that he was utterly incapable of proceeding. A wave of nausea washed over him, and Longcheng trembled with fear. Faced with the deceased tiger, they found themselves unable to sever its head. How could they accomplish the task? While other teams might have charged ahead with enthusiasm, they were mired in confusion. Paralyzed into inaction, sitting on a stone, they gazed at the tiger, their expressions etched with despair. Can't you 2 strapping men take action? Meiza urged, her impatience palpable. If another team passes by, they will undoubtedly claim the tiger's head, leaving us to fashion a bridal gown for them. Is that truly what you desire? Exchanging glances, Lin Lan and Longcheng averted their eyes, signaling their reluctance to engage in conversation. Frustration bubbled within Meiza as she lamented her unfortunate partnership with these 2. Cornered by circumstance, she resolved to take matters into her own hands. A lady of noble birth, she had never engaged in such grim tasks before, yet the pressure from her companions was overwhelming. With shuriken in hand, she faced the lifeless beast and thrust the weapon into its throat, commencing a gruesome dissection. Each motion filled her with terror, a queasy sensation threatening to surface, yet her mental fortitude held firm. You 2 wretched creatures. Meiza seemed to vent her frustrations on the tiger, forcefully slicing through its trachea and sinews. The sickening sounds echoed ominously, prompting the 2 men to avert their gazes, unable to bear witness to the scene. This only fueled Meiza's ire further. Hey, can't you 2 come over and assist me? She called out, struggling with the weight of the tiger's head. I can hardly manage this alone. Reluctantly, the 2 rose and made their way toward her, concern gnawing at their insides. Blood coated Meiza's hands and splattered across her face. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? She snapped, with no choice but to comply. Lin Lan and Longcheng each grasped one of the tiger's ears. Through their joint effort, they finally succeeded in removing the head. We did it. We are truly remarkable. Lin Lan exclaimed joyfully, raising the tiger's head as though claiming credit for the feat, his voice ringing with triumph. Meiza shot him a disdainful look, thinking to herself how little he had contributed. Had it not been for her bravery, this tiger might have fallen into another's grasp. You have some nerve. Spare us the grandstanding. Let us return swiftly. She huffed, turning to leave, indifferent to who would carry the trophy. You lazy brat, you didn't lift a finger. Shouldn't you be the one bearing the tiger's head? Longcheng interjected first. Wow, don't think you can bully me just because you're the team leader. Lin Lan retorted, clearly unwilling to relent. Lin Lan trudged at the rear of the group, burdened by the weight of the tiger's head, his brow furrowed in frustration. As the captain, shouldn't he be taking care of his teammates? It was absurd that Longcheng had assigned him such a heavy task. With each step, he felt as if he were carrying a mountain, given the considerable heft of the tiger's head. The trio retraced their steps, their pace quickening significantly, and with it, their spirits lifted. Although they could not vie for first place this time, a respectable rank was still within their grasp, which pleased Longcheng immensely. Meiza, while wiping the blood from her hands, disdainfully remarked, "Let it go. If we hadn't been so cautious, we would have succeeded by now. It has already been 3 days. Many teams have returned. If we head back, it will take us at least 2 days, and we might only secure a middle position. Not too shabby. At least we won't finish last, haha." Longcheng found solace in this, feeling quite content with their standing, experiencing no discomfort whatsoever. "Can we take a break? The tiger's head is too heavy," Lin Lan finally shouted, unable to bear it any longer. The sight of him elicited a chuckle from the others. Meiza, already irked, deliberately replied, "Can you not waste time? Do you wish to come in last? If so, you won't even earn the right to choose your opponent. Let's see how you handle that." Left with no choice, Lin Lan conceded that Meiza had a point and continued to follow behind the two, his face still clouded with worry. Fortunately, they encountered no significant dangers along the way, a fact for which Lin Lan's choices could be credited. The descent was along a narrow, winding path that was arduous to navigate, each step causing pain in their feet. Who would willingly venture here to locate an enemy? After exerting considerable effort, they finally reached the plains. "Oh my, I can finally rest," Lin Lan exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground. Unable to rise as he relished the flat terrain beneath him, Longcheng reassured Meiza, advising her not to be anxious and to wait a moment. Resting well was the priority. Meiza, of course, had no objection and settled down not far away. After resting for half a day, the group resumed their journey. However, they had not traveled far when Longcheng suddenly halted. As the scout, he sensed something amiss. "I can sense chakra." It was evident they had encountered another team. Whether friend or foe remained uncertain. If they were ninjas from Konoha, it could be advantageous to travel together, but if adversaries, an encounter was imminent. The three quickly concealed themselves behind a rock, scrutinizing the vicinity, but spotting no one. Byakugan, activate. Meiza finally employed her bloodline limit. The Byakugan allowed for an unobstructed reconnaissance. 9 o'clock direction. Meiza's prowess was undeniable, as she instantly pinpointed the location. The others quickly focused their gazes there, and even without a clear view, they began to crawl forward cautiously. They were eager to discover who lurked in the shadows. If an ambush was intended, they must first strike. Seizing the initiative while their opponents were unprepared, they aimed to neutralize the threat before it could materialize. Striving to remain silent, they finally concealed themselves behind a massive rock, which perfectly shielded all three individuals. Peering cautiously, Lin Lan was immediately struck by the scene before her. It turned out that 3 individuals were hiding there, hunched over with their pert posteriors raised high, seemingly observing some lurking danger. The person in the middle, with a voluptuous figure, was exceptionally alluring. Although others might not recognize her, Lin Lan could instantly identify her. It was undoubtedly Pundi. She was distinctly different from the others. Uncertain of the identities of the remaining individuals, Longcheng felt a surge of anxiety and sought the opinions of his companions. Meiza was also deep in thought, realizing that they had encountered a perilous situation. Seizing the opportunity to take them down from behind might indeed be the wisest course of action. "Lin Lan, what do you think?" Meiza finally inquired. This was unprecedented. It was clear that choosing a rudimentary approach now would likely lead to danger. They had already completed their mission and need not provoke trouble. However, if they chose to ignore them, facing Konoha ninjas could pose a significant threat to their comrades. Moreover, they could become a danger to themselves. "Of course, I intend to assist. Haven't you noticed who that person is?" Lin Lan replied with a smile. "What? You mean?" Meiza immediately focused intently, reassessing the 3 figures. While she could not identify the others, the one in the middle seemed vaguely familiar. Through her silhouette and slender waist, she appeared to have deduced the true identity. "It's Xiaodi," Longcheng exclaimed, astonished, and turned to Lin Lan with newfound respect, marveling at his uncanny ability to recognize people merely by their outlines. Meiza, who had grown up alongside Xiaodi, had failed to notice. "I must say, I am genuinely impressed. I never expected you to be so adept at recognizing people. Now, let us hurry and offer our assistance." Longcheng, Meiza, and Lin Lan swiftly moved forward, cautiously crawling ahead. Upon hearing footsteps approaching from behind, Pundi and the others quickly turned around. What are you doing here? Tokugawa Yu was slightly taken aback, astonished to encounter fellow villagers in such an unexpected location. He finally grasped the feeling of encountering acquaintances in a foreign land. In this moment of peril, seeing familiar faces felt exceedingly comforting. All past grievances were forgotten, as they now sought only to gain their assistance. Pundi had little on her mind, merely sharing a smile with Meiza as they tightly clasped each other's hands, showing no particular concern towards Lin Lan. What is going on? Why are you all so anxious? Longcheng inquired. We have fallen into an ambush here. The enemy is Gully Gang, with whom we previously had a dispute. He has blocked the path ahead and has been relentlessly tailing us from behind, making it impossible to shake him off, said Kamijima Ikaru with a furrowed brow. That is quite peculiar. Gully Gang belongs to the Cloud Ninja. They shouldn't be much different from Pundi and her companions. What you may not know is that these individuals are exceptionally adept at combining ninjutsu. Whenever they employ this particular formation, entering it would leave them slightly charred. Tokugawa Yu provided an overview of the situation and informed them of their abilities. Lin Lan remained silent upon hearing this, sensing that the situation was far from simple. What was there to ponder? They ought to leave at once. Are you foolish? I have already stated that our route is entirely blocked. How do you propose we escape? Kurama Ikaru said irritably. Within the team, Lin Lan was not regarded as a significant member. Furthermore, his limited abilities rendered him ineffective in any conflict with the adversary. Just remain quiet. Had you not encountered us, you would likely have suffered a grave blow, inevitably meeting your demise at their hands. This fellow's words were indeed unpleasant. Lin Lan felt a surge of indignation. How dare he look down upon him? Nevertheless, he maintained a semblance of politeness and refrained from excessive retorts. Fat D urged everyone to remain calm. They harbored resentment and should only seek me. If escape were impossible, disregard my safety and scatter to create a diversion, which would surely lead to success. Lin Lan understood that as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, many desired to vanquish him. The news of such a defeat would undoubtedly resonate throughout the realms. No, we cannot allow you to remain here alone, regardless of what transpires. We shall take you with us. Meiza's resolve was equally unwavering. Lin Lan climbed higher, peeking downwards discreetly. Not spotting the trio from earlier did not necessarily indicate they had departed. Come down. What if the enemy discovers you? Before he could discern the situation, he was yanked to the ground by Kurama Ikaru. Lin Lan felt somewhat aggrieved. Why was this individual always targeting him? They had never had any prior conflicts, which was quite vexing. What are you doing? I merely wish to assess the situation. With your meager skills, if we are discovered, we will all face the consequences. His reasoning was sound, and Lin Lan wished to counter, but was obstructed by Longcheng. This action only infuriated Lin Lan further. As a teammate, not only did he fail to defend him, but he also sided with the opponent. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Let us proceed along the side and seek alternative routes before devising a plan. Meiza's suggestion garnered nods of agreement, and they hastened to act with no dissent. At that moment, they caught a whiff of an intensely bloody odor. They quickly realized their mission seemed to have been accomplished. Longcheng, have you completed the task? Tokugawa Yu inquired. Being from the same village, he did not pretend otherwise and nodded immediately, unable to suppress a smile that revealed a hint of pride. Lin Lan felt a tremor of unease. This lad was overly trusting of others. At the critical juncture of a mission, even comrades from the same village could turn against one another. If they were to covertly seize the opportunity, it would be impossible to prevent. Alas, I truly envy your good fortune. Ever since we entered the valley, we have been pursued relentlessly by these individuals, leaving us no room to maneuver. Now, we have failed our mission. Longcheng smiled and reassured, rest assured, we will assist you. Lin Lan found this somewhat amusing. This fellow was hardly able to secure his own safety yet still had the audacity to concern himself with others. Their detour was undoubtedly a significant waste of time. Lin Lan and his companions had already completed their mission. Returning was all that was required. Now, out of consideration for them, they could only slow their pace and remain by their side for protection. Fat D felt a twinge of guilt, while his two teammates, however, were quite pleased and expressed gratitude for their presence, for without them, they would surely face perilous situations. Lin Lan discreetly suggested to Longcheng that they should not continue alongside them. To his surprise, this fellow, overflowing with empathy, chastised him instead. How can you be so lacking in compassion? They are friends from the same village. Can you really turn a blind eye and watch them encounter danger without intervening? Furthermore, you and Fat D share a complicated history. You were once lovers. Can you truly let that go? At that moment, Lin Lan understood why Longcheng had remained silent during the conflict with Gu Li. It was evident that he had never considered Fat D's existence at all. Positioned on his moral high ground, this fellow criticized Lin Lan without regard for his feelings. Lin Lan found himself rendered speechless, his expression exceedingly awkward. He longed to explain but found himself at a loss for words, as if all his attempts would merely serve as a facade. In truth, he recognized that Longcheng meant well and was not targeting him. It was precisely because of his excessive kindness that he was attempting to convey to Lin Lan the essence of what should be prioritized. Even if the mission were to fail, aiding friends was paramount. Friendship would always outweigh any other concern. Even as a perpetual underdog, he was more than willing to accept this. Reflecting on the bond between Naruto and Sasuke brought clarity to his thoughts. As night fell, no progress had been made that day. The six of them sought refuge in a sheltered cave, where they rested and ignited a campfire. Silently, they gazed into the flames. With no one daring to utter a word, Lin Lan intentionally positioned himself opposite Fat D, locking eyes with her. She found it impossible to evade his gaze. After assigning watch duties, everyone settled down to rest. Lin Lan signaled to Fat D with his eyes, indicating he had something to discuss with her. Initially intending to decline, Meiza patted her shoulder, urging her to engage with Lin Lan. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and walked with Lin Lan towards the cave entrance. Speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? Xiaodi, it has been so many days. How have you been? Lin Lan's expression softened, revealing a longing. Yet Fat D remained unresponsive. If what you wish to say is merely that, I'm sorry, but I have no time to entertain you. Goodness. This girl truly had no sense of propriety. Under the serene moonlight, Lin Lan and Fat D stood face to face outside the cave, separated by an invisible chasm. Lin Lan felt a profound discomfort, yearning to express his feelings but finding no opportunity. Unable to restrain himself, he took a step closer, yet Fat D hastily retreated, refusing to allow any proximity. What is it you want from me? If you have nothing to say, I shall return to rest. We must set off again tomorrow. I wish to clarify that the incident involving your brother's injury is entirely unrelated to me. Furthermore, if you wish to accomplish your task, perhaps you ought to accompany me. Fat D scoffed derisively at his words, dismissing them with disdain. I will not forgive you for what happened to my brother, nor will I abandon my comrades. I am not like you. I belong to the Uchiha clan. The distinction in their attitudes was unmistakable. They hailed from different backgrounds, existing in entirely disparate worlds. Lin Lan had never anticipated she would express herself in such a manner, as it felt excessively hurtful. Fat D had not always been this way. She had never placed significance on status, or else she would not have become good friends with Lin Lan. To hear her speak like this now plunged him into deep despondency, rendering him speechless. He lowered his gaze to Fat D's exposed toes, seemingly entranced. Her plump big toe felt akin to a tiny hand scratching at his heart. Lin Lan had once been intimately familiar with her delicate feet, but now they no longer belonged to him, nor did he even have the opportunity to touch them. Fat D cast a disdainful glance his way before turning to leave, unwilling to engage further. It was unexpected that even after facing peril together, they could not alter their relationship. Even the slightest attempt to draw closer seemed futile. Suddenly, Fat D halted, turning back to declare, I believe my father and brother are entirely correct. Why should I be with you? You engage in lowly endeavors. While I am a prodigious girl of the Uchiha clan, we truly do not belong to the same world. I hope you can forget me, and I will not require your assistance in the future. Tomorrow, we shall part ways. Her words struck Lin Lan like a death sentence, akin to a thunderclap, leaving his mind in a tumultuous haze. He could scarcely believe that such sentiments had escaped her lips, mirroring the disdain of others. Slowly, Lin Lan took 2 steps back, tears cascading down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. The scorn from others had never penetrated his resolve. He could bravely move forward, as they held no value in his heart. However, the fact that Fat D, the one he loved most, shared the same view as everyone else was intolerable. Why? Was it due to my perceived weakness? You are gravely mistaken. In truth, I am more formidable than anyone else. If I so desired, I could raise the entire ninja world to the ground. Lin Lan's heart screamed fervently, yet no words escaped his lips. He understood that further explanations would bear no fruit. Fat D's silhouette faded into the night, leaving Lin Lan in agonizing despair, crouched on the ground, struggling to regain his composure. The impact of her words had pierced his heart like a dagger. Only 2 individuals could drive Lin Lan to madness, Meiza and Fat D. Regrettably, one held him in contempt, while the other also harbored disdain. Cradling his head in his hands, Lin Lan felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Just as he wallowed in his anguish, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting him to hastily dry his tears. He feigned strength and rose to his feet. Initially, I believed it was Meiza who had come to console me, yet unexpectedly, it was Tokugawa. This revelation took me by surprise. Was this fellow here to mock me, or did he have something to convey? How naive. I had warned you long ago that gaining Shouty's favor was a futile endeavor, yet you persisted. You cannot blame others for your folly. Humph. Lin Lan had no intention of engaging in conversation with him and sought to retreat for some rest, but Tokugawa blocked his path. Do not rush. I have not finished speaking. You need not worry. I am here to assist you. There remains a method through which you can win her affection. But it hinges on your courage to undertake it. What is it? Lin Lan inquired, intrigued by the prospect of this young man's scheme. You see, since we entered the valley, we have been relentlessly pursued by enemies, rendering us incapable of completing our mission. If you are willing to relinquish your spoils to us, it would undoubtedly garner Shouty's admiration for you. So this fellow desires my spoils, Lin Lan thought. How could that be acceptable? The task was not accomplished solely by me. I have 2 teammates. If I were to decide unilaterally, what place would I have in the team thereafter? Everyone has labored diligently to hunt the tiger, and Meiza has exerted tremendous effort. To win back a lover's heart by betraying the team is something I cannot countenance. After all, you are a ninja. It's rather disgraceful to be pursued to such an extent. Instead of contemplating how to dispel this danger, you wish for my assistance? I must admit, I harbor a degree of disdain for you, Lin Lan scoffed, seizing the opportunity to hurl scorn at the insufferable youth who had often bullied him. Tokugawa, however, was not incensed. On the contrary, he burst into hearty laughter. His mirth left Lin Lan somewhat perplexed. I am offering you a chance, and yet you remain oblivious. I believe you possess commendable qualities and that you and Shouty are a match made in heaven. To end it here would be a lamentable loss. I am extending a helping hand. Should you accomplish this task, you shall surely win her heart once more. You could claim that your belongings were lost and simply capture another. Lin Lan yearned to refute him, but Tokugawa did not afford him the opportunity. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. What must be done, you ought to contemplate thoroughly. Left alone, Lin Lan stood amidst the swirling winds that tousled his short hair, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. Tokugawa spoke with undeniable truth. If he were to sacrifice the mission for the sake of Fat D, it would undoubtedly touch her heart. The prospect of reconciliation was not beyond the realm of possibility. Meiza and Fat D were the best of friends, and Longcheng was a kind-hearted individual. Surely he would comprehend Lin Lan's intentions. Is it not just to protect friends from the pursuit of enemies? Perhaps he felt a sense of guilt toward his team. Assisting them to safety might indeed be the righteous course of action. After much contemplation, Lin Lan found himself struggling to reach a decision. With heavy footsteps, he returned to the cave, only to discover that everyone had already begun to rest. Longcheng and Meiza stood guard outside. Lin Lan approached them. They were on watch for the first half of the night. The 3 sat together in the chilly wind, silence enveloping them. Meiza genuinely wished to inquire about the situation. Upon noticing Lin Lan's vacant expression, one could easily surmise that discussions had reached an impasse, yielding no progress. Lin Lan possessed an intimate understanding of Pundi. Her temperament was rather volatile, marked by stubbornness, a trait cultivated from her capricious childhood, making the prospect of forgiveness exceedingly unlikely. Unless Lin Lan could exhibit a more sincere demeanor, reconciliation seemed improbable. Regrettably, the little princess's penchant for pouting and her obstinate disposition would render Lin Lan's existence a torment. All one could do was wish him luck. As the shift approached, Lin Lan found himself restless, tossing and turning on the ground. During the handover, Tokugawa cast him a knowing glance, the implication clear. If he was prepared, he should present the tiger head outside. Time slipped by, second by second. As dawn gradually broke, hesitation would soon render any action futile. Lin Lan, grappling with his own thoughts or perhaps a fleeting lapse in judgment, rose and ambled toward the tiger head. Observing that his companions remained in slumber, he seized it and swiftly exited the cave. Gazing at Tokugawa in the distance, he signaled him subtly. You are rather astute. I commend your efforts to win a smile from the fair maiden. Rest assured, I shall speak favorably on your behalf. However, as Lin Lan clutched the tiger head, he discovered it firmly grasped by Tokugawa. Aware of Lin Lan's internal conflict, Tokugawa urged, Brother, consider the beauty you wish to embrace. What weight does a mere task carry? Even if you falter this time, opportunities will arise anew in the future. Moved by his words, Lin Lan gradually loosened his grip, the guilt towards his comrades beginning to dissipate. You must depart swiftly. What? Lin Lan was taken aback. This was a stark departure from their initial agreement. Why must he leave? Why should I go? Could I not claim it was stolen? You fool. How can I assist you if you do not leave? If you remain, how will Pundy know that you entrusted me with the item? Understanding dawned on Lin Lan. The plan was precariously exposed. Should the team discover that he had personally handed over the item, both Meiza and Longcheng would be profoundly disappointed, deeming his departure a cowardly act of evasion. No, that is absolutely unacceptable. I cannot be a deserter. Tokugawa, you chuckled. Do not speak so harshly. Should one not strive for the sake of beauty? Imagine the charming visage of Xiaodi, soon to be yours. Does that not suffice? Furthermore, by departing now, you can secure another reward and seek forgiveness from everyone. Longcheng and Meiza will surely absolve you. I believe in the strength of your camaraderie. Yet, Lin Lan remained unconvinced. Forget it. I do not wish to do this. Return the item to me. With a sudden burst of frustration, Tokugawa Yu raised his fist and struck Lin Lan sharply on the right cheek. Enough of your prattle. I am assisting you. Should you utter another word, I shall proclaim that you deliberately entrusted the item to me. Let us see how you handle that. Now be gone. Lin Lan took 2 steps back, touching his cheek in a state of bewilderment. He had surprisingly fallen into his trick. Returning would surely incur the wrath of his companions, and leaving left him at a loss for direction. Was he truly expected to return alone with the prey? Finally making a decision, Lin Lan turned and descended the slope, feeling profoundly disheartened. What was most terrifying was the realization that he had been outmaneuvered by Tokugawa Yu. That scoundrel would undoubtedly refrain from informing Bang Di about his delivery of the tiger head and would instead tell their 2 companions that he had taken the mission item and fled, likely to maintain ties with the enemy. Lin Lan found himself in an increasingly precarious position, uncertain if his 2 companions would trust him. The situation unfolded just as he had anticipated. Once daylight broke, everyone had prepared to set out, only to discover that Lin Lan was absent from Long City. His whereabouts unknown. They hurriedly searched the vicinity. Bang Di, visibly annoyed, remarked, "He is always the most troublesome one." After a thorough search, they found nothing. Tokugawa Yu exhibited an unervingly calm demeanor. Could they have encountered danger? An air of tension enveloped Long City. Meiza contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Xiaodi, you and the others should leave first. Longcheng and I will stay here to look for Lin Lan. If we encounter any trouble, we will assist. You all should hasten to complete the mission and return." Bang Di felt deeply moved, and upon reflecting on Lin Lan, he realized they could not abandon him. "We should stay and help. There is strength in numbers." At that moment, Tokugawa Yu interjected, "I believe it is prudent to leave. Lin Lan is notorious for his cunning. It is entirely possible he is secretly communicating with the enemy, bartering the mission item for personal gain." Longcheng's expression shifted dramatically, and Meiza felt equally unsettled. No matter how timid Lin Lan might be, he would never betray them nor engage in treachery. "Hey, one must not speak carelessly," Longcheng retorted with dissatisfaction. Tokugawa Yu shrugged, expressing hope that the truth indeed aligned with his conjecture. "Xiaodi, quickly gather your belongings and prepare to depart. Remember, the examination is not yet over." Lin Lan wandered through the mountains, enveloped in a cloud of despondency and regret. Had he known better, he would not have heeded Tokugawa Yu's counsel. Why had he relinquished the spoils of victory? He could not face Longcheng and Meiza, and upon his return, he would undoubtedly be met with ridicule. They would deem him a coward, a deserter, and the already tenuous relationship would only worsen. The thought of Meiza's scorn sent shivers down his spine, and he dreaded the piercing gaze he would encounter. The words of Pandai from the previous night echoed in his mind, sharp as a blade, continually inflicting wounds upon his heart. Seated upon a smooth stone, Lin Lan reflected on the events that had transpired, contemplating how he might rejoin his companions. Despite his efforts, a solution eluded him. Ultimately, he resolved to wait until the anger of both parties had somewhat lessened before seeking an opportunity to return. With this understanding, he prepared to retrace his steps, but after merely 2 strides, he realized he had lost his way. Having kept his head down, he had failed to notice the surrounding scenery. The stones here appeared identical, and the ochre earth offered no guidance to discern the cardinal directions. Panic surged within him. If he could not find his way out, he would be trapped here. With only 2 days' worth of rations, he had initially deemed it sufficient for his return, but now, he could not predict how long he might be stranded. Alarmed, he bolted down a path, uncertain of where it would lead, yet resolutely convinced he would find an escape. After 2 hours of relentless running, however, he had discovered nothing. Breathless and drenched in sweat from the sweltering heat, he finally collapsed to the ground. What a wretched place this was. Why could he not escape? In frustration, he struck the earth fiercely, cursing Tokugawa Yu in his heart. If not for his meddling, he would not have been ensnared in such peril. Yet, this was not the time for lamentation. He must rise again and continue onward. He could not perish here. Not before becoming united with Meiza and Pandai. Inspired by the images of the two girls, he summoned his strength and pressed forward. To alleviate the burden he carried, he discarded several ninja weapons from his backpack. He felt no fear of encountering enemies. If necessary, he would resort to explosive techniques to obliterate them. Lin Lan. Do you hear? Longcheng and Meiza were also searching for his whereabouts, initially believing that this timid lad had merely wandered nearby. However, despite their prolonged search, he remained elusive. This was indeed perplexing. Lin Lan was known for his timidity and should not have strayed far from the camp. Where could he have gone? Under the sweltering midday sun. The stones absorbed the heat, causing the air to grow oppressively warm. Meiza wiped the sweat from her brow and found solace in a shaded spot to rest momentarily. At that moment, Longcheng approached, voicing his unease. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lin Lan values you above all. He would never leave without completing his mission and would certainly return to regroup. He would never allow the spoils to fall into another's hands. It seemed that this boy was rather slow to grasp the gravity of the situation. After such a prolonged search, only now did he sense that something was awry. Meiza, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, I had anticipated this. Lin Lan would never betray us. There must have been some unforeseen circumstances. I am aware that Tokugawa Yu is deliberately concealing the truth, yet I have no means to procure evidence. Engaging in further discourse serves no purpose. We must hasten our departure. It became apparent that the girl had long since grasped the underlying truth. For the sake of Lin Lan, they must endure and prioritize locating him before considering other options. The two continued their journey, diligently searching their surroundings. Regrettably, after an extensive period of fruitless wanderings, they had yet to uncover any leads. As dusk gradually enveloped the landscape, Lin Lan remained devoid of any discoveries, uncertain of his whereabouts. He could only opt for a secure location to seek refuge until dawn, when he would resume his search. Reclining upon the still warm stone, he gazed up at the starry sky, the view remarkably enchanting. The vast expanse of stars twinkled serenely, uncontentious and harmonious. How splendid it would be if all ninjas embodied the essence of these stars, united in purpose. He found himself in a state of tranquil contentment, even crossing his legs like a poet. While lost in introspection, a sudden howl of wolves pierced the silence. Instinctively, Lin Lan sprang to his feet, anxiety coursing through him. The emergence of a wolf pack would spell disaster. Though escaping alone might seem simple, it could potentially alert the enemy. Gripping his shuriken tightly, he remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, no immediate danger was visible. The wolves appeared to be quite distant. It seemed to be merely the echo of their howls, allowing him to gradually relax. Just as Lin Lan was about to recline once more, another wolf's call echoed from a nearby location. Initially reluctant to investigate, he suddenly recalled that he had no spoils to present. He needed to procure something to fulfill his mission, otherwise, he would have nothing to report to Longcheng and Meiza. If adversaries were engaged in battle with the wolves, he could seize the opportunity to snatch one away without the need for a solitary hunt. With this thought igniting his interest, Lin Lan hastened towards the source of the commotion. The sounds grew increasingly closer, and he recognized that the source was not far off. Upon reaching the summit and peering down, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, a pack of wolves had encircled an innocent girl. At a cursory glance, there were at least 20 ravenous wolves. The girl donned a ninja combat outfit, though her forehead protector was absent, obscuring her identity. She had lost one of her shoes, her bare foot clearly discomforting her. Gripping a long blade, she glared fiercely at the encircling wolves. Back off, the girl exclaimed resolutely, her voice ringing out in a desperate attempt to intimidate them. Yet, the wolves were undeterred, eager to pounce and tear at her. A few emitted low growls, inching closer. Do not approach, she warned, brandishing her blade defensively, showing no intent to initiate an attack. Lin Lan pondered why she was not employing ninjutsu. Did she lack the ability? Or had her chakra been depleted? Suddenly, a formidable wolf emerged atop a nearby hill, illuminated by the moonlight, its robust figure striking. Its gray-black coat shimmered, and it raised its neck to howl at the moon. If he were not mistaken, this must be the alpha wolf. The wolf pack heard the command and all lowered their bodies, forming a bow-like shape. This was a signal to attack. The girl, fully aware of the impending danger, appeared visibly tense, her silhouette trembling slightly. Before she could think, the wolves lunged forward with frenzied aggression. Swiftly reacting, the girl managed to slay the first wolf with a single strike. Turning, she dispatched another with another blow. Such prowess exerted pressure on the pack. As they had not anticipated resistance, they quickly adapted, circling around her in a rapid motion, hoping to decipher her attack patterns through their swift movements. Lin Lan understood that he must intervene. Alone, he needed allies to escape this perilous situation, and the girl could provide the necessary assistance. "Come on," the girl shouted, taking the bold step of provoking them in her moment of desperation. This was no simple feat. The wolf pack, finally incited by her challenge, began to attack. Regardless of her skill, it was impossible to defend against all fronts. There would inevitably be vulnerabilities, and should the wolves exploit them, her demise would be assured. Hearing a whistling sound behind her, the girl turned in haste, but it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of projectiles slicing through the air startled her, as several darts flew in from an unknown source, striking down the wolves that had attempted to ambush her. "Do you require assistance?" Lin Lan inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he brandished the darts. Observing the arrival of aid, the lead wolf promptly retreated, unwilling to press the attack further. Fully aware of the newcomer's formidable prowess, the entire pack withdrew, leaving the girl seemingly drained, collapsing to the ground as she processed the recent events. "Are you injured?" Lin Lan asked, noticing her slight apprehension upon realizing he was a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. "What brings you here alone?" As he spoke, he scrutinized her demeanor and delicate feet. Bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight, the girl appeared melancholic, her brows subtly hinting at hidden pain. Despite this, her beauty was undeniable, evoking a protective instinct within him. She was truly a natural beauty, seemingly infused with an ethereal aura. Particularly captivating were her exposed right foot, its toes slightly curled as if shy. Lin Lan felt an urge to cradle it in his hands, wishing to soothe her wounded heart. Her small feet were chubby and fair, contrasting starkly with her slender frame. Even seated on the ground, her figure revealed graceful curves. Yet, her feet resembled those of a little piglet, which struck him as peculiar. Nevertheless, this did not detract from her beauty, which he greatly admired. Rarely had he encountered anyone like her, and she might well be the most ethereal ninja he had ever seen. As Lin Lan awaited her response, the girl suddenly seized the long blade that had fallen beside her, brandishing it against his throat in a display of trepidation, mistaking him for an adversary. "What are you doing?" he implored. "Please, do not misunderstand. I am merely a ninja passing through who accidentally lost contact with my comrades. Upon witnessing your struggle against the wolf pack, I rushed to your aid with no ulterior motives." Lin Lan spread her hands to indicate that she had no weapons and wished to avoid any conflict. The young girl slowly moved her long knife away, yet remained vigilant, displaying a cautious demeanor towards the Konoha ninja. "Which ninja village do you hail from?" "I am from the Grass Village." This village was unfamiliar to Lin Lan. Perhaps a recently established one. "I apologize, but I have not heard of it. The ninja world is vast. Since the war, new villages have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and I have yet to learn of them all." The girl did not seem to mind, her gaze still wary of Lin Lan. "You need not regard me so. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to return swiftly, and it would be most helpful if you could assist me." Lin Lan hastily expressed her thoughts. The situation was indeed quite dire. After a moment's contemplation, the girl finally spoke. "Both of my teammates were killed by a pack of wolves, leaving me alone. I truly require assistance." So it was, surprisingly. When she mentioned the death of her comrades, her expression did not waver. Their fate seemed to weigh little on her heart. It was unclear whether her demeanor stemmed from cruelty or dissatisfaction with them. Her apparent indifference sent a chill down Lin Lan's spine. "Then we are friends now. How should I address you?" "Badui Fate," she replied. Lin Lan repeated the name twice in his mind, finding it quite pleasant to the ear. "I am Lin Lan, from Konoha." Badui Fate slowly rose, no longer looking at Lin Lan. "This is no place to linger. We should find a safe spot to converse." Her calmness was striking, and it was uncertain what extraordinary jutsu she possessed. She had not given much thought to their arrival. Safety was paramount before considering other strategies. As they walked under the moonlight, Lin Lan noticed that Ife was barefoot, struggling somewhat. He remarked, "Your feet may not endure the journey back. Perhaps I should carry you to the hillside first." Badu Ife did not believe Lin Lan. It was reasonable, given their recent acquaintance. It would be unseemly to allow a stranger to embrace her. "Thank you, but I can manage." Lin Lan's plan collapsed, and he ceased to pursue the matter as they hurriedly ascended the nearby hill. As they climbed, he could not help but admire the beauty of this enchanting young woman. From behind, she appeared serene, yet her visage was utterly captivating. Lin Lan felt fortunate to have encountered such a rare beauty. Fate had indeed smiled upon him. A smile graced his lips as he pondered this. Beneath the starry sky, the campfire crackled warmly. Pundi and Kurama Ikaru exchanged silent glances, neither expressing a word. Quietly seated beside the flames. Why has the captain not returned? Pundi finally sensed something amiss. Tokugawa, who was on the first watch, should have returned by now to relieve Pundi. Kurama Ikaru too felt a twinge of curiosity. Perhaps he lost track of time. There is no need to be anxious. As the two individuals continued their discreet analysis, the sudden sound of footsteps prompted them to turn around. Tokugawa approached, struggling to carry an enormous tiger's head. "Come quickly and lend a hand," he called out. The two, momentarily stunned, swiftly rushed to his side to assist in placing the tiger's head next to the fire. Everyone was astounded. He had single-handedly slain a tiger and claimed the spoils. With such a significant event, why didn't you call us for assistance? Fatty D exclaimed joyfully. After entering the valley, they had been relentlessly pursued by the laborer, and it was only with great difficulty that they had managed to shake off his grip. Now, having successfully completed their task and poised for a safe return, their excitement was undeniable. Such trivial matters do not warrant your help. If I am incapable of defeating a mere tiger, how could I possibly serve as your captain? He chuckled. His reasoning held a certain validity. As a ninja, how could one survive if unable to conquer a tiger? At that moment, Kamijima Ikaru remarked, "The tiger's head appears somewhat peculiar." Hearing this, Fatty D quickly lowered his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Tokugawa shot a furious glance at Kamijima Ikaru. Something did indeed seem amiss. Fatty D felt that the tiger must have been dead for quite some time. The black blood flowing from its neck indicated that if it had just perished, the blood would have been red. Such basic reasoning was within the grasp of a ninja. Could there be a hidden secret behind this? Unconsciously, he glanced at Tokugawa, hoping for an explanation. Tokugawa maintained a calm demeanor, offering no justification and wearing a smile. Since you have all inquired, concealing the truth would serve no purpose. Indeed, I found this tiger's head. His sudden admission left everyone in shock. How could a ninja lie, especially in front of his own comrades? Fatty D's expression fell instantly, and he sat discontentedly by the fire, refusing to gaze at the spoils, feeling utterly humiliated. Unable to procure their own prey, they resorted to scavenging leftovers. What a disgrace for the Uchiha clan. Kamijima Ikaru also felt awkward, realizing that his earlier comments had led to this uncomfortable situation. Had he known, he would have refrained from speaking so thoughtlessly. Regardless of who left it behind, the completion of their task was all that mattered. He cast a sheepish glance at Tokugawa, hesitant to speak further. After all, he was the captain, and knowing the mistake he had made, he could only sit quietly to the side. "Xiao Di, there's no need to be so stubborn. As long as we can successfully complete our task, isn't that sufficient? We should consider ourselves fortunate. We accomplished our mission without the need for destructive force," Tokugawa remarked. Fatty D scoffed twice. "Fortunate, is it? When faced with the enemy's pursuit, we had no options. Thankfully, Team 7 assisted us in overcoming the challenges. Now, as we are tasked with completing our mission, we find ourselves scavenging a mission item. What will become of my reputation?" Fatty D was indeed a person who valued his pride greatly. He felt that such actions were inherently wrong. Ichiro Kamijima silently observed the two individuals before him, rendered speechless and uncertain of how to persuade them. After all, he found himself devoid of any means to intervene and was compelled to adhere to their arrangements. Just as Fatty was about to speak again, an unexpected silence enveloped him. A strange notion arose within his mind, linking the situation to Lin Lan's tiger head, as if a deeper understanding dawned upon him. Lin Lan had not intentionally abandoned her belongings. They had been seized by Tokugawa. If this were true, it would indeed be more disgraceful. Despite harboring significant resentment towards Lin Lan, such actions were unjustifiable. They were all ninjas from the same village, and their paths would inevitably cross again. With Meiza being a trusted companion, Fatty abruptly stood, his gaze fixed intently on Tokugawa. "I need you to sincerely tell me where this tiger head originated. Is it truly Lin Lan's?" Ichiro Kamijima could hardly believe what he was witnessing. It seemed too implausible. Even if Tokugawa were cunning, how could he have committed such an act? There is truly nothing that escapes your notice, since you've already deduced it. I shall not conceal the truth any longer. You are correct. It indeed belongs to Lin Lan. What? Both were taken aback, astonished as their predictions materialized before them. Fatty was filled with agitation. "I cannot comprehend why you would do this. Although Lin Lan and I have parted ways, we cannot resort to such reckless behavior. Return the item at once. Fatty's stance was resolute. Unfortunately, his words held little weight. Tokugawa Yu had painstakingly seized his prize. He would not easily acquiesce to returning it, especially given his strained relationship with Lin Lan. Xiaodi, do not forget that we are a team now. I am aware of the complexities between you and Lin Lan, but I implore you to understand that the situation is not as simple as you perceive. Our primary objective is to complete the mission. Failing to become a Chunin would be the utmost disgrace. Do you wish to bring shame upon your family? The mention of family silenced Fatty, subduing his rebellious spirit. The Uchiha clan held an esteemed position, and no ninja was permitted to fail in their pursuit of becoming a Chunin. The weight of potential failure was a burden he could not bear. Rest assured, this matter remains undisclosed. Lin Lan would not dare to speak recklessly, for your sake. She must endure her grievances, so there is no need for concern. Fatty gradually settled beside the fire, seemingly acquiescing to his directives. Yet a profound sense of despondency enveloped him. He felt increasingly guilty for the pain he had inflicted upon Lin Lan, particularly recalling the harsh words exchanged that night. Uttered not from genuine malice, but still deeply hurtful. Lin Lan had not reacted with anger, granting him considerable grace, and this realization tormented Fatty. Fear not. All things shall pass. Let us hasten to complete our mission. Tokugawa Yu busied himself with securing the tiger head, seeking a place to rest soundly. Fatty could not help but reflect on the myriad moments shared with Lin Lan, pondering whether he had indeed been deceived. The incident involving my brother was entirely unrelated to him. Otherwise, Lin Lan would not have needed to speak in such a subdued manner. At this moment, the very person Lin Lan was preoccupied with, Bo Duo Ifei, lay beside him on the hillside, resting and awaiting the dawn. An awkward silence hung between them, as they were still strangers to one another. Lin Lan had naturally inquired about Konoha Village, but Ifei was reluctant to divulge too much information, merely stating that it was a very small settlement where the inhabitants relied on agriculture and fishing for their livelihood. After hearing this, Lin Lan refrained from pressing further. It would be inappropriate to persist when she clearly wished to evade the topic. The night passed in a haze, and when Lin Lan finally opened his eyes, he discovered Ifei still peacefully asleep beside him. How remarkably carefree she was, able to rest so soundly in such perilous circumstances. It was indeed impressive. Wake up. We must be on our way, he said with a gentle push. Ifei slowly opened her eyes, her expression indicating discomfort. She mumbled a few words, seemingly displeased. Please don't call me. I'm so tired. Lin Lan sensed something was amiss and, summoning his courage, placed his hand upon her forehead. Oh dear. You're burning up. He realized that Ifei had a fever, a perilous situation indeed. The harsh wilderness offered little in the way of medical care, and he possessed no medical supplies. What was he to do? Alarmed, he hurriedly helped her sit up, gently massaging her back. Only then did Ifei slowly open her eyes, feeling an intense dryness in her throat. You have a fever now. I must find a way to treat you. It seems I must abandon my mission. Otherwise, you may perish here. Ifei struggled to remain conscious, gripping Lin Lan's arm and forcefully gesturing towards the valley below. Last night, we killed many wolves down there and severed their heads. You can complete your task without me. Please, go quickly. I am immensely grateful for your help yesterday. Lin Lan was taken aback. At such a critical moment, Ifei was urging him to leave. She clearly did not wish to burden him. Stop saying such things. I am not the kind to abandon my comrades. Though he typically led a timid life, Lin Lan knew he had to make a choice in the face of life and death. He could not allow Ifei to remain here. She might easily fall prey to wild beasts. Without further ado, he hoisted her onto his back. What are you doing? Put me down, Ifei exclaimed, astonished. Their relationship was not particularly deep. Why was he helping her? Did this fool not fear for his own life? Listen to me, she implored. I am truly grateful for your assistance, and I will remember it. If I survive, I will repay you. But for now, you must leave me behind. Lin Lan was drenched in sweat, resolutely pressing forward without looking back. I am known to be a timid person. Everyone calls me a coward. Yet, in the face of death, how could I stand by and do nothing? I do not seek your gratitude. I am determined to bring you back. At last, he uttered words befitting a true hero. Badu Ifei remained silent, quietly resting against his back. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of stature. The world of ninjas was rife with deceit and treachery. True friends were a rarity, as most acted solely for their own interests. Individuals like Lin Lan were indeed scarce among ninjas. No one would be foolish enough to carry a burden when success was within reach, potentially endangering themselves. Yet Lin Lan bore no regrets and walked with unwavering determination, undeterred by the dangers that lay ahead. This attitude already surpassed that of many ninjas. Upon reaching the foot of the hill, Lin Lan gently set Badu Ife down and swiftly severed the heads of 2 wolves with his shuriken. All done. Let us return to report our mission. You're so foolish. You even took down an extra one for me, which will only add to the burden, Ife remarked. Lin Lan smiled. With both of our companions lost, your survival signifies that fate has a design, intending for you to fulfill their wishes. Now, let us proceed. Squatting before Badu Ife, the man felt a flicker of joy. As they walked, the 2 soft buns pressed closely against his back, a rather delightful sensation. To befriend such a beauty surely promised future advantages. Moreover, she had walked barefoot for so long. Her soles must be quite sore. Once back in the village, he could assist her in pampering her feet, truly a win-win situation. However, Badu Ife was not as contemplative. Her heart brimmed with guilt and gratitude towards Lin Lan, and she longed to return to the village swiftly. Alas, the heavens were unpredictable. The afternoon sun gradually succumbed to encroaching clouds, heightening Lin Lan's anxiety. Ife was already feverish. If her fragile body were to be drenched in rain, she would not withstand it. In her unconscious state, no one was there to guide her forward. The prospect of escape seemed bleak, and the situation grew perilously dire. Realizing this, Lin Lan urgently called out her name, determined to keep her awake. Ife, please wake up. Do not fall asleep. If you do, you may never awaken again. Do not worry, I am not asleep. Ife replied. Lin Lan, why do you wish to save me? She was the first to pose a question. It is simply because I find you beautiful, he replied. They exchanged light-hearted banter until Lin Lan finally discovered a cave. Outside, the rain fell incessantly. Lin Lan kindled a fire, his anxiety mounting as he gazed at the unconscious Badu Ife. He genuinely feared her fragile body would not endure. In his heart, he silently prayed for a miracle. For no medicines were available. During their journey, they had conversed and learned that Ife had been wandering the mountains alone for 2 days. Shortly after entering the valley, they had encountered enemies who pursued them. They were no match for the foes. In a bid to save her companions, she chose self-sacrifice. Overwhelmed by despair and exhaustion, she had finally succumbed to illness. This pitiable girl truly evoked deep sympathy. Lin Lan positioned her near the fire, hoping it would aid her frail body. Though he had no idea when she might awaken. In the flickering firelight, Ife's complexion appeared rosy and alluring. It was as if a ripe apple beckoned one to take a bite. Lin Lan slowly extended her hand, brushing her long hair back, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty. And nothing more. Though Lin Lan was not a paragon of virtue, she had no desire to exploit the vulnerability of others, for she had endured similar experiences herself. The last time Meiza had fainted, she had discreetly engaged in a minor act of mischief, and since that day, a profound sadness had settled within her. Each encounter with Meiza would conjure memories of that fateful day, not bringing her joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of loss. To truly care for someone necessitates respect. As she lingered by the fire, gazing at Ife's countenance, Lin Lan remained silent for an extended period. The relentless rain outside showed no signs of abating, leaving her uncertain of when it would cease. With her hands propped under her chin, she awaited the end of the downpour. The rain persisted for a full day and night. Fortunately, the following day dawned clear and bright. While Lin Lan was still in the embrace of slumber, she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Upon opening her eyes, she was pleasantly surprised to find that Ife had made a remarkable recovery. Oh, you are feeling so much better, aren't you? Thanks to your care, I now feel invigorated, Ife replied with a rare and genuine smile, which brought immense joy to Lin Lan. However, she discerned a hint of embarrassment on Ife's face, accompanied by a faint blush, the reason for which remained a mystery. Lin Lan chose not to inquire further. Her priority was simply that Ife was safe. Glancing outside, she noted that the sunlight had returned, illuminating the surroundings. We should leave promptly, she suggested without overthinking, and the two continued on their journey. Along the way, Lin Lan searched for any signs of Longcheng and Meiza, feeling a deep sense of regret and longing to reunite with their group. Yet, no clues surfaced, leaving him somewhat perturbed about the whereabouts of the duo. Ife inquired about her companions, and Lin Lan responded honestly, omitting the reasons for her presence in the area, as she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed prudent to remain discreet. Excessive explanation might render her feelings insincere. Moreover, she was particularly apprehensive about encountering Pang Di, fearing the complications that might arise should the three of them cross paths. Such an encounter would undoubtedly necessitate unnecessary explanations, which unsettled her. Fortunately, they encountered no difficulties along the way, and their journey proceeded smoothly, prompting Lin Lan to harbor some doubts. Could it be that everyone has completed their tasks and returned to the village? It had been 4 full days since they had entered the valley, and capable teams would undoubtedly have safely returned by now, opting for the left path, which was closer. Lin Lan noticed that Ife had no shoes on her right foot, making her mobility quite challenging. Thus, Lin Lan fashioned a makeshift sandal from tree bark for her, appearing simple yet surprisingly comfortable. To prevent blisters, she meticulously smoothed the stones used in the crafting. "How are you so familiar with these paths?" Lin Lan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "My greatest asset is undoubtedly my remarkable memory. I possess the ability to recall events from any point in time with utmost clarity. Perhaps this is my unique talent, akin to what you in the ninja world refer to as a bloodline limit. It is not mere self-aggrandizement. Since the moment I began to form memories, I have retained every experience from my childhood to the present, regardless of the passage of time." As Lin Lan continued to walk, she suddenly came to a halt, gazing at her in astonishment, somewhat incredulous. How could one person remember past events so vividly? It seemed utterly impossible. "Sister, do you think this is my first day navigating the ninja realm?" he challenged. "Let me ask you, what did you have for lunch on September 5th when you were 3 years old? Do not concoct a falsehood to deceive me." Ife shot him an exasperated glance. "Why would I lie to you? I can tell you that on that day, my mother prepared noodles for my lunch." As the conversation progressed, she sensed his disbelief. So she helped jog his memory about the night they met, recounting the valiant deeds of battling the wolf pack, assuring him that her recollections were not muddled. With remarkable composure, Ife began to articulate the events of that day in detail, including the ninjutsu employed during the battle and the various cries of the wolves. She narrated everything with such clarity that not a single detail was overlooked. The more Lin Lan listened, the more astonished he became, realizing that this girl truly possessed an extraordinary gift. To achieve such mastery over memory was indeed no small feat. He had never encountered anyone like her before. As if a deity had descended to earth. "Well, did I deceive you?" she concluded, her expression radiating pride, indicating that this was merely a fraction of her abilities. However, she added, "In truth, possessing such an exceptional memory can also be quite burdensome. While it may seem advantageous, it brings me discomfort, as the multitude of memories can be overwhelming. When faced with unhappy experiences, it takes me a considerable amount of time to forget. Unlike you, who can easily move on after a brief moment of tears, I require immense strength to erase everything from my mind." As the two rested nearby, Ife shared her feelings, leaving Lin Lan internally astonished. It became evident that some matters are not as simple or enjoyable as one might presume. Her demeanor remained remarkably composed. After a brief interlude, they resumed their journey. According to Ife, they would soon return to the village within a few hours. Lin Lan had no doubts, knowing her memory was infallible. He felt elated and quickened his pace. After enduring numerous hardships, they finally beheld their village. Smiles breaking across their faces, and Lin Lan could not contain his excitement, shouting joyfully. The familiar settlement lay just ahead, and he hastened his steps. "My heavens! We have finally returned. It has been quite a journey." Reflecting on the dangers and adversities they encountered, Lin Lan felt a wave of indignation wash over him, nearly shedding tears of frustration. Without dwelling further, he grasped Ife's hand, and together they sprinted back to their village at the fastest speed possible. As Ife trailed beside him, a faint blush graced her cheeks. She had never anticipated Lin Lan's audacity. It caught her completely off guard when he grasped her small hand, sending an electric thrill coursing through her body. At the village entrance, ninjas stood vigil, awaiting the return of the lower ranks to hand over their mission items. Lin Lan exuded a sense of pride as he produced 2 wolf heads from his backpack and placed them upon the table. The upper ninja, without further contemplation, registered their names, expressing surprise at their lack of team affiliation. "Are you not a team?" he inquired, puzzled. "No, we are merely friends," Lin Lan clarified. Such a scenario was indeed rare. Typically, individuals resorted to deceit and treachery to complete their missions, and the notion of friendship was a distant memory. Surviving without eliminating one another was already a feat in itself. To accomplish a task collaboratively was nothing short of remarkable. After completing the formalities, Lin Lan, with a determined stride, turned to ask, "Brother, may I inquire if Hinata Meza and Longcheng have returned?" The upper ninja perused the registration manual and shook his head. "Not yet." Lin Lan's expression faltered in astonishment. Logically, the two should have realized their absence and sought to return. Yet, their continued absence raised concerns. Why had they not yet returned? A sense of urgency gripped him, and Ife noticed the change in his demeanor. You should find solace in the fact that your teammates are likely searching for you. It is a testament to their concern for your well-being, she remarked. Lin Lan felt an unexpressed anguish within him, longing to elucidate the circumstances, yet he ultimately remained silent. Brother, may I also ask if Uchiha Pandai has returned? The upper ninja sighed, clearly exasperated. Had it not been for Lin Lan's genuine assistance to his friends, he would have dismissed him long ago, lacking the time to aid in the search for names. After a brief review, he nodded. The captain, Tokugawa-yu, along with Uchiha Pandai and Kamijima Ikaru, have indeed returned. As expected, they had successfully retrieved their mission items and returned without issue. Lin Lan sighed deeply, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Ultimately, their safety was paramount. There was no need for additional worry. Upon returning to the village, the two parted ways at the street's edge. Ife gazed at him with a look of reluctant affection, reminiscing about the tender care he had shown her during their night in the cave, which deeply moved her. I hope your dreams come true. Wishing you success in this examination, she said with a smile. Likewise, I wish you success in your aspirations, though I hope we do not become rivals, Lin Lan replied. Laughing, they exchanged smiles before parting ways. As he pushed open the door to his dwelling, he was greeted by a small sprite who rushed towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It was Xiaoan. Master, you have finally returned. I missed you so much. Easy there, you're nearly strangling me, he exclaimed. Xiaoan, with a hint of discontent, responded, Master, why didn't you notify me of your return? Do you know how much I worried about you? I truly feared something might happen. By the way, how are Meiza and Longcheng? Upon the mention of the two individuals, Lin Lan's initial excitement evaporated into thin air. Sensing something amiss, Xiaohan hurriedly inquired, Is something wrong? It was indeed unexpected. Let us refrain from further discussion and swiftly proceed to the village entrance to await their return. As they made their way to the village entrance, Xiaohan quickly grasped the situation, with Lin Lan revealing no secrets. The events unfolded as such. Do not entertain any notions. As long as Xiao Di is safe, that is sufficient. Their actions are utterly excessive. Master, you should confront them directly. Xiaohan expressed her discontent, believing Lin Lan had done so much yet received little in return. I am an individual of remarkable modesty. Indifferent to fame and fortune, it is best to wait quietly from afar, he proclaimed, portraying himself as noble. Yet, deep within, he was acutely aware of his own inner turmoil. Upon arriving once more at the village entrance, the two began to wait. But several days passed without a sight of them. Numerous ninjas had returned, some bearing scars, while others exuded exuberance, showcasing starkly contrasting emotions. Oh no! It has been so long. Why have they not returned? Something must have happened. Lin Lan felt a surge of anxiety, terrified that his fears might materialize, leading to a lifetime of regret for having made a unilateral decision that could have caused their misfortune. I cannot remain idle. I must seek them out. Lin Lan, disregarding his own safety, resolved to return to the Beast Valley in search of the two. Xiaohan quickly interposed, Master, please remain calm. Those who are destined for fortune will find their way back. While they were still entangled in this conversation, a senior ninja from IWA Shinobi Village appeared. Lord Kuratsuchi has decreed that the deadline is upon us. If the ninja team has not returned by noon tomorrow, they will be deemed out of the competition. Lin Lan could no longer remain composed. This was dire news. He recalled a saying, a single misstep leads to eternal regret. There was but an hour left until the time for task exchange. Standing at the entrance of IWA Shinobi Village, Lin Lan and Xiaohan heard the countdown begin, heightening the tension as they feared for Longcheng and Meiza's safe return. They also arrived, anxiously awaiting news. After inquiring, it became clear that the three had become separated. Deha was resolute in his belief in this explanation. This was indeed troubling. Should they fail to return, they would lose their qualification, and they would have to bid farewell to this Chunin tournament prematurely. Xiaohan paced restlessly, filled with urgency, while Lin Lan sat silently beside her. Time passed relentlessly, yet there was still no sign of them. Lin Lan could not help but glance back, noticing that many ninjas had successfully returned, celebrating their victories with their respective teachers. Even if their achievements were not stellar, they had made no errors, and a safe return was the greatest success, with their lives intact. Lin Lan felt disheartened, pondering why Fat D and the others had not yet appeared. After all, he had entrusted them with the mission items to secure a favorable outcome. It was truly vexing. Casting a glance at the time, only a few minutes remained. Many ninjas have gradually returned to rest, yet 3 remain. patiently awaiting the outcome. There is a steadfast belief that the two shall surely return triumphantly. You should hurry back as well. Lord Tsuchikage will soon announce the commencement of the second round of finals, kindly advised A.J. Nin. The schedule closely mirrors that of the previous encounter in Konoha. Surviving the onslaught of the Beast Valley does not guarantee advancement to the next round. Yamato seemed to waver, suggesting that Lin Lan should return first while he chose to stay behind. No, they have not returned. I am not worthy. As they conversed, Xiaoan suddenly became animated, for she spotted two figures supporting each other on their way back. It was indeed them. Meiza and Longcheng. Xiaohan dashed forward, followed closely by Lin Lan and Dake. However, Linlan halted abruptly after a few strides, noticing the furious expressions on their faces. Meiza's left leg appeared injured, which stirred concern in Lin Lan. Without waiting for an explanation, she pushed past Longcheng and hurried forward. Meiza. Xiaoan attempted to intervene, but Meiza disregarded her, striding directly towards Lin Lan. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to his right cheek. You scoundrel! How could you abandon us and return early? What do you mean by this? Lin Lan stood in stunned silence, his head bowed, heart heavy with sorrow. Longcheng, though slightly irked, intervened with the others to restrain Meiza from her impulsive actions. After all, Lin Lan was part of their team. This treatment seemed unjust, and decisions should be made with careful consideration. Lin Lan undoubtedly bore unspoken burdens. His usual demeanor did not reflect such behavior. What transpired? Can you not speak the truth? Longcheng demanded, gripping Meiza firmly. He regarded Lin Lan as a brother, believing that matters should be discussed in advance to prevent perilous situations. Yamato and Xiaoan exchanged worried glances towards Linlan. Among them, only Xiaoan knew the full extent of the situation, yet she had no opportunity to elaborate. For the sake of Lin Lan, she must endure, recognizing that their master's decisions had been somewhat misguided. Ultimately, the root cause lay with Pundi. In any case, I have not betrayed anyone, Lin Lan stated before turning away, leaving Meiza seething with rage. Where were you when we faced danger? The coolie gang had us cornered. And it was only by luck that Longcheng and I escaped. Otherwise, we would never have returned. Lin Lan halted at her words, his heart aching. Aware of the tribulations they endured for Pundi. Reflecting on it, he realized it was all a result of the scoundrel Tokugawa Yu. Were it not for him, they would not have encountered such turmoil. Lin Lan seethed with anger, his fist clenched in silence. Now, he fully comprehended the situation. This wretch had exploited his affection for Pundi to seize the mission's rewards and had manipulated the bond between Meiza and Pundi to obstruct the coolie gang's pursuit. They can seize every advantage, not solely due to the presence of Pundi, as he himself is poised for success as well. This scoundrel is truly selfish, placing Pundi and others in jeopardy. With Lin Lan's retrieval of the hammer, their team is poised for triumph. The second battle in Hyuga takes place in the city square. A spacious arena. Many successful ninjas have already gathered, while numerous others will never return, their lives claimed by the Beast Valley. Lin Lan and his companions stand in a corner. Meiza and Longcheng deliberately maintain their distance, still harboring their anger. The other ninjas engage in laughter and chatter, celebrating the hard-won gift of life. Hyuga slowly ascends to the high platform. I shall now announce the results. The rankings are based on their return times, and Lin Lan listens attentively. After a period of impatience, he finally hears it. Team 7 of Konoha, with a time of 4 days and 5 hours. Uncertain whether it is intentional or accidental, Hyuga glances at Lin Lan before continuing to announce the results. Lin Lan realizes that his performance is not the worst. Others have fared even poorer. Only 23 teams remain, a stark contrast to the initial round, for many ninjas from small villages have perished in the Beast Valley. This fate is unavoidable, as lack of strength leads to such outcomes. We will now divide into several groups for combat. Surrendering means you must cease all actions. No one is permitted to continue attacking. Is that understood? The ninjas respond in unison, based on their performance. We will now split into 2 groups. Those with better results can freely choose their opponents. Lin Lan is struck with horror, fully aware that he will become the target. As it is well known that his performance in the first examination was dismal, he is viewed as easy prey, a mere source of points. Defeating Lin Lan could be accomplished with a single hand. The stronger group is elated, believing that an opportunity has finally arrived. Lin Lan is doomed this time. Many eyes observing him with faint, insincere smiles. Everyone understands that Lin Lan cannot escape this peril. To vanquish him means entering the final showdown. The top score is held by a team from the Cloud Village, consisting of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman, petite and endearing, sports long pink hair. She appears harmless, her smile charming, evoking a desire to embrace and cherish her. Hyuga issues the command for them to choose their opponents first. Unsurprisingly, their sights are set on Lin Lan. Each of the two male ninjas selects an opponent of lesser strength. Next, it is the female ninja's turn. She ponders carefully before smiling and declaring, "I choose to challenge Lin Lan of Konoha." As anticipated, Hyuga seems prepared for this, breaking into a smile. "I announce the match between Cloud Ninja Townai and Konoha's Lin Lan." Many ninjas scoff, convinced that Lin Lan is undeniably doomed this time. No matter his abilities, he would ultimately be defeated by this girl. It was now time to observe the unfolding spectacle. Despite any existing grievances, Longcheng could not simply stand by idly. He took the initiative to approach, cautioning, "Be careful. Do not underestimate her just because she is a female ninja. It is said that her illusion techniques are extraordinarily formidable." At this critical moment, he finally set aside his animosity and issued a warning to Lin Lan. Lin Lan nodded appreciatively, reassured by his concern. The two exchanged a smile, as if nothing untoward had ever transpired. Meanwhile, Meiza remained inscrutable, seemingly still harboring dissatisfaction towards Lin Lan. The prospect of reconciling with Meiza seemed distant. Thus, it was prudent to maintain silence. Each person diligently selected their opponents. Eventually, someone chose Meiza. Lin Lan had initially paid little attention, still pondering the capabilities of Tao Nagi, when he suddenly heard Meiza's name called out, in a tone that was all too familiar, leaving him somewhat astonished. He would never have imagined that it would be her. Bodoife. This girl, clad in ninja battle attire, stood before them, explicitly challenging Meiza. It was baffling how she dared to launch an assault against Meiza. Her audacity was truly unfounded. Given her name, one could infer that she belonged to the Hinata clan, renowned for their Byakugan. Relying solely on her good memory would hardly suffice against Meiza. Lin Lan felt an urgent desire to shout for her to concede, but he recognized that the moment was ill-suited for such intervention. Meiza exhibited no sign of concern. As for Longcheng's opponent, he was an obscure individual. Lin Lan had initially expected the battles to commence with their group, but it appeared they would begin with the weakest contenders. Perhaps Hyuga intended to save the best for last. A notion that left Lin Lan contemplative as he awaited the events to unfold in silence. The group found a spot to observe, akin to watching a film. As the battles commenced below, the displays of skill were indeed captivating. Due to the large number of participants, the competition was divided into 3 separate arenas. Meiza's expression remained unchanged. Lin Lan contemplated sharing the events that had transpired, yet he found himself unable to articulate them clearly. Doing so would betray Pandai, an outcome he wished to avoid. Earlier announcements had revealed that Pandai and the others had performed exceptionally well. What should have been their achievement was now claimed by others. An understandably disheartening situation, even if unvoiced. As time passed, Longcheng prepared to take the stage. "When I return, I shall claim the top spot," he vowed. Meiza finally flashed a smile. "Go for it." Longcheng's departure granted the two a moment to converse. The space he vacated made Lin Lan hesitant to shift closer, fearing it might provoke annoyance. Yet, an irresistible urge to speak with her compelled him to gradually inch forward. Meiza shot him a disdainful glance. "Meiza, I know you are upset with me, but I hope you will allow me to explain. Not everything is as you perceive, and I sincerely apologize. I did not intentionally leave the team. I encountered circumstances that are difficult to articulate. Thus, the decision I made, which placed you all at risk, is entirely my fault. I am to blame." While apologizing, Lin Lan cast her gaze upon Meiza's feet. Once fair and slender, they now bore signs of neglect, slightly darkened and speckled with dirt, revealing a period of hardship. It is truly a pity for the first beauty of Konoha. Regardless of your thoughts or concerns, you are free to do as you wish without the need for explanation. Since it was Lord Hokage who assigned us to this team, I had no choice but to comply. However, I implore you to remember, from this moment forward, do not approach me, for you are no longer my teammate. Such words are indeed grave, as if Punny held no regard for Lin Lan at all. Each word pierced the heart. "Meiza, please do not speak so. We are teammates. I acknowledge that my actions were somewhat excessive, but it was never my intention. I hope you can grant me a chance." Unfortunately, Meiza already held a negative opinion of him. "I once thought you were a decent person, but after all that has transpired, your true nature has been laid bare before me. You are nothing but a cowardly, lecherous, and disloyal scoundrel." Fuming, Meiza turned and walked away. Her voice was raised, and surrounding ninjas could hear every word clearly, casting disdainful glances at Lin Lan. They silently remarked on the audacity of such a man, who, despite being in the company of such a stunning teammate, still managed to provoke her ire. Lin Lan truly deserved condemnation. Lin Lan was utterly speechless. The connection he had painstakingly established had once again been severed. Not far away, Tokugawa Yu and his companions cast glances inward, unable to suppress their mocking smiles and expressions of schadenfreude, which infuriated Lin Lan immensely. Only Pundi lowered his head, resembling a child who had committed a wrongdoing. Xiaohan stood on the periphery, observing Meiza's departure from Lin Lan. It seemed she had surmised the unfolding events. Perhaps her master had revealed the truth, which she found difficult to accept. Lin Lan's focus had shifted entirely from the ongoing battle to the retreating figure of Meiza. He watched as she settled in a distant corner, quietly awaiting her turn. A profound sadness enveloped him. He yearned to approach her and continue their conversation. Yet the opportunity eluded him. The gazes of those around him felt as piercing as daggers, and discussions erupted, with many deeming Lin Lan's actions excessive, sympathizing with Meiza. A beauty wronged inevitably becomes an adversary to Lin Lan. As for Meiza, Longcheng returned victoriously from the Dragon City, but was taken aback by Meiza's absence. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sat beside Lin Lan, still harboring anger. Lin Lan gestured towards Meiza, suggesting that she shouldn't be blamed for her discontent. His actions had indeed been somewhat excessive, and he felt uncomfortable, let alone her. Meiza had always held him in slight disdain, and his recent conduct had only intensified her ire. Longcheng patted Lin Lan's shoulder, urging him not to dwell on it. After all, the battle must continue. Rest assured, as captain, I will resolve this issue between you two. I will seize every moment to address your discord, he added with a grin. Lin Lan forced a smile, knowing deep down that it was futile. How could Meiza ever take Longcheng seriously? His captaincy was merely a fade. By the way, how did the previous battle go? Lin Lan finally inquired about what had transpired earlier, only to discover that Longcheng had not watched at all. Longcheng felt quite vexed, rolling his eyes at him, unwilling to engage in conversation, preferring to quietly savor his own joy. Lin Lan shrugged his shoulders, remaining silent. Before long, Bodo Ife took to the stage. This girl, her opponent, Hinata Meza, was no slouch either. Limping on an injured leg, she made her way to the center of the arena. This match had long captured the attention of the crowd. The duel between two extraordinarily beautiful female ninjas was bound to spark conversation, and today was no exception. Many eagerly anticipated the showdown. The allure of their beauty only heightened the curiosity regarding who would prevail. In terms of appearance, Meiza was undoubtedly superior. However, Bodo Ife was by no means lacking. The two belonged to distinct styles. One was aloof and proud, the other ethereal and enchanting. The referee stepped back, calling out loudly, "Let the battle begin." Finally, the moment to showcase their prowess had arrived. Meiza cautiously retreated 2 steps, carefully assessing Ife, curious about the abilities of this female ninja who had boldly challenged her without a hint of fear. Byakugan, activate. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they admired the prowess of Meiza, a woman of the Hyuga clan, whose extraordinary abilities were evident. The proud Byakugan finally unveiled itself. In stark contrast, Pajuo Ife exhibited no remarkable skills, quietly retrieving shurikens from her ninja tool pouch and adopting a defensive stance. However, onlookers perceived her as deeply flawed, believing that a single strike could easily vanquish her, rendering her incomparable to Meiza. It seemed this girl was destined to fail. Her initial movements were those of an absolute novice. Longcheng scrutinized Ife, his expression tinged with disdain, firmly convinced that Meiza would prevail. His words elicited no reaction from Lin Lan, who appeared somewhat startled. Turning to glance, he noticed Lin Lan fixating anxiously on Ife. "I'm speaking to you. Do you think Meiza will lose?" "Regardless of the outcome, I merely hope they do not come to harm." Longcheng found this surprising. This lad had always cherished Meiza as a prized possession, and he should have been wholeheartedly supporting her, fearing for any misstep. Yet, today, his demeanor was entirely different, leaving Longcheng perplexed about his true sentiments. While still pondering, the battle between the two female ninjas commenced. Ife shouted, hurling a shuriken at Meiza. Whoosh! Such a simple attack could hardly touch Meiza. After evading, Meiza assumed the stance of the Bagua palm. Bagua 32 palms. This was Meiza's signature technique, renowned for its rapid assault. Once within her territory, evasion would prove exceedingly difficult. Surprisingly, Ife exhibited no fear, her gaze fixed on Meiza, her thoughts unknown. Bang! Bang, bang. Prepared to concede. Meiza's onslaught was overwhelmingly fierce, leaving the watching ninjas astounded. They had heard tales of the Hyuga clan's formidable Byakugan, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed extraordinary. Lin Lan could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Ife, genuinely fearing for her life in this encounter. Bang, bang, bang. Perhaps realizing she was no match for Meiza, Ife hurriedly retreated, avoiding close combat. Yet, how could the Byakugan allow her to escape so easily? Seizing the opportunity, Meiza relentlessly pursued her, determined to claim victory. The speed of her assault was astonishing. Be careful. Fear not, Meiza will triumph effortlessly this time. I told you this girl is incredibly formidable, haha. Longcheng remained oblivious, unaware that Lin Lan was genuinely worried for Ife. The ferocity of the attack was indeed overwhelming, and Meiza's palm technique made contact with Ife's body. Meiza's face, already stern, appeared even more formidable in conjunction with her offensive prowess. Whoosh, the palm strikes finally ceased, and Pajuo Ife collapsed not far away. The outcome of the battle seemed clear. Meiza could not help but smile victoriously, pondering how naive this girl was to believe that her beauty alone could compensate for her lack of strength, leading her to make such choices. This would surely be a shocking revelation for her, and she had no one to blame but herself for her underestimation. Lin Lan could no longer contain himself and stood up, yearning to shout out and see if Ife was all right. The referee was also prepared to intervene and declare the match concluded. At a moment when one should exercise caution, Ife surprisingly began to rise slowly from the ground. Her body covered in dust and her hair somewhat disheveled. Yet, she appeared unscathed, showcasing an astonishing resilience to impact. Everyone was taken aback. Oh, Meiza was equally astonished. She had never encountered a ninja who could stand unscathed after enduring an attack from her bagua palm. Eager to continue the fight, how could this be possible? Was her body forged from steel and iron? I underestimated you. To remain standing after my assault, Meiza remarked. In truth, that previous round of attacks had been a necessity. Meiza felt a twinge of pain in her left leg and knew she had to resolve the situation swiftly. A prolonged battle would serve her no benefit, and she feared that health issues might impede her full strength, allowing her opponent to seize an opportunity. Your attacks are indeed formidable. The Hyuga clan lives up to its reputation. Are you Lin Lan's teammate? The mention of Lin Lan during the fight took Meiza by surprise. Did they know each other? Indeed, I am his teammate. This revelation was clear. They indeed had a connection. What is your relationship with Lin Lan? He has never mentioned you. We met in the Beast Valley. He didn't have the chance to bring it up, which is quite normal. Meiza felt a tinge of confusion as her mind raced, pondering the nature of the relationship between Lin Lan and herself. This sudden betrayal of the team by that rascal might very well be linked to her. Ah, I see why Lin Lan chose to betray the team. It's all because of you. Ife felt wronged. The word betrayal shocked her further. Are you saying Lin Lan betrayed the team, rather than simply getting separated from you? Only then did Meiza grasp the unfolding events. This young man had intentionally left the team because of this girl. She couldn't fathom how they knew each other, but there was undeniably a connection. And Meiza was exceedingly angry. To be cast out of the team for a girl was unprecedented in the history of Konoha Village. Lin Lan had truly opened her eyes. This young man deserved a reprimand. Hey, you two hurry up and fight. This isn't a place for idle chit-chat. Get on with it. Many observing ninjas were eager for the battle to resume. Due to the distance and the surrounding commotion, Lin Lan could not hear their conversation. However, he could discern from their expressions that there was a connection to him. Ife might reveal the truth of the matter. Meiza already held a negative opinion of him and would undoubtedly think he had deliberately abandoned the team. This is it. We're finished. Lin Lan spread his hands in exasperation, wearing a look of helplessness. What on earth is happening? Do you know that girl? At this juncture, Lin Lan found herself at a loss, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, she was acquainted with the individual, having crossed paths during a chance encounter on the road. She had been lost in a valley while he, at that moment, had been pursued by a pack of wolves. He intervened to assist her, leading to their friendship. However, she was bewildered by her choice to confront Meiza. The complexities of the situation were truly unfathomable. Longcheng expressed his resignation, stating that words were futile at this point. The crux lay in whether Meiza would believe her. By the way, he inquired, why can't you just tell me the truth about your departure from the team? Is there something of utmost importance you must attend to? Lin Lan recognized that further concealment would be of no avail. It would be far more prudent to seek the assistance of someone genuinely trustworthy, and Longcheng was undoubtedly the optimal choice. After some contemplation, She resolved to unveil the truth. She refrained from mentioning anything regarding Pandai, placing the entire blame on Tokugawa Yu, with embellishments. She recounted how the scoundrel had duped her into relinquishing the spoils, claiming it was for Pandai's sake. In a moment of foolishness, she had been swayed by his words. You know my relationship with Pandai is teetering on the brink of collapse. I must exhaust every effort to win back her affection. Longcheng erupted in fury, intent on seeking them out for a confrontation. Can you not be so impulsive? I share the truth not for you to take up my cause. My silence stemmed from concern for Pandai's feelings. Reluctantly, Longcheng remained seated, his anger subsiding. I never realized you were such a romantic. Are you truly willing to endure misunderstandings from Meiza? Of course not. I have been waiting for the right moment to clarify everything. After the battle concludes, I shall have a heartfelt discussion with her. At this, Longcheng chuckled, draping an arm around Lin Lan's shoulder. All grievances seemed to dissipate in that moment. You adapt far too quickly. Initially perceiving me as an adversary, now you are so affable, I find it difficult to process. The two exchanged banter, and Lin Lan gradually felt a sense of relief. His initial reticence about the truth was a deliberate strategy to portray himself as a victim, cultivating an air of deep-seated suffering. He awaited their inquiries, believing this would grant him the opportunity to reveal the reality of the matter, thus further eliciting their sympathy. Upon witnessing their reconciliation, Xiaohan couldn't help but smile. The battle resumed on the field. Following the earlier confrontation, Meiza had gained insight into her opponent's capabilities. She realized that Ife was hardly a match for her. The prospect of defeating her seemed effortless, and she prepared to utilize the Bagua Palm once more. Yet, the circumstances had transformed dramatically. After the recent skirmish, Meiza had been brimming with confidence, convinced that employing the Bagua Palm again would ensure her victory. To her astonishment, however, Ife adeptly evaded her attacks in rapid succession, exuding an air of ease. Not only did she maintain a smile, but her precision in predicting the points of attack was remarkable. Moreover, she skillfully counterattacked by exploiting timing discrepancies. The spectators were left in utter disbelief. This girl possesses remarkable skills. Regardless of the offensive maneuvers, including the mastery of attack range, she executes them with impeccable precision. The rationale behind this is beyond comprehension. It seems she is transformed into an entirely different person, exhibiting such extraordinary physical prowess. Impossible, as long as Meiza's Bagua Palm falls within striking distance. There is no escape. Yet, this girl can evade flawlessly. How is that conceivable? Longcheng has risen, astonished by the unfolding scene. Lin Lan shares his disbelief. He is not new to Ife. Had her physical abilities truly been this formidable, she would not have been captured by a pack of wolves, nor would it have led to the sacrifice of two teammates. If she were a concealed master, he would have disowned it long ago. The reason eludes him now. Truly impressive. Meiza marvels inwardly, realizing that this girl has evaded many of her attacks. Do not presume you can flee. Water release, water dragon, iron cannon. At last, she employs ninjutsu. Earth release, earth flow river. Ife turns out to be an earth release ninja. Thunderous rumblings. The ground beneath trembles violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Subsequently, the earth morphs into a flowing river, rushing towards Meiza. The water dragon iron cannon begins to take form, a colossal dragon spiraling upward. Before the water cannon can be unleashed, the tremors cause all attacks to veer off course. Boom. The water cannon explodes around Ife, leaving her utterly unscathed. Water release, water arrow. Swiftly, Meiza retaliates, slapping the water's surface with both hands, transforming it into several flying arrows. Undeterred by such an assault, Ife stands her ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground rises to form a resilient barrier, perfectly shielding her from the onslaught. The water arrows collide against it, dissipating into nothingness. The exchange of ninjutsu between the two is mesmerizing, indeed a spectacle to behold. Teacher, will Meiza win? Xiaohan inquires with concern. Yamato chuckles, saying, do not underestimate that female ninja. Her strength and agility and evasion are exceptional, yet I believe Meiza has her own strategies. Boom. Meiza begins to sprint rapidly, wishing to disengage from the confrontation, as prolonging it would deplete her chakra. Earth release is the natural counter to water release. Continuing this way yields no advantage. She must contemplate alternative tactics, preferably engaging in close-range combat to subdue her opponent. After all, only in close quarters can the full potential of the Byakugan be realized. Meiza's thoughts are astute as she suddenly produces several smoke bombs from behind and tosses them to the ground. With a resounding bang, purple smoke ascends. Ife, who had remained stationary, furrows her brow, aware that Meiza intends to launch an attack amidst the smoke. She admires her Byakugan. Given this, bang! Ife too tosses a smoke bomb, concealing herself. Just as she penetrates the smoke, Meiza, poised to strike, suddenly loses her target. Oh. This girl is indeed quite nimble-minded, having seen through her intentions. Success. Seizing the opportunity from behind, Ife plunged her shuriken downwards with a smile. Initially intending to employ this tactic to subdue her, thus achieving a flawless victory, she was utterly unprepared for Meiza's counter. The wide eyes offered a 360-degree defense, rendering her vulnerable to such bullying impossible. With a swift motion, Meiza spun her body, releasing chakra from various points, and using the force of her rotation, deflected Ife's shuriken, sending her delicate frame crashing to the side. The speed was astonishing, leaving no room for intervention. The spectators gasped in awe, their admiration for the prowess displayed in this duel evident. It was beyond expectation that these two beautiful kunoichi possessed such formidable strength. Your friend is doomed, Longcheng smirked. The ninja struck by the counterattack would doubtless find it excruciatingly difficult to rise again. Indeed, Ife lay on the ground, racked with pain. Her earlier grace now a distant memory. You have lost, Meiza proclaimed, stretching her limbs. Fortuitously, she had the counter to rely on. Had she not, Ife would have surely seized the advantage. Surprisingly, Ife managed to rise once more from the ground, fear absent from her demeanor. Meiza stood frozen, speechless, having never encountered a ninja capable of withstanding such a blow. In past missions, she had utilized her counter to vanquish enemies, leaving them no chance to retaliate. This was the first time she witnessed someone resist it. Enough of this. A voice suddenly echoed from the stands, causing both to look up in surprise. It was Lin Lan. Meiza shot him a venomous glare. If I am not mistaken, Lin Lan must have a deep fondness for you, Ife remarked abruptly. If you wish to fight, then let it commence. Meiza, unwilling to entertain the question, assumed a fighting stance. I can see he has always harbored your image in his heart. Whenever I was acquainted with him, he would often mention your name. Everything he does is for you. Our current impasse is not out of concern for me, but for you are no match for me, Ife replied with a smile. This time, Meiza surprisingly refrained from retorting, quietly gazing at her, as if conceding the truth of her words. Even the Bagua palm could not overcome her. Even utilizing ninjutsu, the outcome would remain unchanged. Why fight to the bitter and only to face defeat? Perhaps, but I shall fight until the end, Meiza declared, raising her shuriken once more. Yet, Ife slowly lifted her hand and announced publicly, I surrender. What? Meiza exclaimed, taken aback. Just as victory was within her grasp, Ife chose to abandon the fight, departing without a backward glance, devoid of any sentiment. The referee stood perplexed, uncertain of what had transpired. With the choice of surrender made, he had no grounds for objection and could only declare Meiza the victor. Wait. Meiza hastily intervened, asserting her prideful nature. She believed that any victory must be earned through her own efforts. She would rather forego such achievements than accept them otherwise. Stop right there. Ife indeed halted, turning back to smile at Meiza. What do you mean by that? If you look down on me, you could simply say so instead of resorting to such insults. When have I ever looked down upon you? You are a friend of Lin Lan, and naturally, I regard you as a friend as well. Do not overthink it. I merely wish to cease this conflict, Meiza retorted with a cold huff. I am aware you wish to defend Lin Lan. That scoundrel and I have deep-seated grievances. If you truly intend to do so, then face me with your genuine skills rather than resorting to such tactics. Ife replied with a resigned smile. I suggest you confront Lin Lan directly. He is not as you presume. Farewell. With that, Ife turned and departed without a backward glance, leaving no trace of regret. The onlooking ninjas were in an uproar. As ninjas, they were expected to fight for honor. To abandon the impending victory was perplexing. Hyuga, too, was taken aback by the unusual turn of events and scrutinized the scene before him, struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Yet, as the battle had concluded, a victor and a vanquished were to be determined. Ultimately, Meiza emerged victorious by virtue of her opponent's forfeit. The crowd remained oblivious to the preceding turmoil, showing little excitement over Meiza's triumph. Their thoughts lingered on the enigmatic figure of Ife and the skills she had employed. As Meiza intended to return to her seat, she abruptly halted and turned towards Longcheng, seeking clarity from Lin Lan, only to discover that he had vanished. He must have gone to find Ife, she muttered with resentment, stamping her foot in frustration. Before she could leave, someone obstructed her path. It was Pundi. Meiza, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Very well. The two girls, disregarding the curious gazes around them, clasped hands and stepped aside to share their thoughts, as Pundi's battle had yet to commence, allowing them a moment of privacy. Ashyung, I fear our plan may be at risk of exposure, Ichiro from Turtle Island expressed with concern. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Pundi would not dare to speak recklessly for the honor of the Uchiha clan. Even if she did, she would not face any repercussions. De Chuanxiong reassured him, fully aware that the interests of the Uchiha clan superseded all else. Who would believe Pundi's claims? The crux lay in Lin Lan's words, which would not inspire trust. At that moment, Lin Lan indeed located Yi Fei and intercepted her. What on earth are you doing? You nearly got me killed. Lin Lan, unreserved and bold before the girls, seized Yi Fei's wrist and began to pull her away. Yi Fei, caught off guard by his intimate touch, found herself somewhat uncomfortable, her body stiffening. What are you doing? I just finished battling and am utterly exhausted. What do you expect me to do? With so many competitors? Why did you choose to confront Meiza? If complications arise, what am I to do? Both of you are my dearest friends. And why did you abstain just now? I merely wish for you to refrain from inflicting harm. She unleashed a barrage of grievances upon him. Yi Fei felt profoundly wronged. Humph. You only hold Meiza dear in your heart, fearing that I might cause her harm, which is why you shouted so loudly. You have no regard for me whatsoever. If you dare, go speak to Meiza. Lin Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had no right to blame Yi Fei. I apologize. I was overly impulsive just now. That was not my intention. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. He forced an explanation, feeling a tinge of shame. Fortunately, Yi Fei brushed it off, lazily leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Well, now your beauty can advance smoothly, while I must return home. Consider it my way of repaying your kindness. Lin Lan burst into laughter. Repaying kindness is no simple matter. After all, I saved your life. Besides, you did not act solely to assist me. You ungrateful wretch. Yi Fei couldn't help but chuckle at his words. What technique did you employ earlier? How did you manage to evade the attacks of the Bagua Palm so flawlessly? I have never encountered someone so formidable before. This, of course, is my ability, as I have already mentioned to you. Memory? Lin Lan still could not comprehend the meaning behind her words. Earlier, when she was struck by the Bagua Palm, she seized the opportunity to memorize the attack patterns. However, Meiza's subsequent moves had already evolved. It was impossible to rely on the same offensive tactics. You little brat, don't deceive me anymore. It's simply unattainable. And your resilience is astonishingly strong. Yi Fei replied with a smile. If I weren't a little formidable, wouldn't your beloved have already vanquished me? You are indeed correct. I merely relied on my memory to record Meiza's attack patterns. Each time her arm moves, I can anticipate her next move, as I have committed every expression and gesture of hers to memory. The more Lin Lan listened, the more astounded he became. Yi Fei could truly be described as superhuman. As Lin Lan and Boduo Yi Fei were lost in their affectionate exchange, Longcheng rushed over in haste. You rascal! What are you doing flirting at a time like this? Your match is about to begin. Hurry back. So soon? Lin Lan exclaimed. Yi Fei, we shall meet another day. Without daring to delay, he hurried back, while Longcheng cast a lingering glance at Yi Fei, leaving her to ponder his thoughts. Upon returning to the arena, the referee promptly called for Lin Lan to exit the stage. No way, I'm not ready yet. Nearby, some ninjas stifled their laughter, feeling relief for his opponent. In the center of the arena stood Tao Naomu from Yunrin, already prepared for battle and awaiting Lin Lan's arrival. She glanced back at the young man, unsure of what he discussed with Longcheng, her demeanor reflecting a hint of reluctance. Internally, she chuckled, grateful to have chosen him. Facing others would indeed pose a challenge. No wonder he was labeled a freebie. The moniker proved accurate. Hastily donning his tactical vest, Lin Lan finally positioned himself at the center of the arena. The smiles from the audience filled him with disdain, for each individual seemed eager to witness his downfall. The match promised to be a spectacle. After all, who doesn't relish a one-sided battle? Lin Lan, although our villages share a good rapport, I will exert every ounce of my strength. I hope you will do the same. Tao Naomu declared from across the way. This was Lin Lan's first genuine observation of the young lady. Standing closer, he realized she possessed an undeniable charm. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with her words. When silent, she appeared as a lovely girl, yet upon speaking, it became clear she was no ordinary opponent. I do hope you will show some mercy. It's merely a competition, after all. No need to go all out, she remarked. While they exchanged words, the referee grew impatient, eager to conclude the final match and clock out. Enough chatter, let us commence. With a leap back, Tao Naomu's expression hardened as she swiftly produced 2 shurikens. Charging forward, she seized the initiative, prompting Lin Lan to prepare himself and draw his own shurikens in defense. However, her prowess surpassed his. The shurikens whirled ominously, cutting through the air with a chilling whistle. Lin Lan dared not let down his guard, immediately employing his shurikens as a defense. Clang! Clang! Go, Lin Lan! Longcheng bellowed from the crowd, a stark contrast to the surrounding cheers for Tao Naomu. Only he vocally supported Lin Lan. Meiza, having returned to his side, silently observed the unfolding battle. Do you think Lin Lan has a chance of winning? She asked. If it solely depended on ninjutsu, he might have a sliver of hope. But against someone who possesses it, he stands no chance, Meiza reasoned astutely. Lin Lan was acutely aware that he lacked any ninjutsu skills should his opponent employ them. His fate would be sealed. He recognized the absence of any opportunity for resistance, a fact he understood all too well, remaining cautious. Fortunately, it seemed this girl had yet to unleash her abilities. With the sole use of shurikens, a fierce assault was launched against him. Lin Lan managed to reciprocate the attacks. The fierce clash between the 2 left onlookers utterly astonished. After exchanging dozens of blows, neither could claim victory. Taonaki's shurikens were equally matched, and her physical techniques were on par with Lin Lan's. It was no wonder she had chosen him. It was not merely because Lin Lan was an easy target. She was formidable herself. Hey, hurry up and use your ninjutsu, someone shouted, unable to contain their impatience. The drawn-out battle was becoming tedious, and if it continued, it would surely exhaust them before a victor emerged. Everyone hoped for a more exhilarating outcome. Lin Lan pointed at the interrupter, believing he was meddling. Why remind her to use ninjutsu? Let us settle this with physical techniques. That is the essence of true combat. If I could use ninjutsu, I would have defeated you long ago. Taonaki, surprisingly candid, revealed her secret. She could not use ninjutsu. Lin Lan instantly sensed an opportunity. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It turned out this was merely a battle of novices. Meiza rarely smiled but felt Lin Lan was fortunate to face an opponent lacking in ninjutsu skills. Thus, the battle continued, lulling the audience into a stupor as both utilized various ninja tools in their exchange. Shurikens and darts were thrown in rapid succession. The clatter of fallen weapons echoed. Yet no victor emerged. They continued to seek the chance to strike decisively. Taonaki, astute in her own right, was deceptively fierce despite her cute appearance. Where do you think you're going? She suddenly leaped high, leveraging her aerial advantage to deliver a downward strike. Lin Lan, having anticipated her move, quickly dodged to the side. Isn't that a bit excessive? Swish. A shuriken shot forth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lan pressed on, knowing he would not relent until a victor was determined. Hey. Taonaki responded swiftly, countering with her own shuriken. Finally, the 2 paused, their contest still unresolved. After hundreds of exchanges, neither could claim dominance. Ultimately, Taonaki began to show signs of fatigue, her stamina waning against Lin Lan's endurance. If this continues, Lin Lan has a significant advantage, Longcheng remarked, excitement evident in his voice. As for the outcome, none could predict. They could only wait in silence. Taonaki. We've battled long enough. Why not settle it with rock, paper, scissors? If you win, we can end this without further fighting. What do you say? Enough talk. Taonaki suddenly discarded her ninja tools and began forming hand seals. Lin Lan's eyes widened in shock. Could she possess hidden ninjutsu? The other ninjas were electrified by this revelation. The true battle was finally underway. It turned out she had been concealing her strength to spare Lin Lan's pride. She was not without ninjutsu after all. Now, Lin Lan found himself in dire straits, fearing he would be unable to withstand her onslaught. Longcheng paced anxiously, unable to contain his agitation. Meiza remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Lan, acutely aware that this young man was known for his unpredictable tactics. She was certain he would devise a means of resolution. It was merely a matter of observing his next move. Illusion technique, dark walk. From behind Taonaki, a multitude of ink-like shadows surged forth, howling ominously. Lin Lan instinctively took 2 steps back. Damn, this girl can cast illusions on herself. A skill she has never practiced before, and I have no idea how to counter it. Should he come into contact with this ink? He feared it would render him utterly disoriented. Indeed, as soon as the shadows touched the ground, Lin Lan felt the surroundings descend into darkness. While he pondered his predicament, he soon found himself unable to discern any direction. The greatest strength of this illusion lay in its ability to ensnare adversaries within an abyss of darkness, immobilizing them. It bore a resemblance to the illusion techniques of the second Hokage, though the notable distinction was that the caster could not enter the darkness themselves. This technique would lead an opponent to wander aimlessly in an eternal night, gradually succumbing to despair. Now it was a test of Lin Lan's resolve. To see if he could withstand the psychological onslaught, Meiza rose to her feet, deeply concerned for Lin Lan, knowing this technique would be nearly insurmountable. No matter what powers he possessed, he would be rendered powerless unless someone from the outside could awaken him. Otherwise, he would remain incapacitated. Meiza had a fair understanding of Lin Lan's capabilities. What was to be done? Were they truly to wait until Lin Lan's demise? If he could no longer endure, perhaps surrender would be his only option, she mused silently. Longcheng observed Lin Lan, who stood motionless at the center of the arena, perplexed by the sudden change in circumstances. Just as he was contemplating, Lin Lan unexpectedly sank to the ground, then reclined. Is this young man truly incapable? The crowd shared this suspicion, with many ninjas vociferously praising Tanuki. This striking young kunoichi, not only adept in illusion, but also possessing physical prowess comparable to Lin Lan, was destined to become an exceptionally formidable female ninja. As for Lin Lan, who lay on the ground, no one dared to cast a lingering glance, knowing that failure was an inevitable outcome. In truth, Tanuki was also quite anxious, since mastering this illusion, she had never applied it in battle. Today marked her first attempt against an opponent, and she was uncertain of the outcome. Moreover, such ninjutsu demanded a substantial amount of chakra to sustain it. She felt her strength waning, yet she pressed on, waiting for Lin Lan to concede. However, he seemed to be in a deep slumber, even rolling over comfortably, leaving her utterly bewildered. None could discern what had transpired. They could only watch in silence as time ticked by. Lin Lan showed no inclination to rise. Conversely, Tanuki felt the strain of maintaining her technique, sensing her chakra beginning to dissipate. This cannot continue. If I exhaust all my chakra, I will be rendered motionless. Realizing this, Tanuki hastily retracted her ninjutsu. The ink on the ground gradually faded, signaling the end of the battle. Everyone assumed Tanuki had emerged victorious, showering her with applause and cheers, celebrating her triumph. The referee approached, intending to declare the battle concluded and Lin Lan defeated. However, he was taken aback to find that the young man showed no signs of surrender, nor did he appear to be in any mortal danger. He was, quite remarkably, asleep. In such an intense battle, it was astonishing that he could find the time to slumber. This was a first for the referee. Despite many years of being a ninja, he had never encountered such a situation. He instinctively took a couple of steps back. The match continued. The expressions of Tanuki and the others mirrored that of the referee. Lin Lan had not succumbed to unconsciousness. They had expected that, in the dark, Iswa would falter, leading to his collapse, yet it was not the case. That little brat had underestimated him. Tanuki, infuriated, retrieved a shuriken from behind and charged at Lin Lan once more. Fortunately, the referee's loud announcement had roused Lin Lan from his stupor just in time to notice Tanuki had approached. He reacted swiftly, performing a nimble maneuver to evade her attack. Seizing the opportunity, he observed that her back was unprotected. With a deft counterattack, he proclaimed, "I win." Lin Lan's move was exceedingly underhanded. Tanuki had never encountered such an assault. Wait, he is attacking there? Before she could react, he had already succeeded. As Lin Lan withdrew his hand, he raised his fist and struck her delicate face with a resounding thud. Boom. Tanuki lost control, her body flying backward and rolling several times before coming to a halt. The arena fell into a hushed silence. Lin Lan had achieved victory. The spectators were bewildered, unable to discern what had transpired. The ninjas who had been so adamantly supporting Tanuki stood in stunned silence, while Meiza and Longcheng were left at a loss for words. The previous move had indeed been quite devious, even inappropriate for children, yet it proved remarkably effective. By exploiting that tactic, he left his opponent defenseless and bewildered, securing his triumph in one fell swoop. What kind of competition is this? Bottles and various objects were hurled down in protest, with many believing Lin Lan's victory was unearned. The lack of dramatic flair in his win left them feeling quite unsatisfied, especially since his opponent was such a beautiful young girl, and he had dared to treat her in such a manner. In the face of the overwhelming barrage of insults, Lin Lan remained unfazed. Ultimately, achieving victory was paramount, and he paid little heed to the opinions of others. I hereby announce the victor of this match, Lin Lan, the referee declared. As Lin Lan exited the arena, the onlooker, Hyuga, who had been observing the battle from above, wore a satisfied smile. This young man was truly exceptional. A sudden flutter of emotion stirred within Hyuga. He wondered what it would feel like to be on the receiving end of that counterattack. With today's battles concluded, Lin Lan returned to his seat, greeted by the disdain of all around him. They deemed his move far too villainous, uncharacteristic of a ninja's conduct. He, however, remained indifferent to the cold stares directed at him, feigning ignorance. After locating his companions, they celebrated together, while Longcheng was elated, and Meiza cast him a disdainful glare. Clearly unimpressed. Perhaps they believed that such a move was beneath dignity, yet Lin Lan remained unconcerned. Longcheng struck his chest with considerable force. What on earth just transpired? Why were you still asleep? Lin Lan immediately feigned great fear, clutching his heart with fervor. Do not even mention it. I was nearly driven to madness by fright. Engulfed in darkness. He was not merely pretending. The situation had indeed been as dire. Lin Lan found himself ensnared by an illusion, rendered utterly immobile, as though submerged in an abyss of inky blackness. Moving forward offered no escape. In truth, his body had not moved at all. Everything unfolded within his consciousness. Leaving his mind utterly fatigued, Lin Lan felt utterly detached, as the overwhelming realism of the experience soon gave way to a profound sense of powerlessness, void, and suffocation. Panic surged within him, prompting him to gather his wits and assess his surroundings. Ultimately, he remained unable to discern an exit. Reluctantly, he squatted down to contemplate for a while. In the absence of any viable escape, he chose to lie down. Perhaps it was more comfortable on the ground, away from the conflict, and before he realized it, drowsiness began to envelop him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to maintain his lucidity, aware that the opponent might appear at any moment. Clenching his teeth, he resisted the urge to succumb to sleep. Alas, the comfort of lying down proved too enticing, and he could not suppress his emotions. Eventually, his eyelids fluttered shut, and he fell asleep. These thoughts, of course, could not be uttered indiscriminately. He concocted a plausible excuse by the serene lakeside, claiming he had merely stumbled and fallen, rather than simply dozing off. Longcheng did not press further, and promptly took him back to celebrate their victory. The trio had successfully advanced